I'm very excited, and something we talked a lot about for Fnatic coming into this week is that their early games are the thing that have really changed over the last few weeks. And so far, teams have not been able to answer it. Origen, one of the best teams that they played up against, are not an early game focused team. Vitality, one of the other strong teams that they played against, didn't even play towards the early game. And everyone else just seemed like a pushover compared to them. But G2, this should be the team that matches them in the early game.
Exactly. G2 come in as one of our best early teams with Jankos out of the jungle, just stacked in talent across the board. They're going to come in here ready to fight up against a Fnatic that has just improved so much with how they play through this early game.
So before we get right on into the meat and potatoes of Pick and Ban, I do want to remind our audience at home, Mickey is subbed out this week. promisQ is subbing in the support position. Mickey has an injured wrist and is so taking some time out so that he can be ready and prepared, hopefully, for playoffs.
And as a reminder, G2 have locked in that first place spot for the end of the regular season. They will be going to Rotterdam. They cannot move out of that position, whereas for Fnatic, they can lock in playoffs with this win right now.
Now, as we get in towards the draft here, I'm already seeing 2 support bans here from G2 Esports, and that immediately makes me think, what do they want to put in the hands of promisQ? Something like the Thresh jumps out to me immediately if they want to set him up here for success in the 2v2.
With the Jace, LeBlanc, Akali bans, Lissandra, the final ban there from G2 as well. Looks like it might be an AD carry first for the side of Fnatic, but something like the Lucian's still available. The Kai'Sa is an interesting hover to me.
Yeah, Lucian is up and available, and let's not forget the Perkz is more than happy to play things like the Kalista and Draven should it be required. So I feel like G2 are more than happy as they have plenty of answers. I love the Akali ban coming out. We've seen it already earlier in the day. The buffs definitely make her a little bit more of a threat that we saw on 9.5. And in the hands of Caps, that is a very scary champion. So they do not want to give that one away.
Yeah, I mean, it's Fnatic banning away 3 very explosive, very lane-dominant champions. Yet G2 identify there's still a very strong flex pick option available. That, of course, is the Ryze. We've seen it go top lane, mid lane, all over the place. And it's very successful at securing a solid laning phase and a better late game.
And I wonder if they look to put any value on the Jarvan here. Instead, they're just immediately going to lock in the Alistar. So they want to try and get promisQ on something comfortable. It adds that extra bit of engage. But I feel like for Fnatic, they now have a lot of options. You could just go for the Jarvan and the Cassio right now. Cassio to answer up the Ryze, and Jarvan that can both be flexed between top and jungle as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for Fnatic, but I specifically want to touch on that Alistar one more time because bringing the engage from the support role makes me feel like this Ryze could be going top lane here for Wunder, giving him something that can deal a little bit more damage. Lacks in terms of the all-in, but that's why you have the Alistar.
So we've got those next couple of picks coming in from Fnatic as well. It's the Rakan to match up in the bottom lane. You have the Karthus as well for Brox. So playing it against the guy that really popularized it on the EU scene in the form of Jankos. Brox has gone 2-0 so far on that Karthus pick.
Now, the Karthus is an interesting one to me because when I look at Broxah, the big improvements he's made is his early game pathing and his ability to impact the map and get his lanes an advantage. With the Karthus, it is much less about that idea of having a strong early game and more about securing strong scaling teamfight damage, which is what Broxah is now going to be bringing to the team.
But never forget, Ender, that when it's Fnatic, they will always find a way to gank bot lane. And when you're running the Karthus, it doesn't matter whether it's a good early game jungler or not. With a Rakan, they'll find a way to set up a play. They did it with the Vayne last week. It would not be surprised to see them make that trip once more.
And with Jisoo having not locked in their AD carry, we start to see the bans come towards it. Kalista taken away, Renekton removed by G2 as well towards that top lane. I wonder whether we'll see something like the Ezreal or the Draven removed as well.
No, I mean, Wunder plays for G2, mate. He's in the top lane. But in any case, with the Renekton banned away, this to me implies that they are looking for a potential Aurelia up towards the top side, given that he is very strong in the early laning phase. With the Aatrox focus as well, this just reinforces more and more Aurelia. And remember that it can be flexed towards the bot side of the map as well. They have that triple flex option should they want it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they actually see that lock in now, and then Fnatic try to find some kind of answer to it, and then it's whip-swapped all over the place.
I mean, hearing you talk about the flex picks for G2 just reminds me of the start of the split, this team where they could just draft 3 champions. They could basically go into any roles that they wanted to.
Oof, and how could we forget
with
the
Cassio being locked in, there's still options because Perkz can play that in the bottom lane, Caps can play it in the mid lane. G2 don't have to reveal their hand until they lock in their 5th and final pick.
A lot of damage coming out from that composition already as well. We talked about how explosive these teams can be. Remember the last time they faced up against each other, it was a 20-minute stomp, the fastest game we have ever had in LEC history. That includes all of EULCS as well. But the gauntlet has been laid down to Bwipo in that top lane. It looks like he's going to answer with an Aurelia of his own.
Wow. I love this pick so much from Bwipo. There's a lot of confidence to just blind pick the Aurelia. Now remember, it can still go into the mid lane. You just still have that flex option between top and mid. But given that both Renekton and Aatrox were banned away, G2 basically offered a free champion on the platform. The Gangplank now coming out from Bwipo. He was also buffed on this patch. Early damage to Kegs, giving him a little bit more damage in the early game, but it's also a very risky champion because he's something that in the past you could often just dive against very early on, and right now there's a lot of AP damage, but let's see what direction they take this draft now.
Yeah, I mean, the Gangplank is risky, especially when you see top laners.
Come on! Okay, throw it all out the window. Get rid of your notes, get rid of your papers. Caps is laying it down against his former team. That's a Zed mid.
Oh man, I love it too, because Vedius is saying, wait, there's a lot of AP on this team. You know what brings AD to the mid lane? Not the Yasuo, get rid of that. We want the Zed now for Caps here.
Oh
and it's
God.
up against the Aurelia as well. This is going to be a ridiculous 1v1.
But it's actually so good into Fnatic's comp as well, right? Because when you think about it, Rakan, yes, you can offer peel, and with his shield and taunt, maybe it can lock the Zed down, but regardless of that, he's really good in the 1v1 against Aurelia and Gangplank in a side lane. He's only going to get stronger as the game progresses. And if you ever try to force a 2 versus 2, Jarvan Zed against Karthus Aurelia heavily goes in the favor of G2 Esports.
It absolutely does. And if you look at the side of Fnatic, you want reliable crowd control to shut down this Zed pick, and that is just not here for them. All they have in terms of immediate CC is going to be that Rakan ultimate, and if you're using that just to lock up a Zed, well, you're missing out so much in the team fight. I think Caps is going to have a field day here.
And I think what I love so much about this draft from G2 is it's almost like you're actually seeing G2 in full power. Perkz locking in a mid lane, Cassio as well, one of his most well-known champions, and Caps on the Zed. I feel like you could not be more unlocked than what you've got for yourself right now.
We've got a hectic game ahead of us, guys. We've got a Zed, we've got a Cassio, we've got an Aurelia. Let's just take a breath. Let's take a moment. Let's soak in the history that is this game. These teams have met 33 times before. 18-15 in favor of G2. Fnatic have won 9 of the last 11 games they played against each other, and Fnatic are the team on the rise. They're the team that still needs to secure their spot in playoffs. They're the team still fighting to make it to Rotterdam. G2 are there, and they are trying to slam that door in the face of Fnatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Fnatic versus G2. The crowd is amped. There are a lot of Fnatic fans. The fans at home voted for Fnatic. They expect them to be winning this game. And how can you not? Fnatic, they've had a miraculous comeback in the second half of the split. 6-1 games in their last 6 games. G2 are slumping, but when it comes to Fnatic, they are their bitter rivals, and they will not back down.
No, they absolutely will not. And I mean, as we actually dive in towards this game, we have to start looking at these matchups. And I see already Rekkles started with the E here on the Lucian. He hopped over this wall. That's going to buy room for Hylissang to walk on in. And if Perkz steps too close to this bush, it could be trouble.
Definitely could. He's going to hug the wall, though, slither his way down towards the bottom side. Fnatic won't find anything out of it. Looks like Broxah and Bwipo might try for a bit of invade here, though. Straight onto Jankos. Force that Jarvan back. He's already tanking it up. Now he'll step into the bush. He doesn't know. Now he realizes that they're there. Broxah and Bwipo will force him away. Lay waste landing. But Broxah immediately says, okay, I want the red. I want to secure this for myself.
Yeah, and you'll see Jankos has to walk immediately out of this side of the jungle because you actually cannot fight against the Karthus level 1 damage. Now Broxah is going to get to take the Raptors as well. And I wonder if he just immediately passed towards the bottom side of his own jungle, because right now the only answer for Jankos is to go from blue buff towards the Fnatic red and try to trade. And Broxah could easily shut that down just by moving.
But I think it's really risky to try to do that as well because they don't have pressure in the bot lane right now. Cassio at early levels is very punishable, and you can already see that Hylissang moved up towards the river to drop these wards, and they have full information on what Jankos is up to, so trying to secure this would be risky.
Oh. Jankos didn't have the smite, flawless duo is going to land from Nemesis, but Nemesis unable to get the Scuttle Crab with the Blade Surge.
And now this is actually really rough here for Jankos, because not only is he going to be denied in the experience department, but also Fnatic just know exactly where this early game champion is on the map. You know he now only has 3 camps available, the Wolves, the Gromp. He's probably going to be on that side of the map for quite a while at the very least, and it's going to allow Fnatic's players to play very forward in their lanes, to play aggressively and try to build up an advantage.
You can see the bottom lane actually, Rekkles already building up a bit of an advantage for himself. 17 farm to 9 up. There is a wave pushing in here for Perkz, but only 4 more minions there for him, so going to be a little bit of a lead. Top side Wonders ahead as well with about an 8 farm advantage over Whipple on this gangplank.
Yeah, so this is all well and good, but we've got to talk about Zed versus Irelia now. Like, the most important matchup in the game.
Hit me with your knowledge bombs.
So I'm a massive fan of this matchup because it is very skill intensive. The important thing to remember is that once level 6 is hit is when things really start to get spicy. The thing about Zed is in the early laning phase, he can farm relatively safely, but it's Irelia that typically has the pressure because of all the extra damage you get on your passive, and she also has the Q to farm a little bit in a safer position. And on top of her stun, that CC means that she'll often win out on these early skirmishes.
Now, Proxy is around this mid lane. We do want to just bring your attention, guys. Rekkles is on our POV stream. You can see it in your bottom left corner, twitch.tv/RiotGames2. You can have a look at exactly how he's piloting this Lucian into Perkz. A matchup for the ages, you have to feel, with there just being so much history between those two players.
There definitely is so much here between Perkz and Rekkles playing against each other for a very long time, but this matchup in particular is also one that interests me a lot, because I think when you see actually Perkz gets engaged on, gonna take a lot of damage.
Flashes away the Ignite down as well. Miasma comes out, but all they wanted was Perkz to summon a spell.
Now here's the thing, because I actually think Cassiopeia should have a good chance here. Now, we're gonna have to put that on pause because Jankos is in the mid lane looking for Nemesis.
Nemesis has his flash. Jankos can't really trade. It's
wave.
level 3 versus level 5. The minion wave is very big as well. Cap's already harassed down to half HP. And Nemesis, who remember replaced Caps on Fnatic, comes out on top in the early trades.
So, yeah, a couple of things to touch on there. First off, going back to the mid lane matchup just very quickly, because of the stun, it means the Caps has to be very careful when approaching the minion wave, because if he ever gets locked up, then the Irelia is always going to win out on that one. And when he ults the Irelia as well, remember that his landing point will be defined, because it will always be behind the Irelia, which means that it's very easy for her to land the stun the moment that he comes out of that. So there are definitely opportunities for the Irelia to outplay, but the amount of burst damage that the Zed will get as the game progresses means that even after the stun lands, it's very easy for Zed to just land his skill shots and then just obliterate the Irelia.
Yeah, I think the other thing that sort of Caps has going for him in this matchup is that Zed holds a range advantage. When you can actually use your shadow to poke with the shurikens from long range, you can also clear away the waves relatively easily. Caps should be able to build up sort of an HP advantage in the 1v1 just by trading offensively with the shadow into shuriken.
So Perkz backed away, used the teleport to get back into the lane, has a tear first on this Cassiopeia. Sometimes we see them go for the
Lost Chapter.
Lost Chapter, that's the one. I was going to say Finished Codex, and I've remembered that it's actually the Lost Chapter. Tear doesn't give you as much harass potential in the lane.
No, it doesn't. But mana is what's most important for Perkz on the Cassio, which means that he's now going to have more spammability of the spells. And you guys will notice that in these early levels, Rekkles has heavily dominated, but a lot of that has actually come off the back of Hylissang, largely because with Hylissang being able to approach very aggressively in the lane against the Alistar, it becomes difficult for the Cassio Alistar to really do much in the early laning phase, so they're zoned off a lot of farm, and they're kind of forced underneath their tower, where it can be rather challenging for Perkz to actually keep up in the CS department.
Yeah, and while Perkz might struggle to CS early on, I think the Cassio plus Alistar combo is absolutely deadly, because you can use 100%. The miasma to basically guarantee the headbutt pull. You can't flash away from that. So once level 6s come in, especially for Jankos, I'm going to look for G2 to make plays bot side, but right now it's Fnatic that want to do the same.
Looking for the play, the double knocker comes out. Rekkles underneath the tower, Perkz the first to fall. Nemesis gets it. Promiscu will follow up shortly after. Now Jankos could come and join this fight, but he's not going to be able to do it. The tower plates fall in the bottom lane as well, and Fnatic strike first in the match.
Brilliantly set up there from Fnatic as the crowd goes wild. They're going to pick up 2 turret plates off the back of that as well, as Rekkles jumps out to an 800 gold lead over Perkz.
It was such a massive wave, and Perkz needed to get that farm. His flash was down, and he just everything that was in front of him he needed, but Fnatic set that play up beautifully, as you said, Ender. They had priority in mid, they had control over the river, and there was no flash available on Perkz. All of the ingredients were there to allow them to get the play, and Fnatic find themselves with 2 early kills.
Oh yeah, Perkz had just also used his teleport to get back to lane relatively shortly before that as well, so there's no chance for him to make up in CS as Wunder.
Whippo so low, Wunder just takes him out. I mean, Wunder's had his number the entire time, but Whippo couldn't get away. Here comes the Requiem, it's enough! Roxa presses R, gets his 2nd kill of the game.
So it ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but that solo kill is still a big deal for Wunder up in the top lane. Remember that Fnatic, they voluntarily picked the Gangplank. There was the flexibility option, but have a look at this. You can see that Zed and Jarvan, they couldn't get towards the bot side of the map fast enough. The double knockup coming in from Hylissang was beautifully served.
Oh, Caps caught out! Hylissang ignited. Is he going to tick away? No! Nemesis once again teams up with his support and gets another kill for Fnatic.
Yeah, and it's Hylissang actually finding all of these plays because it was in the bottom lane where he burned the flash off Perkz, then found the flash W engage underneath the tower, and with a good roam into the mid lane as well, Fnatic are out to a pretty sizable lead.
And the wonder we had coming into pick and ban was, could G2 shut down the Fnatic early game? Could they play at the same tempo as Fnatic in the early game? And I think plays like this show that it's just not happening for G2.
Oh, so Caps is going back here. I think he's sitting in the shop thinking that he's safe. He doesn't have his shadow available. Remember that at level 1, it's got an 22-second cooldown. I even think it's ridiculously high. So that wasn't up and available. And if he'd had it, he probably could have been able to kill Hylissang. But the moment that Nemesis joins the fray and that Hylissang buys enough time, it ends up being an easy kill. So that's a really big deal as Fnatic extends to a 2,000 gold lead in this early game.
And now as we sort of look to the side of G2, because they're down 2,000 gold, and yet they're the ones with like sort of the proactive early game champions. You have a Jarvan in the jungle here for Jankos that's been unable to sort of impact this map. You have the Cassio Alistar down bottom lane to try and set up for that. I really feel like we need to start seeing G2 combat against Fnatic in this early game, because right now Fnatic are sort of having their way with G2.
What I will say though is that while we are very early in the game, as Fnatic look to set up another potential dive towards the bot side of the map, I do feel G2 have the scaling advantage. I feel that as the game progresses, Ryze in a side lane should be able to hold his own against both the Gangplank and the Aurelia. And Zed, as we talked about in the draft, also does very well in those 1v1s. So assuming G2 can split up the map, I think they're in a great position. But the problem they're going to find is that Fnatic are very good at converting their early leads into team fights later on. And with the Gangplank, Aurelia, and Karthus in those 4v4s, 5v5s, that is a very strong composition, and G2 might not be able to split them up.
Exactly, because I would agree with you that G2 do have the scaling advantage in the 5v5, but to me it's more about their front line in that front to back, because you have the Alistar plus the Jarvan. You have a lot more tools to try and soak up damage, whereas when I look at Fnatic's side, they actually have 5 very squishy champions. So yes, they're going to perform very well in these smaller skirmishes, but in the straight up front to back team fight, that's where it might be a little bit more difficult to find the proper setup.
So now we see Fnatic starting up the Cloud Drake. They should be able to score this one pretty easy peasy, while Perkz continues to fall at a deficit down towards the bottom lane. 40 CS is the difference there.
I mean, there's 40 CS in the bottom lane, as you say, as Rectus gets the advantage and the Dragon goes down, but you have to look up towards the top lane if you're on the side of G2. You've got a 35 CS lead. You've already solo killed Whippo as Wunder, and this was a matchup they talked about on the analyst desk, saying this could be a pivotal matchup for how this game plays out.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because if you look at what's been sort of going on recently, Wunder actually is topping the charts in most of these categories in terms of the laning phase, and now he's calling up Caps here. They want to dive on towards Whippo, and there's no one around from Fnatic.
Cannon barrage used by Whippo to clear out the wave. Caps just going to clear that control ward. Knows that he doesn't really want to go for the full-on dive when Whippo still has his flash available, and so instead we'll go back towards mid, which Nemesis has pushed out.
And Jankos was maybe looking for a gank in this mid lane, but it's not going to happen. Now, actually moving back towards that top side, I think it's really interesting, not just looking at the players in this matchup, but actually the champions. It's Whippo on a self-counterpick Gangplank up against the Ryze. Wunder's going to teleport in because he wants to take an aggressive trade with the rest of G2 on the prowl looking for the dive.
All of G2 on their way. The tower's still pretty tanky. Whippo still has the flash. No ultimate.
Karthus is here as well, actually.
Yeah, could have been a strong counter gank there. G2 respect the fact that Broxah is nearby, still has the ultimate as well.
So what I found really interesting was we heard the analyst desk talking a lot about the top lane matchup, but I felt coming into this game, the jungle matchup would actually be one of the most pivotal, because something, Ender, you were saying before we even came into the game was, ooh, Caps.
Nemesis with a great long-range stun there from the flawless duet. Promisecue coming in as well, knocked up straight away, charmed up as well, will pop the ultimate. Dodges away from the Vanguard's edge. On a knife edge for promisQ. Requiem. It's waited for the element to time out. That's a kill. Another one back to the fountain.
And it's perfect that Broxah just picks up the kill as I'm about to talk about him, because it is this guy that has made the early game so much better for Fnatic. You talked about it in the draft as well. You talked about it earlier on, Ender, but overall, this guy's early game impact is really what has changed the game for Fnatic, and he's actually where the gold difference is coming from. He's like a 1.5k gold ahead of Jankos right now, and he is getting so strong so quickly, only 12.5 minutes in.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's absolutely smashing. And honestly, this player went from maybe the 8th best jungler in the league in the first half because he was underperforming to one of, if not the best here, because he's actually just showing up Jankos in this match. You look at how he's been able to impact early games. This game, maybe not quite as much on the Karthus. He's picking up some kills with the ultimate, but you look at level 2 tower dives on the Nocturne as Broxah here. He has completely leveled up his game.
Hylissang fighting here. The Deathmark comes out onto him. The Guardian will keep him alive just for the moment. Deathmark still proc. Not enough damage. And the culling from Rekkles straight onto Caps. Caps dodges back. Can he dodge away from his former teammates? Hylissang still has the chase, has the flash. Jumps straight in. Hylissang. Good night, sweet prince. You can change teams, but the result is still the same.
And Caps tries to go for a 2v1 outplay, cannot pull it off, and now there's more action up towards the top side.
Whipper flashes away. Cassiopeia and Perkz on the way up here as well. promisQ not going to go for the full-in dive, as Whippo just retreats behind the tower.
Let's just take a minute to appreciate, this is the 3rd time G2 have sent 3 or more members towards the top side to try and get a kill onto Whippo. He has not been caught out a single time. It is just the Herald there that they can use to trade a turret up top lane, but the rest of Fnatic now have bounties across the board. The entire team is actually just taking these turret plates and building up more and more of a lead.
Such an exciting game so far that Fnatic has been in full control of, and the member that I really want to draw attention to is Nemesis as well. Let's not forget the last time these two players met, it was very one-sided in favor of Nemesis, and now Caps on this Zed. He tries to go for the execution onto Hylissang. He reads it too late. He's just trying to help wave clear, but he gets all these shields with his E. I think his passive may have even come back up there as well. I think he's running the Guardian as well, so he gets that proc off of from the Lucian, and then he just comes in, gets the knockup. Caps can't sidestep, and that's just a very easy kill.
Yeah, Hylissang not going to take any chances there, using the flash to secure the kill on towards Caps. And Fnatic, they're not slowing down at all. They sort of saw G2 as the other early game focused team in the league and said, you know what, we're just going to beat you at your own game. They're now with a 3,000 gold lead. Once again, Whippo looking to be dove under the tower.
Calabash comes out. There's the Deathmark used by Caps straight away. Whippo, not many places for him to go apart from back underneath his last tower. Caps jumps back and Whippo still alive here. Caps couldn't go behind the tower. Nemesis actually has a great flank position off here. Perkz chased out by Hylissang, lands the Petrifying Gaze. Hylissang's going to be taking up the tower. A couple of shots comes out. Rekkles on his way in though. Perkz flashes away. There's Miasma. Rekkles can just chase them down. The Requiem will definitely be enough. Goodbye to Perkz and Caps now, dodging around as much as you can, but your fancy feet might not save you for too long. Nemesis jumps in, the Ignite ticks away, and Fnatic are 8 kills to 1 up. 15 minutes into this game, they are dismantling G2.
Fnatic are absolutely smashing in this game, and remember, last time it was G2 with the fastest game in LEC history up against Fnatic. Now it's Fnatic doing the exact same thing to G2.
Last time they met, Fnatic didn't get a tower. They only got 4 kills. At 15 minutes, they were 8,000 gold behind. This time, Fnatic show why they are continuing their march up the standings in the LEC.
And it is across the board. There are advantages except for Whippo, the poor man up in the top lane. He's had a great second half of the split, but he's also one of the players that often gets left behind. But even still, he's offering value. He's not falling too far behind. You can see in a 2 versus 1, he ends up walking away with his life. He dodges all of the shurikens. He also uses the W, the oranges, to keep himself alive, and is able to dodge away. And while all this is happening, Hylissang looks for an opportunity onto Perkz. He feels that he can go for this play, but then Rekkles just dives in saying, you know what? Go back to mid lane, my friend, because you cannot compete with me, as the Requiem ends up securing that kill, and Caps, he ends up falling.
Oh my god, that's the thing though, is the Requiem canceled the recall from Caps. I think Caps was going to get out scot-free right there, but no, he can't go back to base, and Nemesis is there to secure yet another kill as the cherry on top.
Everything coming up in favor of Fnatic. We wondered whether G2 would be able to match him in the early game. They have not been able to do that. G2 maybe have the scaling advantage. They can put the Ryze, the Zed in a side lane, but at this point, you're 5,000 gold ahead as Fnatic. You can 1v1 pretty much anyone on the enemy team.
Yeah, all the pressure falls on Wonder's shoulders right now because he's the only one that's even staying relatively close to the rest of Fnatic. He's at 7.1k gold to the 7.3 and 7.2 of Broxah and Rekkles. He has now completed his Archangel staff and he's looking to improve that, along with getting a very early needlessly large rod. So he's strong, but there are 4 other members of Fnatic that are just as strong as he is, and they're looking to push in the top tier 2.
Yeah, and notice what Fnaticers are doing, right? They're moving as sort of a 4-man roaming squad through this top side of the jungle, just eliminate turrets off the map. Currently, G2 don't have enough control wards to protect their own jungle, so Fnatic can walk in, deny vision away from G2, and just set up for picks against this team.
G2 licking their wounds a little bit. 6,000 gold behind, but they do have Wunder in an okay position in the side lane. They can still maybe find some of those outplays. We've seen Caps pull a rabbit out of a hat time after time in these games.
But we've never seen Caps 0-3 at 15 minutes.
That's true.
Except for when he went up against Rookie. And the reality is this guy's tried to make a bunch of plays so far this game rather, and he hasn't been able to make them pull off. A couple of poor decisions, like sitting in the shop, getting killed by Hylissang, trying to go for a 2v1 outplay bot lane, has ended up in his demise. And now he is behind on this Zed, as Wunder, just dodging out.
Phase rush enough to keep Wunder alive.
Such a speedy boy. Just runs away from that one. Hylissang not able to lock him down.
And G2, what can this team do in this position? Because I think you sort of nailed it, right? Wunder is the player with gold in the bank right now. He's got the Archangel stacking up. Eventually he'll finish off the Rabadons or the Spellbinder as well. But then it's only sort of like 1v1 fights that he can take, because honestly, I think G2 need more time along the rest of them. So we see that replay one more time, and how Wunder can just lock up Hylissang right before the
prison. Yep,
it touches.
Really good. Well done from him. Now we can see that G2 isn't completely conceding the map. They've actually got decent vision control over the top side of Fnatic's jungle. They know they can't challenge the next Mountain Drake, so they're not bothering to invest towards the bot side. And you can see that there's a lot of darkness towards the bottom of the map, so Cap showing a lot of respect towards the enemy.
G2 just trying to count their losses where they can. You can see Caps has the double lethality items now with the Duskblade, with the Yumus. You've got Trinity Force finished on Nemesis as well, so maybe if Caps just catches out someone, he can burst them down. 2 items on Rekkles though as well, with the Blade of the Ruin King and the Black Cleaver complete. So you're looking at 1.5 compared to 2 items on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, it's a very big difference right now, and honestly, G2 can't fight against Fnatic if they keep moving together as sort of this core 4-man unit. Where G2 do have some strength is their ability to isolate individual members with the Jarvan, the Alistar. If they can see a member get too far away from the rest of his team, like Hylissang has done from time to time in the past, that is potentially where G2 can try to fight back and reclaim some territory on this map.
Now, the Baron has just spawned. Fnatic don't have the best Baron take because they don't really have a front line that can tank it, so I would be surprised if Fnatic made that threat. The one thing you have to be careful of as Fnatic is G2 rushing it down with a Cassio and with a Jarvan that's building full tank. They could sneak it from over the wall.
Yep.
And it's just something you have to keep in the back of your mind. Given the situation that G2's in and the gambles that they're not afraid to take, they will look for that kind of an opportunity.
Just as you talked about it, we saw 5 or 6 assist me pings come out on the Baron from Fnatic, so they knew it was a possibility. Broxah was there to react in time and stops G2 from sneaking anything away. But as we crest the 20-minute mark, game very much in Fnatic's favor. G2 have fought back from worse positions than this, though. I remember the Vitality game last week. They were absolutely getting dumpstered, and still they were able to hold on to their base, hold on to the game, and fight back.
And yet, in that game, we'd already seen, at this point at the 20-minute mark, Vitality making some mistakes. And what it came down to was splitting up members, going 2-3 members off in a side lane trying to get a tower. Now, Fnatic have not made those similar levels of mistakes because, honestly, I think that is where G2 can try to exploit Fnatic. If they were trying to sort of spread their luck too thin and try to take multiple towers in multiple lanes at the same time. But Fnatic are playing smart. And you said they take it slow, but they have a mountain to try and sneak this one away from right underneath G2.
21 minutes in, the Baron's been started. You can see Wunder still in the side lane, has the teleport to join the fight. Promisecue puts in the ward, 2,000 HP left on the Baron. Jankos has to flash in, it's trusted it, but Rekkles secures it. You can't outsmite the Lucian. They get the kill on Jankos as well, and they're going to follow it up with a little bit more. The Requiem comes out. Caps Jinx ignited to his doom, and Fnatic get 2, they get the Baron, and they get everything they wanted.
Massive play from Fnatic. The confidence to make that kind of a play.
Oh! Just dodged the petrifying gaze from Perkz. He stared the other ADK right in the eyes and said, get the hell back to mid lane. Fnatic just continue to outplay G2.
Rekkles absolutely styled on Perkz right now, and now with an open base Fnatic, they're going to be looking to take an inhibitor.
The inhibitor at least is going to go down. Jankos about to respawn. Caps on his way up as well.
He's back to base, Wonder.
Stealing away the Razorbeaks. He can't get back to save the inhibitor, so instead he says, I'll take what little I can. Fnatic, though, are taking chunks out of the heart of G2 right now. They have an 8,000 gold lead, and they look like the better team today.
Oh, they absolutely do, and they set this up so well. They knew they had the time to try and take this one down. Jankos actually sneaks into the pit, but is unable to secure the Baron. And then watch as Rekkles just jumps completely over the wall, trying to set up the kill. Caps knows he's dead to the Requiem, so he tries to come back and trade 1-for-1. But then this is the play. Rekkles right on the Fog of War. He steps back here, dodges the petrifying gaze, and that leaves room for Nemesis to jump straight on forward and get another kill.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic, and I thought they wouldn't try. It was still a risk to go for that Baron, but this is the difference from Fnatic. In the past, we've criticized them for not having the confidence to make those kind of plays, for taking their time, for being a little slow, but against G2, they show the same confidence that G2 tried to demonstrate. They take those gambles, they make those plays, and now they are at a 8,000 gold lead, and they're knocking on the doors of these tier 2 towers.
And look at this super stacked minion wave here that Fnatic have built up as well. So many ranged minions, so many melees as well, just sort of soak up the damage from this turn. And G2, they were thinking about forcing an engage, trying to find that 5 versus 4, but they realized Fnatic are too strong. Even in a numbers advantage scenario, G2 still don't think they can win the fight.
And again, the only small piece of hope for G2 is Wonder. Level 15 on the rise. He's kept even in gold. He has the death cap, but I don't know if it's enough as an engage begins.
Jankos jumps in, he's forced out straight away. Down to about 100 HP, the Flawless Roulette hits onto Caps. Nemesis, though, jumped on with the death by Caps, jumping around as much as he can. Whipper will take him out, but Nemesis falls as well. And now Hylissang in with the charm, with the engage. Promiscu has to flash away. Fnatic can continue to push in. The Realm Warp comes out, but the Requiem's going to follow them to their base. Forced away! That's a hell of a lot of damage as Fnatic get the second inhibitor of the game. Maybe even look for the win here, because Caps is still down instead. Hylissang will get the Baron buff on these minions up towards the top side.
And inside of the base, it is still a 4 versus 4, but 2 inhibitors are down in Fnatic. They want more. G2, they've got the health though. They went back to base and they're able to force Fnatic out of their territory.
And I think with a performance like this, you have to start asking yourself the question, are G2 still the best team in the league? Because right now, Fnatic look unstoppable. This is 6 wins in a row so far for them. This would make it lucky number 7.
Even with a sub, G2 are not looking of sorts as Fnatic are dumpstering them right now. G2, they tried to go for a last-ditch team fight, but the Jarvan goes in, immediately goes back out. Caps uses his fancy feet, but it's not enough to dodge the barrels from Wonder. And you can see that Wonder as well, just immediately they're just forced to disengage. And the Realm Warp doing a good job of helping the rest of his team getting back to base and healing back up, but the damage is done. 2 inhibitors are now down, and you can talk about scaling all you want, but Fnatic are not going to give G2 the room to breathe. Immediately they're back on the pressure. They have the Rise on Wonder, and they're looking for a kill.
Wonder should be able to TP out of this one. Just escapes a keg to the back, but will be able to get away now. 2 super minion waves pushing in for Fnatic. 25 minutes in, they have an 8,000 gold lead. You're sitting at 2.5 completed items on Rekkles, on Nemesis. Even Whippo has 2 items under his belt as well. He will have an impact in these fights if he's there.
Fnatic are in such a strong position, yet G2 still have to ask themselves the question, how do we approach a team fight? Because with 2 inhibitors down, G2 more than likely will have to pull the trigger around the top lane or around the Baron that spawns in a minute and a half. And what you have to be thinking is we have to explode a priority target. That means Rekkles, Nemesis, or Broxah. Right now, Rekkles has the stopwatch, so that is a much weaker option. But in the last fight, they were able to kill Nemesis. If they can single him off one more time, that that's the only chance they have to try and keep themselves alive in this match.
Honestly, I think G2 are just trying to maintain as much vision control as they can around the top side of the map so they can go for a potential Baron steal. And if they can secure it, they can at the very least stall the game out for longer to get to a point where they can rely on their scaling. But again, Fnatic not slowing down. They're sieging on top. They force Perkz back.
Jankos eats up the culling seraphs, used as well by Perkz. Minion waves pushing in the other side lanes. The Vanguard's edge comes out. Hylissang with a double charm gets the third as well. As they all just try and dive the tower, but Rekkles almost goes down. promisQ there, Caps fighting against Whipple down towards the bottom side, has to flash away. The Deathmark will get him, and they get another kill underneath the tower. G2 has somehow turned it around. The Requiem comes out. Is it going to be enough? Caps trying to kill him before he gets out, but it's not enough. And Caps will fall. promisQ will follow shortly after. It's a double for Broxah, and still Fnatic are in this fight.
Broxah is able to turn it around on the back with the Requiem, but it's still a 2 versus 2 Fnatic. They want this turret so desperately. Can Perkz and Wunder do anything? Not really, because Wunder has to defend against the super minions on the base.
Hylissang just tanking up the tower shots. Perkz there trying to turn it back around onto Broxah, but doesn't have the ultimate, so can't really do too much. And Broxah 6-0-5 on this. Karthus has very much come alive in this game.
But there you see the potential teamfight power of G2, the team you can never afford to underestimate. Look at Rekkles. This time he doesn't dodge out from the Cassia ultimate. He actually flashes straight into it. And while the stopwatch buys time, he's unfortunately underneath the tower. He loses all his HP and he ends up dropping it. It is this ultimate that ends up ultimately keeping the fight even for the two teams. promisQ can't close the gap quick enough to interrupt, and it means that it ends up being a 3-for-3 overall. But G2 demonstrating they're getting these items. The scaling is still a thing for them, and Fnatic, they need to show that respect or G2 can still come out in a team fight.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Fnatic now, they have control over the Baron. It's no longer them diving into G2, going underneath the tower. It is G2 coming to them. Can Jankos get the steal?
This is it, Jankos. Do or die. If you steal this, you can keep the hopes of G2 alive.
Here we go. He's on the blast cone. Rekkles there as well. He blast cones away. He's giving it up. That's the Baron. Fnatic get it. 28 minutes in. It's the second Baron of the game for them. And with it, maybe the hopes of G2 have been quashed.
Here's the thing. Jankos can never go for that steal, because if he does and he dies and loses the Baron, Fnatic just run into their base, take 2 inhibitors, or even end the game. As it stands, there are 2 exposed inhibs now that Fnatic have their eyes set on. No turrets to defend G2. And Fnatic, all they have to do is pull the trigger, go right on in, and cut down G2 where they stand.
When you listen to G2 comms after they beat Fnatic earlier in the split, they said that was personal. Caps dominated on the Zoe. 5-1-2, now 1-6-1 on this Zed. It feels pretty personal from Fnatic this time. 8,000 gold ahead. They're pushing in for these inhibitors. And all 5 members strong. They're going to try and push G2 back towards their own base. Rekkles jumps in, caught out with the Petrifying Gaze, but no one can catch him. Nemesis down to about half HP immediately. The Requiem used. No one can get up to the back line, and that will be a lot of damage coming out from Broxah, but no one has fallen yet. Fnatic regroup, reset. Nemesis has to back away. Wunder with a lot of damage out. Rekkles jumped on by Caps. Can he do it? The Deathmark isn't enough to pop. His Fulminate carry not quite, but they force Fnatic back once again. The inhibitor line still stands.
Fnatic don't have the tank line to walk forward and knock down this inhibitor. G2 are able to play with their backs against the wall and keep their lives up in this match.
G2 demonstrating that they can hold the line. All 3 inhibitors have respawned. A Baron-empowered Fnatic was still not enough to end the game. Wunder is now level 18. Caps is starting to get those items completed, and G2, the longer this game goes, the better their scaling gets, and we get to see if G2 can keep up with the team fighting of Fnatic.
Look, we've had questions about G2's team fighting all split long, and now they're playing on hard mode, but you can see how they kite back here, how Wunder is able to just influence this fight so much. Even though he doesn't put down a lot of damage, you can see that the rest of Fnatic don't want to walk through this sort of corridor in the mid, and then Caps almost is able to find Rekkles on the back end of this. The electrocute, just barely not able to secure the kill.
One more auto and ignite, that would have been enough to find the kill. So close between these two teams. And you wouldn't expect that. Fnatic have an 7,500 gold lead. They have the Baron buff. This should be just the game over, but G2 demonstrating that they can hold the line. They can do the impossible.
So what have we got in terms of ultimates here? Hylissang has his, but no flash. Does have the Sorellis if he wants to get on the back line. No flash on Rekkles either. Caps has the Deathmark, could try and catch out that enemy AD carry. He's only level 15 though, really needs that 16 for the upgrade on the ultimate.
And for Fnatic, in order to threaten the inhibitor, they have to walk up the steps of the base. But there's so much threat here from G2 with the Miasma, the threat of a Petrifying Gaze turnaround, the Jankos going in with the ultimate. This tight area of the map is so difficult for Fnatic to funnel into without having a strong front line. And that's why we're seeing this standoff at the moment where they just can't walk up to G2.
Cannon Barrage used Perks, hits the Petrifying Gaze. Promisecue jumps in as well, but it's only Nemesis they've called out, and Perks already down to half HP. Boxer now pushing forward with the rest of Fnatic. They just want the inhibitor. They can push up towards the top side as well. Caps unable to get on the back line of that fight, and now Fnatic have broken open that inhibitor line once again. Quickness was used by Hylissang though, and G2, they're not going to fight over it. They give up both their inhibs.
Now the problem for G2 is they had 3 ultimates used in the back end of that fight, so they couldn't go for the re-engage, especially with Broxah still having the Requiem available. So Fnatic, they break through the defense of G2, they secure 2 inhibitors, and the pressure falls back onto the G2 esports squad.
And we've seen this situation before in this game where Fnatic have 2 inhibitors. G2 are trying to hold on to their 3rd and final inhib. Last time though, they had a turret at their side. Now their bottom lane inhibitor is left exposed. Fnatic have the opportunity now within the next 2 minutes try and break that line. And then they can set up for Baron and try to close this one out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we said that this would be the game of the century here in the LEC, and I feel like it is delivering so far.
And you guys can get involved in home as well. Vote in chat. Can G2 turn this game around? It would have been one of the biggest comebacks we have seen this split. Spam now, yes or no in Twitch chat. Can G2 turn this game on its head? We said it would deliver Vedius. We said it would deliver Ender. 2 teams with 11 EU LCS or LEC titles between them.
It's close.
You give me this vote 5 minutes ago, that's 90% Fnatic. Right now, though, right on a knife's edge, just like this game.
So you can see that the inhibs in the bottom left of your screen will not respawn before the Baron is up. Fnatic will look to secure their 3rd Baron of the game, but before that, they have their eyes set on this bot inhibitor.
And right now, Fnatic see that Perks is clearing away minions in the top lane. He's actually going to teleport into a minion just to defend this inhibitor because Fnatic were going to make use of that opening. Now they have the minion line themselves, but the flank is here from Promisecue. It's making it very hard for Fnatic to step up.
Caps jumps away, Hylissang with the engage, straight onto the backline, Wonder goes golden. What can Promisecue do? He catches them out. Wonder's still there, still alive, Nemesis as well. Reckless has the death mark popping, it's not going to be enough damage, but here comes the Requiem. Wonder still alive, the rest of G2 still alive as well, but maybe the inhibitor will fall pretty soon afterwards. Whipple jumping in, Perks goes golden. Can they take the inhibitor in time? Because Wonder's back up, they forced them off. G2 still holding onto their base, but it's a 4v3. Jankos is very low. The Nexus towers are the target for those super minions.
Fnatic have the time now to get the inhibitor. G2, they're running back to the fountain, trying to get some health underneath them so that they could threaten a turnaround. But now it is Fnatic with all 3 inhibitors, a Baron buff spawning as well. They can go back to base, heal up, and look to secure that objective to end the game.
Oh my word, these fights are so intense. I saw Caps and Jankos with blood in their eyes as they both dived onto Reckless, but G2, they recognize the situation. They have the Baron set. They're going for it. They have Perks on the Cassio.
He's got to pull the trigger straight away. Hylissang here trying to catch up Perks, but can't quite get there. Promisecue gets the 3-man knockup. Wonder and Jankos are focusing down the Baron. 8,000 HP.
This is quick.
There's a fight up towards the other side though because Wimmer has the teleport. Caps is trying to keep him alive. There's 3,000 HP on the Baron. Fnatic, can they get in? Can Broxah do the steal?
Get the Baron!
G2 get the Baron. Wimmer forced away as well, but here comes the engagement. Hylissang locked up. He's dead. They get the shot down.
Nemesis is here.
The Cullen comes up. Nemesis here as well. Promiscue's going to fall. Broxah has the focus. He gets the kill! Here comes the Vanguard's edge! He gets the Reckless shot in! Reckless shot into his 2 eyes! And now Nemesis there as well! Window's teleporting in! The base! The base! Gaz is trying to defend the base! Wonder gets the triple kill! Nemesis onto Jankos! They need to get out! The base!
He wants it! He wants it!
Nemesis trying to keep him around! Jankos is so low! The teleport gets out! Nemesis gets the kill but gets taken out as well! The base is still alive! And G2 survive in this game!
This is the greatest game ever! G2 defend the base, the Nexus is still alive. Medic, catch your breath. G2 that actually keep this game alive as Fnatic lose 4 members. The gold doesn't matter.
Oh my god! G2 with the split-second call to go to the Baron to start it up, and they take it down. And then it's Fnatic just trying to run in, trying to force the fight. But watch how Wunder just explodes Hylissang, and then they're going to come back up forward here and destroy Brox as well.
And meanwhile, while all this is happening, you can see on your minimap in the bottom right that the super minions are just pushing in. All three are exposed, and only Zed is left to defend. So Fnatic is just like, just buy time, just stall, just don't let them get back to base. But then Wunder makes the split-second decision to go, I'm teleporting, guys. Just keep them off me, keep me alive, and I can help us save the game.
Oh yeah, Nemesis hops over the wall to trade one more kill for his life. And while that Baron was going down, it was a 1v1 between Caps and Bwipo. The Caps was winning, and look how the tides have turned, Europe.
You guys can turn that around though. Spam in chat, FNC if you think Fnatic will take the win, G2 if you think G2 will win it. There's no Nexus towers left. There's no inhibitors left. Well, they started to respawn, but the fact that we could still see G2 winning this game from this position is absolutely gobsmacking.
Now, importantly, coming into this next fight, if Fnatic want to walk into the base of G2, they have 0 flashes on their side. Flash will be so pivotal inside of this team fight because right now, G2 have scaled up. They have the damage. Wunder is so strong. You have to be able to single him out and knock him down.
But I also, Caps.
Oh, doesn't want to jump onto Hylissang.
But let's also take appreciation of the levels right now. Remember how far behind all of G2 were. 18 for Wunder, 18 for Caps, 18 for Perkz. Their builds are nearly fully complete. And meanwhile for Fnatic, because they haven't been generating a lot of gold, they've just been constantly sieging. They're actually down in levels. They're not even fully completed in terms of itemization yet. And the gold difference is only 2k now.
Yeah, I mean, because there have been super minions flooding into the base of G2 for the better part of the last 15 minutes here, Vedius. Fnatic, even though they are down in levels, though, they still have incomplete control over this map. They have 4 Drakes at their side, which means that when the Elder Dragon comes up, they're going to have control over that area. They're going to be able to try and take that one down and get the massive teamfight buff.
This game has been going hell for leather for the last 15 minutes. Just want to remind everyone here in the studio, everyone at home, if Fnatic win this, they lock their spot in playoffs. They are secure. If they lose against G2, they still have to fight tomorrow. Caps has a bit of a flank up here as Hylissang's forced away. Will escape for the moment. It's just resetting the pressure. G2, get some time, get a bit of breathing room. They can actually move out of their base for the first time in a long time.
And after they take that really good trade, that's the important part. Maybe they can start to take some more control over this map because it will be the Elder Drake to be the next priority, but they know that their base is still exposed, and to leave even for a little bit is risky.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Berlin, the teams need your support more than ever right now. The gold means nothing. The difference between these two teams is so small, but G2 now in the late game with their composition. We said it before, I didn't think they would get to this point, and I thought Fnatic with the lead they had built up would be able to close it out, but one team fight in the top lane that didn't go their way, that one ultimate from Perkz that landed onto Rekkles, that shut him down, bought enough time for G2 to get to this point. Now both teams facing off once more. The Baron spawns in a minute 30, but it is the inhibitors that are Fnatic's target. Let's see how things play out.
All 3 inhibitors back up. Nemesis takes a bit of chip damage from Caps. Hylissang has the flash engage, has the opportunity to strike. A moment's notice. A single blink of your eye and you might miss it, because that is all that these teamfights are going to come down to. It's the minuscule moments. The Cannon Barrage comes out, the culling to follow. Caps gets a bit of damage in from the side as Boxer chipped out with the Shurikens, but the inhibitor's still alive, and that's all G2 are looking for at the moment. Cannon, the Kegs still connecting as well from Whipper, but he's not as high damage as he would like to be.
So you talked about flashes earlier on, and pretty much all the summoner spells are back up except for Jankos' and Wonders that are just coming up now. Perkz up relatively soon. 2 ultimates were used there, both Bwipo and Rekkles' ulti, but G2 still hesitant to engage. Here it is.
Jankos jumps in, Hylissang forced away. That's his W use. That means he doesn't have that engage tool anymore to jump in, but Jankos did have to use the Cataclysm to get it out.
Bwipo also had to use the flash to get over the wall, so Fnatic sticking around is actually very difficult now to walk in towards the inhibitor. What they want to do is they want to keep the pressure on G2 for the next 20 seconds. That means G2 won't have time to walk back and put vision here on the Baron. Last time G2, the only reason they got the Baron was because they made a split-second call and out-rotated Fnatic. Fnatic will not give them that opportunity this time around.
Let's have a look at how we are in terms of builds. Almost a Rabadon's Death Cap complete on Perks. You've got 4 completed items on Caps as well. Look at how big Wonder is in that top lane. Basically full build. Could sell the boots for something else if he wanted, but not going to do that yet.
I mean, Wonder has been by far the MVP of this game for G2. Not only did he build a huge lead in the 1v1 up towards the top side, but the fact that he's been so valuable in these fights, the decisions he's made in the heat of the moment, and the amount of damage he did to the Baron to even secure it for his team has just been so huge. And if this team, if G2 do somehow find this comeback, I feel like it's going to come off the back of Wonder's shoulders.
It absolutely will have to. Now, my question for Fnatic is, do they want to wait for this Elder Dragon to spawn? Again, it's very hard for G2 to get vision on Baron, let alone on Baron and the Elder as well. If they wanted to, they could forego starting this one up and send someone to solo it, but they want to start up the Baron. They're going to force Jankos to come into the
That's
pit
quick.
Looking for the steal already. It's gone though. Fnatic get their second Baron, third Baron of the game. And now G2 need to work out. Do you fight around Elder? Can you leave your base undefended? Perks was in the bottom lane answering a wave. Teleport comes in here as well as the teams rejoin. It's going to be a fight around the Elder Dragon, you feel, but Fnatic say, no, we have push prior, we have the Baron, we can just push in this mid wave.
I feel like G2 have to go for a fight soon. The death cap has now been completed for Perks. They need to have the confidence to make this play a reality. But it's so risky. You don't want to be the player that makes that mistake that costs your team the game. And Fnatic, they know they have priority, as you said, Medic, and immediately back down towards the Elder. They want everything to be in as much of their favor as possible before they commit to a fight.
Fnatic will shred this Baron so quickly. 4 elemental Drakes. G2, they know they have to look for the team fight before the objective goes down. It's getting low. Jankos has to make a move.
6,000 HP left on the Baron, the Realm Warp coming out as well. They're just going onto the back, they're looking at...
Oh my God!
A great flank! G2, the perfect team fight! They take it all! They take down 3! They even get the chase down as well! The Elder will be in their eyes as Fnatic just die one by one!
G2 absolutely destroyed Fnatic in the bot lane. River Hylissang is doing what he can to run into the base, but Jankos is on the prowl.
It's enough.
It's not
gonna
do it!
He got the Edge of Night Shield just in time. Hylissang still trying to take down the inhibitor. Can he get it with these bound up minions? The Elder Dragon not the target. G2 pushing him mid. Hylissang still there on the inhibitor. Is he actually going to be able to do too much here with the Ignite? He knocks Snackums up. He's just looking for the inhib.
Forget about the bot lane, look at the mid lane. There are 2 members of G2 pushing in right now. The death timers are at 20 seconds. I don't know if G2 can look to end the game right now.
There's no way, Vedius. There's no way they do this. They were 8,000 gold behind. They had nothing. 15 minutes in, they were getting demolished. But somehow, once again, G2 find a way to turn the game right back on his head.
G2, it was a brilliant flank there with Wonder's Realm Warp. He is stepping up to the plate. An absolute carry performance from the G2 top laner. And now it is their turn to take down the Elder Dragon and take control in this game.
Beautiful spot there, and I was sitting to myself, how did promisQ get here? How is he creating the flank? And it was all thanks to Wonder getting onto the back line. Oh, just such an exquisite game, a constant back and forth, extremely exciting fights.
And leave it to G2 to see an opening that no one else could have seen. They got the perfect flank onto Fnatic, the perfect team fight. And this all started 20 minutes ago with G2's heroic base defense, just trying to hold on. Remember, there are no turrets left for G2. They had their backs against the wall, and they are now the ones in control.
I remember a while ago I looked up how often a team wins after losing 3 inhibitors. 0.1% of the time. 0.1. And G2, they lost their Nexus towers. They lost it all. They lost hope in the game, but they kept on fighting. They stood tall, and they forced Fnatic back. Fnatic fighting for their place in playoffs. A win here would secure it for them. If they lose here after this performance, that's got to be pretty demoralizing, and they would have to work their way through Splice tomorrow.
And now Fnatic. You know, we've talked a lot about G2 because, you know, they've made this comeback happen. They're now at a point where they're in even footing. And in terms of the straight 5v5, we've seen it. Fnatic can't win anymore. They need to go for some incredible play. And as you guys have already mentioned, there are no towers. all it takes is the commitment from Fnatic to just rush down that and hit that Nexus and potentially end the game. There is very little that stands in the way of Fnatic securing the win. And so G2 have to keep their eyes open because Fnatic will always look for that option. They will always keep their eyes out. If you overstep a teleport, if you overstep flashes, one small mistake could still cost this game for G2.
And it means that even now, the G2 have the gold advantage. They picked themselves up the Elder Dragon. Well, with Baron spawning another time in this game in a minute and a half, G2 still are going to be hesitant to leave their base because, quite honestly, Fnatic could still make a bum rush play and look for the end.
We heard people talk about it before the game even started. Match of the week will give you match of the flipping century, and this game has lived up to that. The longest game of the split now as we crest the 46-minute mark.
Okay, here's Elder...
No, here's Baron.
Oh, sorry, Elder Drake just ran out.
Just
That's
ran
why
out
there we go, there we
on
go.
the side
Yes,
of G2.
Inhibitors, you can see this time is down your bottom left screen. Both should be respawning at about the same time. Neither team really been able to leverage that. Full builds pretty much across the board. Perkz working on his 6th. It's still a very close game. Both teams very hesitant. Like, you never get to practice this point in the game. You know, when there's no real objective to play around, when everything is exposed, it's all about who makes that play. It is about those clutch moments, those crucial decisions that will win you these games because you can't play smart, perfect League of Legends at this point anymore.
With Quickshot not being on the show this weekend, I want to give a little quick stat as a shout out. These two teams now hold both the shortest and the longest game of the LEC split. It's been an impressive performance. What a game. The middle of the day as well. We still got 2 games to go after this.
Yeah, I mean,
But we're done, Medic, after this. We're done.
I think these players will be done after this one as well.
We did not think this game would be approaching the 50-minute mark, approaching our 4th or 5th Baron. I've lost count, guys, honestly.
Baron.
It's the 4th Baron, and now G2, they're going to teleport
I think
in
it's the 5th
wonder.
Baron. And this, I think, is the 6th. I don't know. Either way.
Doesn't matter because it's already been started up by
Here we go,
Fnatic.
here we go, here we go.
Baron going, the double mountains are the target.
That's gone.
G2 pushing mid. They're realm warping. They're realm warping in. G2 are going into the base. The Baron buff though. They can get the recalls. How many can they stop? G2, you got to stop them all. You got to stop them all. They're in the base. G2 are looking for the win. Can they pull it off? The realm warp. Once again, the red wave comes out. They wait. The Nexus. Oh, no way! The Nexus towers in the one side. G2 get the first one, but Reckless and Intersect get in the back door. Oh my God! There's no flipping way you can do that to them.
So Ender, and some of the big picks that I have my eyes on are things like the Rise. I wonder how high priority that will be. We know how talented G2 is with their ability to flex it across 3 different roles. We saw Wonder's performance against Fnatic in the final week of the LEC. It must be a very potent pick, along with things like the Sylas and maybe even a Morgana coming into today.
Yeah, the Karthus also I have to keep my eye on whenever Jankos is in the game, but interestingly enough, it's G2 that banned that away on the blue side. Cold also picked that up a few times during this series, so we're going to be moving away from the scaling jungle picks once that is taken off the board and are much more likely to see something like the Rek'Sai for Cold or maybe the Olaf for Elise for Jankos.
Now, we are seeing the Kayle ban come through as well. Unsurprisingly, you directed towards G2, you would assume that it would be somewhere in the high priority list, but also the Morgana that we briefly talked about already being taken off the board from G2, and it makes me wonder what will be their priority. Things like Lucian, Cassio, Jace are all currently still up and available, and something they want to try and grab their hands on early.
And we know that picks like LeBlanc can struggle into the Morgana, or even the Syndra as well, these champions that want to take over in the mid lane that you love to see caps on. So it doesn't really surprise me to see G2 take that off the board. What I am really just curious about is what do they value after these 3 weeks, and it's almost impossible to know.
That's always the question when you get down to this first pick. G2 electing blue side, wanted to have this first pick for themselves. It will be the Rek'Sai going over to Jankos. He's played that twice throughout the split, is 1-1 on it.
Yeah, focus on early game here for G2. Look to dominate early on through the top side of their map and specifically get caps in a winning matchup. If you can have a strong mid-jungle 2v2 with the Rek'Sai, playing the rest of the game becomes a piece of cake.
And Origen already going for heavy dive with the Jarvan and Galio combo. Remember that this this Galio can be flexed between both mid and bot. We expect it to be in the support position, but with the Jarvan, you have that added flexibility as well between top and jungle. So Origen kind of flexing on G2 right now, considering how well known G2 are for that flexibility.
And there is the rise that you talked about, Vedius. Already getting locked in here by G2 on that second rotation. Still a flexible pick. Kalista is the final lock on this first rotation from G2.
So now if I'm looking at G2, I really need Mikyx to be on something that it can engage in the bottom lane. So Origen should be looking to ban away picks like the Alistar or the Rakan once they lock their next choice in, because ultimately what G2 are going to be missing with the start of this composition is that engage, especially if they want to put Ryze in the top lane for Wunder.
Where are you looking for your pick here if you're Origen, though? You said you have a lot of dive coming out. Do you just want a safe AD carry?
Well,
that's what they want.
Yeah, that's what they want. They're going for more of the scaling option right now. Origen very much directed towards more of the team fight. Excuse me, something that we look at during the regular season for Origen was that they kind of played a variety of different styles. Sometimes they would play team fight, sometimes they play 1-3-1, sometimes they play 4-1. They have a very deep strategy pool, and it feels like that for game one, they're very much around, you know what, maybe the enemy team's going to play safe, maybe it'll be a little bit slower, a little bit of a longer game, so we're going more towards the scaling direction with our composition.
Yeah, and while initially I agree they have a lot of tools to team fight, I still think Origen have left themselves some room to change things up in the draft, especially if you see Galio plus Kai'Sa. That's a very strong duo lane that can go mid and collapse on side lane. So especially because Origen is on the red side now, they could take a safe top laner that works up against the Ryze and then look for a counter pick for Nuke Duck if they wanted to spread out the map a little more.
I like that you assume that Ryze is automatically in the top lane. Remember that it can be flexed into the mid lane as well. And there is room to kind of go all over the shop with that pick. We know that Caps and Wunder very talented on the champion. What I'm interested in this Thresh and Alistar ban. Over in the LCK, you guys might have seen the Ornn pick come through every now and then. And I feel like that given Mickey's champion pool, this could be something that he's thinking about. The Trundle is another option that we've seen come out from Vitality as well.
Even things like the Rakan that Ender pointed out earlier are still on the cards. Two strong side laners eliminated in the form of the Kennen and the Jace from G2. And Origen now maybe just looking at their mid lane pick. They're hovering over Zoe, but of course could go anywhere still.
Yeah, they have a lot of options. I think for them now is when they need to decide whether they or not they want a top lane pick that can go hard in a side lane, or if they want to look to solidify that full team fight composition. They still do have the option, and they go for it to actually lock in this Zoe. So Zoe does have a decent matchup against the Ryze. She can outrange him pretty heavily, especially once she gets points in her Paddle Star and can poke from afar. But G2 don't have to take that option, and personally, I would way rather see Wunder on the Ryze in the top lane after watching that game up against Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. And things like Syndra are champions that we've seen as a form of answer to the Zoe. Right now, when you kind of look across the damage, they have a lot of flexibility. They could pick another mage in mid. They could look for maybe something like a possible Yasuo. They could consider Zed as well, the kind of assassins that we know Caps likes to play. So I feel like they have a lot of room to experiment right now.
Still a lot of options for them. It was the Braum going across to Mickey, so a tanky support. There's the Hecarim lock-in in the end. It means that Ryze might be flexed to mid.
Yeah, with the Kennen and the Jace ban, it actually was heavy indicated that the Hecarim could have gone in the top lane. They removed a lot of the answers to deal with his often weak early game. And now Origen are answering by going for the Urgot. The first top lane I think we've actually seen in playoffs of the change in Urgot.
Well, hold your thoughts on that, because we still have 25 seconds more to see whether or not they want to flex it. I think it is going to be the Urgot up on the top side of the map. Having the range advantage against Hecarim can help early on, especially because early lane for the Hecarim isn't super strong. You need that first reset fully before you can start to fully come online here, and the Urgot can use that to his advantage.
Well, if you guys want to get a closer look at the mid lane action, you can check out the POV stream. It's Caps playing Ryze on twitch.tv/Riot Games 2 into the Zoe matchup, not the easiest matchup in the world. Now, guys, we talked a little bit about how long these teams have had to prepare. G2 and Origen, 3 weeks since we last saw them play, and we didn't really want to make any suppositions as to how they were going to play the game. Looking at these two drafts, what style do you think we're going to see today?
Looks to me like 1-3-1 coming out from G2 with a very early game focus. You have Kalista Braum with a Hecarim on the top side as well. I'm expecting a lot of movement towards the bot side of the map, and I do not expect this laning phase to be long if the game plan is going the way G2 want it. Whereas Origen, I think they've gone for a bit of a different route, Ender.
Yeah, they definitely have. They have a lot of hard engage and engage from range, which is very hard to play the 1-3-1 style into. So especially between 20 and 30 minutes, we will see these two styles clash, and it's going to be so much fun to watch.
It always is. Top two teams in the LEC fighting off for a spot in the finals in Rotterdam. Of course, the loser will play up against Fnatic, but you don't want to add an extra best of 5 to your tally. It could be 2 best of 5s towards the title here. G2 up against Origen, two of our most storied organizations in the LEC. It's game 1, and I'm sure it's going to be a barnstorm.
So I kind of want to draw my attention to the junglers right now, and because I feel like that when we're looking at this Rek'Sai running the Hail of Blades, very big indicator of early game action, very strong in terms of early dueling. And I feel like that when you look at setup, he actually has quite a few options with the Rise, Rune Prison, very easy to lock a target down and then get the knock-up. Good choice of the cleanse coming out from Nukeduck. But on top of that, the Braum, very strong in actually setting up plays towards the bot side of the map, and a lot of damage with the Hail of Blades Kalista as well.
Yeah, if I'm playing Rek'Sai in this game, I'm definitely looking to go towards the bottom side of the map early. And I would love to see Jankos do a more interesting start here on the Rek'Sai, where you can actually start on the Wolf Camp on the top side of the map, away from your bottom lane, and path down without revealing exactly where you do want to get it started. But ultimately, you have so much kill threat in the bottom lane. Notice Kalista is also running Hail of Blades, which is a very lane-dominant option in this 2 versus 2, and he can really try to take control of the bottom side.
We also have the Conqueror on the Jarvan as well, pretty cool. Typically, I'm used to seeing things like the Electrocute for that extra bit of burst damage in the early game. Suggests to me that maybe Cold is looking for a little bit more of a tanky option, more of those sustained damage, longer fights with this kind of rune choice.
Yeah, ever since we've seen a lot more of the Cinderhulk Jarvans, where you go Stone Plate later on and look to team fight, the Conqueror gives you more damage in those extended trades. Also with some nerfs to Electrocute, it became a much worse option for junglers, especially looking for those early game ganks. So Conqueror has taken priority over that option.
Cold pathing up towards the top side. We'll meet Jankos in the jungle, but nothing really going to happen between the two of them. Have to remember, of course, Wunder on the Hecarim does not have Flash, is running Ignite TP. So if you can catch him out early on, it's very hard for that horse to escape.
I want to keep my eyes on the two junglers right now, because the scary thing for Jankos is he doesn't actually have priority top, but he does have it mid. So Caps makes his way here first, and now we're going to see a fight.
It smites up, Sleepy Trouble Bubble flashed away there by Jankos. Caps has caught out Cold. The Paddle Star doesn't connect either. Caps forced back to the lane, and Cold should be able to secure the Scuttle. Smites it away.
Keep your eyes on Urgot there. Notice how he was the one that was able to start moving down first, so G2 immediately forced to back away from the situation, knowing that they would have been in a numbers disadvantage if they overcommit.
So the start of this game, we were focusing on junglers, and it's already really bad for them. Jankos losing his flash on the top side. Now Cold actually gets control over both Scuttle Crabs, and now with Cold on the bottom side of the map as well, it gives protection for the Patrick Mithy lane, and knowing that there is no flash for the Rek'Sai on the other side means Origen are going to be very comfortable to play out the next few minutes.
And Cold has information as to where Jankos is. He knows that he's on the top side. He saw that the blue wasn't taken, which means that he's allowed to invade towards the bot side of the map. There's push on the bot lane. There's priority in mid as well, so he can feel very safe just putting this Rek'Sai further and further behind very early on in the game.
And Jankos, knowing that he doesn't have that priority on the top side of the map, can't actually walk in and get anything done himself to try and steal away and counter with the Raptors on the other side, unless he does want to go for the more risky play, which ultimately could be punishing, knowing he doesn't have the flash.
You can even see the pings coming out from Origen being like, okay, there's a risk that Jankos is on these right now. Please be careful. Alphari playing underneath his turret. Just having that awareness from the side of Origen, because Cold, he's just gone back to base, he's reset, so he can't look to try and challenge.
And it's what we saw in the second half of the split from Origen. Good tracking of the enemy jungler, putting them behind early, meaning that Origen never fall behind in the early game. They don't kill that much, but they don't die either.
So what we just saw here in the bottom lane, Origen may be looking for some early kills themselves. Mithy and Patrick instantly cleared a ward that was placed, so it allowed Cold to sneak in towards the lane, and they can maybe look for a play themselves. Notice Perkz has cleanse, but they're going in.
And the knock up straight onto Mickey, uses the Guardian, shields himself up, the Ignite not ticking enough. Caps is now teleported in, and Mithy's very low. Doesn't have the flash in from Perkz, looking for the final order. The Rend would be enough, they get him. First blood to Caps, and G2 strike.
G2 with the counterplay bottom side. Caps had reset, had TP'd in towards the bottom, and they get the kill. Origen set it up very well, but ultimately could not finish off Mickey.
Really quick reactions there from Mickey as well, showcasing that the moment he was in danger, he was immediately able to throw up that shield and mitigate a lot of the damage. So keep your eyes on Mickey here. He walks out of the brush, and as Mithy walks in, they have no information. They don't know what's going on. So Mickey moves back in, wants to try and get some intel, and he then becomes the target. He's actually torn it for the entire duration, but the last second he throws up the shield, mitigates a lot of the damage, gets the Guardian proc as well, and then Mithy has very little to do to get out of this situation. Once you go in on the Galio, it's either commit, do or die.
And there was a big difference at the start of the game where Caps decided to take the teleport. Nukeduck, of course, on the Zoe, not going to have that option. So G2, knowing they had the global advantage, are able to pull that off and find the punish. And you'll notice that it's actually Caps even or ahead in CS in this mid lane. He didn't actually lose much off of that play.
G2 now have about a 600 gold lead, mitigating perhaps how Jankos was put behind in the early game when we saw that fight around the scuttle. Jankos, 3/4 of the way to having his flash back up as well, so can start trying to make some moves on that Rek'Sai.
So we keep an eye on who has priority where, because that allows the junglers to do a lot of this pathing at this point in the game. And notice how Wunder has now gotten the push onto Alphari, and he, with a couple of extra levels in his queue, has an easier time now in this 1 versus 1. Also, the Ryze has so much more wave clear at this point in the game than the Zoe does, and this is giving the freedom for Jankos to get control over the topside river and even threaten a potential invade to steal away some of these camps.
Now, if we expect to see these teams look for another play on the bottom side, because some flashes are going to be missing, I was actually trying to track some of the teleports. Wunder and Alphari actually just both used their TPs to get back into lane, so it would be an isolated 2v2 or 3v3 if the junglers were to show up here. And most importantly, for the side of G2, it is Perkz without his flash, whereas Patrick still has his own, and that's why we see Origen moving down here with Cold to try and help bounce the wave and deny some minions.
Mickey realizes something might be happening, lands the Winter's Bite, but Nukeduck is there as well. They're going to jump across the wall with Blast Cone straight onto a control ward. OG looking for the 4-man dive down towards the bottom side. Jankos is waiting around the corner, but Perkz caught up. The double taunt lands. Nukeduck takes down Perkz. Mickey short to follow, and it's a double for the mid laner.
G2 thought they could counter with Jankos, but with no flash on Perkz, they stood absolutely no chance. Origen now with full control over this bottom side, get 2 quick kills and full damage on the turret plate spot.
Very clean play overall from Origen. As you mentioned, and you already set it up in advance, there were summoners burned towards the bot side of the map. Origen would be looking for another play there. And the important thing was that Nukeduck already started moving before I believe Caps got back to lane. So when we jump into this replay, have a look at the minimap. You can see that Ryze is still underneath his tower. So G2 think that they can buy time, they can play safe, but in the meantime, another fight is just happening.
Caps pulled into the grinder! Alphari gets the kill. He was the one to come down from the top lane. I'm sure we'll have another look at that. But I thought it was G2 that were meant to make all the early game proactive plays. It seems to be Origen who are coming out on top.
Yeah, while their first gank didn't work out in favor of them, they didn't slow down, they immediately retaliated, they looked for a window of opportunity, and they end up making the play happen. So, beautiful stuff from them, and Origen now off to a really strong early game.
And it's all being cold as well. 0-0-3, 100% kill participation on that Jarvan already.
Now looking at this setup, after the dive bottom lane, Cold and Mithy path through the bot side jungle. Beautiful interrupt right there on the Realm Ward. But of course, there was no vision to actually spot them out, and they knew that. So they walk up the river. At the same time, Alphari had full push top lane. You've been talking about priority so much this game, Vedius. Well, Origen just had it on both side lanes, so it was Caps that was punished because of it.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Origen, and they're the ones controlling this early game. And one of the questions we had coming into this game was, what will these teams look like coming into this series? They've had 3 weeks to prepare. It's very difficult for us casters to prepare because we really don't know what these teams are going to look like. And at G2, it feels like that they kind of stuck to what they know. They picked strong lanes. They had an early game plan. Whereas Origen, while they do still have team fighting and they have this scaling kind of path and route, they also have options to play around the early game. They have the Galio, they have the Jarvan, and they're not slowing down. They're constantly looking for plays, and every small misposition, they're looking to punish.
That's something Origen can do so well, where they just read what the other team is going to be doing. I do like a little bit more proactivity out of them in this game, but now it is Jankos. He has his flash once again, and this is what we've been waiting for. 9 minutes into the game, I would have loved to see some more moves from Jankos around this bottom side of the map, and now it feels like they need to make it happen because Kalista is supposed to dominate in the laning phase. Rek'Sai is supposed to find early game kills, but no, instead it is Origen with control over the river and that are looking for the Drake.
Infernal 9 minutes in. Jankos maybe going to burrow in here. He tries to use the Prey Seeker, can't land it, and Cold will secure the first Dragon of the series. Nukeduck on his way down as well. Mickey's going to land the Winter's Bike there, and I don't think Origen are going to go for anything more. All they wanted really was the Infernal out of that. They do have a 1,500 gold lead coming up to the 10-minute mark as well.
And they've got kills on some of the big carries as well. Alphari is 1-0-0 right now after his good roam towards the bot side. We've also got Nukeduck sitting at 2-0-0. A Zoe who's this strong this early on into the game is definitely a scary thing to have to deal with. So Origen, they're in a good spot right now, and they don't really need to force much more because we know they have the scaling advantage on their side, and it's going to be difficult for G2 to execute this 1-3-1 in a deficit.
Definitely is, and you mentioned Nukeduck there on the Zoe, 2-0-0 at the moment. It's so often overlooked as one of the best mid laners in Europe. You know, consistently third best is what we heard in the rap video. But last time these two teams played, he absolutely dominated on the Zed into Cassio matchup. He's going to flash away from Jankos here. Last time Nukeduck met up against Caps, it was 5-1-4, and he just took out Caps in 1v1s in lane.
Yeah, and of course, that was when Nukeduck got the Zed counter pick up against Caps' Rise, and I hope we get to see the full 5-game series. I hope we get to see Nukeduck on red side a little bit more to get some spicier counter picks like the Zed to come out, but ultimately, I think Nukeduck is going to be in a very good spot in this game, of course, with the 2 kills, but also just knowing that you are strong on the Zoe as we approach the mid game and your team has control. That's where we see Zoes take complete control over the game, where you don't know where the bubbles are going to be coming from, and then boom, you're one shot.
So Origen perhaps looking to open up the map a little bit more to let Nukeduck do that. They haven't really got that much chip damage on any of these towers yet, taking a plate in the bottom lane, a plate in the mid lane. If you were them, what would be your next step? Do you want to just continue with this laning phase?
Well, I think what Origen are doing that I actually like to see from them is they're bringing their duo lane top side. You see Mithy getting engaged on, but really the focus is on the Herald. There's no objective bottom side, but it's Wunder going very deep, trying to get control. What?
Uses the Onslaught of Shadows as well. Mithy flashes away. I mean, the rest of G2 are all around here. It's 5 members strong, so Wunder relatively safe, but that seems a little bit risky.
Well, the difference here is that Alphari is bottom lane with no teleport, so he is going to be cashing in on turret plates, and G2 are feeling a little bit more pressure to perhaps find a fight or to start the Herald. Unfortunately, they don't have that big a window of time because the TP is going to be coming up relatively soon, so it will just be the flash burnt on the side of Mithy and some control gain for G2.
Now, as you mentioned earlier, and the swap from OG allows them to get priority towards topside, and it better enables them to set up for the Rift Herald as well. But when we look at their vision, one of the advantages of Wunder making that play was that G2 actually got a lot of vision, not only around the river, but some in the enemy jungle as well, which means that they get to track what OG is up to, but more importantly, they get to control the Rift Herald. So this game doesn't snowball out of their control, because if they lose that, then the probability of losing the mid tower increases pretty dramatically, and once they lose that, that's when Zoe really becomes a mid.
Look at this TP.
Caps TPing in behind in the bottom lane. Alphari trying to run away, uses the flash, will knock back the Hecarim. Wunder caught out with the Fear Beyond Death, but Alphari is done for. Origen going to try and react on the top side of the map as they go for the Rift Herald.
They're going to be starting up this Herald, and there's not much G2 can do with perks, or rather Caps, on the bottom side of the map. So G2 get the kill on the top laner, but ultimately should be gold down in terms of this Rift Herald, which should be able to be used to pick up a couple of turret plates in one of these lanes.
So one of the advantages of this is now Wunder sits at level 10. Getting all that extra gold in his back pocket means that he's going to scale to be an even bigger threat off in a side lane. And I feel like G2, that's their primary win condition right now, splitting Origen apart. So even though they are at a deficit, you know, we talk about how they are very much looking to play around the early game, but that's not to say that if they fall behind, the game is completely over for them. Rise and Hecarim still very potent split pushes and side lane threats. The difficulty will just come with, can G2 successfully split apart Origen, or will Origen be in a strong enough state where they force G2 to group up and play around something like a Dragon or a Baron?
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of different teams, especially here in playoffs, trying to pull off the 1-3-1 style. We saw it from Vitality, even Splice a couple games yesterday. And ultimately, what it comes down to is having pressure in all of your lanes. Because if you have pressure bottom lane, you're trying to take an inhibitor tower or anything like that, you need pressure mid lane to back it up. Otherwise, you just get engaged on and die. So the question for me is less of, does Wunder beat Alphari in the side lane? It's more of, can the 3-man of G2 actually take control over the mid game, which is where I'm not quite so sure at the moment.
You can see Origen trying to play around pressure mid-bot now. They stole away a teleport on Nukeduck, so he used that to get down towards the bottom lane. And with an Infernal Drake up in 20 seconds, they're playing the objective game. They get Rift Herald, they get double Infernal, they're in a very good spot.
So Origin aren't going to get any turret plate money from this Herald, but they will get control, and they know Perkz is in the top lane, so they should be able to knock down this turret very easily, bringing Nukeduck over for the 5-man push. Then they can take the Infernal on top of it. Origin are getting everything they want.
But the thing I really want to highlight here is yesterday, when we saw Splyce 1-1-3-1, remember that they kept grouping, and then Fnatic would obliterate them. And the thing that G2 recognizes is that this early into the game, if they fought a 5v5, they would lose. So instead, they're just going to accept the deficit. They're going to put the gold where they can by utilizing turret plates, getting solo gold from towers, and they're just going to buy onto the fact that they can wait later on and rely on things like the side lane and 1-3-1.
Yeah, here we go. We got Dominate tweeting out, Cold has played this game perfectly so far, and I agree. You know, I think the bottom lane, they got counter-ganked, and that was a bit unfortunate for them, but he has been tracking very well, and as you can see, 3 out of 3 kill participation there on the Jarvan. Got control very early on in the game, burning Jankos' flash as well, and as soon as the Rek'Sai fell down in the ability to impact the game, that's when we saw Origin was able to take some more control and get to this point where they feel very good.
And they're hitting those first completed items now as well. You've got Stormrazor alongside the pickaxe for Patrick to get that Acathian Rain upgrade. You've got the Luden's Echo and the Black Cleaver completed on Nukeduck and Alphari. And on the other side, Caps is building up towards Seraphs. You do have a Blade of the Ruin King. Almost got a Trinity Force on its way for Wonder, but G2 just feel that little bit behind, even though the gold is only about 600 difference.
G2 right now, advantage-wise, or rather objective-wise, they are definitely at a massive deficit, but as you talked about the items, it's not a massive disparity between the two teams right now. One that Trinity Force is completed for Wonder, I feel like he's going to be, oh, there you go. I think he's going to be a lot harder for Alphari to deal with. I'll be honest, haven't got a huge amount of experience with the Hecarim-Urgot matchup.
It'll be fun to watch.
On paper, I would assume that the Hecarim does have the advantage in a straight-up one.
Yeah, I think Hecarim does.
Especially with an Ignite, right?
You have the Ignite. I do believe you outscale in that matchup, especially because with the changes to Q, the longer you fight, the more damage you're going to be doing. As a melee champion, you also get more benefit out of taking the Conqueror. You get a longer duration on the stat buffs there as well. So I do expect Wonder wins out in the side lane, but it's one of those side lane matchups, so I don't think you're actually going to be getting kills.
Yes.
You just know you do more damage, you win the fight, so you get pressure. And that is good for G2, but ultimately, the difference maker for me is whether or not they can use this Rise to take towers, because that is a matchup where G2 will be able to make some ground.
We have been watching Caps play the mid lane Rise this game so far. If you want to vote for who plays in the next, who we see on the POV next game, it's Patrick or Perkz. You can spam that in chat right now, and it will be decided by the end of the game. Looks like Origin are going to try and make a play down towards this bottom side. Wonder with that Trinity Force, too big to be dealt with by only one man, but Origin will force him out. They'll get their second tower of the game, and with it, probably about 1,000 gold lead overall.
Just notice how many members are towards the bot side as well. You know, in your solo queue game, you'd be like, oh, this Rek'Sai is just overextending in the bot lane, but in the shadows lies in wait Alphari, Mithy, and Cold all ready to counter. The problem with committing this many members is it gives Caps the freedom to push towards the top side and actually take half the HP from this tier 2 top tower.
And can we take a moment to appreciate the vision control Caps has surrounding this push up top lane? I mean, it's just absurd. At some point, the vision becomes almost like not relevant. Like there's some wards that are being like, yeah, they're being packed in by 2 other wards. It's just so much up here to protect the split push from Caps, because again, that I think is where G2 will have the biggest advantage, being able to use both the TP and the Realm Warp to collapse. And when OG do decide to group up as 4 or 5 members and try to force a fight, if they aren't successful in making that engage, we will see Caps getting damage down on the turrets.
Caps has so much vision. If he was playing CSGO, he would be VAC banned for map hacks. It's just too much awareness for G2. You can see Origin trying to do some on the other side of the map, but they don't really need too much deep vision yet. They still have that top tower to take, so as long as they can keep G2 from fully engaging onto them, they should be fine.
So, Jankos doesn't realize that that red ward is there, and I believe he got interrupted by a redemption from Nukeduck just to delay the back. So, Nukeduck just being obnoxious, as all Zoe players are. But speaking of Nukeduck, he's actually built up a pretty massive lead in the mid lane right now. He has a 300 bounty on top of himself, and remember, this is the 300 on top of the 300 gold that he is worth as well. So that is a big 600 gold payout that you could get should you find that kill onto Nukeduck. But with the cleanse and the flash still up, I think it's going to be difficult for G2 to lock him down.
Certainly would be. Now, as we approach this 20-minute mark, I feel like the game has certainly slowed down a whole lot. And to me, I asked the question, like, what style of these teams are we seeing? And this is not the G2 that exploded between 15 and 20 minutes. When this team went 9-0 at the first half of the split until they lost their very first game against Origin, they crushed during this period. They were always looking for skirmishes, always looking to blow open the game. Whereas Origin, they know they're in a good position. Even though it's just an 800 gold lead, you have the double Infernal, you have the stronger team fight, so they are more than comfortable slowing this game down. And it feels like they are the ones in control of this game just because we haven't seen anything happen for a while.
But they are giving up tower damage, they're giving up gold across the map. You can see Perkz now sitting at 2 items as well. And the question we had before was, how much can G2 give up to Origin in the early game? Now my question becomes, how much can Origin give up right now? And what point are they waiting for to really come online?
Well, force use the ultimate. I like that from Wunder. I think he's just conscientious of where Mithy is, and he also knows that Origin will be towards the bot side of the map with the Drake just being alive. But in terms of break points, I think for G2, I mean, it's weird, right? Because we've got to remember that both these teams have very different win conditions. G2, if they tried to play the full 5v5, I think would be at a pretty big disadvantage, especially with the Kai'Sa and the Urgot in those kind of a situation. And the dive, let's not forget. I mean, obviously Jarvan Galio, right? But so G2 are constantly trying to play on the side lane. And the thing about OG is whenever they want to commit to something, the reality is they have to commit multiple members because they're at their strongest when there is a group rather than in a skirmish or individual environment. That means that they expose areas of the map, and G2 have the awareness to then go, okay, well, this is a pocket of darkness that we can actually invade with relative safety. And that's how they're actually trading objectives relatively well. And now they've actually built up a gold lead back in their back pocket. So props to G2 in actually recognizing the small windows that they can use to claw some map control back in their favor.
Yeah, and while I say that, of course, stylistically, this game does not match what G2 want, I think compositionally, it is okay, because when you are looking to play the split push style of game, you want to avoid the full-on fight. So if Origin are matching members with you, you don't go for that, and rather you just look to continually build up those small advantages, whether it's stealing away a camp here, getting some turret damage there, and then look for the fights where you do have a numbers advantage.
Let's also remember that one of the big things that G2 was good at was punishing mistakes.
Yep.
And they took risks because they knew that they could just outplay their opponents. But they're going up against the #2 team in our league. They're going up against Origin, the team that is praised for not making mistakes. They are very calm, they're calculated, they're very precise in how they move around the map. And so G2 can't be as reckless or take as many gambles because they know that while they're good at punishing mistakes, OG can be just as good.
Definitely can. You can see Origin just trying to take down this third tower of the game for themselves. Equalizes that gold premium evenly, but Caps, he's been farming so much in the last few minutes, he's even got a bounty on his own head. 200 gold sitting on him because he's farming more than the average of Origin, but the rest of his team is still keeping up as well. So G2 just finding the perfect way to funnel gold into their mid laner.
Yeah, and Medic, a few minutes ago you asked, what is the break point for G2?
I did.
At one point, and we didn't get to answer that, so I'd love to answer that.
Because Vedius interrupted.
I
Always
know.
does.
Usually bully me, not him. I like this change. But ultimately, for Origin, I think that their biggest sort of turning point is going to be the Baron buff, because now we're past that 20-minute mark, and what is so strong against 1-3-1 comps is this major objective that you have to fight over. And if Origin eventually they just walk over to this Baron with 5 members, well, you're going to force some teleports. You're going to force G2 into the team fight that they do not want to take. So as long as they set it up properly and they have, you know, pushed out waves, especially in the bottom lane, so they don't just lose their inhibitor if they try to make that move, the Baron buff is where they will be looking to fully take control over the map.
So something that's kind of cool that I just noticed is how so what you'll notice is that on the bot line, on the bot side of the map, Alphari had to catch a wave. One of the things about this is this creates a window in which Wunder can then move from bot up to join the rest of his team. Origin recognized this, and so that they then sent 4 members to the Baron immediately to gain vision control around the objective. This means that Alphari can safely farm bot, and G2 can't force him into a situation where he has to TP in. So it's just very quick It's a good response from Origin to notice that, again, this is another gap in which G2 can look to punish, and we're just covering our bases as much as we can.
I mean, Origin have total vision control around this area right now. You can see they cleared out the ward. Caps is down towards the bottom side. Maybe Origin just trying to bait out the TP here. G2 not reacting yet. Wonder gonna check it in just a second. Caps clearing out the Gromp, but now they'll know that the Baron has been started, and G2 have to fight. The taunt comes out. Nukeduck forces away Wonder. Mithy on that front line. Here's the teleport coming in from Caps. Origin might want to turn this one, but already Baron down to 2,000 HP. Origin reset. Baron resets as well. Wonder not there, but has the teleport to join the fight. Baby on Death comes out, doesn't quite connect. Origin will just back away.
It's a great stop here from G2. The Baron was down to about 2k HP, and Wonder almost got one shot by Nukeduck. Wonder still has the teleport, and there's some great flank wards if G2 were looking to punish, but ultimately, they are happy. The Baron was stopped in its tracks, and they only lost a TP off Cap.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that OG just didn't commit to the Baron there. Given that it was only at 2,000 HP, I thought that they would just turn and burn it. I thought they would go for the finish, but I think the issue they had was Nukeduck was spending his damage on zoning away Wonder, and then Mithy couldn't zone away 3 members of G2, which means that Jankos was in flash range of a potential steal. And if OG lose that Baron, then the 1-3-1 becomes very difficult to deal with. So I think OG in the moment didn't want to take the gamble and just said, okay, we'll play it safe.
Oh my lord. That is what Nukeduck can do with just 2 kills. And Alfari's just dominating.
Chaser has to pop the onslaught of shadows there. They sent Wonder to deal with Alfari in the side lane because he has the teleport now, so if a Baron was started, they could go for the double TP in, but Wonder just not in the position to deal with that Urgot anymore.
This will get blocked. No damage come in through Mikyx, but I guess Alfari just answered the question of who wins the 1v1 in side lane. Holy moly, with double Infernal. It didn't even look close. Oh.
Cap says, Nukeduck, anything you can do, I can do better. It just shuts down cold.
It's just Caps and Nukeduck trying to find the 1v1s, trying to one-shot someone before they can even fight back. I mean, I'm glad we're watching them on the POV stream because right now, these 2 players are absolutely the most pivotal for their teams.
Group up in the mid lane here from Perkz and the rest of G2. That tower still stands. G2 have 2 turrets down in that top lane, so that wave is going to push for quite a while, but Patrick is on his way to deal with it. Look at the damage that's come out from Nukeduck so far. He's only sitting at Ludens and Morello Nomicon. When he finishes that Rabadon's death cap, he is going to be a very, very scary mid laner.
But props to G2 for showcasing the patience. This is how I would define as losing gracefully. You know what I mean? And in the early game, they conceded every objective. They were the one down in towers, but they played to their composition. They knew they were stronger in the side lanes. And every time OG committed multiple members, G2 would try to trade something elsewhere. And I feel like we're seeing, in my opinion, quite high League of Legends, where both team is like very reactive to what is going on. It's like there's multiple levels of mind games where it's like, we're trying to make a play here, we'll respond over here. And now it's getting to a point where you're seeing these small, cool plays coming out from each individual member. Nukeduck landing his skill shots, Caps catching a member out of position, and these are the kind of plays, and these are the kind of players that end up winning these very close matches.
Yeah, I think it's a much more controlled G2 than we're used to seeing as well, who have actually found themselves with a gold advantage through the work of Caps in a side lane, and they've undone a lot of the work that Origin did around the Baron. You know, at 23 minutes when they went for that, we set up how they put down the vision line, pushed mid, put down deeper wards, then started the Baron. Well, that's all been undone now, so G2 are not going to be scared about Origin starting that one up anytime soon.
It's been a few moments since we last checked up on the items. You've got Rabadons, you've got Seraphs and Spellbinder complete on Caps. Bloodthirster finished for Perkz alongside the Blade of the Ruined King and the Runans. Righteous Glory on Wonder as well. Makes him a little bit tankier and can get onto that backline.
Yeah, of course, Patrick also going for the Stormrazor Ginsu's for the double evolve faster, and also the Static Shiv on top of that. So the Stormrazor is going to give the benefits of Static Shiv, that extra damage and AoE bonuses, as well as the Fleet Footwork. Now Cole just looking for a little bit control here in the jungle.
Notice how they're taking it in turns in controlling the side wave, along with getting control over Baron. You'll see that in the bot side of the map, Caps doesn't actually have teleport, and that's kind of a dangerous situation for G2 to be in, but they have the Realm Warp as well, so they're confident that he can join the fight should something like that decide to kick off. But the point that I'm making is that they brought Alphari to the mid lane. They said, okay, if you're going to try and control side, we're actually just going to use a numbers advantage to gain control over the river. And what they've done is they brute forced their way in, and now it's G2 who are grouping up. They have control over bot, and it's Origin that are now the one that's running
Patrick's
away.
out of position. Patrick's totally out of position here. The heal comes out, but the Face Core will be used. Void Rush used as well. The chase comes out. Patrick's still dodging away. The Glacial Fissure misses as well. He's eaten up a lot of ultimates here, and Origin will try and react on the other side of the map. The Redemption keeps him alive. Almost takes out Jankos. Almost takes out Wonder. Can't quite get it. The shutdown comes out, but Origin are trying to push in mid lane to react.
I couldn't believe that Patrick used his heal and his flash to run away when inevitably he was going to die, but the damage he put down on Tienko stopped G2 rather from immediately turning back towards that Baron. Origin also pushed down mid, so they lose their ADC, but not the rest of the map.
Unfortunately for Origin, they couldn't convert it into any additional objectives, and they must have thought the same thing we did. He's just going to die. Just kind of reset, go back on the base, stock up on wards, and then get ready to move back on the map. But he survived for a very long time, and if they'd recognized that, they may have been able to push for that mid-tier one, maybe set a vision around the Drake, but instead they don't to convert it into anything.
Yeah, G2 were just like, hey, is this an easy kill? And Patrick is like, no, this is Patrick. Although the least experienced
That was
player.
weak.
That was awful.
weak. You
I'm
really
not
tried to
Dracos.
force that
Okay,
one.
I'm not Dracos. Although he's probably the least experienced player on either of these teams, and a lot of people did wonder if he could show up on a team like Origin after coming through H2K last year. I think Patrick's been probably one of the standout performers for Origin, and his team does play around him a lot of the time as well.
And one of the big criticisms I had of him at the beginning of the split was that he was kind of live or die by Mithy, and Mithy, who kind of struggled at the very start of the split, he died often. Meant that bot lane wasn't a very reliable one. But as the split's gone on, he's gained a lot more confidence, his champion pool has expanded, and we've heard nothing but praise from the Origin members about how talented of an individual he is. So excited to see what he can bring in this series. Yes, he is currently sitting on 1 death, but he is still a very strong Kai'Sa. He's still very relevant to the success of this team. And it will be important for him to be one of the big damage dealers as the fights will progress throughout this game.
Yeah, with the Infinity Edge coming in soon, as well as the double Infernals backing him up, he's going to be the consistent DPS on the side of OG, whereas we'll look towards players like Nukeduck to find those ones that overstep on the side of G2 and look for those picks.
Do see Caps actually amassing a 50 CS advantage or so in the mid lane now, sitting on a 600 gold bounty. Anyone who kills him would get 900 gold into their back pocket. He's actually at 13,000 gold, so only the 11,800 on Nukeduck as well. Somehow, G2 have just been able to find more gold on the map than Origin.
It's just really good lane assignments. It is just, if you want to learn about how to manage your sideways, this is a great game to watch because G2 have just been very respectful of their opposition and they've been very good at maximizing farm across the map. It's been very impressive to watch how they've controlled the game so far. And now they're actually the ones kind of back in control. And honestly, I don't think anyone can deal with Caps. He's level 18. He is by far the highest level in this game, and he can generate as much pressure as he wants because he's sitting on the teleport, which means that you've now got this 3-man unit of G2 in the mid, and see again Hecarim up in the top lane. So G2 constantly have access to this Baron River.
Yeah, no one will ever be able to 1v1 Caps, and Nukeduck really doesn't want to be bot lane picking up minion waves, and that sort of brings me to reevaluating how G2 approach a potential team fight, because at 31 minutes in, eventually it's going to come down to a Baron. This ending in split push is very unlikely. I think G2, their best bet is to try to split up the fight with the Hecarim diving in, maybe a Realm Warp as well, because Ryze and Kalista, if they're hitting just 1 or 2 members, can absolutely crush.
Caps is on the inhib. Caps is on the inhib right now, and Origin realize they have to do something.
Yep,
they're going to go for the fight. Alphari's going down towards the bottom lane to try and deal with Caps. Maybe actually just teleporting into the fight instead. Baron down to 10,000 HP. G2 can just poke from the side if they want. Wonder has the ultimate to jump into the back line. 6,000 HP. They're going for the engage. Caps teleporting in. The Cataclysm already used. Cold ignited. He is down. The Onslaught of Shadow gets onto the back line as well. And here comes Caps. And here comes the rest of G2. Origin made the desperate call, but Patrick's down. Alphari gets 1, but the rest of Origin are just running for the hills. The Realm Warp to chase onto Nukeduck as well. And G2, they say, OG, you can want a team fight all you want. Alphari gets the double, almost gets the triple. The heroes, they just, no way has Alphari just turned that one around. It was all G2, but Caps now comes in, and Caps will clean it up for G2.
Caps and Perks are the ones alive. They have the damage to take this Baron, and with the Rend to knock this one out, there's nothing Mithy can do. G2 didn't even split the fight. They just said, we'll fight you 5v5, and they crushed.
Incredible stuff there from both teams. It looked like it was G2's fight all the way to Sunday. Alphari somehow managed to pick up a triple kill, but in the end, Caps is just too darn good at League of Legends. He gets the double, G2 get the Baron, and with it a 5,000 gold lead.
Felt like Origen got a little desperate here. They knew the split push wasn't going well. Vetty, show me what happened.
So we're going to start off by taking a quick look at the minimap, and the first thing you'll notice is that Caps is more than happy to just keep pushing in this bot lane, and Urgot is in a very awkward situation. Does he try to answer, or does he TP in? And he's going to make the decision right. We'll make the 5v5 happen. So as we kick off the replay, what you'll notice is the Origen are confined in this tight space, and it's Cold that starts to engage. He's the one that decides, let's just go on to Mickey, and the problem with this is Perkz can then drag him out and take him to safety. And this frontline Jarvan cannot soak up all this damage. Immediately then the Hecarim dives onto the back line, and then the two carries from Origen get collapsed upon. And at this point, Origen are just split apart. It's only Alphari that can turn this fight around. But then with G2 trying to split up the fight themselves, trying to clean up, that's when Alphari comes in at the end and at least saves the team fight with what he can.
Yeah, Alphari in the straight up 1v3 in the backline was just nuts to watch. I think that's a Triumph Peel coming in at the end as well to keep him topped off. But ultimately, the biggest playmaker in that fight was Wunder. The fear that made Patrick run straight into the enemy team and then just a huge damage onto that backliner made the swing so massive.
Baron buff remains for 2 minutes here for G2. It only sits on Caps and Perkz, but Caps we've already seen can just split push 4 days. Looks like G2 are going to group up as 5 for the moment in the mid lane. That inhibitor is open in the bottom lane, but while you have Baron, you might as well use those cannon minions to chip away at these towers.
I would like to see Wunder now move down towards the bot side. He does have the teleport himself, and remember that with his E and ultimate, he can very quickly join a fight. But look at Cold.
Cold going in, the cataclysm used onto Caps. Here's the hero's entrance as well. Cold goes gold and Caps select. They're just putting it all onto the back line. A momentary freeze frame because in the end, Nukeduck will take down Caps. Wunder has the flank position. Jankos down as well. Patrick's alive. Nukeduck as well. Patrick now goes down. It's all on Nukeduck trying to get the damage into this fight as Alphari steps behind his tower. G2 lose 2. Nukeduck gets 1 more! A consolation kill on the back as Perkz now caught up, taunted up. The shutdown comes out and Origen have fought back.
The fight was close, but the re-engage from Origen was so clean. Nukeduck finds the snipe, and then it's Cold that takes down Perkz. The way this fight started, huge. This Alienware replay, you can see that, Caps tried to get out of there with the Realm Warp stopwatch, but that doesn't work anymore, man. He gets shut down almost immediately, and then it looks good because Wunder is on the flank. He is able to trade kills, so it's ADC for ADC, but then this snipe on towards Mickey. Boom, it's beautiful, and now Perkz, he has nowhere to go.
Yeah, he doesn't have the summoner spells to escape from this situation, and honestly, great engage from Cold coming in from the Fog of War, but now Wunder
actually kept the inhibitor tower alive in the mid lane by himself versus 3 members of Origen there, so they weren't quite able to break the base of G2.
But this is massive for Origen now because they've been able to just completely remove the Baron buff from the side of G2. And the fault here from G2 is the fact that they grouped up in the mid lane. They were a 4-man versus the 5-man, and Origen were like, we can take this fight. Remember, they're playing this 1-3-1 style of comp. They want to split apart the map, but because Caps didn't have his TP, they didn't want to send him off to a side lane yet. And that was the perfect window for Origen to then force it and end up coming out on top. Now, the gold is still in favor of G2, but OG are demonstrating that they still have a lot of tools with this composition to find ways back into this game.
They definitely do, and as these team fights have broke out, it feels like both sides are looking to assassinate the backliners right off the bat. But keep in mind, the front line of these two teams still do damage. You have an Urgot that's just pumping out massive DPS at the back of these fights, as well as a Hecarim and a Rek'Sai. So you have to keep this in mind in the extended fights that champions like the Urgot can turn these around.
And speaking about assassinating backlines, it's always important to see who has stopwatches left. There's one on Nukeduck, but there is no stopwatch now on Caps. He will get the shield from the Seraphs, but if they can catch him out, they can burst him down, and he won't be able to use that stopwatch to survive.
Well, he is going to sit in a side lane for a little bit longer. He is working towards completing the Zhonya's Hourglass, but honestly, gold is getting to a point where it doesn't really mean that much. QSS has now just been completed for Patrick as well. And this is the kind of game that everyone wanted to see. Very close between the two teams. We didn't see a lot of chaotic team fighting very early on. All we've seen is very good map control between the two teams. Origen being forced into a situation that G2 was able to capitalize on, but then OG doing exactly the same thing back to G2, and this is only game 1.
It's been so crazy to watch. Now, both these teams have different ideas of how to play the next few minutes, because in 1 minute, 15 seconds, Origen have their eyes on the Baron. But what I want to see G2 do, and you can see they're thinking about it with Wunder and Caps towards this bottom lane, is with double TP, you can actually look for a 2v1 play on a champion like Alphari to turn the game into a 5 versus 4.
Now with the bot inhib down, this is something that Origen constantly have to deal with, but it will be up in about 2 minutes. You guys can see the timer in your bottom left-hand corner of the screen. This will give you a good indicator of the amount of time that G2 have to play with. So they're actually now setting up vision around the top side of the map. You can see that this jungle is littered with wards. They're going to quickly reset, restock, and so this Baron dance can then start to happen and force OG into a fog of darkness where they can then get picked off. Or we have another crazy Baron fight happen.
I hope so.
Me too. Coming into this next fight, though, look at the items, because there's a Thornmail finished for Alphari, and Perkz has triple lifesteal items here on the Kalista. The 40% healing reduction from Grievous Wounds is going to be massive, because we know Perkz just has to hit frontline. Kalista isn't a very long-range ADC. She wants to be hitting the tanks to put her Ren stacks in them, but if you're not getting the healing, the burst damage of someone like Nukeduck can be very threatening.
In terms of summoners, Patrick doesn't have his flash. Mikyx doesn't have his health bar anymore. Mickey doesn't have a flash either. He's going to be forced away. Alphari's answering in the bottom lane to the push, has the teleport to join the fight, but maybe Caps in a good position here as he catches out Mithy. It's a very tanky Galio, though. Here comes Wonder. TP used, unsaw the shadows. They try and get away from it. Patrick shielded up, healed up, and here comes Perkz on the front line trying to get through Alphari. Alphari's already taken down one. Mithy gets the justice punch onto Caps, who has to flash away, but he's pulled back into the heart of Origen, and they rip out the heart of G2 as Caps falls. Origen going to turn straight towards the Baron.
Origen get the 2 kills, and Caps, the carry of G2, is down. Origen in a beautiful position now to start up the Baron. Jankos is alive, has the flash coming up soon, but it would be a miracle to stop this.
He's actually going for the TP into bot lane. I wonder if G2 will be able to actually make this happen. I don't know if Alphari can stop Wonder right now.
Question is how much health is left on the Baron as well, because they will have the recalls empowered up. They're going to get them out.
Ooh,
Wonder
okay.
unable to get there. They're looking for that inhib tower in mid, but I don't know if Wonder will be able to get all of this before Origen react. Baron buff goes down. Origen get it. Wonder unable to take the inhib tower, so Origen lose nothing.
But you're seeing now the power of Zoe at this point in the game, especially around the Baron dances, because let's not forget, that all started because Mickey took such a huge chunk of damage from Nukeduck. Then Origen moved into the Baron River, and they thought, okay, with Mickey out, we have a numbers advantage, it's easy priority for us. And so G2 said, well, while they're split up, let's try and force a fight. Let's try and collapse onto Patrick, who's alone in mid. But he has the QSS, he has the GA, he's not that easy to kill.
Yeah, all it takes is that one clutch bubble to turn the fight, and we see it's G2 that wanted to find the engage, but Patrick is not able to have any damage go down onto him. He gets the peel from the rest of his team. Meanwhile, well, G2's backline can't burst down Alphari, so Alphari gets the massive ult to pull Caps in, and once Caps goes down, G2 have no chance.
Big props to Mithy there as well, using his ultimate to keep his AD carry alive, and then immediately being able to land that knockup onto Caps as well was a huge part in turning that fight in their favor. 8, 1, and 12 on the Galio so far, but Patrick, more importantly, has both of his summoner spells still up and available. This is going to be a very difficult AD carry to kill.
And the inhibitors respawned in that bottom lane as well, so Origen don't even have to react to super minions pushing in. OG will come down towards this bottom lane looking for the tower if they can get it. G2 trying to get prio towards mid. There's an Elder Dragon up in just a second's time.
Yeah, we'll be spawning now. G2 clearing out some vision, but there are Baron minions in the bottom lane. G2, though, aren't too concerned with that because they're just going to start this one up. This could be very dangerous. Cold is on the flank and looking for a flashless Caps.
Patrick moving forward here as well. G2 forced away. The Elder Dragon looks like they might just concede it.
They have prio.
They're going to go with the Realm Warp. They're going in.
They can use the Realm Warp mid lane because this tower's taken so low by Wonder.
Elder's already down.
But the Elder is gone. The Baron recalls will come through, but they get the inhibitor. This is big for G2 because this is the only chance in the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds that they can fight back against Origen.
Whew. So they're just going to take the inhibitor trade for this very important neutral objective. Now, Origen, though, they can just group at mid, they can run it down, and they have their eyes set on the mid inhibitor themselves. Note there's still a minute left on the Baron. G2 don't have those Baron-empowered recalls, so they're just left running away.
Yeah, this is very dangerous here for the side of G2, and Origen will be able to run in. G2 need to concede slowly. Okay, clear the waves as best you can, but the team fight is not going to be easy. There are some wards, but no real teleport option without that spell onto Wonder. G2 have to give it up.
They give up the mid lane in Hiv. There's still a minion wave here as well with it. Origen looking to go a little bit further. How do you prepare for a moment like this? Well, G2 tried to against Fnatic in week 9. Will that pay dividends? Mickey there on the front line. They force Nuked up back to Glacial Fissure. Doesn't land at G2. They're conceding slowly, but they did not lose anything more than that mid lane in here. Perkz going in. The engage comes out. That's a lot of damage already. Perkz is taking out Mithy on the back line. Nukeduck's getting chased away, but Patrick's still alive, and Jankos can't get onto him. 2 GAs popped in the middle of the fight, and it's a cluster of damage as G2 just try and pick one player up at a time. They get to Nukeduck, gets the kill as Patrick secures it in the end. OG get 1 for 2.
And once again, G2 find another big fight, but Origin are resilient. They convert it into another tower, and both these teams walk away, I guess, happy. Both of them.
Just give me 5 games of this. Just give me 5 games
So
of
let's
this.
actually have a look at how this
Insane.
start off. The first thing to note is how Nukeduck uses his ult aggressively. That then allows Perkz to get this tiny bit of chip damage, and the exhaust comes out onto Mickey. Yes, he misses his ultimate, but then Origin funnel themselves into this choke point.
Like, why go here?
This is when the ultimate from Perkz comes through, the big knockup comes as a follow-up, and then Mithy drops. And then you have Wunder zoning the carries away, giving Caps and Perkz the free time to just melt through the front line, while Nukeduck is missing pivotal skills. If he landed that Q, maybe this fight goes more in their favor, but it ends up being a 1 for 2 in favor of G2. They buy a little bit more time, and with the Elder wearing off, we're now waiting for the next big Baron buff.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real here. Origin overstayed in that mid lane. They had a big wave top lane they could have gone back for, and then they put themselves in this super tight corridor where Zoe has to throw skill shots in a straight line. There's multiple tanks being able to block it, so it was the perfect time for G2 to find the engagement right there. Origin can't fight in positions like that, or they give G2 a chance in the 5v5.
44 minutes in. There's 500 gold between these two teams. Baron buff has expired. Elder's expired as well. Everyone's sitting at full build pretty much, including Caps now having that Zhonya's Perkz. 5 items strong, looking to help his team into the finals in Rotterdam.
So OG are actually much happier in this situation because now G2 are constantly grouped up as a 5. And while we have seen G2 have won a couple of fights, usually the situation just has to be very dire for Origin in order for them to win them. Origin, if they just have the straight 5v5 front to back, they're very confident they can win it because of the long range from Zoe and the mobility that Patrick has on the Kai'Sa.
So keep in mind what's going to be happening in the coming minutes, because 40 seconds away from Baron, OG need control over mid, because what could very well occur is Origin push mid, walk in towards the Baron, and then you can use the Rise well more. Because you have super minions in mid lane still,
true.
if you are G2, you don't have to look for the fight. You can look for the backdoor on either an inhibitor as a solo on Caps, or just take those super minions into the enemy base, avoid the 5v5, and look for the race.
And you know G2 is the kind of team that will do that. The other thing you have to be very conscientious of is a sneak Baron from G2 as well.
True.
Realm Warp into the back of the pit can be something that you do completely by surprise. They have one of the Mountain Drakes as well, and with the Kalista, Hecarim Rise, you can just melt through that. You might not even need the jungle, but here's the
TP
TP.
behind. Origin going to force the fight as they go for the engage onto Jankos. Here's the hero's entrance as well. Perkz flashes out of the back of it. The chase is on for OG. Nukeduck getting in, but the cleanse from Perkz will keep him alive. Cold gets Jankos. Cap still pushing in the sideline. He's realm warping forward. Wunder now on the flank, trying to get together with his mid laner, just forced away. Caps is going for the inhib.
Here's the thing though, Origin did not pull the trigger to move towards the Baron. They're losing pressure on this bottom lane. Now
Perkz has started
G2,
it.
they're starting it up. They
What?
have
They've
no
gone to
spike,
answer
but they
Caps.
have the Ren. They have the Ren. They got the inhibitor, and all of G2.
Oh, this is
look
an
at Caps,
incredible
look at
call from
Caps.
G2. Caps is just outplaying as well on the side lane. We should switch this balance to G2. Let's see what Caps is doing. The Zhonya's comes out from Nukeduck. He's almost taken out. Caps still in there. Caps is trying to 1v3. In the end, he goes down. Baron goes across to G2.
G2 still get the Baron. Unbelievable.
And this is what is so scary about G2. Conventional League of Legends, they just throw that out
does
the
not
window.
apply.
They just come up with, like, they should be in a disadvantage in this situation. Remember, they're the ones that have just lost their jungler. They're the ones that, like, they're flat. The AD carry doesn't have a flash, and Caps just makes this play where he's like, 1v3, I can get the inhibitor, I can get out. He goes back in, and he's like, I can win this fight.
And he's dodging everything right now, by the way. Forces the Zhonya's out of Nukeduck using the phase rush and the movement speed from the kit to get away. Gets a little hypey
Yeah,
at the
he
end.
flashes into the taunt. Yeah. But now
man.
it's G2 with the Baron, and they need to try and use this somehow. They need to threat. Like, ideally, they want to split apart the map, but OG, they keep grouping up, and now the Elder is in 30 seconds, so G2, they'll be forced to fight again, because a second Elder, they can't afford to give up.
But again, look at this. There's an Elder in 25 seconds, and mid lane inhibitor has respawned. I wonder what Caps will do.
This game is incredible. We're a minute away from the longest game of the split at 48 minutes and 5 seconds. That was G2 Fnatic. A very similar game to this one in all states of affairs. First versus second, G2 and Origin are showing us why they tipped the standings at the end of the regular season.
Yeah, it's funny. Yesterday when... I might not have time for this story.
Is it a quick one?
No.
Then no.
All right.
Just talk about the game.
Yeah, I'll tell the story a little bit later, but the Elder Dragon is now being started. Remember that the bot inhib has been taken. All of the other inhibs have respawned, which means that G2 should have constant priority. But with this being kicked off...
Can't give up second Elder.
You don't want to, but G2, again, they don't play conventional League. They're going to find a new way of doing things.
Caps going towards mid.
They're going to do it.
More 4,000 HP left on the Elder. Jankos trying to get in. Jankos steals it away, and now G2 are just going to force down mid. All of Origin need to back away to try me out, but Jankos is keeping him around. He's down into the GA. Mickey there as well. They get Jankos, but who has been able to back? Nukeduck's got away. Cold sticking on Mickey. Keeps Patrick in the round, and there's the Nexus towers going down. G2, they steal it away. They get it, and G2 take the Nexus in an incredible game one.
Are you kidding me? It happened again.
A win here sends Splyce to Athens, but in their way stand the 7-time champions Fnatic. We heard it best from you, Frost, in the build-up. You're facing the 6th man of the crowd. You're facing the 7th man of Fnatic's 7 titles.
And for me, then the word is confidence. Do Splyce have the confidence to contest Fnatic here, and are they good enough to execute on that?
That is the question, Fosco. I am joined by Frost and Vedius on the desk. I myself am Medic as we get straight on into picks and bans. Twisted Fate taken away, but Nemesis won't get his hands on that today. Yuumi removed as well. The Kiana, which was so impactful for Humanoid the last time these two teams met, and the Nautilus banned away by Fnatic.
So Splyce clearly saying here that the Yuumi was the problem, not necessarily the Garen. Let's see if Fnatic will challenge that ideology as we move into the first round of picks with still a ban left up. I'm looking at Karma still up and available. Sejuani is still a big pick. Akali is another one that Humanoid is known for first picking Frost. The big question is, will Fnatic look to take it off the board? We are still on 9-15, so both Corki and Azir still very strong in this patch as well.
And with the Sylas, things like the Aurelia, the Akali, you just listed all of these champions that go through. So what is Splyce's game plan from blue side? We see so many teams prioritize this side because they know that the first pick is so important. And if it's going to be the Corki, that feels like a massive letdown to this climax of like a potential assassin v assassin matchup.
But it is the Corki that's locked in, but Splyce, so well known for their preparation and for preparing for drafts like this, will have some other things in their back pocket.
And I think then you look at the ban of the Twisted Fate and then the priority pick of the Corki, that it's a denial away from Nemesis.
It's also that Nemesis hasn't actually had a single Azir game this split. This is a bit of a challenge towards Nemesis to say, listen, the typical answer to this is the Azir. Do you play it? And are you willing to play it into my Corki? Something that Humanoid is very comfortable on and has brought out multiple times this split.
But if the focus goes on Nemesis, that means something got left through the cracks, and it was Hilly's Rakan. So even though you don't have the likes of the Corki or the Twisted Fate there, you do have the other side of that, which is Hilly blitzing towards that mid lane with a heavy roam potential support.
Now we are seeing the Gangplank be blind pick, and the expectation from Splyce is that the Aatrox will be the answer. Given that it has been left available, we heard it from Bwipo in the video, we know that it is one of his big comfort picks, and Splyce is saying, fine, we'll just get a solid matchup early, and then we'll probably look to play around the bot side of the map.
Locking in the Sejuani as their final pick here for Xerxes. He's played that once this split, did not have success on it when they played it. But I just want to raise the question as to whether this Corki could be flexed down towards the bottom lane as well here for Splyce, with it being locked in so early.
We did see Fnatic do that. That's always a possibility. But right now, out of these 3 picks, I just want to echo what Vedius is saying. It feels like there's very clear timers that Splyce have a huge window to play around a side lane like the bot lane with the Gangplank ultimate, with the package from Corki, and with Sejuani having access to her ultimate. This seems to be the big go button for Splyce, that it is going to be about Kobbe today.
Wow, the Volibear being banned away as well. There's a potential counter pick coming out from Norse Garen. which is funny because Noscaron always hovers the volley bear. He has done for like the last 2 years that he's playing the LEC. Now it's actually being respect banned away from him. What I do find quite interesting is Fnatic have quite a lot of ability power in their composition right now. There is the possibility of a double AD coming out from Fnatic. We have seen things like the Aatrox be flexed, but that's now going to be banned off the table from the side of Splyce. So I'm now wondering what direction Fnatic will go for, because typically they prioritize their solo laners in the draft and they save their bot lane for later in the second half.
That makes me think they have some sort of trick up their sleeve, because I agree with you. You could have grabbed the Aatrox right there. You knew it was a gangplank, so you'd be safe taking that matchup. But instead, they prioritized the Gragas, which works so well with pop-off solo laners, things like Renekton and such.
Fnatic being on the red side do, of course, have that final counter pick. Alongside that, Splyce have locked in what we assume will be their top laner in the form of the Gangplank. So Fnatic have the options to try and find counters in both lanes. Swain is something we've seen from Bwipo down in the bottom lane previously and in the top, and was recently buffed as well. I've heard rumors of him coming back into the meta. We'll see if that today is the day.
Well, right now it is just the hover. Nothing has been locked in just yet. We are looking for a little bit more AD damage.
Ooh.
And we're going to see a return of the Urgot from the side of Fnatic. This is quite interesting. We haven't seen the champion for quite a while. I can't recall of any recent buffs that did come through for the side of Urgot, but he was nerfed out of the meta after the World Championship, where he was very prevalent and one of Bwipo's go-to picks.
Yeah, and so now I'm just curious if it's a comfort pick for Bwipo, if there is going to be something special that we see on the Urgot. We'll keep our eyes on it, see if maybe we need to update our Urgot knowledge and how he fits in this meta. But I agree with you, Vedis. It's been a long time since we've seen this guy.
Definitely has. Kobbe locking in the Tristana for himself here. It's a traditional pick for him, gives you a lot of aggression in the bottom lane, and I want to see it teamed up with a support that can have an impact early on. Things like the Alistar, like the Thresh, could be very good here for Noscaron.
You know what? You got your wish. The all-in potential level 2 between a Tristana and Alistar is there, and it was the easy left open option there since Nautilus was banned earlier, which is a good go-to into Rakan. So it was either Alistar or the likes of Leona.
We'll see where Fnatic decide to go last pick here. It's going to be towards the mid lane. They will lock in the Cassiopeia, so they round out their composition with Nemesis on the Snake in the mid lane.
So we're looking at this draft from Fnatic right now, pretty much focused around scaling. They have a couple of options to play around the bot side of the map, but Kai'Sa versus Tristana, I do feel like it can be a little difficult to get prio in the early levels, but maybe with a Rakan, Rekkles and Hylissang can look to be a little aggressive. We'll have to see whether or not they look to give their jungle a pull. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, you would imagine that the Urgot would have the push up against the likes of a Gangplank, which means that I think Fnatic should look to play around the top side of the map relatively early, but even then, their comp seems to me, when you have a Kai'Sa and you have a Cassio, very much towards the scaling end of things, and I don't think they need to try and force any plays that hard in the early game.
Also, with Cassio and Kai'Sa, you have excellent Monster Shred.
You do?
If you ever get open access to an early Baron, and especially if there's early mountains, which we definitely need to keep track of, Fnatic could easily turn this into a monster objective-oriented game.
Such an important game for both these teams. Fnatic need to win out to guarantee themselves that second spot and a rematch with G2 over in Athens. We'll see how Splyce can stand in their way today, because of course if Splyce win here, they will have the 2-0 in the head-to-head. They would lock second place, and they would be the team going straight through to our live finals. It's going to be an exciting one, to be sure. Last time it was a barnstorm over game. Today, I'm sure we'll see it again. On to Summoner's Rift we go for what Xerxes called the best match of the split. Fnatic versus Splyce. It was last playoffs that Fnatic demolished Splyce in a 3-1 defeat. Earlier this split, Splyce were the victors in a very back-and-forth skirmish-heavy game. We'll see what they brought to the table today.
It was a messy game the last time they played Medic. That was when that was Hylissang's probably worst performance of the split, I feel. Him and Broxah had a really poor game, and Splyce did a great job of punishing it, but it was very back and forth. Both teams could have won it, but in the end, it was Splyce that ended up having the better late game team fighting. And when we look at this comp, they do have scaling elements themselves, and I feel like that looking at this game, we're kind of going a little bit old school because we're not going to be seeing a lot of early aggression. We're not going to be seeing a lot of like focus on early kills or priority. It's just going to be about scaling, getting to the mid game, and probably a lot of team fighting.
And it feels like a lot more of Fnatic's composition. While I agree with you, there's early game potential to play around the Urgot, is Rekkles is kind of like your last line of defense, your insurance policy here. You have a Cassiopeia, and then he's using a Kai'Sa in tandem with a Rakan and a Gragas, who work beautifully in terms of synergizing with Kai'Sa's ultimate. So it feels like kind of a right turn from Fnatic that suddenly now we're back to playing towards Rekkles as a power point.
Definitely is a little bit of a 90-degree turn from them. I do wonder about that early game discussion, because you say both the comps don't really want to do too much in the early game, but so often we've seen Xerxes and Broxah be those early game catalysts for their teams. They're the ones that set their teams up to get into the mid game ahead. And this game, I wonder how they're going to look around jungle pathing, what lanes they'll be looking towards.
Well, it looks like both junglers right now going for the safer, clear approach where they do one side of their entire jungle, but as I say, that Broxah already looking for a potential play around the top side of the map. We did talk about in Draft Out, he may look to play around the Urgot, but with a ward spotted out, he's not going to go for it.
And it could also just be that he thinks that he can get the double buff.
Bwipo can win this!
Hey, just solo kills him. Bwipo with the 1 versus 1. There's the early power of the Urgot. Even after all those nerfs back on patch 9.7, he's still able to find a 1v1 kill.
And again, meanwhile, while this is happening, is that they got the early vision down on Xerxes' pathing. Like Vedis is saying, he went for the complete clear, so he's cleared all of his camp's bottom. Broxah has slipped in underneath and taken away the blue buff.
And of course, Broxah, he has priority topside, so he knows he's perfectly safe to do this. Vizicsacsi will be forced to TP back in. Of course, Vizicsacsi did not use his flash there, but Broxah is very aware of what is going on, and he should be able to slip out undetected.
Could look for a potential gank.
Could go for it. Chachi does still have his flash in the top lane, so maybe respecting the fact that Xerxes was pathing up towards the top side. Bwipo unable to go back yet, so still just sitting on that Doran shield, but as the wave pushes into him, expect to clear most of this out and probably have a sizable lead.
Dive.
Yep.
Dive, dive, dive.
No flash.
Submarine call coming in. Now Broxah is in the right place at the right time as Xerxes and Chachi look for the dive on towards Bwipo. Broxah will match up against his enemy man and force Xerxes away, and the dive has been dissuaded for the moment. But meanwhile in the bottom lane, Noscaren's flashing in. Hylissang caught out, he's done! Kobe jumps forward, the power of Alistar Tristana coming up trumps.
And now Splyce answer back with a 2v2 kill of their own down in the bottom lane. They punish Hylissang, and we'll get a replay of exactly how, but he ends up losing his flash, and Kobe and Noscaren find the advantage.
And it's the read knowing that Broxah was busy topside protecting Bwipo because the top wave crash was coming in. If Bwipo's denied the CS there, it hurts so much, so he has to call his jungler to babysit him to allow him to pick up that necessary golden experience.
So we're going to have a look at it now. Hylissang trying to zone the duo away. He gets a good knocker, but then he gets CC'd in by Noscaren. He's forced to flash out because he realizes that he's far too up the river, and he ends up dying. So good punish there from the side of Splyce.
Very greedy play there from Hylissang as well. Jumping in, knowing the Alistar has the pulverize means you're going to be locked up. And it meant that Splyce were able to get their first kill of the game, putting those resources into Kobe, who we said is likely to be one of the key carries for this team.
Now there seems to be a play here from Xerxes. He's actually running towards Broxah's blue buff. Now they do have priority over mid and bottom. Kobe also has TP. And it was a question of if Splyce were actually going to pull the trigger on that. And Xerxes says, no, I am going to get 3 buffed, and instead heads to his Krug camp.
Humanoid now making the rotation down. They do have vision on Broxah, who's only level 3, so he's likely going to be forced back. You can see that he is sitting on the Predator boots now. Chosen not to use them just yet, and will just force out the smite in order to secure that one.
Splyce in a position right though, their Rekkles hasn't taken his back yet. He still has access to the TP, and there's a huge item discrepancy. He's now going to match it up, but Splyce have set themselves up into a possible gank to try to use that TP.
It should be pretty easy for him to catch out Hylissang. Hylissang will be looking to dodge away. Oh, great play there by Hylissang. Uses the W first to make sure he can get to Rekkles without getting knocked up.
So Splyce once again try to attack the bot lane. We said that there wasn't going to be a huge amount of early game action, and boy, were we wrong. Bwipo was able to find the 1v1 kill. We've seen a bunch of ganks now towards the bot side of the map, and rightly so, attack where there aren't no summoner spells. Splyce, they don't really want to try and look for a play top, because trying to kill Bwipo could be dangerous, especially as he gets closer and closer to that level 6 mark. But the big thing I want to draw viewers' attention to is the fact that Nemesis just used his teleport, which means right now Humanoid has that TP advantage. Going back to base, he won't be able to pick up the package, but if he holds onto that TP, it gives him the ability to save it for a later play, either towards the bot side or the top side of the map. And this gives Splyce more global pressure overall.
Yeah, and I just want to echo it. The TP has been used now, but we're still looking at that package timer. So we expect the top lane to be ignored outside of maybe the easiest gank in your life, or to wait until those level 6s for both the GP and the Sejuani, and again, start funneling towards that bot lane on Reckless and Hilly.
Fnatic with river control here might look for the gank down towards bottom side. Kobe and Norscaen being very respectful. No wave for them there yet.
There's that ward. Thank you, observers, for pointing that one out. They saw Nemesis making the roam down, and so the bot lane was very aware. The missing pings were coming out in the river. Xerxes was resetting, so they were forced to disengage. Good trade coming out from Nemesis in the mid lane, though.
About half HP on both of the mid laners. Nemesis picks himself up a tier first here on the Cassiopeia. Just going to try and scale up. Hex Drinker first on Humanoid, as expected, in towards an AP matchup. But here comes the Hex Smash and Norscaen. Oh, not quite there in time. Hylissang quick on that trigger finger.
Norscaen is doing a wonderful job, though, using Fog of War and trying to abuse with this Hex Flash every time. Over the wall, that time around in the brush leading up to River. They've now managed to get Xerxes in here into a control ward.
Straight onto the ward. Hylissang should just back away from the bottom side of this. Reckless will catch the wave as it pushes in towards his tower. I want to give some credit to Chachi, who's been able to keep himself pretty even in that top lane after losing that first kill. He's gone back, got himself a Sheen, building up towards the Trinity Force, as expected on the Gangplank. But I do really want to see how much Whippo can do on this Urgot pick, because it's such a surprise to see it after it fell out of meta for so long.
Well, to be fair, he's already doing a lot. He sits at about a 500 gold advantage right now, even though the farm looks close. Securing that first blood definitely benefited him, and now Broxah is in the wings. Visitachi does have the flash up, and Brox is just going to use this time to clear out the vision. Now, the question is, what does Xerxes do with his time? Because he should hit level 6 relatively soon. The flash is still down for Hylissang. Does he look for a potential collapse on Hylissang in the rotation?
That's what he's going to do. Norscaen coming in from the side as well as Hylissang will just jump across the wall. Pretty easy for him to escape.
Yeah, the only unfortunate thing for Splyce here is that their game plan centers so much around the bottom side, but it's a Cloud Dragon and so much river control from Fnatic's vision. But that's been the major speed bump here, is this feels like a relatively quiet early game outside of those initial scuffles.
You can see that Fnatic have actually done a great job of controlling mid and top, even though they ended up losing out in the 2 versus 2 due to a bit of a misplay from Hylissang. Nemesis has done a great job of keeping the mid wave constantly pushed up, and of course, because Whippo found that earlier kill, he's in a pretty comfortable state as well. And as a result of just having that pressure, it's given Broxah a lot of freedom to move in the river, both top and bot. But fortunately for them, they have been able to, for Splyce, they've been able to reclaim some vision bot, so now they can go for this counter gank that Broxah's trying to set up.
This is a really dangerous play for Fnatic, however, because you're not playing with cross-map advantage. Not only does Chachi have his ultimate about to come off of cooldown, but he also has the TP.
Yep.
So Fnatic should maybe pump the brakes here a little bit before really diving in on bot lane when Splyce have a potential numbers advantage.
I think they had the same read as you there, Frost, because Broxah backed away as soon as he saw Xerxes in his crosshairs. There's only the Cloud Dragon early on, and that means we probably won't see Splyce being able to get as much of an advantage out of the bot lane pressure that they have. Do you want to bring attention to some of the CS numbers? 11 farm lead for Nemesis in mid, and actually quite a sizable sum for the Kai'Sa down towards bottom lane. Maybe on death doesn't hit there as Chachi flashes away, continuing to try and trade with Whippo, but Whippo knows if he can get that all in, he can force Chachi away. Now Chachi's failing because Xerxes on his way. Whippo looking for the flash forward. Xerxes there. Glacial Prism hits and Whippo caught unawares. He's going to try and get away with the disdain, but Xerxes is on the chase. Cannon Barrage comes down and Whippo will die. Parlay to the base and Chachi gets his first kill.
The sword versus the shield. Meanwhile, Fnatic now know that they have the numbers on the bottom side since Xerxes is top, and more importantly, Chachi used his ultimate. So that GP ultimate is no longer a dissuader, it's just the teleport and the package from Corki.
Ooh, now, along with that kill, Xerxes using this opportunity to make a play towards the Rift Herald as Norscaen takes a lot of damage in the 2 versus 2. You can see both spots getting chunked out. But Kobe and Norscaen have to be careful because Nemesis and Broxah are in the river. Splyce have full knowledge that this is going on, so the risk of a dive is very real as Fnatic stack up a wave. So they're going to be forced to play more so on the back foot. And here it comes.
Are they defensive enough? Predator Boots coming in. The ward will spot him out. Norscaen trying to get away from this. Has the flash. So does Kobe. and Splyce will be incredibly respectful. Package coming down from Humanoid as he tries to rotate towards his bottom lane, but as soon as Nemesis and Brox are left, he realizes he can just take his time to clear out this ward.
Fnatic have done a really good job shifting also Bwipo into the mid lane to pick up the farm. Now he's been sitting on the TP the entire time. He's forced to use it. Now this is going to sound a little bit weird, but I feel like obviously Bwipo didn't want to die in that exchange up into the top lane, but I feel like what he was trying to do was actually just get the Gangplank ultimate. If he can trade his ult for GP ultimate or force Chachi to use it to clear a wave or just panic ult, that's actually a huge win for Bwipo because he's like, I want to isolate this into the 1v1 topside matchup instead of giving Splyce tools to use it cross map. So anytime he gets that ult in the lane, that's a huge win for Fnatic.
And on the one hand, I agree with you. I think that makes sense. But on the other hand, I remember
also
that...
misplayed.
No, I also think that Bwipo is a hyper aggressive carry top laner that just loves to fight. So on the one hand, you can be like, yeah, that's a really intelligent play. On the other hand, I'm like, maybe Bwipo just likes murdering people. Like, when he's on this Urgot, he loves to get in your face and try to go for these trades. And now he's got Broxah here as well. No flash on Vizicsacsi.
He's got Hilly too.
He's playing on the defense. I say that as Vizicsacsi oversteps so slightly.
Broxah doesn't land the body slam, but here comes Hylissang. The charm will connect into the Purge. It's easy enough stuff for Fnatic. They get their second kill on the board.
It was just a ping pong game right there. It didn't matter how much fancy footwork Chachi had, didn't have access to the flash, and just gets denied.
So look at all the plates that Splyce are picking up right now. They're going to secure 3 down towards the bot side of the map. They've now dropped the Rift Herald mid as well, so they're going to secure at least another 2 that are going to go in the back pockets of Humanoid. So while Fnatic do commit that play up top, they only get 2 plates in exchange for 4. And they can even threaten a dive towards the bot tower and maybe even secure this before Fnatic can answer. So yes, Fnatic do find a kill, but the overall gains heavily go in the favor of Splyce.
Huge game for Splyce as the Cannon Barrage was used to clear out that top minion wave, meaning that Bwipo didn't have as much time with the tower as he would have liked. Now, Kobbe will wait for the next wave. I'd like to see Norscaven just staying around, trying to threaten Rekkles a little bit to make sure they get that tower first.
And look at what Vizicsacsi's doing. He moves to the mid lane because he recognizes that the entire top jungle does not belong to Splyce. He is grouping up because he knows that the risk of death is extremely high and he wants to offer value elsewhere on the map. So now they have 2 mid, 2 bot, they secure the tower, and they may be even able to get a couple plates in the mid lane as well.
But now as we shift out of this lane phase into an open map state, you have to wonder, was this worth it for Fnatic? The fact that they put so many resources into getting Bwipo so strong onto this top side, when you have the likes of a Gangplank, a Corki, and a Tristana, the Tristana and the Corki in particular, that ate up a lot of that time, whereas Fnatic goes top, they get everything else on the map, and it feels like Splyce are in a much more dominant position at this point in the game.
And if our observers could so kindly swap over to the gold, you'll see the influence that those plates do have. In the mid lane, there's now a 500 gold advantage. In the bot lane, there's 1,300. So even though the gold is even across the 2 teams, because of what Bwipo is doing, both the mid laner and the bot laner for Splyce are in a fantastic position.
And it means that if Fnatic are able to leverage the strength that they funneled into Bwipo, then it's worth it.
Yes.
If not, then Splyce will start to snowball ahead.
Bwipo has completed his first item, the Death's Dance on that Urgot. Infinity Edge complete on Kobbe on the other side. Those are the 2 key carries we're looking at the moment. Hylissang was trying to catch out Chachi with a little bit of a sneaky Fnatic push, but Chachi very much aware that that could happen and will force Hylissang away. Now, there's an Infernal Drake up in a minute's time, and as the clock ticks towards that 15-minute mark, I think both teams will be content with how the early game's gone, but perhaps wouldn't have wanted to give up the little bits of leads they've given to the opposing laners.
I mean, the important thing to note is that entering into the mid game, the debate is who is stronger right now. Because whoever is stronger and whoever finds it easier to gain push and thus priority over Drakes will be the one that gets to dictate the pace of the game over the next few minutes. Right now, to me, it feels like it's Splyce. But the biggest question is, just as Frost was saying, how do Fnatic utilize Bwipo? He has no teleport available. It will not be up in time for the Drake spawning, which means that I hope to see him base and now group up with his team. Fnatic could look to try and force a fight right now as a means to regain some gold back into their mid and AD cannons.
Yeah, and I like the fact that both Nemesis and Rekkles have access to those teleports, so quickly grab as much gold as you can. If you need to make a reset because you're close to the item, they have the ability to cheat the priority, reset themselves on the map very quickly. But you can see that Fnatic, they feel that if Bwipo's here, they are strong enough to contest this Infernal, but I think Splyce have the same thing in mind. This could be a big fight.
again, observers, thank you for highlighting that ward that sits just behind, on top of the blue buff right now. Splyce have the ability to flank. The question is, will they look to use a Humanoid has the package? Fnatic start the Drake.
Splyce maybe a little bit too late on this one as the Inferno Drake is going to fall straight away. Miasma forces Xerxes away, and Splyce will try and get that mid lane prio and maybe look for the tower. Noskaven going in, just acting as a distraction. There's the Glacial Prison. Whippo frozen in place for the moment. Now the package on the bottom side of this fight. Humanoid could change it all in a heartbeat.
Splyce do not want to fight this now. A lot of their crowd control is gone. They just want to focus on securing the mid tower. If they overcommit, Fnatic will come back, and this is the smart choice. Just take the objective, walk away, and just be happy with a little bit more control over the map.
So Infernal for mid lane. We talked about how Fnatic's composition has such great monster objective control because it is a Kai'Sa and a Cassiopeia. If they ever get to these monster objectives first, Splyce learned a hard lesson. It immediately disappears. They didn't get there in time, and Fnatic did get something for this trade.
Still very much even between the two of them, but as you say, Fnatic starting to rack up those dragons, and Infernal and a Cloud underneath their belts, and I'm just incredibly happy to see both these teams kind of reverting to a playstyle that we knew them both so well for in the past. Fnatic were always the team fighting gods. Reckless on Sivir is what I remember. 500 CS win condition. Splyce, the more methodical, slow team that waits for the 30, 35-minute mark and then just explodes in those full 5v5s. I'm expecting huge team fights, and I wonder how much these teams are going to be able to use the lead that they have so far.
Well, right now you're starting to exploit maybe some of that greenness here. Humanoid being picked on. He is curious. He suspects it because he's checking that brush, but he is definitely testing his luck on this tower.
He's going to defend it for the moment. Hylissang trying to jump away. Nemesis and Brox are there to help him out, but look at the damage already on Hylissang. So squishy. He's going towards the Athene's Unholy Grail build here with the Fiendish Codex, and makes it very hard for that Rakan to survive if he gets caught out.
So one thing I want viewers to keep in the back of their minds as we transition more into the mid game is what Hylissang is doing on the map. What I think Fnatic have done a lot of this split, and something I think they've been pretty good at, is how they attack side lanes, specifically the Bwipo-Hylissang duo. Early on in the split, we saw that Shen-Rakan combo, and it's just something that, while not utilizing the Shen, they've actually leveraged a lot throughout the split. And it's just a way in which Fnatic create a numbers advantage in a side lane to allow Bwipo to gain more control, and then he creates windows to then join the rest of his team. And it's like an ebb and flow. Hylissang helps top then helps the rest of the team. And this trade-off has benefited Fnatic a lot throughout the course of this split.
Which is why I love what Splyce have done to try to answer that by having access to high mobility champions that have a lot of pressure over the map, like Gangplank and Corki, so that if Fnatic do start blitzing out to these side lanes, there is windows that Splyce can do to attack elsewhere.
All right, 2 minutes before the Baron spawns, it's Splyce who are trying to get vision control over the area, giving Chachi and Humanoid a little bit of safety to push up for this tower. And if Bwipo did overstep, he could be quite easily caught by the Splyce 5-man squad.
Now we are seeing something which is quite a distinct difference between the two teams, in that Fnatic love to play on all three lanes because they like to get as much gold funneled into all of their carries as possible. Whereas Splyce will sacrifice Chachi to group up with the rest of his team, and often they play as a 4 or 5-man unit. And we saw a great example of it there, where 4 members in mid, even though they had teleport on Humanoid and Chachi, they sent neither of them bot lane because they would much rather stay as a group because they know their 5v5 is stronger. So they can leverage that power and with man advantage to try and force down these objectives, which does work. But the problem is if you keep forcing it and it doesn't result in anything big, then Fnatic end up with the bigger payoff because all of their carries are getting more gold over time.
So the big objective you have to look at has to be that Baron in a minute's time. The Cloud Drake up in a minute and a half, as well as Splyce will not want to give that one up, but it's only a Cloud Dragon. It's not the most impactful of Drakes in this game.
Splyce need to be careful clearing out all of the vision. They haven't spent a lot of time over this side of the map, and you can see Fnatic have it littered everywhere with wards. So first step first is Splyce need to take control over the bottom side of the map, but this is actually buying time for Bwipo on towards the top side. So slowly, Fnatic are starting to pull Splyce around this map. All the easy objectives are gone, possibly a pick.
Not quite able to connect fully onto Brox. Xerxes didn't want to use the Glacial Prison. Want to bring a little bit of attention to some of the items that have just been finished. Seraph's Embrace complete on the Cassiopeia alongside the Liandry's. Looking at the other side, we've got Trinity Force on Gangplank and on the Corki, and those 2 items, Infinity Edge Rapid Fire Cannon, complete on the main carry for Splyce, Corbett.
So we can see that Splyce feel pretty confident with a lot of their item spikes actually being hit. Level 11s coming through for pretty much everyone, so they're feeling confident. Corbett actually has a bit of a level advantage over Reckless as well, and it can be seen pretty distinctly dramatically in the gold difference too, with a 1.6k advantage sitting in Kobe's back pocket. So one of the big main mans, one of the players that Shox was keeping her eyes on Kobe, is performing extremely well, and how these two perform in the upcoming team fights will be pivotal in determining the outcome of this game.
Oh, Chachi.
Flashes away, Broxel unable to land the flash chase. Battle dodged away there. Chachi just trying to fight versus 3 players from Fnatic. Cannon Barrage coming down, the rest of Splyce unable to help him, and Fnatic find a pick.
And Vedi has talked about how Splyce will often pull Chachi to group with the team, but when they do that, he's often left exposed, and you will constantly see Chachi getting picked off, and that's the reason for it. He's picked off there. It's now a numbers advantage in this mid lane, with only Humanoid getting something up on the top side.
Fnatic finding a good pick there, catching Vizicsacsi in transition and not getting punished for it. Unfortunately for Humanoid, he was lying in wait, deciding whether he should TP in, base, or group with his team. That small element of indecision means that he cannot trade this tier 2. Fortunately, though, he does disengage in time to get out with his life.
But Fnatic gets so much from that Cloud Dragon mid lane tower, means they can step deeper into the Splyce jungle, set down some of that deep vision that we always talk about when you're looking to set up towards Nash.
It also means that they've now shored up a lot of these item disadvantages on the likes of their AD carries. So we're taking a look at that. Chachi had already burned the flash. There's nowhere he's going to go, so at this point he's just trying to do as much damage knowing that the end is coming.
And the important thing to note there is that this was one of those instances where Fnatic actually brought their side laners to group as 5. And by having a numbers advantage, it made it easy for them to try and force the play and end up putting Vizicsacsi in this awkward situation where he ends up losing his life.
And a few minutes ago we talked about coming into the mid game who we thought was the more powerful team, who was stronger, as Nemesis looks for the fight down towards the bottom lane. Humanoid called out with a Fear Beyond Death, will use the package into the Valkyrie. Nemesis could flash chase here, Humanoid still slowed up. Flash in, Miasma dodged away by Humanoid. Hylissang on his way though, there's the quickness. Humanoid should not be able to dodge away from this. Charmed up, another kill goes to Fnatic.
It is 3 members down here that managed to pick up Humanoid, but meanwhile Splyce have committed all of their numbers towards the top side. Chachi taking the tower for his mid laner's death.
And you can see how Splyce are not just giving away single members for nothing elsewhere. This is the top end of Europe. These are 2 of our best teams, and every time someone loses their life, it's exchanged for something else. So the question is, was this worth it for Splyce? And I feel that because you lost your summoner spell in the flash on Humanoid, in exchange for the flash on Nemesis, along with getting the tower top, I feel overall Splyce can be pretty happy with that trade.
And I think coming into this game, a lot of the debate was around who the expected winner was. Most people said Fnatic should be the comfortable favorites, and Splyce are the team that I expected to have to try and challenge and step up a gear to actually take down Fnatic. We'll see if Splyce can continue this pace, because now it feels like Fnatic are starting to fight back.
Very quickly, we did notice that Bwipo going full secret agent as he gets the back in the brush without getting spotted. But yeah, you're right, Medic. What really surprised me was how many fans thought that Fnatic were head and shoulders above Splyce. And I suppose you can guess by the crowd that there is a bit of Fnatic favoritism amongst the European community, but I feel that this split, Splyce have demonstrated that they can compete with the likes of the best, and that this should be a very close matchup. And what we're seeing so far is still very close. The gold is very even, but some of these big item spikes are coming through, and how we see both these teams play over the next few minutes will be an indicator of how they stack up against the likes of their opposition, along with G2 in the future.
I particularly want to keep track of Humanoid's flash. Without him having access to the flash, it is much more dangerous to play out to the side lanes like he was, even though he does have access to the TP. And it also means that Broxton can cause that much more havoc with a well-placed ultimate here, because it's just now the Valkyrie to save Humanoid, and he is a massive part of this team's damage.
So again, we're seeing it once more from Vizicsacsi. See how he still has his teleport, but is grouping up with the team. They're not sending him up top lane to catch the wave. There's nothing for him to do bot, so they're just playing as the 5 versus 5. Splyce could be looking for a fight right now. They have a lot of engage with both the Sejuani and the Alistar, but Fnatic have the better setup, especially with Humanoid up at the top lane.
They also have the superior flank because Hilly was able to blitz into this jungle, clear out, know that he's not standing on a ward by using the sweeper, and just doing classic Hilly things.
And it comes all the way back to draft. We mentioned it. As soon as that Rakan got locked in, we said that's snuck through the draft there from Splyce. Hylissang being on his signature pick will make it very difficult when they get towards these team fights, and you can see Hylissang's played pretty well so far this game, a couple of mistakes in lane, but this is where he really thrives on the Rakan.
But every time that they pull Chachi to cover this mid lane, he's losing time where he could be farming into a side lane. And that's also Splyce losing so much of the vision. When they reset onto this map, they had control wards all over this Baron. It's now been completely deleted, and Fnatic are on the objective.
Talked about the Shred, the Cassiopeia can do so much damage to that Baron. It was already below half. Here comes the engage. Norscarin going in, Brock's already done, and Humanoid coming in for the bit more of the fight. Nemesis stunned up for the second, teleport coming in from Chachi, and now it's going to be an alright brawl in the river. Hylissang down, a double for Humanoid. Whippo trying to help out his mid laner, but he is caught out. Jumps straight in onto Kobbe. Here comes Reckless, it's a triple for Humanoid. But how now is Kobbe fallen? Reckless doing so much work. It's Whippo and Reckless against Splyce, and Fnatic are coming out on top. Chachi running for the hills, Whippo standing in his way, chasing him down. There's no escape today. A triple for Whippo.
And it ends up being a 5-for-4, just barely in favor of Fnatic. We talked about how these team fights would be explosive, but that was not what I was expecting. So it's Fnatic that start off this Baron in this Alienware replay, but they get collapsed on by the engage from Norscarin and Humanoid. Note how Humanoid is staying just outside of the range of the Cassio, so he can slowly chunk them down. And with the flank from Vizicachi, you think this fight is over for Splyce, but then Whippo joins the fray.
And it's the fact that Splyce have used so many vital cooldowns before they joined the fight full team for Fnatic. But now we're back on the Baron, we're back in the play.
Teleport in from Kobbe, all 5 members of Fnatic here. Norscarin and Kobbe have to try and defend. Reckless
teleports.
4,000 HP left on it. TP's coming in, Humanoid there. But Fnatic have already got the Baron, and now Splyce have to try and act as cleanup duty. Norscarin's going to lock up Whippo. They're going to try and take down the Urgot, but he's been so tanky. Eventually he'll fall. The rest of Fnatic run back to their base. 4 Barons still alive.
Yeah, and the fact that they got the Barons, they can still play into multiple lanes right there, so Fnatic got what they came for.
Props to Fnatic for just going straight for the Baron. They knew that 2 members had the teleport, and I think that Whippo doesn't even reset. Because Broxah was the first one to die, he knows that he can already get back out onto the map a full 19 seconds before Xerxes can. And even though the death times are even for Xerxes against Reckless and Nemesis, again, those double teleports that were available meant that they could join the Baron well before the rest of Splyce could. Great awareness from the side of Fnatic to know that they could rush this Baron down and secure it before Splyce had an effective answer.
And Whippo in particular, he said during that call out, you know, if you leave Aatrox, I'll lock it in. He had the opportunity. He instead gave priority to his jungler, but is making up for it on one of his signature picks with this Urgot. We thought, why is this coming out? Now sitting 5, 2, and 3. He got the first blood, he tanked for the Baron, and he is leading the charge for Fnatic.
We asked the question, will Fnatic's investment in Whippo pay off? It is paying off dividends right now. He is dominating on this Urgot pick. The rest of the map looking very good as 3 items finished on the Kai'Sa, 3 items complete with the Rabadons for Nemesis. And on the other side, you're sitting at 2.5, maybe 3 on Kobbe.
But what is important to remember is how close that fight actually was. It was 5-for-4. If one member had used the skill shot differently, dodged something, flashed at a different time, that could have been a Splyce team fight win. And that's why it's important to remember that even though Fnatic have the Baron right now, you can see how Splyce, as a 4-man unit, are just pushing up and saying, we'll still fight you. We'll still go toe-to-toe. We have the stronger front line. We have a Tristana. His QSS is now completed. Splyce still feel very confident in their ability to team fight, and the gold gap is not so big that they're out of it just yet.
And it's not just about the gold gap, it's again, the gap between Splyce and Fnatic isn't that big. This is heavy favorite towards Fnatic. If you ask anyone, Fnatic will be the first name out of your mouths, but Splyce are putting up a very admirable fight.
Standing in the faces of Fnatic, trying to defy them at every opportunity. And here they just continue to keep those waves pushing out. A minute left on the Baron buff hasn't really got Fnatic too much. And scaling coming in for both teams now. Chachi building towards it. The Sterak's Gauge has finished that up. It's just that little bit more tanky in those 1v1s against Whippo.
So this is damage control right now for Splyce. They need to absorb as much time as possible on this Baron and stop bleeding objectives, and they've done that very well by moving around as a grouped up unit to protect their flanks and pick up some farm.
It's giving Nemesis a little bit of free time down towards the bottom lane. It's something you talked about earlier, Vedius. Fnatic playing 3 lanes while Splyce is sometimes playing 2. I think we saw that in effect right here as Nemesis was down towards that bottom lane, got another tower for Fnatic. With it, they have about 1,500 gold lead coming into the 30-minute mark. But as the game goes on, that minuscule gold advantage matters less and less.
So now I'm thinking next steps for both these teams. Splyce, they really want that fight. But the setup is what's most important. And I think that The question is, who do you want to die first? Because I look at this comp from the side of Fnatic, I'm like, if you leave Nemesis alive, well, he's just going to melt through your front line faster than you can survive it. But Rekkles can dive onto the backline so flawlessly that if you waste all of your engage trying to collapse onto this Cassio, then Rekkles is just going to have a field day on your backline.
I think one of the big issues that we have in terms of teamfight execution is that Xerxes isn't at super tank status yet on this Sejuani. As soon as he is, I actually think that Splyce get a bigger advantage in terms of range because it's Tristana and Corki. But until Xerxes has that key itemization, this can still go either way.
Whipper went a little bit brave there, disdaining in, trying to catch out Humanoid, and Xerxes was waiting around the corner with the Glacial Prism. Whipper had to burn his flash, and now Fnatic pushing in for the tower. Baron buff has fallen off, but they'll get the turret without too much question as Chachi is down towards bottom lane without a teleport.
Because ultimately, when you look at these compositions, there's multiple damage threats for both sides. Say you get Nemesis, well, Rekkles and Whippo are still going to do massive damage. Yep. Say you get Humanoid, Kobbe is super fed, and you also have to deal with a Gangplank. So this is going to come down to picture-perfect execution, and again, I'm looking at key tank itemization to be the difference maker here.
What does surprise me is the lack of magic resistance coming out from the side of Splyce right now. Remember that there is so much AP damage coming out from the side of Fnatic, but at the same time, if you then fully itemize towards MR, Whippo is just going to obliterate you. And we've already seen how much damage he's doing in this game. So it's definitely a difficult comp to itemize against. I was worried that Fnatic wouldn't actually have enough AD damage, but clearly investing in Whippo and getting him ahead early has paid off.
I think a question that comes down in these teamfights is the engage-disengage war as well. You're looking at Hylissang and Boxer to be primary engage tools for Fnatic, and the question becomes, can Splyce disengage then re-engage the fight on their terms? Can they front to back it if they need to? And if they can Fnatic then try and re-engage after Splyce being able to disengage the first foray?
I kind of feel like it's who gets the first shot off,
yeah.
Who gets that first sucker punch. Is it Hilly who finds the miraculous engagement, or is it Xerxes with the Sejuani ultimate that finds a key member? Because there's both options for these teams that, you know, once the initial CC goes down, once you have that big, massive wombo combo moment, that Kobbe can start Gooba stopping around on the Tristana, or Rekkles can fly in underneath onto the Kai'Sa and clean up fights.
What I think, Medic, is that with the Infernal spawning in 10 seconds, and the Baron spawning in 20 seconds, those will be the objectives where both these teams fight. The setup will be important, the amount of vision control they have. Notice again, Vizicsacsi abandons the bot wave to get with his team faster. They want to make sure they have all 5 members. Ooh, Splyce get forced into that choke point. Very dangerous situation for them.
Flash burn from Chachi. Fnatic going to start up the Inferno, and Splyce say, okay, we'll go up towards the top side, maybe get control over the Baron, maybe even start it ourselves.
They're just getting bullied out, like he said. Getting funneled into that choke point means they lost the vision war over that Infernal, and it just wasn't worth it. Broxah was getting a perfect flank onto Splyce, so Splyce decided to cut their losses and now head towards the Baron.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Splyce trying to pull Fnatic into a fight. Norscarin looking for the flank position. He's on the blast cone, but he's going to get all the way back round to the back of his team. Hylissang stepping forward, takes a lot of chunk as Humanoid catches him out. Chachi's, it's actually Xerxes who's backing away, but he rejoins the fray.
We're coming down to that point in the game that it is going to be one moment, one clutch play. Time and time again, we know that Fnatic members can do it, but can Splyce stay up with him? Fnatic have their bread and butter in situations like this. Splyce, where is your bravery now?
Splyce is split up, Nemesis coming in to join it. Look at the bottom side of the fight. Rekkles almost takes down Humanoid well in the end. Cannon Barrage won't save you now. Hylissang in with the charm as Xerxes goes down towards the bottom of the fight, but Norscarin's caught out Rekkles. He goes golden for the second. Hylissang almost falls as Kobbe opens up the big guns. Boxer flashing in, knocks him back, but Rekkles is down, and Kobbe's still alive. Nemesis joining the fight as 2 go down. Fnatic, though, Whippo gets another 2 shutdowns to him, and it's only Xerxes and Kobbe left alive.
And it all came down to that single moment. Rekkles finds the pick onto Humanoid, and that is the go signal to kick off the fight for Fnatic. They now make their way towards the Baron. They start off the objective, but Splyce still have the jungler and Kobbe alive.
Kobbe looking for that one shot onto Hylissang, almost takes him out. Nemesis there, shredding through the Baron, and they decide against it. Fnatic get it. Second Baron of the game, 4,000 gold lead. And next up on the menu is the Elder Dragon in 3 minutes' time.
And that is the difference. It is single moments. It is single players making single plays that change the course of the game. The fact that it was Rekkles that found the kill, he zoned Humanoid out of this fight and managed to take down the Corki.
And Humanoid should have been able to see him because that ward saw Rekkles coming around that way. But he did not respect the fact that the collapse would just immediately come in from Rekkles, and he would find that 1 versus 1 kill. With so much damage suddenly disappearing from the side of Splyce, it ends up being an easy pickup from the side of Fnatic. and then they just clean up the other members on the side of Splyce. Beautifully played by Fnatic.
Doesn't matter if you kill Reckless, Bwipo and Nemesis are there to follow up. Look at the damage from the solo laners there from Fnatic. Nowhere near matched by Splyce, and now it's Splyce's time to try and find a 6th gear, because Fnatic have upped the tempo of the game. They put their foot on the accelerator, and they are looking for that spot in Athens.
And to kind of look at this whole game in its entirety, one of the big things that we discussed coming into today was, oh yeah, okay, it's just Kai'Sa's TP, was early game versus mid game versus late game, right? And one of the big things was...
Oh, Reckless! Oh, almost takes down Humanoid there.
Oh.
Tanks up the tower, but the tower will now fall, and now Fnatic continue on the offensive, pushing forward. Chachi, Noskaran, and Xerxes on the flank position, but Humanoid had to go back to the base, and now with the cannon wave coming in, Fnatic looking to open up the base of Splyce. Trying to break through that inhibitor line, but they can't do it yet. Xerxes still on the flank position, going in. Humanoid's here. Oh, it's Hylissang who gets caught out. They'll stun lock him, and they'll take him out before the fight even starts. And now Humanoid is coming in from the side, and Splyce may have found their moment. Splyce may have found their man, but Bwipo stands stalwart in the way. The GA popped, and they'll look to take him out. Kobbe jumps in, takes out Roxa. Bwipo's gonna fall as well. TP coming in. It's Nemesis joining the fight, but Splyce might look for it. Nemesis maybe TP into his demise. Kobbe's gonna open it.
Oh, Nemesis!
Nemesis steps up once again, goes Golden. Reckless here to help out his mid lane, and Oscar with the stun lock. Kobbe gets another, but Reckless will answer it. 4 for 4 as Reckless continues in his AD carry versus AD carry, and Kobbe is feeling himself, but Reckless says not today!
And Fnatic walk away with another ace. 5 for 4. Once again, the Baron buff is still alive, but it is not on Reckless. It does not matter. He should secure an inhibitor. The game will likely not be over, but what a team fight between the two teams. Splyce had the optimal setup. Splyce had the perfect opportunity to come back into the game, but the individual playmaking from Fnatic turned it around.
And it's Fnatic who also get the last laugh. They say, Champion Puddle, we can play anything. They pull out a different composition. They put Reckless back on the Kai'Sa, give him some teeth, and he shows up big with a healthy assist from Nemesis.
Look at how long Nemesis survives as well. Clutch use of the Seraphs, along with the GA just buying time. Nemesis goes back to base, he then TPs back in, and I thought at this point, it's over. Kobbe has too much damage, he's still very healthy, but he actually walks away from the fight, and he's not here to support. Then Nemesis just dives in. Great sidestep to dodge out from the Xerxes knockup, and then without Kobbe there to assist, he's not able to find that kill. Then he finally comes up with the cleanup, and then it's the 1v1. Reckless has his ultimate up and available, and he's able to find the outplay.
And that's the thing, this fight started with Reckless's ultimate, and it lasts so long that he gets multiple uses out of it.
Beautiful stuff from the Fnatic franchise, man. Reckless showing us once again he can play more than just Karma. Humanoid caught out here on the Miasma. Reckless jumping in. The Baron knocked him back, and now Fnatic are just on cleanup duty. It's too easy for them. Splyce cannot find an avenue to approach, but maybe the cannon rush enough coming. Oh, he's jumped straight into all of the Fnatic team. He takes down one. He's looking for a little bit more, but Fnatic will back away, and Splyce will not find another kill out of this. Void Seeker doesn't quite hit onto Humanoid, but Fnatic are looking greedily at this Elder Dragon.
They still have so much priority over this Drake, so at the end of the day, the play still goes towards Fnatic. Kobbe used his flash very importantly in that last skirmish, which means Splyce are at a massive disadvantage coming into this next fight with an Elder Dragon on top of it.
Props to Kobbe though. This guy is going beast mode in these late game fights, doing what he can to keep his team alive. But look, he's not in a position to support right now. A great use of the Miasma locks down Humanoid long enough to bait the rest of Splyce to try and help him. And while he does get away with his life, 2 members end up falling. Quick flash and QSS coming out there from Kobbe to avoid any dire situations, and while he does find a single kill, it's not enough to clean up the rest of the fight.
And we're very quickly approaching kind of the last dance for Splyce here. Fnatic, they've gotten 2 Barons, they've gotten the Elder Dragon, they're
Reckless
feeling very confident that they can close out this game, and Splyce have run out of time, have run out of miracles.
40 minutes or thereabouts on the clock. 7,000 gold lead for Fnatic. An Elder Dragon in their back pocket. Another Baron. Their third of the game is up in a minute's time if they deem to take it. Full builds across the board. It comes down to this.
We're ending up in a much longer game than usual because both comps are actually very similar in terms of their execution. Both are much more towards the scaling, but also the early game went favorably for the bot side of the map for Splyce, favorably for Fnatic's top side, so no one had a clear advantage. The gold was so even for so long that it made it difficult for both these teams to force anything. They needed the Baron, and every single time it has been these neutral objectives that has decided the games, and every single time it has been Fnatic that has come out on top.
One of the key things in terms of execution is that Splyce at this point have great long range. The Corki, the Tristana, they are fully online. So if it is a front-to-back composition, they should be able to hit you first. That said, Fnatic have wonderful tools to start fights with the long-range engage potential of Hilly and the Gragas Barrel.
Whipper going in, catches out Xerxes. Here comes Hylissang, straight onto the back line, the two-man charm. Kobe and Humanoid still alive, Boxer jumping in, gets the knockback, but the first to fall is a Fnatic member, and one will answer from Splyce. Whipper gets the double, Reckless jumping in, he gets another. Kobe and Chachi's still alive, but 4 members strong Fnatic are going to look to push and win.
And Fnatic, utilizing the power of the Elder Drake, end up just making mincemeat of Splyce. There are only 2 members left, but one of them is Kobe. Is he strong enough to hold the line for Splyce?
Reckless is not with the rest of Fnatic right now. He's looking for that top lane in here, maybe just opening up the map a little bit more so they can go back towards the Baron. Chachi and Kobe have to have a hero's stand here to hold it for Splyce. You can see how much that birth into Athens means for both these teams. Of course, if Splyce won this game, they would go straight to Athens. Fnatic need to win out the rest of their split. They have to beat Rogue tomorrow to secure their spot in second place.
Just the eldest members of Splyce there left to clean up their base. Their base is in tatters. Fnatic going to clean up another free Baron. That's the 3rd on the clock for them. And it feels like the nail in the coffin for Splyce.
Definitely does, but it's felt like that for the last 10 minutes or so, and still Splyce winning out parts of these fights. It just seems whenever you knock one Fnatic player down, another one steps up in their stead, and you can see Bwipo here very eager to step forward.
Just look at how tanky Bwipo is. He soaks up so much of the damage before the rest of Fnatic even join the fray, and he's done so much work as well. He doesn't even lose any of his HP bar. The man just so beefy on the Urgot. We thought that this champion was out of the meta. He brings it back in week 9. 10-3-8 is the scoreline, and a lot of this game started with Bwipo, and it is largely ended with the thanks of Nemesis and Reckless. Let's see if Splyce can do anything to turn this one around. We keep our eyes on Kobe every single time. He is the man that could turn it around. Late game Tristana, they find the ult.
Xerxes going in, but it's only Bwipo they've caught. He's still got a GA. He jumps forward, can't quite land onto Kobe. Tunnel coming in here from Reckless as he tries to join the fight. Chachi's not there. It's a 4v5 now as Reckless is here for the fray. Kobe's still opening up, but Bwipo's already got 1 kill. Chachi's now going to TP in, but he's on the back of the fight, and Fnatic have already won. The GA not even popped by Bwipo.
Yeah, because Bwipo's got his TP. He's going to come back in, and Kobe put everything into him, and now Reckless!
Putting everything in to taking out Kobe. He stands up. He's counted. Fnatic take 3. Splyce can do nothing about it, and Fnatic are looking for that Nexus.
And it came down to the big moments, to the clutch plays, and it was Reckless, it was Bwipo, it was Nemesis, time and time again. That is the difference maker between Splyce and Fnatic.
Fight as you might, Splyce. You cannot stand up against the 7-time champions. Fnatic sweep you aside. They do not care about your playoff hopes. They take you out, and Fnatic set their sights on G2.
Right, because Splyce even chose to face off against Rogue in this game right here, so we can jump on into this. And we already have some expectations for these two teams, because every Splyce draft feels very, very similar. They have some clear goals of what they're trying to pick up when they go into draft. That's like a self-sufficient top laner for Vizicachi, a level 6 farming jungler, a bot lane you can play through and have these scaling options. All these boxes must be hit, and then they can play the Splyce style we know.
And then on the other side, Larssen usually has a very consistent mid laner. He's one of the most stable members for Rogue, while as I agree with what the desk was just saying, Vander, you want these playmaking, engage opportunities, things like his Alistar, his Nautilus, or more importantly, the Rakan, if possible.
Interesting now as we see some bans come up on screen shortly, keeping you guys updated as it appears there is a delay in updating these, the overlay on your screen. It is the GP as well as the Xayah banned away on the side of Rogue. GP, of course, something that Vizicachi took into Finn's Kled last time they played and did dominate him. And the Olaf, of course, on the opposite. Not surprising to see.
Yeah, I think the GP is really smart here. Vizicachi loves that pick, and it helps Splyce hit another one of those boxes, and that's long-range, non-committal engage. The Sejuani, another one of those picks that we have our eyes on even after some nerfs to try and fit into Xerxes' wheelhouse.
But it all also makes Rogue's plan pretty clear here with the Shen ban. They are taking away blind pickable options for Chachi in the GP and the Shen, which means that I think they're going to try to give firepower to Finn. They're going to try to play through this guy on one of his signature picks like the Kled.
Notice we're not seeing any Yuumi bans after the nerfs on 916. Priority has gone down on that champion. I also think Vander and Norscairn much prefer to play the melee all-in supports, the likes of the Nautilus, and that, of course, the Yuumi gets locked in right now as I say that, but it's not getting banned.
What do they prefer, Andrew? Run
I
me
mean,
through one more time.
I think they prefer the all-in melee supports, especially Norscairn.
But this seems really risky because you know that the potential of the Nautilus or even the Volibear are still there. We've seen how devastating those two champions can be to something like a Yuumi. Maybe even the Poppy if Chachi wants to go back to one of his blind pickable tank options. I feel like there's more than a few champions that Splyce can rely on to disrupt that Yuumi and whatever plan Finn and Rogue have brewing with it.
And now immediately though, Splyce respond with the Akali pick. Incredible in the hands of Humanoid so far this season. See what he can do in the postseason now in the playoffs. And paired up with the Lucian, there's a lot of very powerful champions on the side of Splyce.
We were talking back and forth behind stage getting ready for this matchup, and Ender, you and I both agreed that we thought Akali was going to be the highest priority. I am very curious to see what this Yuumi pick means for Rogue when we know that Larson and Humanoid both play Akali and they gave it away.
I think we now know what it means,
Oh,
ladies
my
and gentlemen.
lord.
It's time for a little bit of Garen Yuumi. That's right. If you can't beat him, join him. And that is the story for Rogue, unable to take down Fnatic. So we'll borrow a little bit from their book of tricks. Now paired with a nerfed Corki as well, important to note. So nerfed Corki, nerfed Yuumi, unnerfed Garen, but this is an interesting composition.
He is the secret weapon, clearly.
So we've seen this Garen Yuumi bot lane before, and it looks real bad early levels. I think, you know, the likes of a Lucian on the other side, you play through this bottom lane, you must smash it early because we've seen what a Yuumi and a Garen can do in the mid game. He becomes almost unkillable with that cat attached to him, and the cat enables him to run you down and alleviate all the weaknesses of closing the gap as Garen.
And I think that also puts pressure on Xerxes. Now, he's already got Kabe on the likes of Lucian, so there is firepower and the potential to really hard smash a bot lane down there, although it's still relatively difficult to kill a Garen. So Xerxes needs to play something in the jungle that gives him agency, that allows him to attack this lane if they really do want to put it down early.
Which is interesting because Xerxes is almost always on these level 6 junglers that he can scale into the mid to late game very strongly on. Maybe needs to go for something a little bit more proactive. He played the Elise a lot earlier on in the season. It's a strong pairing, especially along something like that Renekton. Could be a good choice for him, try and shut down Rogue early on.
And I'm gonna be honest, we've seen a ton of variety in Rogue's drafts. We were talking about that earlier today, but from Splyce, this feels like a big departure from what we've seen so far. We have a lot of strong, almost outside of the Akali early lane focused champions. Not something we have associated with Vizicsacsi in a while. And now he's limiting the options that Finn will have to go up against him, taking the Aurelia, taking the Kled away, trying to secure that priority matchup for top side. Not something I'm used to seeing for Splyce.
Well, I think if Rogue were ever going to actually be on the other side of a victory and you asked what happened, how did Rogue actually take down Splyce, it's that Rogue got an early game composition that was able to abuse Splyce in lanes. Normally Splyce don't like to play aggressive in their lanes, don't usually pick up a lot of kills there outside of Humanoid in the mid lane, so this is a departure for Splyce, and why not in game 1 in a best of 5, try to see if you can attack Rogue in the early game and say, we're a better late game team anyway, let's bring the firepower early and just shut them down before this begins.
It seems like Splyce are trying something new, Rogue are trying something new. It's all about this game 1 experimentation to feel out your opponents, try to figure out what they're prioritizing, and if it doesn't work, you have games to fall back onto to try something new out. This Sylas very likely going to be in the jungle here for Xerxes, even after some nerfs to that clear, still a good option for him.
My only concern is that he doesn't have a lot of good ultimates to grab hold of. I think Corki's ultimate personally is my favorite out of this one, but you're not getting the same power of the Sylas if he was versus something like a Sejuani or a Jarvan. And I feel like something that Splyce's composition is missing is a lot of hard engage. If they ever do get anyone low, it's really hard for them to capitalize on that.
It's also just a very low-ranged comp in general, not just with the ability to start a fight off, but also in terms of your scrapping evolution. Very mobile comp, but they need to be able to close the gap onto you, and that's when they can really deal a lot of damage. The other thing you have to consider is consistent DPS to try and deal with a buffed up Garen later on in the game. You'd consider maybe a crit AD carry, a late game AD carry would be much more effective at dealing with him. Instead, the Lucian says we must win hard early.
And additionally, the Aatrox now paired through as well, a champion we expected to have higher priority, but with the midst of all of these crazy picks kind of slipped through the pick ban so far. All of the healing of an Aatrox paired with the Yuumi, two champions that when paired with the Yuumi are nigh unkillable. But finally, the Volibear lock-in coming through, taking something from the Book of Vitality. They did very well into this lane early game when it was Fnatic versus Vitality, the first time we saw the Yuumi Garen.
So taking a look at both these compositions for Splyce, I feel like they have a really strong 2-item composition right now. Mid-game should be really powerful for them. We already talked about the dominance that they can have in their lane phase. They have a lot of options like locking in that Volibear to deal with the Yuumi. It's just now, can they make good on this promise and really shut this cat down before the scaling and the unkillableness of Rogue takes over?
And can Splyce defy those expectations, the stigma behind this team? They must play through the late game. Can they change that here in game 1 of the playoffs and make a statement up against Rogue?
High stakes for both of these squads. Rogue to prove themselves time and time again, worthy in the eyes of the fans, but so many analysts skeptical of what they can accomplish on this stage. High-powered early jungler in the hands of Inspired. Time to prove the rumors wrong. Not just the Olaf one trick. Looking for a little bit more here. As Splyce on the opposite side, expected 3-0. Need to prove they're dominant. Have bigger aspirations than just being top 3. And it is all going to be defined here in this best of 5. And here we go, folks. Classic level 1 stare down. No crazy plays at this stage, although you can see Norscairn and Kai'Bay keeping their eyes out. And you talk about the early game, the importance of bot lane to win. Well, I can't imagine anyone's going to be dying at level 1, so why don't we shift focus just a little bit, as Lucian is forced to dash away there. That's a lot of respect paid. Looking at the jungle matchup, looking at the Sylas that was nerfed on 916 up against a champion like the Elise.
Yeah, I mean, this is a champion that lost some damage against monsters specifically. So it's not going to reduce your ability to duel enemy junglers, especially later on in the game when Sylas does become so strong. But first clear, going to be a little bit weaker. The Q does have damage reduction when used against monsters now. But this will be a very similar story to most of Xerxes' games, where it is playing for faster level 6. Expect him to stick around his topside camps and really farm those free XP, while Inspired has a lot more windows to make plays between levels 3 and 5.
So it feels like Splyce have really strong laners in the Akali, the Renekton, the Lucian, the Volley, whereas Rogue have a very strong ganking jungler with the Elise. So can she try to punish some of these very aggressive lane positions from Splyce members?
Because while we have seen very explosive early games from Inspired, as you heard on the desk, both of these guys are a little bit slower, are a bit more controlled, more worried about kind of denying opportunities for the opponent. But denying the Sylas in the early game will not be enough. If you're Elise in this case, you do need to make sure that Garen and the Yuumi can get through their lane safely. You want to snowball some of these other lanes and make sure Vizicsacsi doesn't dominate Finn like he did the last time we saw these two go head-to-head.
And if you're looking at lanes where Inspired could maybe look for some kind of play early on in the match, very unlikely that you can get anything done bottom lane around that side of the map because, let's face it, Garen and Yuumi don't offer a whole lot in terms of gank setup. But if you wanted to look into the mid lane, if Humanoid was ever pushing out of position, you could make something happen. Top lane as well, with a strong early laner like Aatrox, dueling 2v2 topside should be favorable for them until Xerxes gets some items under his belt.
Just want to quickly highlight what our observer showed us right there. It's really important when you're in a range versus assassin matchup that you get to the wave and you're able to bounce it and get it off that tower, because as soon as the assassins get around level 3, level 4, that's when the trade back becomes a lot scarier. So if the assassins can hold the wave on this side of the lane, they get level 3, they get access to all of their abilities, suddenly they're in the range champion's face and they really start abusing them. So this is kind of the one window when you're against a Corki that you can try to punish it, because if a gank comes early on, then suddenly that guy blows his flash, he can't approach the wave.
Have to see if that's where the attention goes. What Larssen can do, you can see a little bit of a focus on trying to shove this one in, not pushing too fast here.
I think because he's against the Sylas and they also have a ward on the top of his river, you can see it right there on top of Larssen, that's why he's playing safely like this. He knows that I'm probably not going to get ganked by Xerxes. I'm free to get this bounce and get this level 3 and get out of this Akali's face when I want to.
Yeah, Xerxes' pathing has also now gone all the way down towards the bottom side of the map, skipping Krugs, which usually we see the Sylases go for, but he wants to be in this river at 3 minutes 15 seconds with that bot lane priority. If he were to run into someone like the Elise, could look for a fight, but more than likely, he walks into the enemy jungle, puts down a ward on the enemy Krugs, and then finds a reset for himself to get back on that top side of the map and continue power clearing for level 6.
All right, now, the only other time I've seen this exact bottom lane, the Garen and Yuumi were dead repeatedly in the first few minutes. This feels much slower, and if what you told me in Champs League is true, this is pretty much entirely Rogue favored if they're able to just sit in this lane and to chill. Like, what is the break point here where you're terrified of this Garen Yuumi?
I think you have to wait for multiple items here on the Garen, because there will reach a point, I think, where Garen is going to be really hard to actually take down, and where you can just use him to move Yuumi around and start killing people with that artillery. Now, Yuumi was nerfed on this patch, importantly, damage off of her Q, so this should not be as powerful as it was previously, but now Inspired just going to be around this bottom lane to help push out the wave, because if you can actually freeze the wave against a melee carry that wants to walk up and auto-attack to last hit, you can then set up for your jungler to come down and find an easy gank.
Yeah, it's really important to recognize that Inspired is playing weak side of his map right now and protecting his bot lane, and then also trying to give coverage to Larssen, who is still very far forward in this lane. Now, what this does is it gives access for Xerxes to walk into Inspired's top side of his jungle. You can see he's now swept it out, and try to look for some counter jungling. Although, as I say that, looks like the jungler's on a crash course.
They just run face first into each other. Ward will be placed, means Xerxes is going to get priority to walk away if he wants to, despite the nerf still able to clear out that camp quite quickly. Does take the use of the smite, now backing away. Inspired, spot him, push him out of his jungle. We'll spot the ward. Just never want that awkward moment where you leave the ward unchecked. And honestly, the rest of the map, everything seems to be pretty slow, pretty steady, pretty controlled, but we are getting closer and closer to level 6s, and that, of course, is going to spell more action. And I do like the early bit itemization coming in from Vizicsacsi here on the top side.
And this is something we see a whole lot in this matchup in particular. Renekton up against the Aatrox, we go for the early Executioner's Calling. Of course, when Aatrox hits level 6, he gets so much bonus healing off of the ultimate. That was the buff he got when he lost the revive on that spell. But now with the pushing lane, Xerxes wants to be in this area and try to catch out Finn too far up in lane.
I think Finn has a sneaking suspicion about what's going to happen, but that ward very deep in the lane gives Splyce information that they're in that brush.
Oh, Norse Garen. All right, has the passive. Will be fine to walk away. Nothing going to happen there, but Finn now caught on the wrong side of the creep wave. Definitely not where he wants to be. He's going to be in trouble and immediately taken down. First blood for Splyce.
And it looks like that Splyce just played the patience game with Finn right there, maybe taking advantage of some of his inexperience. Like we talked about, they have that ward very deep down the lane, so they knew that the Aatrox didn't just back up and walk to his tower, that he was sitting in the brush waiting to see if he could farm.
And you think maybe there's some miscommunication going on between the jungler and top laner of Rogue, because earlier, just a minute before that, Inspired had pathed up towards the top side of his jungle. Xerxes was there, stole away some camps. Now bot lane.
Garen, not what he wanted. Immediate trade. Well played by Inspired. Sniffs the play out, is right where he needs to be.
So where Inspired could have been top lane to defend Finn, instead he wants to play around this 2v2 bottom side. Get that early kill, give them some pressure in this 2 versus 2, which they've been slowly losing in CS, but as you expect, now some kills, they get to that point where Garen becomes a monster a little bit quicker.
Taking another look at this one, I have a feeling, oh, no, it's going to be the top lane gank. So again, that ward deep down into the lane, they knew that Finn was there. Finn decides to try his luck. He's like, there's no way he's still sitting in this brush. Surprise, he was.
Oh. And it's brutal because he wants to break the freeze there. He does not want to have that wave frozen. He wants to be able to teleport back to the lane safely, and obviously more chaos ensues on the bottom side.
Yeah, so that was just an easy lane gank there from Inspired. We do get back onto the map at play, though. I think Splyce are going to be looking to try and make some stuff happen. What are we looking for here? All right, Splyce, they have a TP advantage right now in the top lane. Vizicsacsi, but he's getting chunked.
Getting big, and you can see the graphic at the bottom of your screen. Not quite as important as we thought it would be, as there's already another all-in. But this is the thing you need to keep your eyes on. Finn, of course, 6 games in the regular season. He's played 13 games total now. This is his 13th, and you can see when he's doing well, he's doing fine. He's a contributor to the team. But when he gets put in a hole, normally he falls so far down. This game, though, now that he's fighting back against Vizicsacsi, could be a different story.
Yeah, and Finn's finding a lot of his confidence here because he does have his jungler underneath him. Now, what was scary is that Finn was really trying to break that freeze, which he does get the wave to crash in, so he's going to feel a little bit better. But it pulled Inspired to actually walk towards this top side to give him some cover so he could jam that one in because he's playing without TP.
And speaking of lacking that teleport, Chachi holds on to his, so something we need to keep our eyes on in the next few minutes while Splyce have this advantage are plays around that bottom lane. Now that Xerxes is level 6, you have more ability to make a move and try to get Kobbe ahead on this Lucian. He also went back to base, picked up some AD for himself, so I really want to see Splyce try to get a deep ward in that bottom lane and have Vizicsacsi and Xerxes team up and make a play down bot.
And this is something that we saw all the time in the Fnatic versus Splyce game, is that Chachi will give up a lot of his priority in his own lane to give advantages to his team. Even when he is on something like a Gangplank that can play a side lane, Chachi is constantly grouping up and kind of at the beck and call of Splyce.
And that's something that Splyce really need, because we remember the previous Garen game, they were always getting dove and zoned away from CS under tower. Right now, Woolite is just down 60 gold, or 60 minions, only 300 gold, separating him from Kobbe, and the lane is constantly on Splyce's side of the map. They're not pressuring 2v2 in this lane, so they need to be able to bring in the rest of their teammates to find a flank.
And now I want to keep my eyes on the rest of the map, checking in on how the rest of the matchups are doing. Of course, Humanoid and Larssen both without TP in the mid lane. And I think overall, when I look at this draft, it's pretty good news for Rogue. Despite the Corki nerfs, still confident enough to play him. They found a strategy for bot lane. Inspired has found success on an early game jungler that is not the Olaf or the Sejuani. So all things considered, this patch, which might have looked bad with the Corki and Azir nerfs, is looking a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Corki doing fine so far. One of the concerns with the base AD changes is going to be the scaling.
Ooh.
Larssen picking on. He's not concerned about the scaling right now, but he lost a lot of base AD. Win rate went down 5% in high-elo. Now Xerxes coming in from behind.
Ooh, good sidestep.
He's okay.
He has
He
the
does
package.
have the package. Question is, how much longer does he stay around? Good blast cone to get Larssen out of the pit there. Not Larssen, rather Inspired.
So something fun to bring up about Larssen, and you can watch this on any of his matchups. He never misses CS. This guy is like Easy Hoon of old. He is so good at CSing, and he's part of the reason why Rogue do stay even in gold or get slightly ahead because of his numbers. And you can see that right now. 105 at 10 minutes. He's close to perfect CS.
It's actually so frustrating watching his pro view too, because he just actually will never fall down when his laners, sometimes make mistakes. You say, yes, in a matchup like this, ranged versus melee, he does have the advantage, but this is something very consistent he's done throughout the entire season. And for a player that's been relatively quiet in terms of making those flashy plays, it's that solid consistency that has been the rock for Rogue all split long.
It's about celebrating what makes Larssen very unique comparatively to a lot of our other mid laners. It's not the flash, like you're saying, it's that consistency and that stability, and that he will always find you gold leads, especially in quiet games because his CSing is so strong.
Look at this. Things continue to get better and better for this Rogue bottom lane, getting through an early game that we expected to be very perilous, to be quite honest. But maybe Splyce have a response to their own. Xerxes setting up on the top side of the map. Can to look to steal away the Aatrox ult if he wants to. A quick flash out from Pit, but that takes him out from the tower range, and that means he instantly dies.
So it is Chachi that is getting a lot of attention despite the fact that there's still a TP discrepancy. But while Splyce are putting all of their eggs up in the Renekton basket and paying off, it means that Norscairn and Kobbe are suffering in this bot lane as Inspired is making trip after trip after trip.
And I'm really not sure if this is worth it. If you can continue to deny Kobbe, that's the range damage deal. That's the consistent DPS from this Splyce squad. Yes, he's doing fine in terms of CS, but as more plates and kills and pressure goes into the control of Rogue, with a Cloud Drake on top of it, it's going to get much more frustrating for Splyce the later we get.
And the Cloud Drake was kind of the thing that I really agreed with. Like, maybe Splyce don't really want to play about bot side because that Dragon's not really worth it. But they tried to convert their top side power into this Rift Herald, and Rogue just immediately read the play. They have pressure bottom, they grab a couple plates, they then walk it across the mid lane, and they themselves take the Rift Herald that Splyce started for him. It was a great play cross map from Rogue.
Honestly, just donated over. That has to feel bad from the side of Splyce. Thought that they were getting the better end of that play, but did not work out in their favor despite looking so good at the start here.
I mean, this is just a very nicely played dive from Splyce. You don't have much questions when it comes to this type of move, as so we have run ourselves into a pause. But coming off of that play was the more important part, because Splyce chose to reset multiple members while Xerxes tried to pick up the Herald solo, while Rogue just did this sweep from bottom lane up to the top side, as you mentioned, and were able to pick up both neutral objectives.
And right now, looking at this game, it feels to me like Rogue are the ones making the better plays. I mean, yes, Splyce have been successful on the top side, but when you pick the Lucian Volibear bottom lane, I just, once again, one game sample size before this game, I expected people to die, and literally nothing has happened there, and that's partly credit to Inspire, but it also doesn't look like Kobbe and Norscairn and Splyce as a team are ready and willing to play around that bottom side in the same capacity.
And I actually really like Rogue's strategy going against Splyce. It feels like in Splyce versus Fnatic, which was the game that everyone's going to go back to if they want to study Splyce, that Splyce were caught off guard when they're facing something that maybe they're not used to dealing with. Now, that said, Garen and Yuumi have been trolling around in European scrims for a while. So this isn't completely out of the woodwork, even though we've only seen this combination of it twice on the LEC stage. But it is a different animal to actually play against it. I'm wondering if that's what Rogue were trying to leverage. Let's make Splyce uncomfortable.
And it seems to have been working so far. The other important thing is that it does change the dynamic of how you have to build your team compositions. Remember, they have a Corki in the mid lane, very important when you don't have an actual marksman down bottom lane to make up for that somewhere else, and that in this case is going to be Larssen on his signature Corki.
Things are only going to continue to get harder now as the Black Cleaver has come out for Woolite. Of course, not too many items in the back pocket of Vander, and some pretty substantial nerfs to Yuumi's damage on the Prowling Projectile means it's going to be even longer to scale up than maybe originally intended. But once again, Inspired, the third man in this lane. I mean, we're literally just Dota 2 tri-laning right now. He is committed to spending these resources on the top side, but will be spotted out by Humanoid. And of course, Humanoid getting closer and closer to the Gunblade. Maybe that can be the difference maker to give him some kill pressure in the mid lane.
But there's also an opportunity about where Inspired wants to attack with this Rift Herald. Again, you talk about how he's basically three-manning with Rogue. He was caught out by a great ward from Splyce, so they know that he's here, so they should be able to absorb this pressure. But he can just plant this, and they can go for a plate gank.
There's also a ton of wards in the river, so any sort of play that either side tries to make is going to be extremely telegraphed. Should know Inspired is here, but one Cocoon could just mean instant death if it's on Kobbe.
Oh, goes right onto Northscare. The passive's not going to be enough. Instantly deleted. Doesn't even need the Garen ultimate, but Vizichachki is here. He's going to spend Calling the Meek, but instantly exhausted as well, trying to dash out to safety. The Infernal Chain's blocking him down, and Woolite, the execution, the sword from the sky, and Humanoid just goes right into the Meat Grinder. The stealth will save him from now, but he's in the midst of the entire team, trying to kill Inspired, just gets deleted. My God, Rogue are destroying Splyce in this exchange. They've got the Rift Herald too, and that's going to be a 4K gold lead in an instant.
And reminder that Splyce opted into that. They knew where Inspired was. They thought that they actually had the trap card with the deep ward and the teleport from Chachi, but they played their cards wrong and it bit them in the ass.
Yeah, Northscan instantly goes down there with Inspired making that play through a lane, so massive win for this squad. Notice Xerxes and Northscan coming around on the flank after the turret goes down. They're going to try to pick up 2.
Maybe a chance to turn 3K in favor of Rogue. Maybe Splyce can get something back. A stolen Garen ultimate. Can he turn it to Tenacity? Coming through, trying to speed him up and out to safety. Woolite trying to get away. The Ignite goes down. Woolite will fall in the end. Vander next on the list. The Cat running for its dear life. Cat versus Bear. The Cat is going to make it out.
Is able to escape, but ultimately big win across the board there for Rogue. Notice double the amount of plates taken here on their side. Big gains to be had.
I mean, the game was frankly even in gold up until that moment, and Rogue are now kind of throwing all of the predictions out the window by saying, no, if you don't challenge us, if you make a mistake, we are good enough to punish you, and that's exactly what they've done to Splyce in this early game.
And I get more and more concerned for Splyce as Chachi going to be in a 3v1 under tower.
Maybe the TP now coming in. Can he make his way out? He does not have the ultimate. Instantly deleted, and someone else is just throwing right into the Meat Grinder. Kobbe is next. The shutdown is there. Trying desperately to kill Larssen. Humanoids on the backside. Larssen caught in the midst of the enemies. Cannot walk into Kobbe without risking his life. Can he find a kill? No. Locked up. No, Larssen, you mad man? He actually gets it. Finn now caught there, but Vander's going to back him up. The Cat, the healing, the Prowling Projectile. Humanoid has to run, but Northscare on the way in. The final chapter will disengage. Rogue and Splyce trading blows with the Akali next on the list. Massive damage coming in from Finn.
Looked like it was going to be a disaster there for Splyce. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade overall. Even once more here in this fight around the bottom lane, but the game is not being nearly as slow as we anticipated earlier on.
And frankly, Splyce have gotten very lucky with the rotation of double Cloud coming out of the Dragons, because that's now Rogue having complete control over the bottom side to get the first Dragon, and if they wanted to, rotate into the second Dragon. If these were things like Infernals and Mountains, this could spell much worse for Splyce here, but with some fast thinking and a very bold teleport from Kobbe, they are able to turn this one around.
Yeah, Kobbe able to outplay there for quite some time, get Larssen in a position where he's quite low, but Larssen still able to turn it around for that last second trade. The Hex Drinker Shield coming in super clutch for him in order to get that final auto attack off onto the enemy carry.
And just the back end of this play, of course, a lot of disengages here, but you can see the damage start to ramp up. Humanoid caught out, and at the end of the day, Rogue honestly matching blow for blow and a very fast-paced game, which, if you're a Splyce fan, should be concerning, because we took a look into the stats with the helps of the wonderful LSC stat teams, and when the CKPN, that's combined kills per minute regardless of size, is 0.7 or less, they're 5-0. That's Splyce City. That's where they want to be, the slower, more controlled early games. Now when it gets hectic, you can see 7 wins, 6 losses, much closer overall. Good news for them coming into the series, hey, Rogue's a slow team. Bad news, playoff Rogue, not nearly as slow.
It means that if you run pick-based compositions or you have pick-based potential, that you can really catch Splyce off guard, because they are a slow-to-set-up team. Once they are set up, they almost always execute perfectly, but if you catch them when they're trying to do it, that's when Splyce start to fall apart.
And I think a big reason why a lot of people favored Splyce coming into this game is because Rogue are also one of our slower teams. They don't play proactive, they play reactive most of the time. It has been a very different story in this game, coming in with a very new strategy with Garen Yuumi in the bottom lane, and then also the way they've been playing to attack these side lanes repeatedly.
But let's look at the state of the map right now, because all of the outers for Splyce have fallen down, which means we're much more on an open map, and we are starting to get these big item purchase points here. Now, we said that Splyce's composition feels really good around 1 to 2 items, so they are actually going to be in their power spike, I guess. I hate that word. They are going to be in their power spike right about now, so Rogue do need to be a bit more careful about where they're attacking on this map, because Splyce will have some firepower to bite back.
I think the other things we have to consider is Splyce's comp probably does better in smaller skirmishes than they do big team fights, because they don't have a Corki in the backline pummeling damage from super far away. They have a lot of these champions that want to jump on you and blow you up quickly, whereas Rogue, I think, have more options. They have the stronger front line in order to soak up damage and go for a 5v5.
I also think, just like you said, the poke potential between a Yuumi and a Corki is really disgusting. So if Rogue ever gets stacked as a unit in a wave and then just start throwing down that poke damage repeatedly, it's just one cocoon before they're ready to jump on you.
Yeah, and how does Splyce ever clear a minion wave outside of using the culling? That's their only real anti-siege option here. So if a Baron were to come onto the table, this game would look real good for Rogue.
Oh, Rogue with Baron is really terrifying.
I mean, we've seen it. Like
Garen just runs under your tower.
Honestly, this Garen Yuumi combo is so toxic and so oppressive, and Baron buff just makes it go from bad to worse. And the Yuumi, of course, already has the Unholy Grail, working on the Echo, but gotta hold that thought, because meanwhile in the mid lane, Norse Garen praying for that passive to save it today, but once again, the Garen ult just too much, shuts him down. The exhaust now coming out though. Xerxes running for his life. Probably projectile once again will slow. Finn running in on the backside, has the extra movement speed. Stealing the Elise form, trying to jump out to safety. Clever play from Xerxes, but it's not going to be enough. Finn is on the hunt for blood, and he'll take the spider down.
You can't run from Rogue here. There's Garen Yuumi chasing you down. There is no escape for your team. Rogue can be able to now use this minion wave, push that down through mid. Splyce still has 2 people sitting in side lanes. Rogue can get towers.
Yeah, and we talked about that Baron. That Baron is going to be spawning relatively soon in 51 seconds, and now with second tier mid down and Rogue having full access to this jungle, they have good tank resources. They're still going to burn the Baron relatively slow, and I'm not saying it's going to be a 20-minute Baron, but again, if Rogue get that with this type of composition, I think it's lights out for Splyce. That is absolute devastation.
I think all Rogue have to do is set up vision denial around this Baron, sit in a bush with a Garen
Elise
Yuumi.
cocoon.
Yeah, and then the second Norse Garen runs up to you, as they've done 3 times so far this game, you instantly cocoon him, you instantly burst him down, you get a pick or 2, and then you can quickly turn into a Baron and force Splyce to fight into you.
And while we look back at this replay, important to note that Rogue just playing with absolute confidence here. You know, we heard from players about nerves, confidence moving in as they moved into more high-pressure games, but looking in complete control here. The Garen Yuumi clearly very well rehearsed, and at this point, just easy to chase down these kills.
I don't want to take anything away from Rogue, because I do think that they're making very smart moves, but you also then have to look at the other side and start criticizing Splyce. That's now 3 times that Norse Garen's been caught out, and frankly, getting caught out like that, that cannot happen in a best of in some of the most important matches of your season.
And remember, a best of against one of the most rookie teams we've ever seen in playoffs. 0-0-0. 58.
Yeah, Vander's been around the block.
Vander's the veteran. He's here to lead the team, and evidently he's doing a damn fine job, but these guys are rookies on the playoff stage, yet they are showing up. They are going toe-to-toe with a team like Splyce that was expected to potentially be the 3rd seed for Europe at Worlds.
Hey, you can't forget that Vander was in the summer finals last year in Madrid. Finn, as we've said before, 13th ever LEC game, not even just playoffs, now bot.
Now looking to pick a fight with Vizicsacsi. Remember, Spear of Shojin's going to make Vizicsacsi a big threat, but it's not going to matter too much if he gets taken down here. Trying to get enough Fury, Cold and Meek, but Finn just takes him out. The TP on the way in. Norse Garen has to go in and try to save Humanoid. Humanoid dashing through. Kavik's there as well. Maybe they can turn this one. Larson now running for his life. Humanoid gets taken down though. Finn, he's going off. He's on a rampage. The Garen now coming in, but Inspires on the backside. Goodbye to Kave. Right into the meat grinder, and Rogue are tearing Splyce apart.
And Splyce, what are you doing? What are these clown car teleports where you think you can hide multiple members, but you just walk face first into CC?
And now Rogue immediately get to run straight over towards this Baron. Xerxes is alive. Xerxes does have the ability to try and find a steal, but it is against the full 5-man stack of Rogue. And there's not going to be much room for error now for Xerxes.
And this is the Baron you're talking about. This is the final nail in the coffin, as if that bottom lane fight was not enough. Maybe Xerxes can find his heroic moment, but there's Finn. can just follow him, has the Umbral dash to chase on the Abscond of Duck. Xerxes going to try to turn this one, stealing away the Aatrox ult. Vizicsacsi now coming in. They want to take out the top laner, then they want to set their sights on the Baron. Lower and lower. Finn, quick dash over the wall, buying as much time as he can. 3K and dropping. They're not going to be able to get to the pit. They have to pick one or the other. Xerxes, desperate, knows he needs to make his way into the pit now. 15K, getting lower and lower. Can he make
Oh, he blocked it!
over? Woolite with the hero play to turn it. He denies entry into the pit. He takes Xerxes' life, and that's the Baron for Rogue.
The perfect flash from Woolite over the wall to stop Xerxes dead in his tracks. Rogue were able to swat him down immediately after. And this is the Baron buff we said. We said, no way they get it right at 20 minutes. Well, Rogue have done just that. They have come in and made a statement here in game one.
And again, a huge error from Splyce. They overcommit, and Rogue just closed the door on them. And now with this Baron, you're going to see how devastating this can be. You can send Yuumi and Garen now with Baron up creeps behind them. No one can stop them. Even if you send multiple members, they'll just run away from you.
And this was the time where Splyce were supposed to be in control. 1 to 2 items. They were supposed to have something going on, but it's too little too late. The Yuumi has a Luden's Echo. The Garen's got a Dead Man's Plate. There is no escaping them.
You're in full damage control for Splyce. You're picking bushes. You're trying to find uneven fights. This is like hit and run tactics League of Legends.
Well, you have to fight right now because you can't withstand the siege. Here we go.
Here we go, trying to find a way in final chapter to try to disengage, but Norse Garen, he's already dead. The rest of the team now fleeing. They've been knocked apart. The coordination is falling apart for Splyce. Rogue are simply tearing through them. It's Humanoid all on his lonesome, trying desperately to fight Finn. Inspired goes up, Humanoid goes down, and Vizicsacsi taken out on the side. Larson finding the 1v1, and Woolite just running Xerxes down. A stolen Garen ult is not enough.
It just never ends. Rogue are unrelenting here. 23 minutes on the clock. This team is not going to stop until they put Splyce in the ground.
Like you said, live fast, die young. Splyce recognized that that was going to be the only opportunity that they would have to try to catch Rogue off guard. At this point, that's the nail in the coffin. I think Rogue have cleaned out game one.
And at this point, I don't think anyone can doubt them anymore in this best of 5. And plenty of people predicting a clean, confident 3-0 from Splyce. Feeling mighty foolish after the last few fights. Rogue gonna grab 2 inhibitors, the third one, the last thing left in front of them. Splyce, when this Baron buff falls away, could maybe hope for a few more moments of game time. Maybe another Death Rush, a heroic individual play to turn this game around, but otherwise this is a Rogue win.
The only death bush Splyce are going to have are their own.
Again, you're going to start to see Splyce's composition really struggle now that they've got 2 inhibs down. Again, they don't have a lot of innate wave clear on the comp outside of just the culling, since there's only one range champion. So they need to really pick their moments about when they exit their base and making sure that they get both the mid and the top lane, the bot lane pushed out.
There you go. That's a fast Garen Humanoid. He's locked up, but they can see the animation. Now Humanoid running for his life, gonna try to get something, but the rest of the team is here. It's a slaughter. They're getting run down. Splyce will not be able to make it out of this first game. Rogue take down Xerxes. Woolite on a rampage. The culling doesn't do any damage. Splyce absolutely getting ripped to pieces. Finn now godlike. Kame next on the list. They're gonna take him out. They'll give another one to Finn, and Vizicsacsi has to run for the hills.
Time after time, people do not believe in Rogue, but time after time, they prove they are right where they deserve. They get into playoffs, and now they take down Splyce in game 1.
And this is it, a dominant showing from Rogue in game 1. More than just a Garen Yuumi, they have absolutely dismantled Splyce for their first win.
Good luck to them. Let's see how they adapt in the draft, because as we heard on the analyst desk, it does feel like this Twisted Fate pick is something that G2 are struggling to find an answer for. Yes, Caps is handling him fine in terms of the 1 versus 1, but the impact is too insurmountable, so there it is. G2 will remove the Twisted Fate. The question is, will they also remove the Corki?
And my biggest wonder is, G2 on blue side, what is their ideal first pick? I thought maybe it's the Yuumi, but they banned that one away. Another option is take the Rakan away from Hylissang, assuming the Fnatic do not remove themselves. We've seen in past matches between these two teams, support picks like the Pyke be very impactful. I think this series, the Rakan may be that.
I'm looking at... So the thing is, I think if you first pick Rakan, then Fnatic will actually go Karma Pyke bot lane. I think that'll be the immediate answer. So I think Fnatic is actually fine giving up Rakan, and instead we'll look to ban away one of the other carries. Maybe something like an Akali, ooh, maybe even the Morgana, maybe they themselves. Yeah, so this is where I'm immediately thinking Karma Pyke will come out from the side of Fnatic.
Let's find out. I really want to see it. I really want to see Hylissang piloting it every single time the Kaiser Hover has been a thing. Ender what are the other directions we can take? Because obviously Sejuani, Gragas still up, and Jumpers we've seen prioritize.
Yeah, I think Gragas definitely here coming through from Broxa. And then we think, does Nemesis go back towards the Corki? We probably wait for his pick to come as the third here, and then we can ban away 2 options, maybe see if Cap shows his hand for what he wants to play in the mid lane. And then Fnatic, very likely they hold Bwipo's pick for last. Get that counter pick onto him, because we saw in a favorable matchup, Bwipo can absolutely dominate in that top lane.
Yeah, for sure he can. Remember that Corki is still up and available. I wonder if G2 will actually look to take that one away from Nemesis. Ooh, we actually get to see an Akali locked in for Fnatic.
This has not been Nemesis champion all summer. He has not run the Akali.
And Bwipo hasn't played it either. This is the first time Akali now on the side of Fnatic. This is just not a champion they go for. And we know in the regular season, Fnatic played the least unique champions out of any team inside of the LEC. So they could have been holding this for a long time, but to pull it out up match point against G2 is a bold move for sure.
Well, G2 will actually emulate Fnatic's draft from the previous game with the Rakan and Gragas locked in. I do think the Gragas can be a very effective pick into the Akali as well, but the Sylas will likely be the answer to this Akali pick. It's something that Caps favored heavily during MSI. He was able to win the matchup on both sides multiple times, and it's something that is a big comfort for him, as Fnatic answer with, of course, another signature Hylissang pick with the Thresh in the bot lane.
Oh, I love this up against the Rakan as well. If he tries to dive into your team, you hit him with multiple chain CCs, lock him down. The Xayah is next to you as well. So the chain CC is absolutely here for Fnatic, and it gives Brox the tools, if he chooses, to play around this bottom lane and shut down Mickey, who has been punished in the past games.
And also, Hylissang has been one of the players that has performed very well this series. He's found his targets. He's got the necessary abilities to land. And if he goes fishing with those death sentences, it will be the end of the series for G2 Esports. Now we are into phase 2. Ezreal Lucian has been denied from Perkz, and Gangplank the response from G2.
So now it's about denying these mobile marksmen for Perkz. Deny him the ability to escape easily from this Thresh, and now that those picks have been taken off the board, well, the only other thing that really has mobility is the Tristana, and I don't think that's really a Perkz champion. Yes, I'm sure he can go to it if he wants to, but he is usually much more about these stronger marksmen, these ones that can fight you inside the laning phase, and the Tristana, while you can go for early all-ins, can definitely be punished here.
I'm wondering if we think a Draven could be a possibility. I'm not saying that it has a high likelihood, but if you want something aggressive to play around, oh, okay, the Kai'Sa makes the most sense. It is the safest. It would just be something that can easily play into the Xayah. Scales very well into the later stages as well. And we're going to see more engage tools come out from the side of G2 Esports with the Kled. Considered a relatively safe blind pick on the current patch, something we've seen a lot of hit in Europe, and that's also why we're seeing both the Gangplank and the Jax ban coming out from the side of G2 as well, to allow Wunder to have an easier matchup.
It finally feels like G2 have the better tools to start off a fight. We've waited 2 games for this to happen. It didn't come through until just now, but now they have the options to run in and to fight you. But the top lane matchup is one they must be careful of, because this is something that Bwipo can try to run you down in.
It feels like that Fnatic have a very strong pick/skirmish style comp. This is what we typically see from the likes of a G2 Esports. It's something that their style is what they usually go for, which means that we're going to be seeing a lot of Hylissang and Broxah roaming together once again. They can look to play around mid lane if they want. They can also play around top lane, but in the mid game, expect them to do something that they did a lot of during the regular season, which was, rather than group up and fight, actually attack the side lanes. Very reminiscent of what we saw in Game 1. Create these 2v2s, 3v3 situations where you can skirmish and fight rather than go for full-blown 5v5.
The thing they have to look out for again is G2's ability to force on top of you. With the Predator from a Gragas, with the Kled as well, a Rakan, these guys will just run you down if you don't give them the respect they need. Perkz on 2 items wants to be fighting inside of your face. It's about G2 finding the fights they need, and they've been lacking all series long.
G2 have never come back from being down 0-2, and Fnatic have never lost a series when they are 2-0 up. The stakes could not be higher, and this could be one of the most surprising results in recent times. Let's see whether or not G2 can bounce back for more. Let's hear what Laura has to say with Fnatic's coach.
Youngbuck, do you think it's a sign of weakness from G2 that they would choose blue side at last? Yeah, when the second game finished, we knew we were going to play red side because they were going to select the blue side.
All right, well, usually I would ask about the mood within the team, but with this experienced roster, I feel like it's irrelevant. So tell me why this is the draft that will get you to finals.
I think Akali is actually really strong and they don't have the answer into it, and we do. So that's really defining the series right now.
All right, well, I wish you good luck, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Nemesis Akali. They don't have the answer. Let's see what he can do on it. He's played very, very well. And just a very brief reminder of how G2 and Fnatic have looked the last few times they've met in playoffs. In spring semifinals 2016, G2 won 27. Similarly, in last year, in the spring finals, it was Fnatic. They got the better of G2 Esports. The vast majority of analysts and professionals anticipated a G2 victory today. The debate was how easy it was going to be.
Yeah.
And this is a surprise. And the thing is, I've actually seen a lot of criticism on socials right now and mixed opinions. There's two sides to this story. G2 are not playing to the level that we expect and anticipate. Their draft in game one did not work and it was poorly played. And Fnatic are playing decisive, proactive, surprising League of Legends. Those two things combined is showing this stark performance difference in the teams.
And I think it's really telling too, because Fnatic showed us the formula to beat G2 earlier on in the split. You know, they got that first win when these two teams faced off against each other. Game 1 and 2 were very reminiscent of that same form of attacking you super quick inside of the early game, shutting down G2, because if G2 fall behind, they struggle to claw their way back in.
The funny thing is that what we saw when they rematched the second time round was actually Fnatic trying a similar style, but G2 were the ones coming out ahead in a lot of these skirmishes. And I think it was something that resonated with me was what Frosk was saying on the analyst desk, which is that this isn't just a decision-making problem, this is a button-pressing problem, where G2 are just executing not as well as they normally do, and Fnatic are outperforming them individually.
Now, you mentioned Frosk on the desk. I do actually have an update from Deficio and Froskurin, which I'll reveal in a moment, as Wonder and Skarl are doing some good work. Hylissang finds the death sentence. Oh, thank you so much, Hylissang! Froskurin and Deficio are predicting a Fnatic 3-0 because they believe Hylissang is the MVP of this series, and it was his death sentence that gets first blood for Fnatic.
But it's also something that we've been seeing from Mickey throughout this entire series. He has made so many mistakes, and he is constantly being punished by this duo from Fnatic. They draw first blood, they find the advantage. Fnatic already looking good in game 3.
It's first blood onto Rekkles too, can be able to go back, probably pick himself up a pickaxe or something along those lines. See it one more time because it's just, everyone knows this. You kill the third melee minion in the wave, you hit level 2, but it's G2 also getting that breakpoint, but they go for the all-in. But it doesn't work here because the turn is just way too powerful. It's Aftershock on Hylissang as well, so the damage just can't go down. And even though Mickey went for the same, equipment in terms of runes, that's what I'm looking for, it just doesn't help him. The turn is too fast, the chain CC is way too much.
It was so stunning. Ender had a stutter. Really, really well played, of course, and there's a pro view from Hilly. So now no flash on Mickey. Flash is still available on the side of Rekkles, and Broxah looking for some opportunity to do wonders.
Yeah, Brox's pathing was to set up for a gank around the top side of the map. He does have the option to try and set up a dive or just ward hop over the wall and go for a fight, but instead, because he did see Jankos on the bottom side of the map, can take away this Gromp camp now and continue to deny Wonder. Wonder's probably going to have to TP back into that lane, but if he sticks around, could just be the dive.
Broxah now hits level 4. He's posturing around the top side of the map. Here he comes.
All right, Skarl is making his way up. Nope, not doing anything. That was just beautiful.
Yeah, very clean from Fnatic. Once again, they're snowballing this early game so effectively. And it's reminiscent of what we saw in game 2. Top lane dies, bot lane dies. And while mid lane is going relatively even, it's a non-factor right now in this series as Bwipo is getting all this advantage, and the same is happening for Rekkles and Hylissang.
Oh, body slam flash comes out from Jankos. Bwipo is in trouble. Flash is already used.
Is he?
300 HP. Flash forward. And he's going to find a stun. Oh, he comes out and... Look, they made him work for it, but the kill did come in.
It was a really greedy teleport, though, from Broxah. There's no doubt about that. Now, Broxah, or Bwipo,
Bwipo
it's Bwipo with the TP, but Broxah back in towards the middle lane. The game is going faster than my tongue can go.
Have a drink of water, my friend. 2-1 up. Fnatic pull 800 gold ahead. And yes, the greedy TP from Bwipo was punished. I'm waiting to see if Hylissang can find a target. Not just yet. Instead, Jankos, correction, Broxah makes his way into the Dragon.
So Caps TP'd back into lane first, which means he had the edge in terms of the push, but Nemesis immediately goes to the trade, so now he has a health advantage. This means that in terms of the fight around Drake, Fnatic is in a better position, but notice how 3 members of G2 are just forcing their way into the river. They're utilizing the numbers in order to gain access, but they still have to deal with the wave. So Fnatic is still in a better position, but for the time being, G2 will stop Fnatic from taking the Drake.
Hey, Frosk, it's not my fault. Production fed me MVP of the series, so, you know, like, don't call me out on that. Producers, that's your fault. I'm looking at you, Kevin. Nevertheless, 1,000 gold up is for Fnatic, and G2, my eyes are going to be watching them. We have been speaking a lot about Fnatic because they are the team that have surprised. They've come out with a draft that they've executed well, and they've had individual standout moments, but G2, they're down in the series, they're down in the game. But they do have the capabilities to come back. We just haven't seen it shine yet.
It's just so surprising, right? Because we compared their regular season performances, and G2 was considered the best in every role and every position, with Fnatic not being too far behind. Ooh, we do see another hook land onto Mickey.
Flay into Death Sentence, as well as the Ignite. Mickey's going to be flying around, jumping to his teammates, but nothing further.
You also have the rest of Fnatic, you know, jungle and mid roaming down, putting down Deep Vision on top of Redbuff that's just spawning as Whippo takes a really aggressive trade.
Okay, Bear Trap on a rope into Dominus. Wonder did not want to lose the mounted position on Kled, so he was backing away. Now in the mid lane, Nemesis is looking for Caps. Caps is in trouble! Nemesis solo killed Caps. That could be the game-defining moment. Fnatic also get themselves a kill. Dragon, correction, that's an Ocean Drake. Still no Infernals, by the way, as now Fnatic, they extend that gold lead even further.
And this is what we talk about when we say that this is a button issue as well for G2. We saw Mickey missing his W bot, getting killed by Hylissang and Rekkles. We see Caps taking an unfavorable trade in the mid lane and getting outplayed by Nemesis. We can see that he's at a health disadvantage. He's able to land the stun, but he can't hit him in stealth. Nemesis utilizes the Shroud perfectly. A delayed flash comes out from Caps so that the auto still comes through, and Nemesis gets a very easy 1v1 as Caps just tried too hard to force that play.
And Youngbuck said in the interview that the answer to Akali is not on G2's side. Nemesis, in his debut Akali in summer, manages to pick up the solo kill, and he's got a small advantage as well.
So G2's choice of attack, you see Wonder sitting in the bush. They're bringing up Jankos to try and make this gank happen. No Dominus, no flash on Whippo. Should be easy.
Okay, Slice and Dice, not seeing his use just yet. There we go. Not gonna get chased down. The charge comes up from Wonder. There's support from Caps as well, and Whippo does go down. Only a dismounting.
Fnatic answering on the bot side.
4 members of Fnatic now chasing. Mickey gets a 2-man knockup before he jumps back to Perkz. That's a double flay though. Perkz manages to use the ultimate to survive a few seconds longer. Hilly's escaped the tower aggro, and Rekkles will dodge that final turret shot before they turn back for plates.
Yeah, they still want Mickey though. Mickey has the flash, so trying to chase him down, going to be able to escape right there. It was such a clean dive from Fnatic. When Mickey went for the knockup, no one from Fnatic had it tagged, so they didn't draw tower aggro, and that's why they were able to pick up that kill.
So the difference here is that Fnatic secure plates in bot lane, whereas G2 don't in top. So yes, they're doing a good job of putting Whippo behind, but the gold gap between Rekkles and Perkz is only continuing to accelerate as we see Nemesis going in on Caps once again.
Yeah, what's that coming over the hill? But it's Broxah. And he's got himself a kill onto Caps. While that's going on, down in the bottom lane though, Jankos with the help of Perkz and Mickey did get themselves a double. So 4 kills to 5. It's still 1,000 gold, the difference, and Perkz is on the board.
So right now, Nemesis is just straight up outperforming Caps in the 1 versus 1. And yes, Broxah did come to assist, but that was just Caps overextending in the mid lane. Fortunately for G2, they're able to at least answer back in the bot lane. They get some gold into their back pockets, but more gold is being funneled into Nemesis, and that death bot lane is still going to mean that the Rekkles and Hylissang are still very strong.
Right, so I just took a chance to look at what actually happened in the bottom lane. We'll check out the replay first, though, because it's Fnatic overstaying in the bottom lane. After getting the kills, notice Mickey and Perkz both come back to lane. Jankos had reset with the Predator Boots, comes back down towards bottom lane, and they can find the easy kills underneath the tower. A great cast and follow up there from Jankos as Mickey draws the aggro.
So this time, Perkz and Mickey were the ones that were able to find the punish. They really did need that to at least get some momentum back in their favor, because if we just quickly take stock of the items, you can see the Reckless already has the BF Sword and Caulfield's Warhammer completed. The Moby Boots on Hylissang mean that he will now start looking for roams, and while he is not level 6 just yet, he has his eyes set on Mickey.
All right, Mickey gets caught by a death sentence. Now, there will be some kills here, actually, as Mickey escapes. That's fantastically done. Jankos has now joined the fray. No ultimate available. Hilly goes golden thanks to the stopwatch. Broxah and Reckless now have support from Nemesis. The fight started with Hilly, and now it's led to a kill onto Jankos! That is some bad button pushing if I've seen it with a failed flash. It's not done yet.
Yeah, Caps and Wonder are here, and this guy is stuck. Brock's actually going to ward hop over the wall here, but they're going to be hunting him down. He doesn't really have anywhere to go, just trying to waste as much of G2's time as possible.
Now, he does still have flash available while that's going on. Bwipo is taking some additional plates up top. Manages to get away from Wonder, and the charge is not angled correctly. That's a dash forward, and Broxah will go down, shut down. 3-1 to Wonder's claim.
But look at all the plates that Bwipo is picking up in the top lane. Nemesis doing the same in mid. Even though G2 find this kill, Fnatic are the ones coming out ahead in the gold lead, and now Fnatic's bot lane once again have their eyes set on Wonder.
Yeah, they're setting up another trap. Wonder doesn't have anywhere to go. He does have the flash, though, to try and escape from this. Fnatic won't be able to follow it.
Yeah, sentence target. It curved around. Wonder's going to try flash away. He gets dismounted. Pocket pistol to try put some additional distance, but look at all the wards for Fnatic. No matter where Wonder goes, he will get spotted out. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Death sentence misses. It didn't go quite as exciting as I'd hoped, but Wonder escaped to this line.
Look what G2 are doing, though, with the time wasted. Fnatic, they want to push and die, but right now G2 have 3 members on top, so I think they should pick up Herald.
Okay, Flame pushes Wonder backwards with the help of a tower. Hylissang! He's gonna get caught! He's gonna die!
Oh, this game is descending into madness as G2 now look for a fight in top lane.
All right, G2 not gonna find the barrel. Bwipo stands down Perkz, not gonna be able to do anything more. All of a sudden, Nemesis, he's gonna wish he could have cancelled that one. He manages to get a kill with the help of a tower. Holy crap, man! That is fantastic damage. Nemesis gets a double, almost doing more. While that was going on, the tower is taken up on him.
Yeah, and Broxah killed Wonder in the bottom lane as well. These guys are playing dirty, and they're not giving each other time to think. G2 were able to respond in the top lane after Wonder picked up that 1v2 kill down bottom side, but it's still Fnatic that come out on top of gold as Nemesis pulls off the 1v4.
This is normally the style that G2 thrive in, but Fnatic are taking it away from them and beating them at their own game. They're going to secure the first tower of the game, and notice how they're the ones in a 3k gold advantage. Caps, meanwhile, getting killed by the tower as he tries to secure that plate.
Wow, unbelievable performance from Fnatic. Extend that gold lead even more. There's a fight going on now in and around the red buff. Oh, that looked quite cheeky from Broxah. He does manage to escape. I think he picked up that red buff as well.
Nope, Perkz grabbed it.
Was it Perkz that grabbed that? I couldn't see the timing on that one. So nicely stolen away there by Perkz, who's 2-3-2. Got himself the man immune and the pickaxe, and it's up to G2 again. They're playing from behind as Broxah is looking for another Ocean Drake.
So I want to try and use this time now to think about next steps for both these teams. For Fnatic, they want to keep these skirmishes going. We talked about how in the draft, this is the style that Fnatic want to play. 2v2s, 3v3s. They have a lot of pick power with their composition, and they've also got a lot of early game power, the likes of Lee Sin, Renekton, Xayah, Akali even. Now with the Gunblade completed already at 13 minutes, Fnatic want to just keep these skirmishes. G2, they need to slow the game down. They need to rely a little bit more on
They're going fast right now.
Unbelievable. Another skirmish coming out. Jankos starts the fight. Wonder's coming to help, and so is Caps. Keep your eyes on the minimap, though, because Fnatic have multiple members in the mid lane. Man, that's Q from Renekton just does so much healing. But while that's going on, the rest of Fnatic are pushing in the mid lane.
This is the thing. Every time G2 try to force these fights, Fnatic are creating a point of pressure elsewhere. They're trading it for something. And now they are getting more plates in the mid lane. Think about it. Only now are the plates disappearing, and Fnatic have secured like, I believe like over 10 of them. It's ridiculous how many they've been able to pick up just because of how well they are punishing G2 every time they try to attack one of these side lanes.
And what this has resulted in is now Nemesis with a big lead over Caps, almost 1,500 gold. He's finished off the Gunblade as well. And when we look at how Fnatic want to play out the rest of the game, it all revolves around Nemesis. His ability to solo out Perkz in the backline and just make any fight that looks like it's going poorly an instant win for Fnatic.
You talked about soloing out Perkz. Nemesis getting a solo kill on a Caps is something that surprises a lot of people. Look at the pressure Nemesis is putting onto Wonder right now. Reminder that the only member of Fnatic who didn't make it onto the #2 All-Pro team, well, the only one that did was Hylissang. The rest of Fnatic were on the All-Pro team number 3. Do you guys remember who was All-Pro for summer?
I do.
Do you remember every single member of G2 was unanimously voted? And I think, for varying reasons, every single one of these players is underperforming to what we expected from them coming into this game. There's been glimmers, you know, there's been moments that were good. Seeing Caps being beaten up by Nemesis this game is disheartening. He had a great game in game 1, but it wasn't enough to help G2.
Of course, All-Pro is based on regular season, and we do think that G2 deserve it based on that, but this is not regular season G2 that we're seeing, and this is not regular season Fnatic either, as they are destroying G2 Esports.
Well, this Nemesis has got some sort of playoff buff for sure. Now, just as I start calling out G2, they sneak themselves a kill onto Hylissang, and now they are the ones pressuring mid tower.
It's a really slick cast there from Jankos. And remember, G2 win when they group up and fight. Right now, they do not have the charge, even though Wunder is on the flank, but they have the numbers, and they want to force down the tower.
Also remember, Wunder is 5 kills to 2 deaths. He is the most fed member of G2 right now. The tower stands as G2 run out of minions, and they are forced to back away.
So I like the play from Bwipo there, utilizing his ultimate to zone G2 away, because if they get too close to that tower, he's going to stun them up, and the follow-up from Fnatic will be real. Fortunately for G2, they were able to find a pick there, so they can stem the bleeding just a bit, but the gold gap has now stayed to about 2k. So it's gone a little bit better for G2 Esports after they found a couple of picks that Fnatic haven't been able to convert into much, and this means that moving into the mid game, G2 will be in a better position, but that does not mean that the game is suddenly in their control. Nemesis is so strong, and he has an AD carry that is just as fed right behind him. Fnatic is still in a very scary spot, and G2 have to be very careful about when and where they pick their fights.
And right now, Fnatic are probably going to be trying to turn this into a Rift Herald. They have 3.5 minutes before that one will go down, but right now with the TP on Bwipo, I think this is the next thing on the map for Fnatic to take, because Nemesis is so strong. If you choose to fight around him, he will carry the fight for you.
Fnatic also spotted out Wunder, given that there was a control ward in the enemy bot side that just disappeared. This means that they have insight into the fact that this teleport will not be able to come through from Wunder, and they can keep the Renekton here to create more pressure to set up for this Herald.
Fnatic want to keep the pressure up. They just finished off the rapid fire cannon for Rekkles as well, so they use that to force down this mid lane, get that push on in, and transition that into the river. Notice the Scuttle Crab was taken by G2, so all of their movements are known up here, and that's what's sort of slowing them down at the moment.
What's also going to be really important about this Rift Herald is it guarantees someone a mid lane tower. When that drops, suddenly the map opens up a lot more for you, and you get given a lot more options. So obviously both teams put a lot of value on this, and that's why they're making sure that these towers do not fall.
And that's something that'll be interesting for me, because during draft, you guys both spoke a lot about side lane skirmishes and how impactful it can be. But until, you know, those side lane towers and the mid tower are unlocked, you're still in this kind of extended phase. Nemesis will take the top tower down.
So let's have a very quick look at the minimap. Notice here that we can see Wunder in the bot lane, but the group up from Bwipo in top. They've sacked this top lane, and they're going to make the trade for Rift Herald. The end game is that they will be able to use this to guarantee the mid-tier 1, which they might not even need the Rift Herald for, as a lot of G2 members are backing away.
I want to see how the rest of these skirmishes and fights play out. G2 have definitely shown a penchant for throwing everything they have at Fnatic, and for the most part, it has not worked out. They are still down 2,000 gold, and G2 Esports will have to deal with the Rift Herald push. Right now, they're at risk of being collapsed on.
And G2 need to decide how to deal with Nemesis. He's level 13 right now, the highest in the game, rushing towards his Rabadon's death cap. Cap's down 2 levels to his lane opponent at the moment after getting solo killed by the player who's in his Rookie of the Year, the player that replaced him after Caps decided to leave. Now with Nemesis drawing over towards the Drake, G2 realize fighting is futile. They have to split up, go farm side lanes, because they can't contest Nemesis.
Now, if you are a fan of Fnatic, just a quick reminder that if Fnatic win here, they are still not guaranteed worlds. There is a possibility that Schalke 04 could win the summer split. This will give G2 Esports the 2nd seed, and that will mean Fnatic will have to fight their way through a gauntlet. So keep that in mind, that Fnatic, they need to keep this form up, not only today, but next week in Athens as well. And we'll see who will be facing Schalke on the Saturday. As it stands, Fnatic are defending themselves in the top lane.
So this is probably the slowest game we've seen so far between these two teams, which is funny considering there have been 21 kills. But the point that I'm trying to get at is that the skirmishing has slowed down a lot, and I feel this is a better map state for G2 to be in. I feel like that what they want to do is rely a little bit more on scaling. They're looking for team fights, which means that they need time to set up for objectives. Whereas Fnatic, as we mentioned, will be looking for picks, will be looking for skirmishes. So when G2 is making the movements to set up for these objectives is when Fnatic will look to attack.
And also for G2, if they want to be the ones playing offense, it all comes through the pressure in a side lane from Wunder first. He has to have the push and then be able to find the roam, but he's never going to get that when he's matched up against Nemesis in the side lane.
Okay, I need some expectation setting for the fights. Big items were picked up. Luden's Echo, 4 caps. Death cap for Nemesis. Oh, the death sentence is not going to be enough to kill caps just yet. The barrel comes up. Whipper gets dashed forward. There's so much damage on the Jankos. He's forced away. Broxah flashes. Nobody's died just yet. Finally, Mickey goes down. Nemesis turns his attention to Caps, who is flashing to safety. He's stolen a Dominus, and that's what's kept him alive.
Yeah, Fnatic have now won the fight, and they can move that into the Baron. They're dropping down the Herald to buy time for them as they go over towards this objective. It is a huge win for Fnatic. G2 are going to be slow, and they're going to have to run into this river and contest the 5-man stack of FNC.
Jankos has got himself smite, but he doesn't have flash or the ultimate available. Jankos needs to maybe try. Do they risk conceding it, or does Jankos go for a steal? They've got no vision, no information. Giving up the Baron.
Without any wards, it is impossible. It is with Fnatic's clutch fight in that middle lane. They pick up another 20-minute Baron. Absolutely incredible. This game that went slower than all the others, Fnatic are still able to find that fight that counts, and it's Broxah starting it off with the kick, and everything else came behind.
But I feel like it was this initial pick that came down onto Caps that really cemented the whole fight in favor of Fnatic, because you force Caps out of the fight immediately, and then Jankos gets collapsed on by Broxah, and he kicks Jankos into a position where he can't really contribute much. Then you have this the fight divided, so there's not enough pure perks, which means that Nemesis is a very easy target to lock down. Wunder is then split off with the rest of the team, and Fnatic end up coming out on top. Yes, it only means 1 kill, but it results in a Baron as well.
Oh man, now what can Fnatic do with this Baron? 5,000 gold up. They've got themselves access to the inhibitor turret already. Wunder on his Kled was trying to push out that bottom wave, but he's just recalled to join the team. Charge is available in a few seconds, and if Fnatic stick around, it is one of the engaged tools that can get utilized. For now, Fnatic appealing to the top lane.
I've been so impressed by how Fnatic have been playing these games, and honestly Nemesis has been the biggest difference maker in this series. His Twisted Fate performance in the first 2 games was what allowed them to find a lot of those picks and a lot of the early game advantages, and now on Akali, 4-1 and 4. He is having a fantastic performance, finding a solo kill onto Caps. He could be the difference maker that takes Fnatic to the 3-0 and secures them a final spot in Athens.
Look at the top lane right now. G2 aren't defending. They know they can't. Fnatic are way too powerful, just trying to buy time as the cast goes out for basically nothing. Wunder is still in the mid lane trying to deny Fnatic a minion wave, but they've got one right there with them.
Okay, the Nexus turret is somewhat being sieged here. 1.5 minutes. Couple of autos will get thrown down. Remember, Reckless, he's got his hands on that rapid fire cannon, and the Essence Reaver takes a lot of damage, throws out the ulti.
Look at this flank from Wunder. Fnatic are getting closed down on, and they've been chunked out already. Wunder, does he want to commit for it? He's going for this wide angle, but it doesn't look like G2 want all in just yet.
No, they're just going to disengage from that one. G2, yes, they lost the top lane inhibitor. I feel like Fnatic should have also looked to disengage. They realized that they couldn't rotate round to mid to secure a second inhibitor because they did not have that wave that Wunder was pushing in mid. So G2 were just going to have to live with the fact that they lost that top inhib. Fnatic still have control. A minute still left on the Baron buff, and there is room for them to still gain some advantages off the back of this.
G2 have to figure out some way to stall because Reckless is an absolute monster now as well. He's finished off the Infinity Edge on the Xayah. Fnatic, they only have 50 more seconds of this Baron buff, but any fight they take, it feels like they are going to win it. Their carries are way more powerful than the side of G2, and if it's their fight that they choose, they take it.
And I feel like G2, they want to find these team fights, but I don't know at what point they even can, because just the level difference alone between the 2 mid laners gives so much additional damage and stats that I'm not sure at what point Caps will even be relevant enough to turn a fight in G2's favor. G2 have so few options with the strength of Fnatic right now that they just kind of have to sit back and watch or hope for Fnatic to make a huge misplay.
And in this fight, if G2 are going to draw the line, there's no flash on Perkz, there's no flash on Mickey, none on Jankos. Finding the fight they want is going to be so much harder. Whereas Fnatic, they've got everything. They've got the cooldowns they need. They have the Baron for just one last second. Not going to be able to use it to catch it on the tower, though.
And of course, Perkz using that TP, he was trying to deal with those supers in the top lane, push that wave up, buy as much time as possible. Down 5,500 gold. G2 Esports, the defending champions, the MSI champions, are at the verge of being 3-0'd by Fnatic. Just a reminder that Fnatic have never lost a series after going 2-0. G2 have never been able to bounce back from being down 0-2. It's just the level that Fnatic is displaying is, again, fantastic and it's beautiful to watch. And it is also frustrating and disappointing when you see what G2 have brought to the table today.
Oh yeah, because I mean, like, you think about it, right? And I mean, many analysts put G2 as one of the top teams going into the World Championship.
Yes.
People would stack rank them and say, like, some people would even consider them favorites to win. And while people still had high respect for Fnatic, I was one of the people that felt like they had big holes in their gameplay that could be taken advantage of, and G2 was one of the best teams at doing that. But it feels like that this is a very different Fnatic that we're seeing. 2 weeks of hardcore practice onto a dedicated opponent has worked wonders for this Fnatic squad, and they've refined their early game playmaking. Their mid game has been extremely strong, and their ability to just constantly force skirmishes and then convert them into objectives has resulted in a stellar performance against the likes of G2.
Fnatic have showed up today with all the answers against G2, and there's only one question left. Can they close? And can they close 3-0? Right now, they are in a perfect position to do so. 1 more minute on the Baron before that spawns. The top lane inhibitor is still going to be down. It's just one last fight, and Fnatic punch their ticket to the finals in Athens.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Of course, both of these teams will appear. One of them will play on Friday against Schalke, and that appears to be G2 Esports right now. G2, they are still playing from behind. Perkz is picking up all of that side lane farm. He's got himself the Phantom Dancer, and he's dealing with those super minions as best as he can.
He's the best bet right now for G2 Esports because, as you rightly said, Quick Shot, all the resources are being funneled into him. Caps is just kind of doing what he can to stay relevant, but he's 3 levels down. If we have a look at the gold, mid lane, there's a 3,000 gold gap. Bot lane, there's a 2,000 gold gap. Wunder does have a gold advantage, but he's not going to be the person that decides this game. It's going to be a matter of Nemesis and Rekkles versus Caps and Perkz. And right now, the gold difference means that Rekkles and Nemesis will win that every time.
Now, I want to take a look at the G2 perspective because you guys entered a few moments ago, this game has slowed down. And it is because 20 kills happened in the first 15 minutes of gameplay. Over the course of the next 12, we've had 2. So, let's see G2, they're trying to defend against this Baron, but they're down a significant amount of gold and itemization, as Vedius, you were just talking about, but they've at least nudged Fnatic away from the ejector.
And if G2 are going to have one chance, it has to be a miracle flank. Right now, Hylissang lands the hook on towards Caps. Not going to commit for it anymore, but they have this mid lane push. They can actually go and take a tower.
Going to be pushing in. Minion wave to work with as well. Jankos has got the barrel, remember. Wunder has got the charge as well. Tower will be falling. Wunder goes forward, but the bear trap on the rope doesn't find a target. Nor does it not.
They got Rekkles!
But they've got Rekkles! Rekkles gets caught out. He had his flash, he had his feathers, but he was killed where he stood. Brox is going to be the focus in the back end, though. And
look at Nemesis!
Flies in and takes down Mickey. Goes Golden. Wunder's left to kill him. You have Bwipos coming in for support, but it's simply not enough. It's a crazy fight in which everybody dies.
It's a 3-for-3 in the end, but Wunder and Jankos stay alive, so the fight would be a 1-1 if G2 were able to continue. Still, it is not in the end. G2 can't turn that into anything else.
So, 2 things. Remember that G2 lost a tower, but finding a 3-for-3 in a gold deficit, this is a good thing for G2.
It's a good thing for G2, but look at what they spent. Flash on Jankos, flash on Mickey, flash on Perkz. They spent everything to get the kill on Rekkles. And yes, they needed to win that fight, but Rekkles is going to have everything coming into this fight. Again, fantastic start there from Mickey. Uses the flash and the quickness to give no breathing room for Rekkles. But now coming to the next fight, it's not going to be the same.
Watch this flash from Perkz here. Reacts to seeing the Nemesis ultimate, even though Nemesis still gets the kill. Well, double kill even. You just showcase the power that this Akali has. Level 16, all these itemization, but Perkz did everything that he could to survive, and if he had, this could have been a 1 fight and maybe even a Baron for G2. But as you rightly said, Quick Shot, they're at a deficit. to find that team fight win is a big edge for G2.
It is. Nemesis is sending a big signal to G2 Esports right now as they have opened up the base and got 2 inhibitors available as well as a Baron as a potential option.
Look at the top of your minimap right now. There's a recall that keeps getting canceled by Mickey. He knows the only way G2 win a fight is the perfect flank right here. He doesn't have the flash to make it happen, but he has to go for the full loop around onto Rekkles. He must be able to find Rekkles before the Featherstorm comes out. Otherwise, it is a lost fight for G2 and a lost series for the MSI champs.
Take a look at this. Is the recall going to complete? Level 10 on Mickey. He's not going to. He's stuck around the entire time, waiting.
Does he know?
No, they don't. They popped over the wall.
They popped over. There's a blue trinket now that's just thrown down. Mickey's vision's been denied.
But Rekkles is so close to him, he can actually get the charm over the wall. Not if he walks out of the pit, though. That makes it so much harder.
Jankos has thrown the barrel in. Perkz jumps away. That's onto the backside. Nemesis in trouble. He flies back in with a shuriken, but he's down. Perkz gets the kill. That's another one now for Caps. The 2 carries of G2 Esports. Teleports available for Wunder if he wants to chase. He's recalling to heal. This has been in.
Look at the wards behind the Baron pit. They're going to set up the fight with the TP.
Here comes Wunder! Brox and Rekkles are the targets, but it's already killed to Mickey. Has he bitten off more than he can chew? Jumping forward to the bear trap on a rope. That's going to be another kill for Caps. Turning his into Rekkles. All of a sudden, Rekkles back in. Perkz and Heckless. Rekkles is turning back around, though. That's so much damage. Jankos and Wunder trying to do the damage, but look at the feathers. That's coming back. GA pop from Wunder. Rekkles dances around everything.
That could have been such a massive team fight for G2, but then Rekkles in the clutch steps up. He's able to find 2 additional kills, stop G2 from getting the Baron, and now he's in a 1v1 against Wunder.
Wow, the third All-Pro ADC has something to say. Skarl is just about to get popped. Here comes Jankos. The barrel throws out. This will just slow down.
TP behind, TP behind.
Teleport from Fnatic on the minimap. That's a
They got the turn!
They've got the kill!
They need to get out.
TP
It's 2 members. It's 2 members. Nemesis coming in on the flank. He doesn't have the ult just yet, but they want to get the kill. They need to stop the channel.
Oh, going to do so just right now. There's the pocket pistol. Wunder will get taken out by Nemesis. Where has Jankos gone? He's escaped for now, and the Smite needs to stay alive for potential Baron.
But can Fnatic actually start the Baron right here? Their AD carry is going to be down for 30 more seconds.
they can't,
Perkz has respawned onto the map and is going to be clearing out the wave in the mid lane. It was a never-ending fight between these 2 teams, but is G2 actually holding neck and neck with Fnatic even down?
Oh my word, and so much of the praise needs to go to Mickey. That flank was actually so important because when Perkz went in, what he did was he forced Nemesis to take a route that was straight into the path of Mickey. So Mickey kept Nemesis preoccupied for the majority of the fight, which meant that they were able to find that pick, they were able to find that kill. Now the regroup Fnatic looking for G2.
Over 10,000 damage in a single team fight is what Rekkles has done. G2 are running for their lives. Swing and a miss. Hylissang does not find anybody with a death sentence, but Mickey should just about be at risk. Nemesis didn't want to overchase. The focus is the win. The focus is the Nexus, and Fnatic.
Look, pings. They're looking for the flank once again.
It's Caps with the TP, not Wunder. So Caps is going to be coming in from behind here. Mickey and Jankos from the front. They need the collapse. They need to kill the Fnatic carries.
All right, Kled Charge is still available. Baron is still being focused, down to 4,000 HP. Perkz can jump into the pit, and he does so. Turns the damage onto by the Baron. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2. Grabbed with a sigh of relief. Perkz is killing Fnatic, and as it stands, Fnatic are now floundering the lead. They've conceded the kills and the Baron.
With their backs against the wall, G2 are able to turn it around, and they have the push in the mid lane. They're going to try and take it.
This is the thing. Both the carries are dead for Fnatic, which means that G2 have their eyes just set, running it down mid. They think that with those death timers, they can actually look to end the game, and that's forcing Bwipo to base.
Listen to the chants. Let's go, G2, here in Berlin. Will we get another game? G2 Esports, they've closed the gold lead. They've closed the kill lead. They're learning to push their buttons, and now they're pushing Fnatic against the wall. 20-second death timers. The inhibitor is falling, and G2 are not going for the next.
G2 will pull away. They knew that that would have been the 50-50. That would have been everything. Forced further. G2, they're now right back into the thick of things in this game. Right dead even in gold. They've lost 2 inhibitor towers, but their inhibitors have respawned, and this team is now primed and ready to team fight.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, the majority of fans thought Fnatic were closing this out. The expectations from Deficio and for us was that Hilly would have a pop-off Thresh performance that would close the series out, and G2 have found scrappy team fights to claw their way back into the game, and a crucial Baron steal from Fnatic's hands.
And I have to apologize because I said that Wonder would not be someone to carry this game, but he's had a monumental performance in these later fights. Now level 18, he is nearly full build. 9-3-5 is the scoreline, and he is doing so much work for G2 Esports. It is so tense between these two teams. The game can still go either way, but the fact that G2 have been able to hold the line and Fnatic have failed to close means that we could still have more games in this series.
I think it's so important to take a look at how this game has been Fnatic focused for 32 minutes. Only in that last Baron fight have G2 given themselves a moment, a breath of hope. But like you rightly said, Vedius, exposed inhibitors, top and middle for G2, a downed inhibitor for Fnatic. The next big team fight mistake.
Oh, that was tense.
Caps is very brave. He's a very brave
playing
man.
with your limits.
You know, it's very, very bold, but he does escape thanks to the empowered recall. And all of a sudden, Baron is slightly wearing off.
Whew. All right, so the Baron is going to disappear soon. The map state is pretty much even. We're getting to a point in the game where gold doesn't really matter. You can see two junglers, as per usual, still scrounging for gold, trying to be relevant. But it's all about the carries. And you can see that in terms of the mid lane difference, it is still huge. Given that Nemesis is nearly full build, 4 fully completed items, but Perkz is now done. He's level 18. Everything is primed and ready. And if he was going to carry G2 to another final, this is the setup that he needs to do it.
And this is exactly how G2 like to play. Put as much resources in the mid game as they can into Perkz. He is their late game insurance. Now with full build level 18, as you said, it must be him carrying in these fights. And as the last seconds of Baron tick away, we're gonna reach a point in the game where we're waiting 2.5 minutes for that Elder Drake to spawn. That one could be huge in the hands of Fnatic, but at the same time, there's a Baron coming onto the Rift as well.
Oh my word, if we still have to wait 2.5 minutes, for G2 Esports, this is uncharted territory in the summer split. Why, you might ask? Well, here's a quick stat. This is the longest game G2 have played all summer long. And they may need to go yet further. 5 members of G2 Esports following their captain and leader. Phantom Dancer, Rageblade, Scimitar already picked up for Perkz, so he's pretty much at full build, and that Death Sentence didn't find a target. Fnatic, though, they're going on the
after
offensive.
Perkz.
Barrel comes out from Jankos. That was a good disengage. And look at the mid lane. Wonder's going to usher them in.
Exactly that quick shot. Fans at home always need to keep an eye on the minimap. Oh, the Wonder flank. Look at this.
Oh, here we go. Claim charge is available and can come in. Look at the quickness. That's a dashboard. Mickey's already dead, though. He's bitten off more than he can chew. GA from Bwipo is being popped and propped. Caps running for his life, and Nemesis is trying to get the damage down.
Grabs was shaking his head at G2's decision right here. They fought in the funnel, and Fnatic turned everything onto them. Now chasing down Wonder, who has the GA, but can only run for so long. There's a TP into the base. Perkz is going for it all.
The captain's trying to do it. He's gone in. Bwipo doesn't have a GA available, but the teleport alone has forced the recall. The chasers have stopped, and now all of a sudden there's a TP onto Wonder.
There's TPs all over the map. Perkz does not have a little, but he does have the flash. He's going to have to use it to get away, but Reckless wants to fight him.
Reckless has got the rapid fire cannon. He's waiting for the range. Nemesis, he's almost in trouble. Wonder's now dashing away. It's a fight to the blue buff as well.
There's fights all across the map right now, but it's G2 falling time and time again. Caps trying to buy as much time as possible, but it's 3v2 coming in.
A stolen Dominus is keeping Caps alive just long enough for Jankos to get a kill. Now Wonder is trying to help out his jungler. Jankos goes golden thanks to the hourglass, and he will get taken out by the feathers. Perkz, by the way, is now shoving in the top lane. G2 almost through the game, but from the clutches of defeat, they scrappy fight their way back
Oh, I don't
in.
think it's over yet. Nemesis has his eyes on Wonder.
Round 3 of Nemesis versus Wonder in the last 2 minutes. It will not conclude in a kill.
Whew.
Mickey is now the next target.
All right, so that was a pretty intense fight between the two teams. Gold is a non-factor right now. It is all about the execution of these team fights. A lot of GAs got used in that last fight. Bwipo and Wonder have gone. This is actually a really big deal in the upcoming fight because Bwipo is the main front line, and he cannot buy as much time as Wonder can, who is now recalling, has the TP, and is looking to join the fray.
Neither side has a smite coming into this fight. That's going to be the double teleport now from G2. It's a 3v4.
All right, Mickey's trying to help out Wonder. Oh, that's already a kill to Bwipo. Nemesis is now being focused down. Perkz manages to kill Reckless. Nemesis is taken out by Caps, and all of a sudden G2 set their sights on the base.
G2 take the 3 versus 3 and come out on top. Nemesis goes down, Reckless goes down, and Bwipo was short to follow. Caps and the gang now looking for the rest of the kills.
Absolutely the case. Hylissang and Broxah are being run down by Caps. Caps had stolen the perfect execution, but it's Jankos that sends him packing. The inhibitor is being taken out by Wonder. And ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, we have a series on our hands as G2 Esports have bounced back from the clutches of defeat, from the clutches of embarrassment. And we are going to game 4 as G2 win their first game in the series.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Medi, feeling alright. I want the LEC
So tell me, who was the player of the game?
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know, yeah. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. If you ever go, if you ever go, someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. If you ever try to let go.
all of this, what's happening right now, is something that I will cherish for the rest of my life.
Anything is possible if you just believe and play with confidence and stay true to yourselves. So do that for me, Europe. Please.
Misfits pull the trigger. Vitality with the individual outplays. Yes!
Fnatic rule Europe. Plus the Ignite is ticking. That is not them. Perkz is godlike.
The LEC era begun this year.
Europe kneels to its champion, G2 Esports.
G2 Esports will win MSI 2019.
For the first time ever, all three European teams make it to the knockout stage. Fnatic eliminate RNG.
And Splyce will not be stopped. FPX, get ready. G2 is heading to Paris.
Say nothing. Say nothing. Better not say nothing.
When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't stop. Yo, with the high and the low. Now back way, are you ready for the bass? My DJ, you'll get on the case. Hyper with the lights on, no fuss, no fighter. Get hyper. When I'm on the rhythm, with the lyrical flow. When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't stop. Now bad boy, are you ready for the bass? My DJ, yo, get on the case. Hyper with the lights on, no fuss, no fighter. Get hyper. Back when I'm on the rhythm with the lyrical flow. When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't.
And that's how you play League of Legends in Europe.
With the high and the low. Now bad boy, are you ready for the bass? My DJ, yo, get on the case. Hyper with the lights on, no fuss, no fighter. Get hyper. Back when I'm on the rhythm with the lyrical flow. When I'm on the rhythm, you know we don't stop.
When you have a competitive league, every team gets better together. I'm sure that everyone will watch LEC to learn from us.
I think Europe definitely has the talent to be the best league in the world. If all the best players get on the same teams, I think the peak of European League of Legends can be the best in the world, definitely.
2 years in a row, we went to the World's Final. Even if we lost against China, it's fine, but we are this close.
You should be fans of Mad Lions because we are one of the craziest teams.
I want the LEC back in 2020.
Don't worry, Reckless. We can take care of that for you. 1, 2, 3.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, Betty, feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight. I want the LEC back.
Maybe a bit more auto-tune over there, but for the rest, you sounded amazing. However, we've got an entire hour of Ready Check pre-show to get through, so I'm gonna pause this, so let's go.
if I think LEC is gonna be the best league in the world. I think at some point it is bound to happen.
I expect 2020 will be my best year yet, especially with this team around me. I think if I can't make it this year, then I won't make it at all.
The LEC last year has been really exciting, and I expect 2020 will be even more exciting since I can make it even farther.
If we can be good here in Europe, we're going to be somewhat dominant in international competitions as well. If we win here, we can be the best in the world.
I think LEC will be the strongest region. I personally have plans on winning this year, so I'm sure we will be the strongest at that.
Welcome to the first day of the 2020 League of Legends European Championship season. I am Quickshot and I am so glad to be back. Before we get to the new season, before we dive into all the incredible games we have in store, we wanted to take some time to look back at 2019. And I'm joined by Froskuren and the newest member of the on-air talent team, Yamato Cannon. Welcome to the show, Yamato.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute honor and honestly a privilege. You get to shop around, and I think in the off-season this felt like home for me.
I really am excited to see what we can do together, what content we create. Frosk, what an insane year. We look back, we're going to spend the next 20 odd so minutes just looking at the games, the teams. I mean, what stands out for you?
I mean, it's kind of about where you want to put your goalpost, really. Like, I think a lot of European fans, maybe just after World Championship, it tastes a little bit bitter. But then if you look at the collective year, I don't think that there's any way as a European fan that you can be disappointed what happened domestically or internationally. Like, you cannot take that away from the LEC.
No, you absolutely can't. I mean, it was the dream season. Every single split was competitive. We had crazy playoff stories. The games were incredible. It was the first year that the LEC was, rebranded, introduced. I mean, Yamato, what stands out?
I think what stands out the most to me is just the summer split playoffs, considering we had two best-of-5 series between easily the two best teams in the region. Went all the way to 5 games. It was so close. Something could have changed the entire impact of time, and all of a sudden G2 maybe came in the second seed or something else. This is how close it was.
I felt like it was 10 years in the making. We celebrated our 10-year anniversary. We got the G2 versus Fnatic that went the distance to all 5 games, and we got it twice, and it was just like the cherry on top of kind of everything else collectively in the season.
And the thing that was crazy was that getting to those playoffs was dramatic both times. It's going to sound a little bit like a meme for anybody that was watching, but hashtag every game counts. It was real. Like, it mattered. I mean, towards the end of the summer split, I particularly got invested in the Rogue and the XL storylines, 2 new organizations, to this tier of play. And I got bought into the Rogue hype train. There was a real shot they could have made Worlds.
I think there's always going to be that conversation about closing the gap. And it felt like G2 in particular just kind of steamrolled, like closed it themselves and looked around at Europe and was like, what else do you guys have? But the fact that all 3 European teams made it out of group stage. The fact that we did have Excel and Rogue come down to the very line, that Origen was right there. They were like a single game away from also representing themselves, shows how competitive the split was.
Yeah, for sure. Even as a competitor within the league, I felt like as we progressed, all of a sudden there were no like free wins. There were no like, oh, we face these guys, we can relax. Everything was kind of, oh, we need to prepare, we need to look what they pick, we need to prepare some bans. It was intense.
Now, talking about intensity, what was it like playing against G2?
Oh
right?
My goodness.
How do you prepare against them?
It was definitely, it was a learning curve, because the first time we faced them, I prepared for everything, and that's the biggest mistake you can do.
You can't prepare for everything.
You can't. Even practicing against them was so confusing, because you just stop believing everything that you ever believed in. They just break the laws of League of Legends, and you just practice, and you just have to stick to what you believe in and move on. The same way when we faced them, we saw the Garen. I was like, okay, these are the things you need to think about when it comes to Garen, but we focused on our own thing and it worked.
Well, I definitely want to come back to that in just a moment, because the team that dominated in EU and beyond was G2, and their CEO is sitting down with Law.
Thanks, guys. Have you been listening to what they were saying? 2019, an amazing year for EU. Do you agree with them?
Yeah, 2019 was amazing, you know, in general. Not only for G2, but for EU in general, because I feel like every team was able to push each other, you know, really hard, which makes every other team, I guess, better, you know. So, you know, we got better as a region. That's a good thing.
Would you say it was the best year EU ever had?
Yeah, it's gonna be this year, the best year we ever had, you know, in League of Legends, definitely. Because, you know, winning MSI is something that we got very close with, you know, to make happen. Some time ago against SKT, we lost 3-1, but, you know, we dreamed, you know, and we created, I remember, a content piece that it was just me talking to the camera, and I was saying, yeah, SKT created a monster. And then you see the comments, and everybody was like, yeah, you know, you'll never beat them, blah, blah, blah. And then you saw this year that you know, we accomplished it, and we won MSI. And you know, looking back, that actually aged quite well. Like, unlike other stuff I've said, but...
Well, I mean, looking back on that year, how do you reflect on it now that you had time for it to let it sink in a way?
Well, you know, when a year goes that well, it's really hard to keep yourself, you know, self-critical, right? It's really hard to keep being self-critical and focus on growth and improvement and progress, because everything went really well. But the reality is that we could have done things better, and I'm glad that the whole team, myself included, were humble enough to, you know, after the year was over, after the season was over, you know, we gathered our thoughts and said, what could have been better? And then, you know, unlike what people may think, we actually just worked, you know, super hard on understanding what those things are, and we tackled them. So I think we're readier, that's not a word, more ready than before.
It's a new year, as you said, new resolutions, new everything. What would be the new year resolutions for G2 in 2020?
New year resolutions for G2. Well, you know, I want to make sure we keep having fun, you know, and if you watch our content in YouTube or otherwise in social media, you'll realize really quickly that you know, it's what we do. We have fun. If you enter our office, everybody's like laughing and having a good time. It's hard work, you know, but the reality is that, you know, everybody's having a really good time. The team is having a good time, even though it's a hard work, but, you know, everybody seems to be having a lot of fun. So I hope we can keep that fun up. I hope we can keep, you know, making people happy. We have this internal slogan, which is, if you want bad news, you know where to go. If you want good news, just follow G2.
That's a nice saying. I think we should keep this one in mind. Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you so much.
Looking forward to seeing G2 today. New lineup, new bot lane.
I'm really excited.
We're all really excited. Thank you very much. Back to you guys for Ready Check.
Woo! Thank you very much, Carlos and Law. Ocelot and G2 are kicking off the season with a matchup against Mad Lions, looking to continue their success from last year. Over the past years, Europe and many regions have kind of looked to the competition, have looked to Korea, have looked to China to replicate what success looked like. Last year, thanks to G2 winning MSI and them breaking all of the rules that existed in the game, it felt like the world was looking at us. Do you think it's fair to say, Yamato?
For sure. I think when it comes to what the positions used to be, it's like top lane bruisers, mid lane mages. It's just a position on the map. That's what it means at this point in time, because everyone's kind of playing everything everywhere. It's just rock, paper, scissors. You pick counters and you figure something spicy up, like G2 always do.
In China, G2 were known as the artists, and it was in reference to this idea of how creative and how beautiful they could sculpt around the map. Now that Caps has moved down there into the bot lane, I think you're just going to continue to see some of that paint by numbers, finger painting down there again, and for G2 to create another masterpiece.
I absolutely love this. I love the idea of rock, paper, scissors when it comes to the champion matchups, and really how many teams in Europe are willing to experiment and explore. But I want to ask a bit more specifically, why did the meta work for us? Why did it feel like the creativity for G2 was, you know, successful, but then similarly, Fnatic and Splyce, they had their own unique identities. It wasn't a, you know, a cheap ripoff of G2.
I think when it comes to G2 specifically, the idea and the players just stand out. They are individual players that are just not limited with some kind of role. Oh, this guy is a tank player. No. This guy is a player that can play anything. I think that's the bottom line. This is the kind of step we're heading towards. As more and more rookies are heading into the scene, the level will also increase. There's no more role players, only good and strong players.
And just to kind of build off of that, I think we're at a point in the game where the meta, the patches have shifted so much that it is no longer enough just to be a good mechanical player, to be smart at the game. It used to be something that you would talk about, like, oh, this guy's mechanically gifted, this guy's very intelligent. No, you have to be both. And if you're not, you've been patched out. And the G2s, the Invictus Gamings, the FPXs, they have shown that now. It's like, innovate or die. Hit the skill shot or walk. Play to your limits and test it every single day. If you don't break the game, you're not playing the same game.
Now, how did it feel when we zoom out a little bit? The fact that obviously G2 picks up the win at MSI, the fact that going into Worlds on home soil, everybody was watching, everybody was looking. I mean, Yamato, speak a little bit to what sort of pressure is put on you and the players last year, knowing that this league and these teams were really center stage.
You know, it was a very big deal for Vitality because the finals was in Paris. You know, it was the thing that was spoken about always on the line. We went to the World Championship and then we just wanted more. And sometimes expectations can bite you in the ass because you know the bottom line is, you know, sometimes it's tough to break those expectations with the level of competition that we had.
Well, we'll have to find out how this year kicks us off. Looking back at 2019, it did give us many incredible moments, but some did stand out more than others. We're going to take a look at 5 of the best plays from last season.
And honestly, a bit of an overstep there from Humanoid, trying to force that fight, as Humanoid now goes in onto Ming.
Remember, there's no flash on the Irelia. He's going to try and dodge around here as Mystiques is in range. Look for the Devour, gets it out just in time, but he spits Mickey back out. Mickey gets a kill, and now Starboard's coming out, and Exile have turned this one around. Zerti trying to trade in. It's 2 for Exile!
Decimating Smash comes down, but there's not a follow-up. Wonders hunting Cagel, trying to get the shutdown gold. Cagel is worth so much money, but look at the burst damage! Caps isn't done yet! He's got 1, he's got 2, he's gonna get taken down before he can find Cagel. And Prophet will be able to jump down. Prophet throws out the Cataclysm. Repel up, repel down. Prophet in a 4v1 is still surviving. He goes golden, buys enough time. Vitality, how can you mess this up? It's a 4 versus 1. Prophet's not done! The Golden Ages as Moonlight arrives!
How good am I? How good am I? How good am I?
Hurt to actually get a lot of these plates in the middle lane, but it's not actually allowing G2 to gain any.
There's no way you should be able to hit that. Cap still able to get away, but Hylissang on the chase couldn't quite land the Tiamat. Hylissang, he's buying for the best pike in Europe. Cap strong! No way! No way! Through the heart of our Spring Split MVP!
It's fine, we can turn this, Ready? Okay. Well, you didn't say anything, but...
Ready, he was ready. Oh, the Shine rookie. It's for your highlights, guys, it's for your highlights. Yeah. It's just for the highlights. It was worth. Now we can end, baby. Yeah, I can reach ult.
Unbelievable. Watching back some of those plays, it gets my heart racing again. And honestly, I think the word disgusting and shocking you can throw around a whole bunch. But what do you feel when you watch those plays, Ross?
How good am I? How good am I? I love that.
Man. It just hurts. Just rips up all the wounds.
I'm sorry, man.
I actually, when I was talking to Yamato and prepping for this show, I actually specifically called out that play as an example of being a little harsh when it comes to using it on air. But you have to give credit to Vander and Rogue for pulling that off.
It's just memorable because everything was there, you know, the call from you, the comment from Vander, and also the play, everything was kind of aligned, and it's a scar that I'll have to wear proudly one day,
Sometimes watching a dumpster fire truly is a beautiful thing.
When did you realize it was turning, though, like watching it backstage, when you're like, oh, yeah, my team's got this? Was there ever a moment like, oh, they don't?
I think someone screwed up very early, and then I was like, I'm looking away, you know? I'm looking away. Someone missed something or something.
It happens a lot. The thing that was crazy was that it really felt like every single team had standout moments throughout the course of the split, whether good or bad. And it was just incredible to see the players and the plays. I hope we get more of it today. I hope we get more of the crazy innovation as well. It's not all good news, though, when we look back and celebrate the incredible 2019, because it does also mark the end of an era. There are some true legends that have left our league. And just to rattle off a few names, Chachi, Soaz, Broxah, and Kobbe will not be returning to the 2020 LEC season. And I'm going to start with Kobbe. Yamato, you know, how does it feel seeing this player leaving the region?
It's an amazing opportunity, of course. TSM is a massive brand, but it stings a bit, you know. I remember when we played the finals against G2, back in 2016 in summer. Like we lost 3-1. G2 was the more experienced team, and I remember the pain that was in Kobe's eyes because he really, really played his heart out. And I remember telling him that, you know, if you just keep building your confidence, then you will conquer the world. And to not work with him any longer, and then to just see as much as he's grown the past days, it's been, you know, it's been amazing. You know, as a friend, as a former coach, I'm just worried when it comes to players sending them to North America. Will they continue to improve? Because that's what's always the question.
I mean, it just kind of feels like the reality is that if you're not on Fnatic and if you're not on G2, you're not going to win the LEC. So these players have the option where they can either play for a mid-tier LEC team, kind of compete for maybe that Worlds ticket in a very stacked league, or they can go over to North America and play on the top teams. I think TSM are contender. You know that TL usually just win everything. So you got Broxah and Kabe. We're probably going to see them at Worlds. And hopefully, now that we've given them some European talent, the LCS will make it out of group stage.
We'll have to see what they can do, of course. I'm excited to see what the EU players can do. But Yamato, a little bit closer to home, Splyce, they've rebranded. They're no longer in the league. You know, how does it make you feel?
Honestly, I think for me, when I look back at my career, the biggest kind of trampoline jump that happened was with Splyce. And it wasn't always good because on paper, you know, we were in relegations, the first split we played, but the trust from the organization was there from day one. And that's what was so incredible about the organization. Even though we were in relegations, a lot of teams would just pull the plug, toss, you know, chop a lot of heads, you know, toss everything, move all the players. But I saw the quality in, for example, Wunder, Sencux, Kobe, and also, of course, Cold, or at that time he was called Trashy. And then I brought in Mickey X. I played duo queue with him, and he just came out of nowhere. I just recognized how much he loves the game. And then we just came back second place, and we went to the World Championship with a bunch of rookies. So this was a jump start for a lot of players and also for me. And I think the bottom line of it is the trust was there from the beginning. So
it is incredible when you see how 4 out of the 5 of those players, their career trajectories and where they have ended up from where they started here in the league. So it is definitely a heartfelt goodbye to Splyce, who had a fantastic 2019, the best of their career. You will be missed. I do want to pick up and look a little bit now towards some new players that mark themselves a stamp. We've lost some legends, but there's some new superstars that are ready to fill the shoes of the superstars who are left as they are in the EU curse system. The EU ecosystem keeps producing talent. I'm going to make that a thing. I want to start by talking about Nemesis, a guy that had the unenviable task of replacing Caps on Fnatic.
Already that line, you know, it summarizes it. Nemesis, you know, they had a rough start, but eventually he delivered. And I think Nemesis was clearly the second best mid laner in Europe behind Caps, even in the finals and in also whatever the first portion of playoffs is called. In those 2 best-of-5s, it was very, very close.
I know Vitality's not used to making it.
He's new here as well, right? So round 1, round 2. We'll teach you the terminology.
Round 1, round 2, okay. In those best-of-5s, Nemesis was fighting closely with Caps. And for me, the biggest question is always that synergy with the jungler. I didn't feel like it was really there. And with Selfmade, they have history. Him coming in, I think, finally we can maybe cover some of those weaknesses that Nemesis has.
And of course, he was rookie of the split for Spring, Selfmade, and that's the big question mark then. It's that these guys used to work together in the ERL, formerly on Mad Lions. They're now paired together on Fnatic, and I'm actually really curious where Young Buck started and Fnatic began, because are we going to see Selfmade be molded into that Broxah, where he's kind of ganking out into side lanes, or is Selfmade going to be his own man in this team? Is it going to be Nemi and Selfmade just blitzing through foes and turning Fnatic into a #1 team?
I mean, it's so exciting to think about because Fnatic has a proven history of developing and building successful teams. They are championship contenders in every split that they play. I'm going to ask you to answer that question. What do you think Selfmade is going to do on this squad?
Well, I hope that he actually attacks. The thing about Selfmade is he kind of, I think people underrated him in the jungle, especially when you had so many big jungle names around the LEC. But Selfmade beating Fnatic kind of right out that gate in that best of 3 really made a name for himself very early on.
I think it's too soon. It's a year ago now, but it still counts. Let's turn our attention to another rookie that stepped up last year, Larssen. Yamato, what do you think?
I like him. I like him a lot. You know, he came in this generation of all these new mid lanes coming into the picture. Nemesis, Humanoid, Abbedagge. And I think the biggest difference maker between Larssen and the other 2, I think, or the other 3, is the fact that I feel like he's so diverse. Right. You know, I feel like Humanoid, Abbedagge maybe rely too much on Akali and Kiana. Please, for the love of God, nerf these champions. They're too OP. And I think it was shown throughout the year, and they haven't been nerfed yet. So that's a
you
big
have a
question.
mic doesn't mean you can influence balance changes. Yeah. Your
But
VOD,
Larsen, very diverse. I like it. I think wherever the meta goes, I think he can follow. So I'm excited about that.
And the thing is we're going to be talking about so many of the Rogue players. You're going to hear their name coming out of our mouth all the time because Rogue is kind of like the hot team to watch right now. And it's not just because of Larsen, it's also because of Finn up into that top lane. I think, again, very stacked talent. When we were doing our top 20s, I was like looking at all of the players in the LEC. I'm like, we don't really have just any like bad F-tier players anymore. There's so many competitive names. I'm excited about Finn. Obviously very well known for his Kled. I want to see his champion pool continue to expand, but I think his ability to create leads and then give that to his team makes him a standout top laner, a very young guy, sorry Medic, who just has more time to grow in this league.
It's really, really exciting because we've got all these successful rookies from 2019, which is great. It's amazing. It's a healthy league. But now it puts all the pressure on all the new rookies starting in 2020. We're going to see 4 of them in our first game of G2 versus Mad. But then when you step back and you think that all of these players have come from ERLs, the regional leagues, the talent development system, it's working. It continues to deliver.
There's like, what, 14 new rookies coming in? Most of them were just gobbled up from Mouse, Big, and Giants.
And I mean, it's crazy. I mean, what is it like when you're farming players?
You know, I love it because I've always been a big advocate for taking in new players, taking risk. And I think the obligation for the lower tier teams is to take risk. You have to bring out new players that eventually G2 will pick up when they're good enough.
The exciting thing now is who will be the lower tier team. We are going to start our games in 30 minutes time. We don't know what's going to happen. And we are nearing the end of our 2019 retro. There's just one thing we haven't done yet, and it's thank you guys at home. We want to thank the fans. We want to say thank you so much for tuning in, for watching, supporting not only the broadcast, but the teams, the players, the organizations, for giving us your time and your love and your passion and supporting all the crazy things that we do. Honestly, it's crazy. We have to turn our attention to 2020. We have to keep this up. And I cannot wait to see how well this is going to go. So thank you so much again. Thank you from Yamato, from Frost.
Oh my God.
It's an absolute pleasure.
Don't they get tired of hearing their own voices? I would fall asleep right here if I wasn't an insomniac. What was that, 30 minutes?
We're live.
Oh.
We're live.
Sorry. Hello. Good evening. I'm awake.
Welcome to LEC Update, the show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you're going to know for sure.
I'm Ify de Portre.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
Well, 2019 was such a successful opening season for the LEC that we figured we'd ruin it by making a sequel that has no chance of living up to the hype of the first one. So get ready for the post-Worlds, G2's tragedy arc, the Rogue from Rags to Riches storyline, and many more significantly worse versions of Vedius. But hey, at least we won't have to play an LPL team for another 5 months.
It's a new year and a new LEC, and you know what that means, New Year's resolutions. Quickshot promised he won't say Legacy or Kings, Medic won't get fooled by someone's real age again, and Dracos will release his private SoundCloud. Just like many of you said you'd go to the gym in the new year, and we all know how that's going to turn out.
And speaking of music and the opening, why weren't either of us involved in the LEC music video? I mean, I've heard you at karaoke. You're amazing. You wouldn't even need all that auto-tune to sound bearable.
I mean, that song just proved that anyone can be a pop star if they have a half-decent producer.
We're not salty, but I still think we should make our own band.
It's time for our 2020 roster rundown, so do the thing.
We have a thing?
Oh! Seriously? Seriously? Well, Misfits made a big move this offseason. No one expected this legend to return to the pro scene, let alone move to Europe. But after seeing him pop off in the TCS, I, for one, am looking forward to seeing the kid, Voyboy, return to the Rift.
No. It's not Voyboy, it's B-Voy. B-Voy. B-Voy, Korean player, played on Young Miracle, played on Royal Club.
Okay, B-Voy, V-Boy, that guy, whatever. That's kind of like the DLC no Misfits fan ever asked for. Sure, he's probably all right, but that's like adding the 8th Fire Emblem hero to the roster when he could have had Waluigi.
I didn't get any of those references, but I'm a boomer, so whatever. Some of the biggest off-season news came out of Schalke, signing the legendary Forgiven after a 3-year hiatus, and also Gilius. Now, both players are infamous for their egos and banter, but there's one key difference between the two. Forgiven is a talented trash talker. Gilius is talking trash.
With these two players on the same team, I don't think fans would be surprised if the spring season spawned the first ever esports true crime documentary. And after Spring Split, Gilius might have more in common with Vitality than you think. I can't sense a sign of life from that roster either. But either way, I think it's fair to say Gilius getting picked up by Schalke was the best news Kikis has heard all year.
It's also a shame that we lost Splyce right after such a great showing at Worlds, making the quarterfinals for the first time in the organization's history. Seeing EU fans support them at Worlds was truly wonderful. But let's be honest, before Worlds, Splyce had less fans than they did players. But now we have Mad Lions, a Spanish org with tons of fans and an EU Masters title. But after losing Vizicachi, Xerxes, Norscairn, and Kabi, I think now Mad Lions have less real players than Splyce had real fans.
Speaking of Kabe and TSM, I love their new jersey design. They put stars on their jersey to represent their 6 LCS titles, so I can't wait to see their Worlds 2020 jersey that represents their international victories.
Wait, didn't they win an IEM once?
Right. For years, the biggest rivalry in League of Legends has been EU versus NA, but due to the lack of competition the last decade, we here in the LEC think we should change our focus. To bring us her insight on the budding rivalry between the LEC and the LPL, that Chinese fangirl.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. Yeah, I lived in Shanghai, and let me tell you, Firewall was great, the lights were beautiful, architecture was breathtaking. Oh my god, though, the food was amazing. I was only hospitalized once, but the spicy hot pot was so
Okay, hold up.
worth it.
This isn't supposed to be an ad for the tourism board. Talk to me about the players. How do they stack up against European talent?
Talent? Did you just say that? Yeah, okay, sure. Let's play a game. I'll name an LPL player, and you tell me an LEC player that's better. I'll start first.
Okay.
The Shy.
Well, that's not fair.
Okay, how about Rookie?
Well, I mean, we have caps and perks this year, so we can flex them between a lot of new champions.
Yeah, have you ever heard of Knight?
Okay, I get your point.
Yeah, so about this whole LPL versus LEC rivalry, wouldn't you prefer just to keep it EU versus NA? I mean, otherwise, when you design a Worlds jersey for this year, it's gonna look a lot like this.
Wait. We did win Worlds once. Why does everyone keep forgetting this? They won, okay?
Yeah, remind me what region that was from.
Well, we beat a team in the final that was also from EU, but you can only beat what's in front of you. It still counts.
Nah, it doesn't count. That was also 10 years ago.
Okay, here's to another decade of EU versus NA. That Chinese fangirl, everybody.
For LEC Update, I'm Evie de Portere.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
I mean, come on, that's ludicrous. Besides, this year we're gonna win.
Look, we can agree on one thing, right? We're both better than...
Not the dance,
Well, then you got a little spoiler, but welcome back to the start of the new LEC season. Yamato is new here, so he doesn't know when his mic is actually, in fact, already open. Regardless, over the next weeks, we're going to see some epic battles. Tears will be shed, and in the end, we will crown our spring champions, as I also introduce my guests here for the remaining of Ready Check, Ender and Yamato. Thank you for joining me, and welcome to 2020 LEC.
Yeah, we got to welcome Yamato again. I know we already did it over there, but we're at least new with you, so it's a lot of fun. Even though I feel like we've done every LEC finals desk for the last year and a half, but who am I to say?
Happy New Year, I guess. Thank you.
I love how Happy New Year, you have to keep saying that when you see someone for the first time.
It's almost February.
In March. In any case, how are we feeling about the new season? I know you just spent some time talking, so Ender, tell me then in a non-LEC update way, what are we hyped for this year in the LEC?
I mean, we're hyped for more of it. First of all, last year was just our first year. We won an MSI title. We went to finals in Worlds as well. So I just think we're in store for a lot of new, exciting talent. We've got new players. We've got a new team. And we're just going to see more top-notch League of Legends.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. And the fact that there's so much new talent once again, you always wonder who is going to be that next superstar, who's going to pop off this spring and summer. We are about to find out. And there was, of course, some huge news once again. And at the beginning of the split, and Medivedi have the scoop.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Mehdi. This is Vedi, and
Hello.
we're joined by Perks and Caps. That hello was necessary there, Vedius. Thank you so much. So, Perks, when Caps joined the team in 2019, you decided to move down to the AD carry role. Now you're back in mid lane. What's made this decision happen?
Well, it was a mutual decision in the team. I guess I played 1 year of bot lane, and now he's gonna play. Maybe not 1 year, maybe he will. We don't know yet, right? So we are mostly just experimenting. I think we have a lot of room to experiment with this roster, and we felt like a change is not like bad after such a long year. So we like mix it up a bit, spice it up, and see how it goes. And yeah, we just don't have anything to lose, honestly. So we are open to new trials.
Now, Caps, tell me. Similar sort of question. When you initially joined G2, it was to improve the team overall. Now tell me, who do you think will replace Perks this time in the mid lane?
That's a pretty fair question. So I've seen Carlos has begun to practice his mid lane again, and he really wants to get the world title. And with us going as far as the world final last year, he wants to be like the nail in the coffin and making sure we get that title.
Great answer. Thank you very much, Caps.
So waiting to be replaced by Ocelot, apparently, in the mid lane there. Perks, is there anyone in the LEC at the moment in mid lane that you think might challenge your lane kingdom?
Honestly, I don't really know because I haven't played against any of the mid. I think all the mid laners besides Nuke are new. New. I mean, I guess they're since last year, right? But like, I've never played against them, so I don't really know who is supposed to be good or not. But I don't really think there's anyone that's like really great. So a lot of them have like different strengths. So it's going to be interesting to see who is actually good or not. Yeah.
Now it's interesting that Perks says that, Caps, because when you joined, you actually solo killed Perks. Do you remember how many times?
I don't really have the count on my hand.
Yeah, it was a really big number. I don't really remember either. So how many times do you think Perks will be solo killed this split?
Well, hopefully none, but we'll see. Maybe Mickey can help him out.
Maybe Mickey can help him out. Medic.
If you need a support in the mid lane as well as in the bot lane, I've lost a little bit of faith in you there, Perks. We're talking about this change. You said it's experimentation. Last year, you guys made it to the World's Finals. Obviously, things didn't go your way. Do you think this is the change that will get World Championship back in Europe?
I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure, honestly. We will see. We will see how we progress, right? I think as of right now, we are like a little bit shaky in scrims, but my mid lane will be improved over time, I believe. I think I am known as a playoff player, and like I get the Worlds buff as well. So I think that there is like a long time for me to improve to reach my level. But as of right now, I'm just looking to like not get solo killed as Vedius mentioned. So
I hope you can keep the Worlds buff going through the finals next time as well. That would be great.
Yeah, it's interesting that they talk about the World Finals, Cats, because when we look at you on Fnatic, you made the World Finals in the mid lane, and then again on G2, when you played in the mid lane, you again made it to the World Finals. Now you're moving to AD carry. Are we sure we're going to make another World Finals this year?
Well, we're swapping around so that we can actually win the World Final, because that's kind of like the missing piece. I think making it to the World Final, that's like the last 2 years, that's easy peasy.
Right, that's fair enough. A lot of confidence coming out from Cap, so we're going to send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. I love it that we heard it from themselves. Don't take it too seriously, it seems like. It's not written in stone that Caps is going to stay in that ball lane.
Yeah, am I the only one that wants more Medi-Vedi intros? Like,
this is great.
or interviews, not intros. I would like some more intros, though. They were great last year.
That is true. Talking about G2, too, I do want to go into a kind of a discussion about who won the off-season here in EU. And I'm going to start by talking about G2 and this new graphic. Same players, but they did move around. Yamato, what do you think of this change overall, and how do you think it's going to help G2 throughout this year?
I just feel like it speaks about their approach in general. I feel like if their eyes is on winning Worlds, last year they had to take a break after MSI into summer. I think if you want to go hard in summer, then this is the type of fun you have to have.
I mean, the biggest win that G2 have is that they maintained all of their players too, right? After having such a successful 2019. So it's fantastic to see out of them that they're going to bring back once again and maybe have a little bit more fun in spring. We'll see.
What's quite interesting as well is when you look at what they can do on the Rift. We know now that Perkz, he was a great mid laner. He did very well in that bottom lane, and we can assume he's going to grow into doing very well in that mid lane once again. But Caps, that's kind of the wild card here, because we know he's a great mid laner, but we don't have any proof that he's a decent bottom laner. So what can we kind of predict for that bottom lane performance?
Honestly, we sort of heard it from them in the interview. It feels like they said they're looking to experiment. They're looking to have a little bit more fun. I just think this team needed a mix-up after a brutal, exhausting 2019 where they didn't have a single break. Every tournament they played in, they went all the way to the final.
Yeah, we'll see how it evolves. Very excited to see G2 on the Rift. When we talk about winning the off-season, I want to bring up Rogue. Rogue, a team that only had their first year in the LEC last year and was growing visibly throughout that year, also booking that playoffs spot. What do you think of the current roster?
Well, the current roster can only be an upgrade, right? You looked at last year, Rogue's weakness was in the bottom lane. Now they've brought in Hans Sama, who we know has been a fantastic laning marksman player in the past, and I think he's going to do great things for this team. But the biggest question is, how does the perspective shift for this team really affect them? Because all of 2019, no one ever believed in this team, right? In Spring Split, they finished in 10th place. In summer, they only barely made the playoffs. They had to win so many of their games in the final weeks just to make it. And then we forgot about them because they didn't have enough championship points to play in the regional qualifier to try and make it to Worlds. So this team was on the up and up. And with this change, they're going to look even better.
I think overall, I've checked like the temperature in the community, and I feel like, people think that analysts are overrating Rogue. But I think the kind of trajectory we saw at the end of the split after they did the roster decisions in spring, it looked kind of terrible. Into summer, we saw that main weakness in the bottom. And Hans Sama, I've just viewed him in solo queue because that's the information you have to work with.
Yeah.
And it's been looking great. And also he was subbing in for the Misfits kind of when they did the switches. He was also looking great. So I think this is the right combination for Hans Sama, team with young players.
I think that's a great point. Last year, what was kind of the dumpster fire of Misfits, but Hans Sama was still showing up when he was fielded. And now he finds himself in a combination of players who have shown throughout the year that they have a certain growth path ahead of them, as I see Ender giggling for some reason.
Well, I mean, he's solo killing Yumi in that clip. All right.
To really, truly display his skill.
Yeah. We're showing you just how good this guy is. He can kill a support all by himself, which nowadays with the Nautiluses and the Alonas of the world, that's not very easy, guys.
I would say so. Talking about winning the off-season, the discussions we also had in the office the last couple of weeks, and you two said unanimously, for us, it is Origin, Yamato. Why is that?
For sure. Like, if you look at the big names that were like, these are the ones that you want to grab. Xerxe, Upset, Kobe went to North America, sure, but Upset and Xerxe are huge pickups, huge upgrades. I don't think there's anyone out there that is going to deny it. If you do, come call me at my phone. We can discuss it. I'll convince you, no problem.
Yeah,
What's that number? Or
Actually, no.
Don't give it to him. I mean, the number I'll tell you guys is 4 out of the 5 players on this team can make a case for being top 2 in their respective positions. So this roster, I think, was built directly to attempt to challenge G2. I want to see them grow into that over the course of the split.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Of course, Origin, I always had the feeling that they peaked in the split or in the season, and then they lost their way, and nobody could really tell us why, including the people on the team, it seemed like, when we talked to the Fisho and whatnot. And I wonder if this new injection of the new players will send them back on the right path.
I think that's the thing that kind of gives us a little bit of seed of distrust, because in spring they were so great, and then everyone kept saying, they will come back. They will come back. The way they came back in spring, they will come back always. And it just never happened. So this is just, a big question that we have to lay out there.
It is, and they have a big test ahead of them today immediately, because the two Titans, Fnatic and Origin, they both made some big moves in the offseason, and later tonight they are facing off in our Alienware match of the week.
Fnatic and OG were the peak of what European Legends could look like. We got to see the rebirth of this rivalry. And in 2020, we get to see them clash at full strength. For Fnatic, for Rekkles, this was a disappointing Worlds, and they definitely have something to prove.
It's going to be a day. Fnatic, Fun plus Phoenix have shut down Fnatic.
I truly believed SKT and RNG were the best teams at the tournament. If we could beat them, then we could win the entire thing. Yeah, 2019 made me realize that it's not so easy, and there are a lot of people that are hungry for victory, and if I don't show the same hunger, I will not reach it.
Massive engage! Fnatic from downtown!
I expect 2020 to be my best year so far.
Origin go in and go down in a heartbeat!
We kind of became stuck. It got into everyone's head. We had a lot of mental blocks that stopped us from not only performing on stage, but also improving in practice. What keeps me on the top of my game is that I still didn't win a split yet, and I would really like to do it.
Origin are crumbling to G2.
Now I think I got, the perfect guys to help me with it.
It's gonna be the decade after that.
Upset, just cleaning up the fight, somehow got the triple, somehow got the penta! The main man is counted!
In this new Origin team, finally everyone that was considered underrated has the chance to show how good they really are with talented teammates all around them.
Our expectations for this lineup in Fnatic is for sure to become the best team in Europe. I think I'm on my way to become the best jungler Europe has ever seen. It's my first match in Fnatic colors, so I will have to give my best to prove fans that it was worth to get me.
I honestly could not be more excited for Origin versus Fnatic, because at the end of the day, this can be such a defining game for your split.
I love the fire and the bravado coming out of Selfmade ahead of this match of the week. And before we discuss this matchup, you can also vote on who you think will win. Just spam FNC or OG in chat right now. And we are going to give you something to think about and maybe sway your vote. When it comes to Fnatic and Origin, they are, of course, two top teams in Europe. As said, Origin making it to a finals. Fnatic always being toe-to-toe with G2 in summer, now stepping into this match of the week. Is it expected that with the changes on the lineups, we can count them into that top 3 this year as well?
I think right now, at least in my mind, there's like a clear top 4 as far as expectations go going into the split. We have our G2, we have Fnatic, we have Origin, we have Rogue. You can mix those around right now, I think, underneath G2, who are the expected #1. But these two teams are the ones that were directly built to compete with the top. And this game actually matters a ton for them just to set the season off on the right track.
I think when it comes to Fnatic specifically, the biggest difference maker between Fnatic and the two other teams, I think, is the fact that they are gunning for the trophies. They're gunning for the trophies big time. And with this in mind, I think they're going to have a slow start. I think if you're going to work in a way where you want to build as much diversity as possible, you're going to kind of have a rocky kind of path to that point. So I think you have to make sure that you just don't play hard on bottom like last year.
We'll see how they will change it up, but as you say, they will have to change because Broxah is no longer on Fnatic. And before we get into the in-game play style and how that might change the team, we also have to acknowledge the big factor that Broxah was in that lineup, also outside of the Rift. He was a bit of a captain. He always talked to us and did interviews when it wasn't going so well in the team, and he really grew with that squad. But now he is out and Selfmade is in.
Yeah, and Selfmade comes in as more of this wild card, because whereas Broxah was this player where Fnatic really relied on him to play for his lanes. He would listen to where they wanted him to be on the map and he would do that thing. Selfmade came from an SK team that was down, towards the bottom end of the league, and it was the Selfmade show every single game where it was him playing for himself, him trying to make things happen. So now my question is, coming into Fnatic, is he the self-made man or is he the Fnatic-made man? Will they change him to fit their playstyle or will he be his own person?
It's such a difference as well, because in SK, a self-made was very clear that he was the blood of the team. He was a big fish in a small pond. Now he's surrounded by a whole lot of sharks even, strong personalities with a lot of experience. So he's going to turn into a completely different player, I imagine. Maybe he's going to be more safe or something else, but I hope with the new jungle changes that he is greedy and hungry.
And that is absolutely ferocious, not just on the Rift. We saw changes for Fnatic, also in the coaching staff. Mithy is now at the helm.
And that's a huge loss on paper, right? You take the 6-star general, you know, young buck who had won so many titles here in Europe, and now he's gone, especially when you are bringing in a younger player to fill a pivotal role like jungle. That brings up a really interesting dynamic between Mithy, who's stepping into his first ever coaching position, and a potentially, you know, volatile player in the jungle as well as Selfmade.
Like the thing that always comes to my mind is the contrast between G2 and Fnatic. And in terms of firepower, of game knowledge, and figuring out ways to be a step ahead of the enemy, Mithy is the right guy to bring on. So I think if they figure out the culture, figure out a way to work together, figure out a way to make sure the personalities are not in the way, this can be very, very deadly.
Could be a fantastic fit, and as you say there, you come into that Fnatic system, but also the pedigree and the history of the titles across esports, and everyone who steps onto the Rift with them has to live up to that expectation, not in the least in this first match of the week versus Origen. Mithy up versus his ex-team, of course, and we talked about it a little already. What is so good about the changes that Origen made coming into this year?
I mean, they were trying to pick all the best players from around the league that they possibly could find. You look top to bottom lane, they are stacked with talent. And then there's this question in the air, which is Destiny and what his role within this team is, because I know a lot of LEC fans aren't going to be super familiar with this guy, but word on the street was when he was here for Worlds that he was a scrim god, and that actually a lot of LEC teams were eyeing him up. So this is something that could be a wild card for the squad.
Yeah, Destiny coming from the OPL, also went to Worlds with Mammoth and played on the Chiefs, and he has a very big history over in the OPL, but how much will that translate into this lineup?
Honestly, I'm not convinced.
Okay.
I'm super convinced by the Origen top side because I think Xerxes can cover up the weaknesses of Alphari and Nuktak. I think they struggle to work together with the jungler, and Xerxes is very, very vocal. I think that's what's so amazing about him. He plays many different champions. We remember the Zac, the Ivern, the Warwick in the Golden days. Plays the meta too. Elise, Lee Sin, and whatever Sejuani you want, right? So I think he's very, very diverse, and he can be the leader that Origen will need in order to compete
So
with
you
the
went
best.
from winning the offseason, and now I'm hearing covering up weaknesses, and we have some question marks about the support position. Which one is it?
So it's definitely a win. My only question mark is the support position.
Okay.
I have full faith in Xerxes because, like Yamato was saying, he was a very, very vocal on that old Splice lineup. But I think on that team, he had to micromanage some of his teammates, and that ended up leading to a lot of stress in the mid games. We remember those issues. On this team, I don't think he has to be as focused on every single little detail that his players are doing.
We'll see. We're also going to check in with what our fans are voting. Fnatic at 60% for now. The OG and Fnatic, of course, two of our most popular or more popular teams, but it is pretty close then. Let's look at the bottom lane. We talked about the support, but that upset change is also so huge for Origen, going from the boys in blue to the other boys in blue, and still waiting for that breakout performance in a final or an international tournament. He hasn't necessarily always gotten the chance. Is this his year?
I think it's difficult to say because I think when I look at this team, I think his support player is a role player, and always the bot lane is defined who you're partnering with. So I think that's super, super important. And at the same time, Upset was the big star on a Schalke roster that was designed to do everything for him. And he did that wonderfully. You know, when he gets the resources, he delivers. But I think solid would be the word that I would use for Upset.
Yeah, Upset, in my mind, is one of our best team-fighting AD carries in the entire league. Whether it comes to his positioning, his target selection, his knowledge of when to flash backwards or to flash forward, those are the important things when you are playing this position. And I think he is right at the top tier in our league.
But the AD carry position is so stacked.
It's so stacked.
You know, that's why I have limitations here in what I'm saying about Upset, because there are so many new AD carries coming in, and on top of the team fighting prowess, like if you look at the top of the table, like Reckless or Perks, I don't know what to think about Cavs, but the Reckless, for example, team fight power, lane power, everything power, no weaknesses, you know? So in the past, it was okay to say this guy is great in team fighting, but now you need to be so much more.
You need to be so much more, so very diverse. Reckless versus Upset we're going to see in our match of the week. That is the last game of the day, but we have 4 others, and game 1 is just around the corner. Let's take a look, see all those AD carries will be in action today, including, of course, Forgiven and Schalke facing off against XL. Be sure to stay tuned for that one. As you can see, they're highlighted in green, the first match of the LEC 2020 G2 Esports versus the rookies of the Mad Lions, and they are eager to show what they are worth versus the most dominant lineup in EU history. Now, Mad Lions, formerly Splice, we're not going to keep saying it, but we do need to get acquainted by it. But I'm so excited to see Mad Lions as a brand, but also the players they've fielded in this lineup.
Well, they've gone through one of the biggest overhauls, not just in the name as well, but also the players, right? Humanoid is the only player you will remember from the previous roster. Even though Arome was there, he didn't have the same time in the spotlight as Humanoid. But for me, I am most excited about this bottom lane with Carzzy down there. Carzzy came off of being the EU Masters Finals MVP, and I think he's one of our most exciting marksman talent coming into the league. This guy is good. This guy is aggressive. He will go forward in fights, sometimes to his detriment, but he's going to pop off.
So here we see, of course, we have some Syndra highlights, but he also plays marksman.
Yeah,
he plays everything.
He also played Echo bot lane, I think, in 2 games.
Oh, he ran it down, though.
He ran it straight down, but that'll give you a better idea of this player. He's willing to experiment on different picks and in his gameplay as well. My eye is on him for a potential rookie to split later down the road.
For sure. I think when you look at the lineup like the one Mad Lions has, it is just, this is the type of team that could be a kind of dark horse. Always at the World Championship, usually we're sending a new team that is not expected to kind of rise above of the ranks. I think Mad Lions could definitely be that. All of a sudden, maybe we have some future G2 members on this team. Who knows?
So for a coach that famously brought, of course, the rookies of Vitality to Worlds, are your spidey senses tingling when you see some of the players of this roster? Tell me, outside of Carzzy, what do you think of the players on this roster and who could pop off?
I think Humanoid, you know, I think in terms of what he performed in his first year, you know, we talk about Nemesis and what he does in his first year. I think Humanoid can be turned into kind of a leader on this team if he kind of branches out into champion pool. I have heard very good things about Shadow. He is Italian. I think Jizuke has told me some secret things, you know. That's good. I'm very, very high for Kaiser, not only because of his name, Kaiser Sose, for other things too. For other things too. I've heard a lot of good things because I think we need, you know, more and better supports here.
Yeah, I believe Shadow, I've heard too, you know, had some LDL offers, which is the LPL Development League, right underneath that too. So that's another exciting player to look at who's sort of been around the globe playing for a ton of different rosters, even though to the LEC, this is rookie talent. Not necessarily if you looked at his, you know, trajectory over the years.
Yeah, it's very hard to look at this this match of players that know each other well. Also played in the Spanish League, played in EU Masters in the circuits and VIG, and we'll see what happens. But let's look at that first game. They're up versus G2 Esports. They can huddle all they want, but it is going to be hard.
They're smiling now, Shots.
They are smiling now. The hardest opponents possible, fair to say, even though Jankos is still his jolly old self. Reigning champions, G2 Esports. Now, we talked about them a fair bit already, and obviously we're going to talk about them a fair bit more as the season progresses. But what do you think their specific mindset is coming into the first week of LEC?
It is going, this match determines so much because we saw the giggly interview that they had, you know, talking about, oh, maybe I will int it, maybe I won't, Caps. You know, I heard some words about how he's doing. I've seen this kind of streams with Mickey and Caps that also didn't look too great because they are testing limits, is what they call it. So I don't know. Maybe they're taking kind of the spring split off. Maybe they're taking it easy. Maybe they ramp it up before playoffs. It is a defining moment for what kind of a G2 we will have in spring.
Can you compare it to the beginning of G2 last year when they, of course, made that big change and Perkz went to the bot lane?
Oh, it's crazy because last year, you know, G2 came in and they had so much to prove. Caps coming into mid lane to the rival team after being in Fnatic at the World Finals. That is already a big deal. Misfits with Mickey had a disaster of a split. Mickey needed to reprove himself. Perkz coming into the AD carry position, a lot to prove. So they went in gun blazing and they destroyed everybody in spring in comparison to summer, which is kind of a jolly split, right? Because they needed to take it easy.
Yeah, and coming into 2020, this team doesn't really have anything left to prove in Europe, right? They won an MSI, they won both titles during the regular season. You know, they have the long game that they're looking towards, and that's why I think, as we heard them mention, Spring Split is about experimentation. Spring Split is about resetting, rejuvenating themselves, because last year was grueling. They had no time off until they lost in the World Finals. So this split, I think it will get off to a much slower start, but you expect the same G2 to show up when it matters.
Yeah, we'll see what happens indeed. And when you tell me those things, then I'm inclined to say, well, it's definitely Mad Lions' time, then it is their chance to take this first game, but it is so hard to bet against G2 Esports after we saw last year. If Mad Lions take this first game, where is it going to come from? What is going to make the difference, Yumaro?
It's kind of a strange thing to say, but I feel like it's just the underline for me is what is G2 bringing to the table? Of course, I think the question was aimed at what should I look at in Mad Lions, because I think from
it how you like.
From every angle, I think they can definitely find ways to do it. That's why I think they're such a dark horse, because I don't think there's any specific weakness that stands out. I think everyone there can definitely turn into a superstar.
Yeah, I got the how to beat G2 1, 2, 3s right here, okay? 1, grab Zinz in draft. 2, cap Zinz in the bot lane. Or 3, Perkz gets solo killed by a new mid laner. And I know Humanoid's not a new mid laner, but he's used to it by now. He should have a good shot.
I heard through the grapevine that there's a lot of deaths racked up by caps and scrims, but we'll see if that translates on to the Rift. However, the wait is finally over as the LEC spring split kicks off with G2 versus Mad Lions.
Toss a coin to your Costa. It's Medi and Vedi. It's Medi and Vedi. Time. Medi, Vedi, let's go. New rosters, new teams, and it's the first series ever of the LEC in 2020. It's a new decade, everyone, and I am very excited for some League of Legends.
Yeah, and we're back for a banger with G2 Esports versus Mad Lions. Of course, the rebranded Splyce. A lot of new players, a lot of new faces. One in particular is in the top lane. We have seen Arome before.
We have.
He has subbed in for Splyce in the past, but I'm excited to see how he will stack up against the likes of Wunder, a player that didn't have the strongest 2019, but still considered one of the best top laners that we have here in Europe.
Yeah, I think a lot of people still put him in the top 3 or so. We'll see how the two teams develop on the Rift, because we are about to get on into picks and bans straight away here. Now, of course, Season 10 has rung in the changes. We've seen changes to Summoner's Rift, we've seen nerfs, we've seen picks. Aphelios is in, Diana's rework is there as well, and immediately G2 are going to ban away the Aurelia, and Akali taken away by Mad Lions.
Yeah, no surprise with the Akali. For those unaware, Akali is considered S+++ tier right now by the pro players. She is far too strong. She goes into every single matchup. We're expecting her to be perma-banned. The Yasuo ban still coming out towards G2 Esports. This has been a long time ban domestically against this team because of how easily they flex it. And you can see from G2 Esports quite a couple of interesting bans coming out that we did not see a lot of last year. Aurelia, quite a surprising ban. Wasn't expecting that one, but Rumble is something that has been risen in priority. We've been seeing a lot over in the LPL and over in the Kesper Cup as well. And Pantheon being taken off the board.
Vedi, Aphelios is open. Aphelios is open. I had to bring it up.
So is Senna
Diana's
as
banned.
well.
Senna's bit. Kiana's there. We saw that almost perma-banned in the Kesper Cup. So many powerful picks already. Kiana lock. There's Aphelios. Bring it on. I'm not going to get any of the abilities right, but it's going to be great fun to watch alongside the Lee Sin for Mad Lions.
These lock-ins are coming in fast and furious for both teams. They clearly know what they want. And right now, G2, they've gone for a very aggressive comp. This looks like going to be a Kiana in the mid lane. Of course, it can be flexed up towards the top side of the map as well. Senna going to be playing up against the Aphelios in the bot lane. Yet to know where she's going to go can, of course, be flexed between the AD carry position and the support position, but we are expecting it to be in that AD role based on what a lot of pros have been telling us behind the scenes.
Totally agree with you there, Vedius. Now, on the side of Mad Lions, we've got the Aphelios, the Lee Sin, Mordekaiser, the final lock. Mordekaiser still an S-tier pick across the board, you have to think. Usually played up towards the top lane, maybe slightly weaker than Akali, but Akali is kind of just the strongest pick anywhere.
We have also been seeing a fair amount of Mordekaiser in the mid lane over in the LPL as well, so a lot of flex options right now. Now we're moving into the second half of the ban phase, and no supports have been prioritized or banned away for the time being. Leona is up and available. The Norless is up. Many solo queue players have been complaining about how they just straight up solo carry your AD champion. So surprised we haven't seen much priority on that, but when you are running things like a Senna, typically you'd run a more defensive support, something like the Braum, even the Tahm Kench, to try and provide more peel and defensive tools, but it looks like the first support being banned away is actually this Rakan, taken away from the very well-known Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey, very good on that Rakan. And of course, the thing we haven't talked about too much, but the analyst desk did talk about previously, Caps in that bot lane role will be piloting the Senna in this game, we assume. Interesting to see how he teams up with the Mickey through the, with just Mickey through the course of the game. But right now, Mad Lions are looking perhaps towards picking another flexible champion. Instead, they're just going through everything. I'm going to stop talking about that for the moment. The Braum is locked in, so we won't see the Senna Braum bot lane. Instead, it will be Kaiser picking up the Braum for Mad Lions.
Now, I am wondering if G2 will go for a range support here. Go for something a little more aggressive to try and bully the Braum out of lane. The great thing about Senna is 600 range champion. Can be very oppressive during the
only gets more as the game goes on as well.
Exactly that, Medic. So I wonder if G2 will go for a strong 2v2 lane and then look to play through Caps and Mickey, or whether they'll go for a Tahm Kench, something that we see a lot of during the Kesper Cup.
We will wait and see. It's going to be the final pick for support. Aatrox was locked in for G2. That's going up towards top. We expect Perkz will be piloting the Qiyana in the mid lane, Jankos on Elise in the jungle, and finally Mickey looking to see which of his many supports he wants. That range support is possible. As you said, Zyra pretty strong at the moment, but maybe go back to the tanks. Nautilus, a very powerful bot lane pick, one of the two S-tier supports, and it will be locked in for Mickey.
Well, I was hopeful. I was hopeful that we would get to see a little bit more of
experimentation.
Yeah, but I think what they were lacking was that form of engage, a way to start off the fights. So now that they have the Nautilus, they have good follow with the likes of the Qiyana ultimate, and they have the Elise Cocoon to follow up as well. So I think that now with the Nautilus in there, they have good engage tools to actually start fights. And speaking of engage, Mad Lions are going to round their comp out with the Ornn. Very strong tool. We've been hearing a lot of pros talk about how right now it's one of the safer topside picks because of how well it does in too many matchups, how it can offer that great late game engage. And we saw when we only have to look back to the 5th game between G2 and Fnatic in the finals in Athens, where that Ornn almost won the game for Fnatic with some of the great engages that it was able to find. We'll see if Mad Lions can utilize it to the same effect Fnatic could back then.
And of course, Ornn can get better or worse depending on what type of Summoner's Rift you have, with the map changing as the dragons fall. I want to have a look more holistically at these compositions, Vedius. We talked about the intricacies of each individual matchup, but when you look at these two teams, what do you feel they're trying to do?
Well, what we're seeing a lot right now in the current meta is very aggressive junglers. The camps spawn very quickly, which means that it's just more efficient for junglers to just try and kill things right now. Do as much as you can in the early game and then give your jungle to your laners. They just want to try and make things as much happen as early as possible. So I'm expecting aggression. I'm expecting the junglers to be the main focus point as we're going to be jumping into game very soon.
I think we are just about ready to hand it over to an interview with Mac behind the stage.
Do I look into camera the whole time?
Oh, we're waiting for a second before we get there. We'll be ready in just a second. You see Caps' dad there. Now Mac is ready behind stage.
Mac, you are in charge of this new lineup. So tell me about your debut drafting behind them.
Honestly, this team is really easy to draft with. I think we have really flexible players. They're all really able to play any role. None of them have any ego. So they're a super nice group to coach in general, and especially to draft with.
How do you expect they're going to match against this new version of Worlds finalists today, especially on first game?
I think they'll be fine. I mean, these players have a lot of inherent confidence, I think. They're a really, really great bunch. I couldn't be happier with the roster we have. I'm really confident in all of the scouting that we did over the off-season, and I'm confident that they're going to be true to themselves and be confident and be aggressive on stage today, which is what I want them to do against G2.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Thank you very much, Mac. Back to you guys on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Mac and Law. The aggressive style of Mad Lions, coming out of the gate roaring, you might say. Very different to Splyce in the past, and I wonder if we'll see that a little bit from this Mad Lions bot lane, because Aphelios has been a champion on the fingertips of every AD carry in the offseason.
I think anybody that has played any League of Legends over the last few months will have experienced some Aphelios and some Senna. Many fans were expecting Aphelios to be permabanned, but he's already in our first game of the LEC, and one of the powerful things about Aphelios is his diversity. He has a weapon for every occasion. He has harass tools, he has lifesteal, he has crowd control, he has damage.
He can beat a bruiser in a 1v1.
He can do it all. But of course he is gated by the fact that he can't have access to all of these weapons at once. It looks like Mad are going for a bit of an invade onto the enemy red buff, which they should be able to steal away, but this is fine for Jankos. He's going to start on his top side jungle, and something that we'll see a lot of from our junglers is, interestingly, they'll start on mainly clearing one side of the map because of the jungle experience changes, but we'll get back to that in a second. With regards to Aphelios, in the early laning phase against the Senna, I actually feel like he can struggle quite a lot. He's outranged. Of course, there is the Calibrum that will help mitigate some of that, but Nautilus has a lot more tools to be aggressive in the early game compared to what the Braum is capable of. Remember, Braum, very much more of a defensive support there to provide peel and safety for the Aphelios, who later into the game will have to try and avoid the Elise and the Qiyana and the Aatrox all looking to dive on top of his face. So I expect Caps and Mickey to have early pressure in this bot 2 versus 2, and it's something that Kazi and Kaiser will have to play around, and by going for that early invade, it incentivizes less the Elise to path towards bot. But of course, with Shadow securing both red buffs right now, it means that they have full information of where Jankos is, and he's not going to be able to secure himself a red buff in the early game.
You can see Humanoid already pathing to the bottom side of the lane, knowing that Jankos was up there. Jankos will have a zombie ward as he cleared that out. Early sweeper from the Elise jungle. Not always seen, but can do very well if you want these early ganks. We talked about junglers trying to get a lot of ganks off in the early game to see if they can get themselves and their teammates snowballing.
Now, of course, Jankos, while he's not able to steal away the red buff, he saw Shadow walk across the mid lane, so he knew what Shadow was up to. He has pressure in the bot side, and they should look to rotate up, but they're actually going to stay in the 2 versus 2 for now.
Oh, the smite comes down. Jankos is the one to secure it. Lands the cocoon, and Shadow has to run away for the moment. Should be fine just to escape, but great smite there from Jankos.
Bad flash, though. Not quite
oh, wait, did
sure.
he flash?
Yeah, he flashed as well.
Okay. To be honest, didn't see that.
I can only assume that he did it because he wanted to get behind the blue to then land a cocoon.
Sure.
But maybe he's rusty. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. If we get a replay, if we get a look back, then we can talk about it. But yes, Jankos not going to have his flash available, does successfully secure the blue buff, though.
He does. Shadow now has shadowed his... Oh, okay, I'm going to mess that one up a few times this
Right there, medic.
Shadow is standing near his bottom lane to make sure that Jankos didn't go for a gank down there. At the moment, odds even in that bottom side. Aphelios and Senna on equal CS. I expect not too much to happen without the jungler intervention. And Jankos is up towards top. Wonder has been beating out Arome. He's about 15 CS up, but not going to be able to get too much more out of it. And that lead in farm is equating to a bit of a CS lead towards, a bit of a gold lead towards G2 as well.
Yeah, so I look back, blue buff definitely died, he just flashed. I don't know.
That's how you stamp your authority
First game,
on the Rift.
he's nervous, you know, new player to the Rift, Jankos not that experienced.
He's not known for his Elise play already, you know.
In any case, still very even for the time being. You can see that G2 is starting to build a bit of a CS discrepancy. That's largely coming from the top lane. Yep. We briefly mentioned Arome up in the top side. He's not in a super favorable matchup in the early game, so he's going to fall behind a bit as we see some trading in the bot lane.
Because Buzz is going to land here. Mickey does pop the Titan's Wrath, that shield on the Nautilus, keeping him pretty healthy. It is one of the reasons the Nautilus is so good at trading. If you go in, even if you're out of position, you can just pop your shield, and you don't really take too much damage. But with Wei pushing in, Kazi brings out the flamethrower and burns through the minions pretty easily.
So Caps is going to use this opportunity to go back to base, utilize his teleport, and come back to lane with a pickaxe. So he's going to have an item advantage, and this gives G2 an opportunity to look for a play.
Mickey going in with the hook once again. The Unbreakable Shield has been put up by Kai'Sa, but the last embrace will lock him in place. And for the time being, both Kazi and Kai'Sa should be able to get away. You can see that Glacial Augment doing a lot of work on Caps. Very hard to escape a Senna.
Exactly that. And I'm glad that we were able to highlight Caps' going for that early base, because you can see what he was able to do with that item advantage over Kazi and Kai'Sa. No summoner spells were burnt, but by getting an early pickaxe, it gives him a lot of extra attack damage very early on. When you combine that with the Glacial Augment, it becomes very difficult to escape targets. She uses her Q, it helps apply on-hit effects, you then hit them with the auto, and it's just slow after slow, and you just can't get away. And then that easily sets up for her to land her W, and then you're set up for death.
Yeah, especially when you have a Nautilus there as well. Even if you get away from some of the slow, the follow-up slow is coming in. Perkz has just hit level 6. Will have that Kion ultimate, which can be incredibly impactful, but both Shadow and Kai'Sa are standing in this mid lane. Now, Humanoid has that ult if he wants to lock Perkz in the Realm of Death.
Jankos and Mickey are matching, though. Both of them arriving into the mid lane. Want to be in a position to provide security for Perkz, but it looks like he's not going to need it.
When I was researching Shadow, and when I was talking to some of the Mad Lions coaching staff, they talked about how aggressive he was as a jungler, how much he liked to get in early plays and get in these early skirmishes. We've seen a little bit against Jankos in that blue buff, but so far Shadow hasn't really found an avenue into these lanes.
He doesn't really have a lot of options. Once Kai'Sa hits level 6, then maybe they have some ability to set up a play, but for the time being, when you're playing with a Mordekaiser, when you're playing with an Ornn, there aren't a lot of early game options available to you. So it doesn't surprise me that he hasn't been able to make anything successful happen just yet, and largely why G2 have been able to build this slight advantage in the early game.
You can see they're about 600 gold ahead at the 7-minute mark. Death's Grasp will pull Perkz back, but just pops one of those corrupting potion stacks, and he'll be all okay. Now, Jankos has snuck down in towards this bottom lane. He's going to use the sweeper, and did walk over a ward originally that they cleared, so Not too surprising for Mad Lions that they just decide to back away. And now we'll see Mickey and Jankos teaming up once again. The jungle support stepping in, trying to get some vision down is something we've seen for the last few years of League of Legends.
Also something Mickey and Jankos did a lot of last year. Arome struggling once again under the pressure, but now Shadow sees his opportunity.
Call of the Forge God. Wonder flashes away from it, and now Wonder perhaps looking to dive the towers. Pop the World Ender, but the Ignite is ticking. Arome flashes in, lands the Brittle, and there is the first kill of the decade in the LEC. There's the second! Mad Lions ripping through G2.
They find 2 quick kills. Jankos wants to try and answer back, though.
Jankos coming in, but Kazi, look at the damage you get! The Crescendo just shredding through caps. Jankos coming in with the Cocoon, but Kaiser is there to body block. Jankos gonna try and get away, but he can't escape. 3-0 Mad Lions!
And this is a perfect early game for Mad. Just as the game was going slowly, no action, all of a sudden, 3 kills explode onto the Rift, and you can see some of the power of Aphelios, utilizing that Crescendum to perfection in order to get himself the DPS he needed to shut down Mickey and get first blood and first kills onto G2.
And we did, I think we all wondered whether G2, with this experimentation, when we talked to Perkz and Caps backstage, they were saying they're trying stuff out in the spring split, whether it would cost them early on in the split. And I think you see a little bit of that there, Mad Lions acting well to get those kills, but you wonder if G2 are just a little bit sloppy at times.
Well, I think one of the things we need to criticize was Wonder was playing like he had a jungler when he didn't. He needed to have that wave pushed in, or maybe he was over-aggressing in order to get that wave underneath the tower so he could then back off, because it looked like to me that Jankos was investing towards the Drake on the bot side, and if we have a look at the minimap, you can see Elise is being pinged. Mad know where the Elise is, which means that Shadow can easily make this gank without risk of being counter-ganked. Wonder burns his flash to dodge the ultimate. The ultimate from Senna does not come through. Meanwhile, Mickey just oversteps. He gets chased down by Kazi and Kaiser, and because he had the Crescendum, and one of the great things about Severum is how quickly it can stack up the Chakrams on your Crescendum as well. So you pop that Q, you get a bunch of Shurikens available to you, and then you just run your opponent down. Remember, the closer you are, the more Chakrams you get coming back to you as well. So well played by the Mad duo. They're able to find 2 kills. They're even able to get that kill onto the jungler, but now G2 on revenge.
One more, there's the concussive blows. Look at the damage coming out of the Glacial Fissure! Get Aphelios! Just get Aphelios!
That was the perfect combination of the Crescendum turret with the Calibrum this time round. So the thing about the turret is it applies the effects of your offhand, which means that he had full range. That meant that the turret hit Mickey 2 or 3 times. This gave him a max range Crescendum auto, but the action's not over yet, Medic.
Wonder doesn't have flash, he's going to be knocked up against the wall. The alcove kicks him back, and Shadow should be able to secure the kill pretty easily here. It's 5-0 to Mad Lions, and we're only 10 minutes in.
A 2k gold advantage in the back pockets of Mad. These young players, a lot of rookie players, challenging the current European champion.
And it was only 3 minutes ago I said, oh, Mad Lions haven't been able to find the ganks. They haven't been able to find this aggressive playstyle that we heard about from Mac backstage. But already, they've 5 kills now. They've got the Cloud Drake to kick us off. They're looking for the first Rift Herald of the game as well.
See the Essence Reaver now being picked up for Kazi as well. Really big first item pickup. Once he completes the Runan's Hurricane, you're going to see some crazy interactions with all of his different guns, and they're utilizing this early pressure to secure themselves the Rift Herald. We can also see that Kazi has moved up towards the top side. They can use this Rift Herald as well to put more gold into the pocket of Kazi if they want to. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Wonder left in this 3 versus 1. G2 kind of on the back foot respond.
I mean, although the first Rift Herald does less damage than the second, this tower is still going to get chunked out quite a lot by this charge. And if Wonder stays around for too long, he might be in for a world of hurt. 2 more plates down, that's 4 already in the top lane for Mad Lions. Caps and Mickey were on their way up, but Mad Lions don't overstay. They take what they can get, they back away, and because of it, they now have a 2,800 gold lead, Vedius.
Now, I feel like given the nature of the current game, when you see a lot of Senna and Kazi, Senna and Kazi, yeah. Senna and Aphelios, both AD carries scale very well. So if one of them gets an advantage, obviously you're already putting them in a much more favorable position. The junglers fall off very hard in the mid game, especially depending on how much of an impact they've had. And you can already see Shadow sitting with a level advantage over Jankos, which is going to be difficult to close because of the changes to jungle experience. Catch-up XP is no longer a thing. You now just get flat experience from all of the camps. Obviously, as the game progresses, they give you more and more XP, but because you have the higher level and because you have an advantage, it gets harder to farm. fun because you're going to be challenged more, and everything is going in favor of Mad right now. They have a level advantage between the two top laners, a level advantage between the two mid laners, and so far this early game has gone extremely well for Mad when it was G2 who had the priority in lanes. It was the Aatrox that they could have looked to play around. It was the Senna and the Nautilus that they could have looked to try to take advantage of, but they couldn't get an early Drake. The best they did was able to steal an early blue buff, but outside of that, it's been Mad just punishing these very small oversteps that we're seeing from G2.
And when 4 of the top 5 gold scores in the game all belong to one team, you know you are suffering here as G2. Next Dragon on the cards is an Ocean in a minute and a half. That means we'll either have an Infernal Rift or a Mountain Rift. I know which one of the two I prefer. Infernal is a lot more fun, I've got to say. Mountain doesn't give you, that extra burn damage if you collect the souls. So.
And I will say that Mountain could be quite good for Mad as well, because it does give you bonus resistances. And that shield that you do get, I do think is the weakest soul of all 4 of them. But still, when you have champions like an Ornn and a Braum that benefit a lot from tanky stats, you then make them tankier, and you put a shield on top of them, that front line becomes almost impossible to get through.
It looks like G2 have given up the ghost really on this top lane tower. They're playing with 3 people down towards that bottom side. Perkz and Jankos trying to double up and see if they could get a gank onto Arome, but Arome, one of the few Mad Lions players with experience on the LEC stage. However, here comes Perkz trying to catch out Humanoid. Deathscar's going to pull him back. He's in the realm of death right now. Perkz flashes away. Humanoid looking to get away as well, but the Cocoon's going to land onto Shadow towards the top side. Humanoid low down towards the bottom. Shadow able to get away. Humanoid should be done for. Healing up for an absolute massive amount of health, but in the end, Caps gets G2's first kill of the LEC in 2020.
So G2 finally find a pick onto Humanoid. He did have his flash, but he didn't see the point in using it, given that Jankos was covering the river as well. Almost gets the kill onto Perkz, forced to burn both of his summoner spells, showcasing some of the power that Mordekaiser does have. But you can see in this situation, Humanoid thinks he's safe because Shadow is there, but he's not. There are 4 members of G2 collapsing. He is standing there, overextending, trying to clear this control ward, which he's very quickly punished for. And it was a little unfortunate, the synergy between Mickey and Perkz. Yeah. Mickey actually pulls him out of the ultimate from Perkz. You can see that support mid duo perhaps not building that same synergy that they had in the bot lane.
When they were both in bot lane together, they were able to do it quite well, but we'll see now whether that first kill holds a few more for G2 or whether Mad Lions can keep up the tempo, keep up the pace of this game, because that Ocean Dragon is now on the Rift and they have great team fighting tools. You look at it, you've got an Ornn, you've got a Felios, you've got the Lee Sin kick, very good at disrupting these fights, and Mad Lions will take the second Dragon of the game, and as you say, it is an Infernal Rift that is on its way for us here, Betty. As you can see it blazing its way up, and
oh, look at the top lane. We see a bit of action happening. The flash is going to be used by Humanoid.
Humanoid's just caught under the tower. Dawning Shadow comes out. There's nothing you can do about that. G2 with a good reaction play, knowing that Mad Lions were down towards the bottom side.
They need to be proactive to get back into this game. Of course, Mad not slowing down. They will answer by pushing in the mid tower and the bot. Here comes Wander on the flank.
Wander's on the side, but Kazi flashes forward, and now this is where you see the power of Aphelios. Still doing damage. Wander manages to track him down, and it gets away. Kaiser should be able to dodge back towards Shadow here. Well played by Wander to get out of that one alive.
Good flank from Wander, doing what he can to make up for the early deficit that he generated for G2, and they keep their mid tower alive. They'll get a bit more gold onto Perkz. They'll get a big shutdown onto Kazi, burn both of his summoner spells, and they relieve some of the pressure that Matt has been putting down in this early game.
And you can see Shadow, this is just way too far forward. Depth Charge's going to connect, and Jankos actually kicked that great flash from Shadow. Rome's going to open up with the Call of the Forge God, and now Mickey trying to get away. Kaiser's still stepping forward. They're going to knock him up. There's the concussive blows for a successive stun, and Shadow is on a killing spree here.
So Mad are able to turn that pick around. Should have been Shadow losing his life, but Jankos doesn't quite have the damage to get the execute onto Shadow. Hasn't yet spent his gold, which means that he's able to get away with his life, and Mad even turn it around into a kill. We expected a bit of a bloodthirsty early game.
I'm so happy, Vedius.
I was expecting it more to come from the junglers, but it's actually come from a lot from the laners, especially down the bot side of the map, and of course Shadow finding some successful ganks up towards the top side. We're going to have another look back at this replay. Shadow, as you mentioned, Medic, very overextended. He thinks he has full control over this bot side of the map because, hey, I just saw Aatrox reset. Hey, I have a bot wave pushing in. I should be fine. And if it wasn't for Kaiser and Arome coming in to save the day, he may well have lost his life. So great stuff there from the support and top laner to be able to offer that assistance. But definitely a dangerous play for Shadow to make.
But you can see as well the Mad Lions CC chain. If you do get caught out by yourself as a G2 player, you're going to have the Call of the Forge God knocking you up. You're then going to have the Arome charging in if you are against a bit of terrain, and you have the concussive blows coming out from the Ornns. It's very hard to get away if you are ever out of place. Now, let's have a quick look across where these two teams are in terms of items. Manamune and Duskblade complete on caps. The Essence Reaver building in towards the Infinity, as you would assume, on Kazi with that BF Sword and Pickaxe, but Mad Lions, oh, this is the second Rift Herald. They're going for that. For some reason, I thought Baron was up, but of course it's not. It's only 18 minutes in. Second Rift Herald of the game, perhaps going to go across to Shadow.
Yeah, man, it happens. Don't worry. Shadow, though, is solo doing this. Perkz is going to spot him out.
Shadow jumps across the wall, manages to escape, can jump back in. There's the Sonic Wave. Jankos is around the corner. Kaiser is just trying to act as a bouncer. Jankos gets it in the smite fight, then goes up in the rappel. Jumps onto Shadow, but Jankos is done for flashes to make sure he picks up the Rift Herald, and he will be able to use that as soon as he respawns.
So, I think this is a pretty worthwhile trade for G2 overall. Yes, it does cost Jankos his flash, but they can use that Rift Herald to set up for a mid lane tower, because they're going to secure the bot lane tower. I feel like G2 Siege, not the strongest. They have a melee mid laner, and they have an AD carry that has a set attack speed.
Yep.
While her range is long, she doesn't take objectives very quickly. And I also feel that when you enter the mid game, she kind of enters this weak state where she doesn't. She's kind of like the Caitlyn of old, you know, where she kind of sits in this weird spot where she's not super strong, but she's also not super weak either. On two items, I feel Aphelios is much stronger. You can see that he's now completed the Infinity Edge, so G2 want to be careful about how they play this mid game, because going for team fights right now, probably not the best thing for them. They should look for picks, look for opportunities to catch Mad out and utilize the mobility of this Elise and the Qiyana to catch your opposition when they least expect it.
And picks always come from vision. You can see G2 have littered wards around that top side river. They're trying to get some down towards this bottom side as well. Arome, currently level 12, on his way to level 13, and of course he will be able to upgrade that Infinity Edge into a Molten Edge at level 13, which makes Kazi even stronger in those mid-game fights. 32nd on the Inferno. You have to think Mad Lions will want to go for it.
Now, one of the cool things about the Infernal Drakes, and when it opens up a lot more of the map, it makes it easier to contest objectives because there's just less terrain. Makes it a lot. Oh,
Perkz flashes in, gets a double knock, but Kazi's done! It was a little bit of a stutter step there by Perkz, but he was able to get the kill, and here comes Wonder from the side. Humanoid in the realm of death will be done for pretty soon. Perkz secures it. G2 strike back in the mid lane.
Perkz showcasing that he still knows how to play mid lane. He can still play these assassin champions, and he finds a good pick there onto Kazi. He still did not have his flash from that earlier play. Remember when the flank happened from Wonder? Due to the unavailable flash that made that play happen, and G2 have now been able to claw this gold difference back in their favor. They can now rotate back down, go for the Infernal, and Infernals are the only Drake that's going to spawn now, Medic.
Yep.
That means that if G2 secure the next 4, they're going to get a pretty hefty damage buff on top of potentially the Infernal Dragon Soul.
Of course, Inferno giving you percentage AD and AP. Mad Lion's going to try and contest this. The Dragon does go down. Here comes the Call of the Forge God, looking for Jankos down towards the bottom side. Caps is there as well. Shadow has the flank. It's a 3v4 at the moment, but here is Humanoid. Teleported in, rips back Mickey into the middle of the fight, and Jankos and Caps are running for the hills up towards the top. A kill over to the Aphelios. It's Aphelios, and he's gone. He's not there anymore. Caps flashes across the wall to get away from Arome, but the Sonic Wave connects, and you have to feel Shadow will be on the chase as soon as he has just that little bit more energy. But there's the last embrace.
Ooh, nice
Caps
side
locks
step.
them up, dodges away from the Glacial Fissure, and Mad Lions will give up the chase now.
Props to Caps being able to get out of that situation. I thought he was done, but he ends up surviving. Here we see Perkz.
He's got stealth. He's going to grab the grass as well, so he is able to get away. G2 have been able to close that gold gap that was developing here, Vedius. There's only about 200 gold between these two teams, and Wonder's trying to even out just a little bit more. The Infernal Chariots will pull back Humanoid. The Death Realm is
trapped
there,
in
but
here with who,
comes
Medic?
Mickey. And Wonder's still on the chase. Neither of them really doing too much to the other, but there is the Dawning Shadow, and there goes Humanoid. Another kill to Wonder. He's got 2 on the board.
And you're seeing some big mistakes from Humanoid. The only member of this squad that stuck around from last year to this year is the one that's consistently getting caught out. Let's look at this play from Perkz. Flashes over, hesitates for a brief second. Not sure why that happened, but regardless, still able to find the kill onto Kazi. big burst damage coming out from both Senna and Qiyana, and they just blow him away. Humanoid then shortly follows, and they convert this very quickly into a big mid lane tower and an Infernal Drake. But Mad feel like they can chase this one down. They see G2 split up. They know that Qiyana's top without teleport. They think that in this situation, with no ultimates available for G2 and a flanking Humanoid, they can make this play happen.
They managed to catch out Mickey, and you can see here, you know what Kazi's thinking. He's thinking free double, but Jankos lands the cocoon, and Kazi just gets melted.
Gets absolutely melted.
Right, Caps does have a 2-level advantage over Kazi now as well. Usually a level we equate to about 600 gold worth of stats, so that's about 1,000 gold lead just in terms of levels.
So, that lull that I was talking about for Senna, gone now. She's
no
fully
longer in the
stacked
lull
up.
state.
Yeah, the Mana Mune is now finished, and she is very, very strong. She also has a stopwatch available to her. Often we do see, might see another fight right now.
Yeah, Wonder stepping forward. The concussive blows, 2 procs in. There's the third. Mickey coming from the side as well. Call of the Forge God comes out. It's going to land on Mickey and Caps. Maybe the chase is going to continue. Kazi with a Moonlight Vigil lands it from long range, but it's only the Severum. He just gains health from that. Will be able to take out Mickey, but not able to chase any further.
So it looked like G2 were the ones to initiate on that fight, but they initiated onto a Braum. You're seeing why this champion has risen in priority in the current meta, and it's because he's a difficult champion to engage onto, Medic. You're a big support main, you know that if you're the one getting jumped on, you're like, yeah, I'm fine with this. I'm holding a big shield, I can defend my team, and I feel like G2 got baited into an overextended fight there that ended up in the death of their support.
There's just such good follow-up as well for Mad Lions with the Call of the Forge God, with Kazi being able to chase people down, and Shadow has done a very good job of positioning in some of these fights as well.
So let's actually watch Kazi here, and notice how he starts with the Q, he builds up chakrams, and then he swaps over to the Crescendo and throws the turret down. And you can see how much space he's able to build. He puts the Braum in front of him, he plays very safe, and now he's built up all these chakrams that he can use to run down targets, and he gets all this DPS from. So good awareness there from Kazi to utilize the combination that he had to get the damage that he needed.
And this is the thing with Aphelios as well, it's how you play a fight is so dependent on which guns you have up, because you could have Calibrum up and then you're looking for the long range snipes on people, you could have Severum up and then you're looking for more of that lifesteal dodge in and out of the fight, as we say. Perkz here has the Edge of Night with that Duskblade completed as well, building up his lethality, but Mad Lions as a 5-man squad are all clumped up on this top side of the map. You can see Wonder's down bot. Orome does have teleport if he wants to match, but I'm not sure if he wins that 1v1 anymore.
Well, I think Orome just wouldn't die.
Okay.
I think he would just hold the matchup, but I don't think he needs to be there right now. They're more focused on trying to force a fight around Baron. They feel strong. Kazi has the upgraded Infinity Edge to the Molten Edge, and putting herself in this choke point against an Ornn.
Here we go.
Is exactly what Mad wants. So Mickey going to be the target to face check.
Oh, they haven't even started Baron, but G2 don't know that. Now Perkz has stepped forward, they will realize.
Wonder's walk down. Caps is the one to use his teleport. Not a massive deal for the side of G2.
Caps has just completed his Yumu's Ghostblade as well, so will
okay.
have quite a lot more damage in this fight than he had previously. Remember, however, there is also the Infernal Drake about to spawn, and if Mad get it, they're setting that ticking clock on the 4th dragon of the game.
It's the soul of the dragon, very, very strong. Even though Mountain I consider one of the weaker ones, still very valuable to have. And
it is Infernal in this game, so it's quite strong.
It is the Infernal as well, so it gives you a lot of extra damage. Hit the flank from Perkz.
Pops the supreme display of talent, but only lands on Humanoid, and now the fight is really going to begin. The Dawning Shadow coming out, there's the Call of the Forge God. Kazi and Kai'Sa fighting up towards the top side. Caps putting down a lot of damage. Last Embrace is not going to land. Perkz still on the flank position. G2 trying to pincer in on Mad Lions here, trying to catch them like cats in a trap. A Humanoid going forward. The Infernal Chain's going to come out, but Jankos is already down. Kazi's going to have the death charge on him. There was one down as well as Humanoid is fallen. 4v4. Wonder going forward. G2 have felt the pain of an Aatrox in this river before, and they're trying to put it down on Mad Lions. Perkz jumping up to the back line. Kazi's still alive, but now he's shut down. It's Caps to take it. He gets 1, he gets 2, and he's looking for more. Perkz on the chase takes another, and G2 will wipe Mad Lions in the river.
Fantastic patience from Perkz. He was waiting for that moment to kill Kazi. He knows that with Kazi gone, the fight is G2's, and he does it beautifully. When we get the replay up, I just want to follow Perkz and how he maneuvers around the fight, how he keeps Kazi distracted, because again, he knows that if he takes the Aphelios out, then it's game, set, and match for G2.
And now G2 just turn their eyes straight towards the Baron. Double Infernal in their pocket. This Baron won't go down too quickly. We talked about it earlier. Caps with that set auto-attack speed isn't going to do it too quickly. And here's the TP. Humanoid hasn't had the best of games. Only did 500 damage in the last fight, but he's looking for Mickey. Jumps in, Death Realm onto Perkz. Humanoid might just die straight away. He's got the shield though, and Perkz is taking down. The Baron has fallen. Humanoid still looking for the kill. Gets one. That's one Baron down. Arome coming in as well. You can see Kazi's on the chase, but Arome runs away, and G2 will escape. You have to feel here with 4 Baron buffs.
They just want to disengage from this point. They're going to have to give up the blue, but that's fine. They walk away with a 4K gold lead and a Baron buff. G2 Esports showcasing that they're still very good at team fighting. And again, thank you, observers. Focus here on Perkz. Use the ultimate early, doesn't land it onto Kazi. But notice how he's just drawing the attention of the AD carries while the fight is happening on the other side. G2 is just buying time. They're just waiting. Perkz keeping his distance. Mad know exactly where he is. But now look at how he's going to utilize his invisibility along with the stun in order to try and lock down the AD carry. Kazi gets knocked up. He uses the heal early. This is the moment where he's waiting. Okay, the moment Kazi overextends, I'm going to go for the stun. Instant pop. With him out of the fight, that is immediate cleanup for the rest of G2. And just props to Perkz. A lot of debate, a lot of questions around him coming back into the mid lane. And he showcases he's still very talented. He still understands what his role is, what he needs to do, and that is how you carry a team.
And Caps having a stellar game on the center as well. We wondered how his mechanical prowess would translate into the bottom lane role. Both in lane, Mickey perhaps overextended a couple of times, but as a bot lane through these mid-game fights, they've had great performance.
And of course, Jankos on Elise, never going to have it again. Back to Braum duty he goes.
Sejuani or Braum? That's
Sejuani or Braum. Definitely can't let him have these early game junglers. But in any case, G2 looking very strong right now. They fell behind early. They made a lot of big mistakes. They ended up getting punished. Mad now starting to group up. They want to try and force fights.
Kaiser on the front line, pops the Unbreakable. Arome looking for the call of the Forge God. Doesn't land on anyone. Shadow Wonder's on a rampage. Kazi trying to do what he can with the Moonlight Vigil. He shut down Wonder, but there's the stun from the side. Perkz once again finds the flag. Arome chased out by Jankos. He sinks in his fangs and gets another kill. Humanoid comes out of the realm of death just to go back to the fountain. And G2 are just dismantling Mad Lions.
The mid AD carry duo are doing some serious damage in these fights. Caps, his positioning is flawless. He's taking advantage of his range. He is one-shotting these carries, and there is little that Mad can do. They have put up a valiant fight. They have been able to find some great opportunities, and Kazi, I feel like he showcased a lot of great things in this first game, but what can you do when people are diving on top of you? Like, Braum got obliterated by this Senna ultimate before he could really offer much to his team, and now G2, they're on the Nexus, they're looking to end the game.
Kaiser trying to act as one final stand, but he's not going to be able to do too much. G2, what are you going to do when they come for you? Well, right now it looks like Mad Lions are just crumbling underneath the pressure. 6,000 gold lead for G2. They take both the Nexus towers, but they will not take the Nexus quite yet.
Wow. Great stuff coming out from G2. Mad, they've done what they can. They're grouping up as a 5 because they recognize that they can't win on a side lane. They have to try and utilize that team fighting power, but the only way that's going to work is if you keep Kazi alive. And in every single fight so far, G2 recognize, okay, kill Kazi, win the fight. And they've been doing a great job of it every single fight.
They really have. You have to feel it's just a matter of time before G2 can close this one out. A start to 2020 with winning ways, as expected from them after they had such a strong performance in 2019. Remember, back-to-back LEC champions, MSI champions, Worlds finalists. The only thing they didn't get was that championship in the end, but trying to start out a new decade with another win on the board. Wonder stepping forward, Arome gonna get ripped back with it. Oh, actually uses the Bella's Breath to get away. Kaiser, though, still on the front line. Locked up with the Lasting Breath. Mickey perhaps a little bit overextended here. He's gonna fall first, but the Call of the Forge God coming out. Wonder pops the stopwatch to get away from it. Perhaps G2 have delved a little bit too greedily. The Last Embrace will stun up Arome for the moment, and Mad Lions just able to defend their Nexus, but not really much else.
Yeah, definitely a greedy play from G2. Infernal is spawning in 15 seconds. Perkz. Not sure what he was looking for there. Infernal is spawning in, well, 10 seconds now, and Baron is spawning in a minute and a half, and there are obviously 2 sideways that they could look to play around. G2 had all those options. Instead, they just ran it down mid, and they tried to end the game. Right now, they have their eyes set on Shadow.
And Shadow had his eyes set on the Gromp. Good flash away. Dawning Shadow will not connect. Only the center part of that, of course, does damage to your opponents. But an AD carry with a cross-map ultimate is always an AD carry that has to be feared. And this will be the 3rd Infernal, as you said, Vedius. After losing the first 2 dragons, G2 have picked up every one since, and are just 1 away from that soul.
They're just 1 away from the soul, and it's one of those things where there's a lot of debate right now around, do you just give up the first 2 drakes and then play for the next 4? This is one of the advantages, because you can just keep stacking up that Infernal Drake now, because it's the only dragon that will spawn for the rest of the game, and they now have 12% additional attack damage and ability power. Now, admittedly, it's a lot less than it used to be.
Yeah, it used to be
because
they'd have 24%.
Yeah, exactly. No, you'd actually have 32.
No, because they have 3.
Yeah.
So 3 times 8. It's 20.
Oh, okay. Your math is better than mine. But what it would... but it's the soul that they're after, right? Of course, there is the 4th one that will help you a lot. That will put you up to 16%, but it's the soul where a lot of your additional damage comes from. And I don't think they need to wait for it. The Baron is going to be spawning in about 25 seconds. Very rarely do you actually see like 6 drakes go down in a game. The big last hurrah for Mad will be, can they contest this this Baron?
And the thing is, you do have a 4-item Aphelios on your team. Like,
oh, for sure, it's possible.
If he hits a Moonlight Vigil with Infernum on, people are going to get melted. They're just going to get burnt down. You've got the Call of the Forge God. You have Lee Sin jumping in and kicking people around. Humanoid doesn't really have too much damage yet, but now this is a great flank position. Kaiser's going to step forward with the Curse of the Black Mist doing a lot of work here. Wonder trying to get in. Perks on the back. He's gone. Goodbye. Wave goodbye to any hopes of winning this team fight as well, Mad Lions. Because you may have stuck together like a pride, but there was no pride in the way that fight went. G2 just shred through them once again. Jankos going to chase down a Rome. Rome, of course, has the exhaust from the Unsealed Spellbook, but Caps is on his way as well. Extra movement speed from that Curse of the Black Mist, and Arome is going nowhere. Both Perks and Wonder are pushing in the base. G2 looking for kills, as they always have done, and with the Nexus in their sights, G2 will record the first win of the LEC here in 2020. They had winning ways in 2019, and I'm sure they'll want to continue it. And they had Phantom Diving ways last year as well. There aren't even the minions going to take this. In the end, Wonder secures it. G2 1-0 in the LEC.
Definitely not a clean game. You can see the head shaking from Grabs. He's a little annoyed with his player's performance. Going down 0-5 within the first 10 minutes, not the way you want to start your split, but they did bounce back well, and you've got to give props to the way in which G2 team fought. Mad, I think, showcasing some of their inexperience as the game progressed. Once they had that advantage, they did get caught out a couple of times. We saw Humanoid making some pretty big mistakes where he was giving over his life, that a lot of the fight setups were not optimal for Mad, and I felt like there was one of those situations where G2 were able to take advantage of their long history, their big advantage in terms of experience.
Yeah, the experience of the
punishing
players.
these small windows. It's something that you come to experience playing against a team like G2 a lot, where even the smallest mistake can open a massive wound.
But I think if you look on the other side of it, Mad Lions had a very good early game. You know, at that 10-minute mark, they were 5-0 up. They had about 1,000 gold lead. And for a team with 4 rookies in it, you can take a lot of hope from that coming in to the rest of the split. Of course, it's a very tough start for them. First game against the reigning champions, but if you're a Mad Lions fan, I wouldn't be too dismayed by this performance.
Yeah, I think that they showed some promising things. It was cool seeing what Kazi could do on the Aphelios first game. You can see that if you misstep against this champion, it can do a lot of damage. The cool combos that were available, there was Severum plus the Crescendum, and it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed seeing it. I hope we get to see more throughout the day.
So do I. For your Kia player of the game, guys, you can go on over to @LolEsports on Twitter and vote. Wonder, Perks, or Caps. I think Caps wants it. He's looking at me
9-0 and 12.
Yeah,
he
but
had
he's playing Senna.
100% kill participation.
Okay, yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. He definitely deserved it. After the break, Caps is going to tell us all about his first game in the bot lane. We'll also learn more about Vitality's new lineup as they face off against SK Gaming.
want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, very, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
So tell me, who was the player of the game? and welcome back everyone. G2 just won their first game and I'm here with Caps. You just played bot lane for the first time on stage. How was it?
That was pretty cool. Wait, you want me to take it? So the first game was pretty fun. Obviously the early game didn't really go our way, but we managed to come back. And obviously playing the AD carry role was a bit weird because I'm like so squishy and I don't want to die, so I'm just standing like at my nexus while my teammates are fighting. But we won, so that's really nice.
What is the main difference between playing on bot lane, playing on mid lane, especially when it comes to positioning, the lane interface? How is it? Tell me the thought process when you have to switch lane like that.
Obviously, you're always playing with everyone, and especially jungle in your mid lane. But playing bot lane, you're like literally all the time, and even jungle as well comes. So also it's like a lot of free freeze and stuff. So just learning how to play with Miki and then making sure I don't die. Like those are like the most important things. I really like to play really aggressive on mid lane and do like a lot of flashing in and doing crazy plays. But on bot lane, it's like mostly about
do that.
mostly about surviving, right?
Let me know about how you guys communicate, because playing mid lane, you must have a big role and part on G2. So let's just look at this replay here behind us. You were behind then, and Mad Lions are trying to set up a fight. You circle them, and finally you take the fight back. So tell me how it was and the communication to make it happen.
So we were like really scared, I guess, because of our early game. Like we were really far behind. We didn't want to fight them. But then they kind of got caught off a lot. They started dying more and more, and we got it back in the game. And this was like the time where we were like, do we actually want to take like a 5v5, or do we want to keep trying to kill them on side, like see when they step a bit too far up? And we decided, okay, we're going for the fight, and then it's just like about execution, obviously. So Luca went for like the flank with the Kiana, trying to get like a good ult off, and yeah, I just try not to die.
It didn't start well, but were you in control the whole time, nonetheless?
I mean, I don't know if we were in control the whole game. I feel like a lot of our scrims as well have been, like we've been playing from behind. Okay. So we were not like too worried about it because we're really good from behind. Even last year we were playing a lot from behind and we were good at coming back in the game. But we're for sure not in control. Obviously, we gave up maybe a few too many kills and like a lot of pressure in the early game.
Nice getting used to a new pressure, I want to say, when you guys train. Now, last question. You played Senna. Balanced or not?
I would say it's pretty balanced. In fact, I would say that I'm pretty sad with the new AD carry nerfs. Crit Cloak getting nerfed, as well as Stormracer. I feel like my role is not that strong already and don't need any nerfs. But also, I think Aphelios getting nerfed. I mean, I feel like he was very balanced this game. So, yeah, buff AD carry.
Thank you for your input and glad to have you back on the game. Now, back to Shox and the analyst for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Lar and Caps. I missed those Lar interviews as always, and Caps is just as happy as he used to be before, but this time in the bottom lane, saying, "Yeah, sometimes we're a bit silly here and there, but doesn't matter if you get the win in there."
Yeah, and as soon as you win, you get to do an interview, and then you get to talk directly to the balance team and ask them for buffs. So I'd say it's all going according to plan for Caps so far.
Yeah, as planned indeed. On to our next game, and that is Vitality versus SK Gaming with the French team returning to the LEC with a new lineup, and well, we get some shots from a brand new studio from Paris from Vitality, where all their fans have gathered to watch the first day of the LEC 2020 season. There we go. For this year, by the way, if you want to watch the LEC as you are right now, I hope, you can watch us on twitch.tv/LEC, as well as on YouTube as planned. Now, Vitality, their images from their new studio and a brand new team. A lot of changes. Unfortunately, due to visa issues, their new mid laner, Milica, is not able to play, not eligible for week 1, and Vitality have opted to sub in Saken in the mid lane. That is unfortunate, but that still leaves us 4 other players to talk about that will be part of the roster for this split. So who are we excited about on this Vitality? Who are we hyped about?
I mean, everyone has to know the name we're going to mention here. It's Cabochard in the top lane. This guy has been so good for so long. And I think it was unfortunate last year when Vitality sort of were on the downward trend towards the end of that summer season. I didn't feel like we got to see the full potential of Cabochard. But in the past, this has been a player where if you give him some resources in the laning phase, he will completely take over games.
I'm the guy that can talk about Cabochard for a whole whole day if you want to. You
No,
know, I
please.
think the way he rallied around the rookies the last time we went to the World Championship. He has an ability to be a leader. But I'm looking at the rest of the team. As we're watching this replay of Olaf going crazy, I think this is maybe what we have to see in the start. But I think as the rookies might come into gear and kick into gear, they've shown a lot of promise in solo queue. Solo queue is the place I'm taking my information from most of the time, and they've shown great mechanics. And I think we have to ask the question: will it transfer well onto the stage?
That is always the question. When you look at Vitality, of course, also your project for very long, it seemed like the team that had kind of run out of steam in the course of last year. In that regard, what do you think is the ceiling in the first split for this Vitality roster?
I think this is going to be a very, very, I'm looking at the beginning. I think they'll have a slow start. It all depends on how the chips land early in the season. I think it is very easy to fall back on the whole idea we're going to give Cabo the resources he has because he's going to get us a lot of wins. And that is the tough part about balancing out, especially like week one. Sure, you get 0-2 or something. Maybe you say, put the down payment in. You say, we had a sub, okay. But then all of a sudden it's going to stack up. And then you have to fall back on that. What is the recipe that works? You only focus on Cabo. And then you run into playoffs and then you're not diverse enough to win. This is usually what happened with us last year. And this is the fear I have that they might run into this year too.
Yeah, and that's sort of why looking at this team with so many new players, right? Jungle, mid lane, AD carry, you have to look towards player development more, especially in the spring split. How do you perform against your LEC counterparts? There's a lot of other rookies around the league coming in at the same time. So this is a very good chance to prove yourself, not just against the veteran talent, but also those other new players that are all hungry for bigger and better spots.
When we look at the coaching position as well, of course, Duke is now at the helm of Vitality, who has quite the track record here in Europe and also with Splice. How do you think his influence in developing these rookies and these veterans in synergy with that will work out this split, Yamato?
I think that the big question mark is, Duke has always been working together with Peter Dunn. And this is kind of a small, like, anime kind of sideline show that I'm having in my head. Like, who is going to do better? They are separating from each other. Who was the true guy? You always get to speculate what's going on behind the scene. No one even knows what I'm doing. People say, oh, you have a good voice, and assume I do some good things, but no one even knows what I'm doing. And that's the difficult part about coaches. You can only speculate. And I think still both coaches having rookies, you will see the effect of coaches for sure.
Yeah, you do. It is hard to say where they're going to end up, of course, with all these reconfigured rosters. So we'll see. Good test for them. Vitality up versus SK Gaming, and SK Gaming and Vitality both hung kind of around the same area in the standings, 5, 6, getting into playoffs, but not really being able to be competitive in those playoffs. And when we look at SK Gaming, the big news is Selfmade is no longer on that roster. The catalyst for so many of SK Gaming's plays throughout 2019. What do we make of the reconfiguration?
This roster, I think it's really strange to me because I feel like, again, you have a lot of unknowns coming in. We only saw Genax for a little bit towards, the second half of that summer season. Now Limit 2 in the bottom lane. These are the big question marks for me, but I think the biggest pickup they made was bringing Trick into the jungle, even though I think, maybe his glory days on the team of G2 are behind him. This is still a smart player that worked so well developing rookie talent. I heard that back when he was on that Schalke roster, he worked very, very closely to help bring Abbedagge up to par with the other mid laners in our league. And I think that is a role he could fulfill again here with Abbedagge.
I think it's...
Or with Genax.
Oh, yes.
He already did it with Abbedagge.
It's the first day, a lot of changes, but that is not one of them.
I think, for me, when I look at the past SK, it's just about Selfmade. That was all. It was all about Selfmade. He was getting all the resources. It was all focused on him. Everything he did, when he did well, then SK did well. I think this is an opportunity for all of these players that, in my eyes, last year were getting carried by Selfmade to reinvent themselves. Maybe they were just standing in the shadow of someone that kind of took everything over. Maybe this is the chance for them to become the big fishes.
When you look at Limit, a new name in the support pool here in Europe, how hyped are we of seeing him in the bottom lane for SK together with Crownshot?
I mean, I think in general, we're just very excited to see a new wave of supports come in, because I feel like, and Yamato, I believe you agree with me on this, it has been so stale in Europe for so long, and we now have 3 rookie supports joining into the league. Of course, our eyes are on Limit in this game, and I think from what we have seen, he has liked to play a lot of these roaming style supports. The Pyke, like we saw in that clip, the Rakan, I know he's a big fan of as well. So I want to see now how he works with a player like Trick as well to impact the rest rest of his map and not necessarily just the 2v2 lane.
You know, when I was working in the off-season, I was working to look at players. Of course, it was part of my job back in the day. Nevertheless, I was looking at supports, and the big question, what you're looking for always, who's going to be the next Mickey? And Mickey is a well-rounded player that can play any type of style. You know, he's been running it down every now and then, but he, at the core, is the best support that we have to offer here in Europe. And I think this is what you're looking out for. These are the traits you're looking out for in terms of the rookie supports that are coming in. I think maybe some of them can become the kind of legend supports that we're talking about always, Yellowstar, Mythy, or whatever.
Yeah, let's see. Yellowstar, by the way, is playing pro again. You guys got that?
I
heard about that.
We'll see. So the old blood, but also the new blood that we're going to see here. It's always so difficult. But I think both for SK Gaming and Vitality, there are two of the teams that you don't have any question marks as to, oh, why are they in the league or like what? Because they always hang around that playoff position. But I don't think that's enough now anymore. You know, you can't do that 2 years running. You need to step above and you need to show that you're more hungry to go further than that. So both teams, they are in that vein, looking to hit the ground running. So let's see who starts the split with a win.
Thank you very much, Shox. It's going to be a good game. I have to think SK and Vitality, two teams with a lot to prove here. A lot of rookies coming into both of these squads. And I think, you know, Europe has always been a hotbed of rookie talent. As they said on the desk, a lot of these players could become, you know, the new Mickey, the new Caps, the new Perks.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, we look back at the history of Europe and we do produce some pretty talented rookies. Like the most famous one was probably the Misfit squad that like took SKT to all 5 games.
The Vitality squad in 2018
The
as well.
Vitality squad in 2018. Like, I mean, we've had a lot of cool, fun stories from like Challenger to Worlds was always our big thing.
Origin.
Europe. Yep, Origin.
But
exactly.
they weren't really rookies at the time.
Yeah, I know. But you get the idea. Well, Sven was, I think, at the time.
We're not going to...
Regardless, the point is, Europe produces a lot of great talent. And I think that when people look at these rosters, the expectations are that they're towards the bottom end of the table, you know? A lot of people are putting more belief and faith in a lot of the known names and the experienced roster. And of course you would. There's a history you can rely on. Very few people are taking gambles on some of these newer rosters. And I think for both these teams to go off against, I'm going to say a quote-unquote easier opponent. You don't start your split off by going up against a G2, for example. I think it can allow you to get used to the stage, playing in this environment, and then you can showcase what you've got over the next few weeks.
Oh, we'll see exactly what these two teams have got. Of course, Seiken subbing in for Milica in the mid lane for Vitality. Milica, unfortunately, unwell at the moment. And Seiken, of course, has played on the LEC stage before, played Rise, one game against Misfits, had a very good performance, and then lost his second game. But with the Lucian, the Jarvan, the Akali, and the Kiana bans already coming out, I wonder if we'll see an Aphelios banned away by either of these teams.
Right now, it doesn't look like it. It seems to me that both teams, or at least G2 and Mad, were willing to make that trade, send it for Aphelios, and then you can decide what you put a higher priority on. The Jarvan priority ban is quite interesting and surprising to me. The Renekton ban, not so much. We know that Kavashad loves to play those aggressive top laners that you can look to try and put resources into to get them ahead. So by taking that one away from Kavashad along with the Lucian, the OG Lucian top player, they wanted to try and remove some of his carry potential, and SK Gaming immediately going to prioritize the big carry for Crown Shot, probably one of the main players that we're going to be looking at throughout this game to see if he can be that star for SK to help them get a win.
He did have a few good performances last year, never really had his moment to shine. Of course, SK actually losing to Vitality in the playoff match, the tiebreaker for playoffs in summer, meaning they didn't even get to go through our playoff bracket. But there's another AD carry that we've seen a lot in the LPL. It's the Miss Fortune.
Interesting that it's prioritized over the Senna though. Of course, a lot of strong junglers still up and available. The Lee Sin is still strong if Skeens wants to go for that. The Rek'Sai is also up, but it looks like for now he's going to stick to Comfort, something that he does play a lot of, or he did play a lot of when he was playing in the French League. And it's so far pretty strong early game. Kind of what we expect. Junglers going to be prioritizing things like the Rek'Sai, like the Elise. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Rek'Sai come out from Trick right now as an answer to the Lee. I think that it's a pretty strong jungle answer. But it seems that they're going to prioritize going for a safe top side. Of course, the Ornn can be flexed into support, even jungle, perhaps.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see on that one.
I know some people extol the virtues of Ornn in the jungle, but most of the time you see him top, mostly because the more experience you get on Ornn, the more useful your passive is for the rest of your team. Of course, you have to hit that level 12 before you can even start upgrading any items. And at the moment, Trick perhaps looking towards that Rek'Sai. Good prediction there, Vedius. Rek'Sai will be locked in for SK. Vitality perhaps looking for their top laner so that they can't get banned away, and they will lock in Aatrox.
So Vitality going to use this opportunity now to ban away other top laners, is what I very much expect. Mord could be banned away. Of course, that is the assumption. Yeah, of course. The Ornn is a possibility. But that's the... Do you assume it's going to be flexed or not? That's the question, right? Because I think Mord is generally a pretty safe ban that Vitality could go for. Rumble is another good one, I think, just in case the Ornn is flexed into a different position. But of course, Rumble, I think we've been seeing a lot in mid lane. Yeah, we have. We saw it last year coming out from Doinby, of course, the Predator Rumble that would roam around the map.
Don't remind me of that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that Mordekaiser would be a pretty good ban for Vitality. For SK, they do not get that first pick, so I think that they want to try and take away some of the other strong champions that still exist. I like the Ryze ban. They could also consider taking things like the Diana away if they want to try and limit the mid lane pool even more. Of course, with a lot of the mid lane or the current strong mid laners being banned away, you're kind of moving into
Nocturne mid territory.
No, not Nocturne mid territory. You're never that far into the pool. But yeah, LeBlanc was another one I was going to mention. Orianna is kind of the last one that you're looking at as a potential strong mid laner. So Vitality right now, they could just look to lock in their mid laner and go, well, what have you got left?
Does give SK the opportunity to sort of, counter pick if the mid laner is locked in straight away. And Orianna alongside the Ornn, the Rek'Sai, and the Aphelios would have a great team fight comp, but final ban still just a moment away here for SK. Let's see what they decide to go for. Zoe is where they go. Is it once again a mid laner, as we said?
Yeah, so I've got Zoe on my B tier in terms of priority, and remember when we moved down the priority list, every champion that I have on my tier list for mid laners has been banned away except for Cassio and Orianna. The first pick that gets locked in is Cassio. My question is now, do they answer with an Orianna? No, it looks like. But is this Vel'Koz support?
I think it's going to be Vel'Koz support. I think it provides enough poke and enough heal for an Aphelios if the Aphelios plays relatively
I think
safe.
it's mid.
You think it's mid?
Yeah, I think it's mid.
Okay, I mean, that's exciting. Okay, Vel'Koz mid. We get Aphelios and Vel'Koz on the same team. That wombo combo is disgusting. Glacial Fissure into Call of the Forge God, into Human Disintegration Ray, into Aphelios doing Aphelios things.
Yeah, for sure.
It's getting me excited.
I think it's also... The thing about Cassio is that while she can be very strong in terms of the DPS, she needs to close that gap on you. She needs to be able to get into relatively close range, and something that Vel'Koz does very well is keeps you at a distance. Every time you try to close the gap, he's going to hit you with that Q. You then try to, okay, oh, I'm going to flash that, or maybe I'm going to sidestep it. Oh, then you get hit by the E. It's very obnoxious trying to close the gap against this champion, and that's why I love this Leona final lock-in from Vitality, because you need something that can just press that go button so that you can dive on top of them, that engage. And I think that the Leona will offer that. But then with the Braum coming out from SK, it's going to be a great answer to the Misfortune Burst. It's going to be able to block the Cassiopeia ultimate as well. So I feel like SK have the more well-rounded draft. I think it's safer as long as they don't make too many mistakes in the early game. I think they have much stronger late-game options, because it's going to be very difficult for Vitality to force these fights unless they can find a successful flank, similar to what G2 were able to do.
So Vitality will need to play around the vision game and around that Leona ultimate. I do see a cleanse on Crown Shot on that Aphelios, making it even harder to keep him locked down. And of course, Severum can heal you up in the lane, so you don't need that heal as much as perhaps you might. See the coaches shaking hands as they make their way away from the stage, and we get ready for the second game of the day. SK's draft seemed like the favorable one to you, Vedius. Vitality have a lot to do, especially in the early game if they want to get ahead.
Yeah, I think the early game is really important. I actually want to see Vitality invest a lot towards the bot side of the map. I don't think shutting the Ornn down is going to do them a lot of favors. I think they want to try and get comp ahead, and we know that he is a player that, when given resources, can carry, as he showcased a lot domestically in the LFL League.
He really did. On LDLC, he won back-to-back splits, back-to-back playoffs, and then the grand finals at the end of it all as well. Sadly, didn't do too well in the EU Masters, but domestically he has had incredible performances and is used to playing on a stage, which definitely helps for your first game in front of the LEC crowd. Here we go. On to Summoner's Rift. Vel'Koz mid.
Got to admit, it surprised me.
We've got to look at this level 1 though. We can see Vitality looking to set up some shenanigans. Early vision going to come out from SK, so that will mitigate any early playmaking. No one's going to hit that ward. Ah, there we are. Gonna secure
That extra 10 gold is vital for the bot lane matchup. Vedius is not.
It's a 1 CS advantage. I call that winning. Ooh, notice the cleanse on Crown Shot. He's going to be like, ugh, avoiding the CC.
I did talk about that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying, ugh.
Oh.
And I'm like, notice it, Medic. Did you notice it?
I noticed it in Pick and Ban, which is why I talked about it.
That's really good. Good job. Good spot. I don't trust Pick and Ban.
I understand that.
Pick and Ban has told me that they've all ran Smite before, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think that's accurate.
That would be a fun game of League of Legends, though.
But now, Medic, have you noticed that Crown Shot's running Cleanse?
Oh, he's running Cleanse?
He is running Cleanse.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, he is running that.
And why is that good?
It's good against Leona because when she tries to all in you, you can remove it. You can remove the crowd control with the Cleanse.
You know what a good Leona can do?
Tell me.
Zenith played onto you, and then just hold the stun.
Yes.
Just never pop the Shield of Daybreak. And you know what else we can hold? The game.
The game. We're pausing very briefly. Limit is the one that threw that one up. As you can see, our referees are dealing with the issue, and once we have some more information, we will be able to get back to you. In the time being, you're listening to the sweet sounds of Medivedi.
We're starting our own podcast on day 1 of the LEC
It's no
Spring
podcast,
Split.
it's just, I'm just letting them know who they're listening to. We're here for Game 2. We had an exciting Game 1 if you've just joined us. SK versus Vitality, 2 rookie rosters. A lot of new players on stage, a lot of familiar faces as well. Always excited to see Cabochard return to the Rift. That man has been playing for a number of years now.
And only for Vitality.
Only for
the only player from the original Vitality squad with like Shook and Nuke Duck who is still around.
Yes. Of course, he did have a stint with Gambit a little bit before Vitality, but he is a player that has been around for a while now. And many eyes look to him to be the primary carry of this roster. And we'll see if he'll be able to make that one work out.
Have a break, Freddy.
Now, we here on the caster desk, because there is a pause, are in fact having a break. And due to our recent sponsorship, we can do that with the wondrous Kit Kat, which you two can at home. Grab yourself a Kit Kat, have yourself a break.
Yeah, it's nice.
Camera cut to us, and then do it.
I don't think they want to, Vinny. I think we should concentrate on talking about SK and Vitality
but
for a while.
I had a bit prepared.
Were you going to eat it finger by finger? Or
no, I was going to show them how I eat a Kit Kat.
Okay, so let's talk more about SK. Because that's how normal people eat Kit Kats.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's how you're supposed to eat a Kit Kat, Medic. There are some people that like eat into the side of it.
Like this?
And oh my, what have you done? Who eats a Kit Kat like that?
Well, it's the width of my mouth, so I just... Anyway, we're back into League of Legends.
Literally eating it in half. Oh, we're back to the game. Excellent. Catches up, Medic. What have we missed?
Chewing.
You're having a break? We got to get off the break. The pause is over, Medic.
Okay, so we haven't really missed too much. Interestingly, Trick started at Gromp. No, he started at blue buff. Now he's going across towards the Gromp. Skeen started at his red and has now gone all the way over to the Wolves. And perhaps not even doing a full topside clear. He's going to come across here and then clear this bottom side. Perhaps look down towards that bottom lane for a gank.
Yeah, so he can do Gromp if he wants, and that will give him level 3. But something that Ender has spoken to me at length about, and I really mean at length, is that junglers often will just do one side of their jungle because of how quickly the camps actually respawn. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just saw Skeens constantly return to his bot side of the map. Krugs, you don't need to do him anymore because of all the additional XP that Gromp does give you. And I do think that bot lane is an easy lane for Vitality to play around. Obviously, with the... why do I forget that? Cleanse available on Crown Shot, it will be a little bit harder. But you can see a wave stacking up. Cabochard does have his teleport. They do have some vision control on the bot side river. Like right now, it's looking like a potential dive. Always dangerous to do against a Braum.
So dangerous against a Braum.
But it's an option.
It is.
We're kind of giving those options available, seeing what they want to prioritize.
Now, Skeens has just walked across the ward. He will not step too far forward here. I'm not sure if he spotted out that those Razor Beaks had been finished. And it looks like he's just going to settle for the Scuttle. Of course, if you can get double Scuttle, you can put the enemy jungler miles behind in the early game. That may be what he tries to do. Slight CS lead for Comp and Jack Troll on the bottom side of the map, but there's a wave pushing in, and Crown Shot should be able to equalize that pretty quickly.
Cabochard able to push in the top side of the map. We saw this in our first game of the day, Aatrox versus Ornn. Ornn, he's not really supposed to do anything. He just kind of sits back, chills. At level 6, he may have some kill pressure because you can swap over to the Ignite with the Spellbook. And especially against an Aatrox, you can have a lot of damage. People always underestimate the power of the Ornn. But right now his wave is in a bit of an awkward state because the tower did end up killing one of those minions, and that's slowly pushing towards Cabochard. So he's not going to try and push this. He's going to force Sakurai to overextend. Oh, never mind. He's just going to use his Q on the wave. All right, fair enough. I suppose he does have his jungle on the top side, so he could look to just push this wave in now, force it under the tower, and then look for an early base, try and get in the base before Sakurai. Then maybe he doesn't have to burn his teleport.
Something good for the bottom side of the map is the fact that Comp has got this early back off, and because he's got Strut, he's actually able to get towards this wave pretty rapidly and not miss out on too many minions. He's got double longsword now in that lane. He's about 10 farm down, but Crownshot, as we've said, without the heal, if he gets caught out, if that Leona is able to lock him down for more than a couple of seconds, it's going to be very difficult for Crownshot to survive.
Seiken going to do a base after seeing Genax do the same thing. Of course, Seiken does have the teleport, which means that he can go back and buy the tier and then immediately come back into lane, maintain that small CS advantage that he does have. You can see how safe it is for Genax in the mid lane. We briefly spoke about this matchup during Champion Selects, but what you're going to see Genax do a lot, he doesn't have the strongest wave clear at early levels, but he's very safe, very difficult to gank. Often you'll see a defensive summoner spell, like a heal or a barrier to provide that extra bit of safety, and he's just going to farm and wave and slowly ramp up throughout the game and honestly make this caster's life difficult as we see a play in bot.
Looking for the lockdown, but there's a claim straight away from Crownshot. He's got the Infernum. Jack Troll has to flash away. Skeens is here. The double up connects. There's the Sonic Wave as well, but you can't really jump in because Trick will just unburrow. You see Skeens was thinking about it, but the Rek'Sai had his number.
So both junglers in position to set up for the play on the bot side of the map. Good response from SK as they get the flash out from Jack Troll and the heal from Comp. So overall, SK coming out ahead in this early skirmish. Gold still very even. Both teams slowly ramping up as Cloud Drake is on the board. No team's playing for it yet.
Crownshot not having the cleanse does mean he has to play that little bit more safely in this bottom lane. Of course, Limit can step between Crownshot and Comp and put up that Unbreakable to mitigate quite a lot of the damage, but Leona at the moment is in such a strong state, and I'm not going to say overpowered because I'm a Leona player, such a strong state that she can probably 1v1 the AD carry if he's caught out. So Crownshot needs to be just that little bit more cautious. He should be fine. In the middle,
I love how you lead it with, because I'm a support player.
I have a 60% win rate on Leona. I have played 4 games on any other champion.
It's really reasonable that I, as a support, can 1v1 the enemy AD carry.
I think that's fair. They can honestly 1v1 me.
Yeah, I'm just evening out the balance, guys.
Exactly.
Honestly, it's about time.
As a tank with 1 item, I should be able to kill the enemy AD carry.
Well, Skeens is going to kill the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, this is a good
Quickshot crying in the background. But I'm actually a massive fan of the changes to Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
10% cooldown reduction to your ultimate, really valuable. I love it when it's a Cloud map, largely because I don't like the speedy boost thing. Don't think that's super valuable. But Genax actually roaming top.
Flash away by Cabochard. Life Form with his integration ray just rips through him. Not really too much you can do there. Sakurai will get the first kill on the board for SK.
Good kill. Good roam from SK as well. They recognized that the Drake was going down. Their base timings were not optimal, or at least in a position to allow them to contest or challenge that early Drake. And honestly, it's not really worth fighting for that very first Drake because the stats aren't massive. So they used that opportunity to roam top. They had a wave stacking up. Trick is now behind Cabo, but he's not going to look for anything as Sakurai is not in a position to answer. So again, if you look at your minimap, you can see that Cassio had to go and answer the mid wave. A very clean dive coming out from SK. Trick was here as well. Overall, everything came together very clean set.
Yeah, as soon as you flash away, you know that Life Form disintegration ray should be able to find its mark. Sakurai locking Cabo up against the wall made it very easy for Genax to get damage down. Across the board, no real first completed items. It's only 8 minutes into the game, but we can see the essence of them coming in. And there's no real massive gold leads either.
But this is fine. This is around the time when the game broke open between G2 and Mad as well. We'll see if anyone gets caught out. But I feel like fights happen a lot earlier, largely because junglers want to try and force action earlier. I feel like that it's a lot harder for junglers to have an impact compared to how they used to because of how they ramp up and how they scale throughout the game. So a lot of junglers this day and age are looking to try and have influence early on, so within the first 15 minutes, and that's why you see a lot of these Lee Sins, Rek'Sais, Elises, and now that Trick has hit level 6, he's pathing towards the bot side of the map. Sakura has pushed out top, and you can see, I thought he may look for a roam towards the mid bot side, but I feel like action is a brewing.
Skeens on a ward. Once again, Trick is down here. They're going in. Look at the damage, and you can see Limit almost taking down the Unbreakable. He's ticking away. There's the Ignite. And if the AD carry has cleansed, just go for the support.
There's the action that we were hoping for.
Yep.
Vitality are able to answer back with a kill. They secure it onto Limit. He didn't hit that level 6 mark yet. So Vitality used their level advantage to force a play, and even though Skeens was spotted on a ward and Limit was trying to play defensively, it wasn't enough. Vitality answered with a good kill.
It means there's only a 300 gold difference between the two teams. Skeens on the board in terms of assists. Saken's going to be able to chase out Genesis. Didn't hit
Gotta
that
run, dude.
first
You gotta
Noxious Blast,
run.
but you got to run, as you say. He's going to heal away. Second Noxious Blast will connect. Jack Troll, Skeens, and Comp teaming up here off towards the top side. They know there's no objective on the bottom side of the map. You just go for this Rift Herald and see if you can force Sakura out.
It's a good swap from Vitality. I liked it. SK did see the Drake go down earlier, but they didn't want to swap too early into the game because they were still pretty low level. But Vitality, after getting that kill, knowing that they can get a good reset in, have now decided to swap, which allows them to be in a position to set up, contest for, and play for this early Rift Herald.
And I think early in the season, this is always what we're looking for from teams. You know, a degree of coordination, everyone looking like they're on the same page, being able to make these standard, in inverted commas, macro plays. And then as the season develops, you see more of that synergy come out. You see more of the big plays made between, you know, jungle mid laners or the support duos.
So the thing I always look for with rookies is how many risks are they willing to take? Because it's scary. It's nervous playing on the stage, especially in front of a live crowd. You don't want to be the person that costs your team the game or has a bad game. So more often than not, it's better to just take the safe approach. Oh, could I go for this trade? I could, but why risk it? So let's not. And one of the big advantages, and I mean, we saw it in game 1, teams that are willing to take those gambles can often turn games and swing games and be that avenue into finding an advantage. And like, we are seeing Jack Troll make a lot of the plays towards the bot side of the map, but as we approach the mid game, as we get closer to these early tower plates falling and the map opening up a little bit more, I'm looking at which players are the ones taking those gambles, which are the ones stepping up, and which of these rookies that we do have on the Rift right now are willing to showcase the stuff in the earlies.
There was actually a great interview that Dash did with Golden Glue on the LoL Esports channel, talking about that very thing, where Golden Glue said, I used to worry that people would flame me if I made mistakes, and then I think it was Reaper said to him, look, you got to make the mistake because you never know if you can make the play unless you've failed it a few times. So we'll see.
That's my solo queue mentality. Like, I fail
you could not do it in my game.
I fail, but you know I'm
fail a
learning.
lot.
It's all a learning process, Nick. You've got to learn with me. You know, like think about the beginning of your casting career. It was just failure after failure, but then by working with me, you see how you grew and got better. You see?
I definitely grew physically.
Of course, it's always a pleasure to cast with you, man.
Always
Had
fun.
a lot of fun so far in the first 2 games. The Ocean Drake now going to be secured by SK. But if we actually look at the wave state and the positioning of SK, this is a bit of a gamble by Trick. Can he steal this one away? Yes, he can.
And there's tunnels.
Yeah,
Easy
exactly.
enough to
That's
get away.
why he was able to do it. Even though he didn't have anyone in the mid lane, he has this network available. Thank you, observers, for highlighting this. And because of that, he was able to sneak into the Dragon, started off, and while Vitality could have contested, unfortunately they noticed too late, which means that they end up losing that. Now the mountain has spawned. You can see that there's a lot more terrain on the map, so you have to be very careful when fighting in these choke points, because it's very dangerous, especially for these strong team fight comps. And with a Vel'Koz on the board, what that basically means is, if you try to fight, do you see where Jack Troll is right now? This position, very dangerous to try and force a 5v5 in because of the wombo combo potential, but the same obviously applies for Vitality. Misfortune ultimate inside that narrow
Solar
choke.
Flare,
Yeah, exactly.
Petrifying Gaze, Lee
yeah.
Sin Kick.
So you got to be careful. Like, it can be both a good blessing and a curse, depending on who the initiator is in those situations.
Well, we'll see which team is able to pull the trigger. That Rift Herald is there off towards the top side. Neither team's actually been able to secure the first one as of yet, but Crown Shot still not completing an item on this Aphelios. Went for the Zerka Greaves with a BF sword, but Essence Reaver on comp, so he has that little bit more combat strength. Seraphs is stacking up Forsaken in that middle lane on the Snake Lady, the Cassiopeia. I mean, across the board, things are pretty even. I do want to give some credit to Sakurai in that top lane. He's been able to keep that CS deficit that we've seen in an Aatrox versus Ornn matchup pretty close. It's only about 10 farm between those two laners.
Of course, he did get that kill. That helped him a little bit.
Yeah.
Seiken now hitting level 11, as you can see on your screen. And they're going to hand this blue over to Genax. So level 11 is a pretty big spike for a lot of champions. They will have that second point in their ultimate, a lot of extra damage. The Aatrox is coming up. He does have the TP. TP used first by Sakurai.
Here we go. Solar Flare's going to land on the back line, and there is the bullet time. Trick has to flash away. Teleport coming in by Vitality. Call of the Forge God, though. That's in a great position. Jackdaw knocked up. The Moonlight Vigil snipes him down. And Crown Shot is getting chased off towards the top side, but the Rift Herald has been restarted by SK. Skeens could look to steal. Hasn't got his flash. Has got the smite. Sonic Wave. Didn't see if that connected. It can't have, because there's the smite. Trick secures it, and the more experienced jungler wins out on the day.
So, SK played that very patiently. They used their range to their advantage, and they didn't get baited into this team fight that Vitality were trying to force. Now that they were able to kill, or at least force Vitality back, they're now in a position to secure this mid tower. And this will be the first tower of the game. So, overall, very well played by the SK squad.
Very good stuff all around, and I said Trick, the more experienced jungler, not only in terms of LEC years, but also on the map. He's level 9 to level 7 here. Trick, level 8 at the start of the fight.
So the positioning is not optimal for SK. You can see that Limit and Trick are the ones that get engaged on, but of course this is a Braum and a Rek'Sai, so they just soak up a lot of the damage, they buy time, and Crown Shot, while ultimately shouldn't have been able to get into the fight, uses the very long range of his ultimate to snipe out the target, find himself a kill, and with a numbers advantage and no ultimates left on Vitality, SK can walk in, secure the objective, and walk back out.
There's a minute and a half before the Mountain Drake spawns as well. Still a long way away from a solve for either of these teams, but with all of these level 11s being hit, you have to expect more action on the Rift. 15 minutes in, it's about a 1,500 gold lead for SK. Trick caught out here, looking for the tunnel away, will get the knocker, but Seiken just sinks in those fangs. There's another kill across towards Vitality, 2-2 at 15 minutes, and SK maybe not done yet. Inferno Chains lands, doesn't quite connect onto the Limit though. He's going to try and dodge away. There's the Unbreakable. Skeens going in with the chase, and there's the bullet time. Limit pops the stopwatch. Skeens low, already down. Crown Shot takes one. Aphelios also opening up, and Crump has to jump away. The Cleaver from long range was hitting his shots. Oh. Now Severum is the gun of choice for Crown Shot, and Vitality 5 members strong here. Well, 4 members will just all back away. Meanwhile, Sakurai was just proxy farming the wave in the top lane.
A lot of picks going back and forth. Honestly, kind of a mistake coming out from Trick. He thought that he was safe moving into that side of the map because of all the vision that he had, but because Seiken had priority in the mid lane, he was able to move first, and with a great use of the Miasma, they could find that pick onto Trick. But then Vitality got over eager. They tried to force a dive onto Crown Shot and Limit, and, well, we're about to see the payout of that effort.
Oh, we're going to see Seiken.
Oh, we were.
He was just waiting in a bush. He's just waiting without vision.
Trap. He sprung once he found his prey.
Snake in the grass.
Snake in the grass, indeed. We'll find that kill. Big shutdown as well. 500 gold into the back pocket of Seiken. He's going to be very, very happy about that one. And kill score very even once again.
It really is, and I want to think about how this game develops from here, because it's only 1,000 gold between the two teams. You've got an Aphelios who scales really well. On the other side, you've got Cassio that scales really well. What are your expectations for the next few fights and next few minutes, Betty?
Well, I think it's easier for SK to start team fights, but one of the things they have to be careful of is the amount of zone control available on Vitality. Vitality have Misfortune Ultimate, they have the Misfortune E, there's also the Leona Ultimate you have to be careful of, there's also the Miasma on top of the Cassio, and you're just kind of looking at this composition, you're like, wow, there are a lot of things, if you try to close the gap, are going to get in your way and they're going to be really obnoxious to deal with. But SK do have a lot of range. You know, the long-range ultimate from Crown Shot, the long-range damage coming out from Genax. So I'm quite curious as to how these fights will play out, because while I feel SK have a better range advantage, it's actually very difficult for them to force engages onto Vitality because of how good their zone control tools are. But kind of my hunch says that SK should have an advantage in these fights, but I don't want to commit to that just yet.
I'm not forcing you to commit. I want an overall picture. I think week 1, day 1, you committing to who is going to win fights in a Summoner's Rift experience we haven't seen too often recently. It's not something I'm going to force you to do, Vedius. We are starting to see those first couple of items across the board. You can see Liandry's alongside the Seraph's Embrace, upgraded for Seiken. Essence Reaver on Comp, Essence Reaver on Crown Shot. And that Ornn is getting up towards level 13, so he'll be waiting for perhaps an Infinity Edge from Crown Shot so that he can pop that one up towards a Molten Edge.
So what we'll start to see is carries start to take away jungle camps. Jungle camps spawn much faster.
Ender tells me not to do that.
Yeah, but well, it's funny because Ender tells me to do it all the time. You can see Comp doing it right now. He's just going to take some of these jungle camps. Of course, Skeens is here, so he's not just going to take it from him. But if Skeens is clearing the top side of the map and wolves spawn, just take it.
Yeah.
Because they're going to spawn back so quickly. By the time he makes his way towards the bottom side of the map, he can probably actually just pick up the respawning of the wolves. So it's one of those things where you'll see in the mid-game, junglers will start to lose a lot more farm, while the laners will invest more and more into taking this gold because they're more important. That's why we see, again, a lot of these early game junglers, because their purpose is to be relevant in the early game. They're supposed to be hunters, killers, fighters, whereas the gold and the resources really need to be more invested in the actual carries.
I mean, that makes sense to me. Vitality actually yet to get on the board in terms of turrets. I was just noticing that SK have cleared that entire tier 1 set. And once again, Vitality didn't really have the vision control to know they were safe here in the top lane to take down that tower. So a 2,000 gold lead for SK, going to come predominantly from the turrets line they have taken. There's about a 20 CS lead between the AD carries, but right now that's nothing too consequential.
Yeah, a lot of the goal difference is actually between top and jungle, surprisingly. The farm advantage coming out from Trick is what's giving him that advantage initially.
I love that. It's just like, gonna charge at you and exhaust.
Yeah, he just wants to use it. Get it out of the way. Once his teleport available. Baron is up. Dragon is going to be up in 2 minutes' time. This game has been a lot more chill compared to what we had in the last game.
And we talked about like nerves of rookies, people less experienced at playing on stage.
Scaling. Oh yeah. That wasn't a snake joke. Promise. We already made that.
Oh wow! I didn't even think of that.
All right. Well, use it for later then.
Seiken scaling in the top. He knows Trick's there. He saw him. There he goes, straight to the Petrifying Gaze, and Skeens is waiting round the corner. The Dragon's Edge kick is not going to be enough, though, and the Lightform Disintegration Ray finds its mark. Trick still dies somehow off towards the side, just poison takes him down. Even with Sakurai teleporting in, SK were not able to react.
Wow. So Seiken was able to turn that actually in his favor. He now secures himself 3 kills and a small gold, well, kill advantage to Vitality.
Oh, here we go again.
He knows.
Here we go again. Genax has
prey.
the flash on the chase. There's the Miasma. Can't flash away from that. And the chase is on. Skeens and Seiken team up once again.
So they find another pick. They will also secure the bot lane tower. So Vitality now equalizing the gold and just finding these small advantages up against their opposition. We'll have a look back at how this play happened. Again, the pings come down, they know, but they believe they can win this 2 versus 2. So, Sun comes through. A bit of a misplay there from the kick, but yeah, Seiken just lands the Q, and of course, now that has 5 points in it, it does a lot of damage, especially with the Liandry's. Well played there by Seiken to actually turn that into a kill, so good job by him.
Another turret going down to Vitality as well. First time in a while they have had that gold lead. Meanwhile, everyone is grouped up in mid as the fight begins. Sakurai going in. Sonic Wave's going to connect, and he's just stunned up, locked in place. The power of the sun rains down on his head, but you do still have to be careful about Crown Shot. He's popped that Moonlight Vigil. The Infernum didn't do too much work, but did distract and dissuade Vitality. And now Seiken has joined the squad, but he's sitting on a couple of wards, one of which he was able to clear out, the second of which he now notices is there. You can't be a sneaky scaling snake unless you have cleared out that vision.
Now, a lot of resources were burnt to try and kill Sakurai. He still has his ultimate available. Trick has just hit level 11, and Vitality were unable to kill him. This means that SK have priority over the Mountain Drake, but they're trying to threaten the Baron. They're saying, hey, SK, if you want to do that, then we're going to go over here and do this. And SK are like, whoa, 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 whoa. We don't want you to have that. So it seems that we've had a bit of a gentleman's agreement. Vitality has said, okay, we'll just take our vision, we'll back off.
Yeah.
And SK is like, okay, we'll take the Mountain Drake. Now, we talked last game about how the Mountain Drake can benefit very tanky comps. With things like Ornn and Braum, I'm a big fan of the Mountain Drake because of how valuable it can be, but of course its percentage resistances increase. So Misfortune, the Vel'Koz, the Aphelios.
Yeah, not so much.
Not really going to gain much value from it. It's much more valuable to those tanks, to that front line, and part of the reason, well, not the reason, but like it's a nice quality of life thing for the tanks to make them a little bit more impactful.
Anyone who noticed that Jack Troll used his stopwatch a little bit randomly, he was going back to buy Gargoyles, so he just wanted to stop any damage from coming through to him. Gargoyles now complete. We are seeing this a lot on tank supports. I think I saw a Cadro tweet which said, I'm not sure which is tankier, a 4-item Ornn or a Leona with stopwatch. And it's true. It makes you incredibly
The Leona with
tanky.
stopwatch.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That W... Wait, we can check. I can check.
So it doesn't work with W because it's...
No, but the W just gives...
Oh, yeah. Flat armor and magic.
Yes.
Like 40 and 30, I want to say?
Right now, it gives the Leona...
40 and 40.
52 and 54. 52 armor, 54 magic resistance.
And then you just increase your health by 40% or 100%, depending on how many players are around you with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. That's the thing with Leona and Nautilus. If you're building a first item, make it a Gargoyle Stone Plate, because you're always going to be in the middle of the enemy team.
That's fair. There you go, wise words from Medic the support main.
I have like a 60% win rate on her, just because she's slightly...
I mean, I noticed that you've now casually dropped that twice in this game. I wonder how many times you're going to mention it throughout the day, Medic.
I think it's just very important that I remind people how good I am at Leona.
Just so that when you give people Leona facts, it's like, it's from a credible source.
Guys, I know what I'm talking about. It's like if you gave me a Nocturne fact.
Yeah. Let's not talk about Nocturne right now. It's not going well. In any case, the Dragon spawns in about 3 minutes time. Baron isn't up. One thing that we haven't spoken about yet this game is the Baron taking power of these teams. Cassio, very good Baron taking champion. She just melts through that objective. I believe that Aphelios is also a good Baron taking champion, depending on what weapon he has available to him. Gravitum, depressing. But if he does have the Crescendo, he just... That Baron just gets like melted.
Oh, he's got it, Betty!
No, he's not going to do it now, is he? He's not he's like, well, Crescendo, go to Baron, let's go.
Let's go.
No.
Okay, Betty, because the game has been a little bit slower, do you want to play Medic's Quiz?
No.
Couldn't think of a good name. Good name for Medic's Quiz. Medic's
What are the
bit of
subjects?
trivia. Okay, we have one subject, okay? Trick.
Okay.
We are guessing how much damage Trick has done to enemy champions this game. I'll give you 3 options.
3 options.
Less than 1,000, between 1,000 and 5,000, or more than 5,000.
Less than 1,000.
It is less than 1,000, okay? Let's play again. First option, less than 500, between 500 and 750, or more than 750.
I'm going to say less than 500.
Less than 500, Medius. Okay, here we go, last time.
This is a tough quiz.
240, 360, or 480.
Is it 240?
It's 240 damage to enemy champions in 26 minutes. He's done less than 10 damage a minute to enemy champions. But he did get that Rift out.
I mean, that was a fun quiz. Here
we go. Baron has been started. Vitality are the ones.
Oh, they know.
SK coming. Great. Call of the Portugal. Great positioning for him here. He opens up. Praying to the gods above. Limit coming in as well with the Glacial Fisher. Skeens is in there. Already in the pit. Dodges away from it. The smite. It's all he needs, but it's Cassio that gets it. Now, Vitality had to get out of the pit. Camera shot. Skeens have jumped away. The bullet time's opened up. Trick with the knockup adds to his damage score. Gets the shutdown. But Vitality get out with Baron on 3.
Now, Trick, while he does increase his damage amount, he does not secure the Baron for SK. Vitality walk away with that one, but what a gamble. Skeens, I don't think he had smite.
That was weird.
You did not have that available when he started off that Baron, and now SK, they're actually looking to push in. Of course, there are the Baron minion, but look at the flank from Sakura.
Go for the fight. Volcanic Rupture isn't going to get the knockup. Comp able to escape. The Inferno Chains will pull Sakura back, and there's no minions here. This tower isn't falling that quickly. Now the minions join them up. SK are going to push through the mid lane. We're looking for more, wanted more, but just going to have to settle for one tower.
Well, the Dragon spawns in 25 seconds. Vitality can use the reset that's likely to come out from SK as an opportunity to secure that objective. Gold still very even, and you can see in the top right of your screen, the Baron buff not resulting in a huge payout right now, but the team is regrouping. Seiken is alive. He's making his way down mid lane, and they want to try and break into this first mid tower of SK.
The thing is, there's so many turrets available for Vitality that if they have the Baron for a little while, maybe they can look to get, 2 or 3 towers out of it because they haven't taken them before. But instead they say, okay, we want to get that clock ticking on the Soul. We want that Mountain Soul pretty soon. They're going to take the Dragon away, and that means it is 5 minutes before Vitality will fight for that Soul.
Look at what Limit is up to right now. On the top side jungle, he's just dropped 2 little wards on Vitality's top half of the map. Wants to make sure that he can see what they're up to, while Trick also steals away some of these jungle camps. Just good awareness of where Vitality is on the map and how they can get some vision down, while Comp takes away some more jungle camps. But now Vitality have their eyes set on the bot side jungle. They want to see if they can secure this tier 2 in the bot lane. Sakurai not going to offer enough wave clear, and they see Crownshot in the top lane. They know that he's there, the risk of a collapse is very low, and Cabo's just going to be like, alright, just going to slowly chip away at this tower while the rest of Vitality siege in mid.
Cabo, very experienced in playing this sort of position for the team. Will just back away when he needs to. There's a cannon minion in this mid wave, so it should be pretty easy for him. Seiken actually perhaps looking for the dive in the bottom lane. He's going down there. Vitality back away from the mid lane wave. They're looking to see if Sakurai stays too long. He doesn't, and the tower will fall. Overall, 115 gold so far from the Dragon. And from the Baron, sorry, and we'll see what they are able to get out of the rest of it. 20 seconds left, that's going to be it. I guess if you lose 2 players and then you decide to prioritize the Mountain over going for the push, you take what you can get from Baron buff.
So you can get plus 149 gold.
That's 3 control wards.
Yeah, worth.
Sure. As a support, sure, but no one buys them anyway. So we will see.
It's one of those games where, I mean, we talked about it earlier. Caution seems to be the word that is kind of blowing through the rift right now. You're just like, ooh, careful.
Like, even the rift is like, oh, we'll give you some mountain tricks to improve that caution.
It's like it's like a mother with their child. Like obviously you care a lot about the child and you want them to be safe. But like it gets to a point where you kind of need to let them leave the nest and be like, hey, throw a dagger, see what happens. Now, admittedly, I'm not advocating for children to throw daggers.
I mean, that did sound like what you were advocating for.
In the game of League of Legends, what I'm saying is like, hey, like, take a gamble. Obviously, you want to try and wait for the right time, the right moment, that right opportunity. And of course, with MF being at 3 items right now, like, now would be a pretty good time. Now would be a pretty good time. Maybe they're waiting for the dragon. They're playing patient. They're playing safe. Look at that shield on top of Comp right now. It's a pretty big shield. Of course, the other thing we didn't talk about was the Ornn items. They offer that little bit of extra late game value because you get like 1,000 gold's worth of extra stats. And you can see the Molten Edge now being completed for Crownshot is going to make him that bit stronger.
Do you know what the Luden's Echo upgrade is called?
The Luden's Echoes? Is it called the...
Okay, if you don't know, just say no, because I need the punchline to come pretty quick.
I'm going to say no, I don't.
Luden's Echo, 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 Echo. Crowd hated it. Thank you, John.
That was like golf claps. That's
I had to look at them and point at them.
Very
like,
entertaining, Minik. Yes, well done. Yes,
it was better than I don't know.
Well, I was trying really hard. I was like, is it like the Molten Echo?
No.
Maybe it's the.
I know the Zhonya's. Zhonya's is Zhonya's Paradox.
The only one I know is Molten Edge.
Well, that's because I said it in the last game.
No, but I also just know that one.
Do you know what? Whoa, ooh, okay. Miasma coming down. Sakurai might just die before the rest of his team can come here to save him. Noxious Blast doesn't quite connect the second time, so Seiken just trading in here. The rest of SK on their way, and Seiken caught out. Even with the Petrifying Gaze, isn't going to be able to do too much. SK find a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, the moment that knockup landed from Sakurai, that was all SK needed to jump on top of Seiken. He's going to lose his life. But Vitality will answer with a mid-tier 1, so they can't really complain. Sure, their mid lane is dead, but there's no real objective on the map to play for right now. They can't convert it into a Baron. They can't convert it into a Mountain just yet. So Vitality, they don't really lose that much.
Not at all. It is the Luden's Pulse, by the way, Vedius. I've just looked it up.
So we were actually changing the wrong word. We were
I changed Luden's Echo into Luden's
Echo. Medic. We were both wrong. It's all good.
Okay. We were
wrong together.
Okay, Vitality with a 2,000 gold lead here, but really at this point of the game it doesn't matter too much. 3 items for Crownshot on that Aphelios. You have to watch him in these late game team fights. He's really him alongside Genex's Lifeform Disintegration Ray is all of the damage that's going to come out from SK.
Ooh, here we go. Oh, look. He's got Severum. Oh, and he's got Infernum. I mean, it can still hurt.
Infernum and Severum, like, he's going to shred through this.
Yeah.
He's going to go...
Oh, look, Vitality actually can't get anywhere near this.
Yeah,
They
no
have, like,
idea.
zero vision control. The observers highlighted how much they can actually see, and for Vitality, it's complete darkness right now.
Yeah, all of Vitality's vision is based around this soul that might be coming up in a second. Sakura may be giving the game away as he pops the call of the Forge God. Skeens is on his way, could look for the skill. What a play it would be on your first day in the LEC, but Trick secures it, and now Seiken has started up the Mountain Dragon. It would be their soul, it would be their fourth, but SK running 5 members strong down towards this bottom side to stop them in their tracks. Now Jacktron and Vitality have the flank. We talked about it all the way back in pick and bans. Vitality need these flank positions to start off a fight. Jacktron going in, the power of the sun comes down, but he's not able to land it. Seiken though, now has the flank position, looking for the damage onto Genex, almost takes him out, but Crown Shot is opening up. He has the Cleavum, the Crescendum, everything just shredding through Vitality, but the soul has been picked up. Vitality have it. Still, you can see the damage coming out from Seiken. He will fall in the end. Comp gets one, Crown Shot gets one, but Vitality end up getting the soul.
Wow. Vitality, yes, they secure the soul, and SK, they walk away with the Baron buff after that. Vitality's now going to pick up that hefty shield that they'll get as a result of having that soul. But let's have a look back at how this play happened. Seiken is getting in a position to flank. Medic, you talked a lot about it, how Vitality need to try and find these flanks. And I thought with the positioning that Seiken had, this was going to be a one team fight for Vitality, because immediately you split the team up. Trick and the Sakura on one side, Seiken having access to the carries, but really good response from Trick and Limit as they see Genex in danger, both flashing to protect him. Of course, this does leave Ornn vulnerable, and it leaves the Matt and Drake available, but it was more important to keep the carry alive. And so Crown Shot does pick himself up another kill. He's now level 16, 4 items completed, and he's feeling very strong, but also no summoner spells available on Genex. Props to Seiken for finding that flank, because if you had been able to kill Genex there, that could have been a huge swing and a massive win team fight for Vitality.
And as you said before the replay, the Mountain Soul now picked up for Vitality. You get this shield that scales with AP, with AD, and with health. And it means that really burst damage is just a lot harder for the enemy team. They can't just shred through you in a moment. They have to slowly chip away, but with something like an Aphelios, you can do that in these team fights. So Crown Shot the one to watch alongside Genex. For the side of Vitality, you have to keep your eyes on Seiken. He's been in the right position at the right time, too many times to count. Now, SK are looking towards this bottom lane. Trick with a good Prey Seeker will spot out Skeens and Seiken. Going forward for the tower, the Baron buff still on for 35 seconds. Been a good Baron power play for them so far, but they want to open up just a little bit more of the Vitality base. They secured the tier 2 in the bottom lane. They would really like an inhibitor with SK, or an inhibitor tower at least. But Vitality going to pop the bullet time to stop that from happening.
A lot of damage coming out. Look at that shield from Comp.
Yeah.
Matt and Drake definitely paying dividends in that aspect. It's going to be very difficult to kill this Misfortune.
Also has a Bloodthirster as well, so...
And the shield from...
Overheal.
Yes, and also the shield from Lee Sin as well.
Oh, all the shields. Safeguarded, overhealed, Bloodthirster.
Here we go, though. This is the siege coming out from SK. You can see how much zone control is coming out from Vitality, but the ulti now coming out from Sakurai.
Oh, Cabo has the flank. Here comes the team fight, and Trick is locked up at the start. Jacktron having to get away. Moonlight Vigil coming out there. Lifeform Disintegration Ray. That was the Gravitum. He locked him in place, and with it, they could follow with the Vel'Koz, but still, no one yet to fall from Vitality. The minion wave too far away for SK to push in.
Very close team fight between both these teams, but no one ends up dropping. Vitality are able to hold onto their base, and SK are able to get away with their lives. That was a scary flank coming out from Cabo. That looked like that was going to be a game changer, but SK, they were prepared for it. The ultimate came out early from Sakurai, goes on to Seiken, meaning very difficult for him to get into the fight. A lot of the damage being absorbed initially by Jacktron, and remember, Comp did not have his ultimate available. Then, when Vitality gets closer and they try to engage on the SK, that's when they use their range to their advantage. Genex fires his laser, and there's no way in which Vitality can commit to the fight.
I really like that combination. Crown Shot switches to the Gravitum, chucks out the Moonlight Vigil, then roots everyone in place, and then the laser comes in. But unfortunately for SK, they weren't able to pick anyone up. However, if a fight goes that way once again, you have to think they will be rattling in the kills. Now, Baron up in a minute 40, Elder Dragon, 2 minutes time. Hey, Vedi, you want to know something cool? Would be the first Elder Dragon of the decade in the LEC.
Will it, Medic?
Yeah.
I wonder how many new first of the decade it will
Okay,
be.
so you should be very thankful. When I saw Lee Sin miss a Q in the last game, I was going to say it's the first Lee Sin Q that's been missed in the LEC this decade.
I feel like there's a lot of firsts. It also depends on what you consider the first of a decade, Medic.
It does.
It does indeed.
A lot of people argue that 2021 will be the start of the decade.
And you know what, honestly, I don't care. So, we're going to focus on the game. The Baron spawns in about a minute's time. The Dragon spawns in about a minute and a half. Top lane is pushing. SK have abandoned that wave. They don't care about it. What else have we got setting up the bot wave? I'm going to have a quick look. Is that slow pushing? So, like, you get into a point of the game where cannon minions start spawning every... Ooh. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh. I love your leads into these fights. I Call of Force God connects, but everyone's miles away. Okay, just concentrate on that. If something happens, I'll say it. Okay?
Yeah, so I'm trying to look at the minimap right now. So you get to a point in the game where cannon minions spawn every wave. It's like after 25 minutes, right? Which means that what you end up happening is like almost these wave freezes, and it means that the lane just almost stays in the same spot, as you can see in the bottom set, which means that it can't really be used for anything unless the team's go and clear it out. So we've got a bit of an A-ramp going on right now because neither team is setting up their side waves at all, and it's just resulting in both of them focusing on fighting in the mid lane, I guess.
And about the 10-minute mark in this game, you asked which rookie would be the one to take the risk, which rookie would be the guy to step up and risk making a mistake to make the play. And I think right now we're seeing that both of these teams are still a little bit uncomfortable in being that player to initiate, being that guy to pull the trigger on a fight, because right now,
Jack Troll
they're all just backing away. Jack Troll lands shouts crash, but he uses the cleanse, flashes away. The bullet times come out. Jack Troll down to half HP limit down there as well, but he's going to be healed up. Now Vitality can disengage, but Sacre's going to try and stop it. There's the Moonlight Vigil, not really going to do too much to Staken, who can open up on Sacre. Down towards the bottom side of the fight, CrownShark is now flanking, coming back from the side. Cabochard stepping forward, but look at the damage from the Crescendum. Straight back into the Infernum there for CrownShark. He will shred through the entirety of Vitality if he can get those off. Saken gonna have to run away. Baron is up, Elder is up, and SK actually pinning for the Elder instead. They want that. They do not want to give up that huge team fight.
They're also just in a much better position to contest for it because Vitality could have still challenged for that Baron, but right now Vitality are in no position to contest this. That's why they're rushing towards it. Saken has gone back to base. He's now going to TP back in, but now they're in a position. Now they're looking to fight. What ultimates are available? None for Jack Troll, none for Comp. Cabo and Saken do have theirs up though.
Lifeform Disintegration is there as well. No Call of Forge God, but that is about 2 seconds away from being available. Sacre stepping into the bush, gaining vision for his team. There's Control Ward in the pit here. Trick with the Prey Seeker will start up that Elder, and now things get tense. Cabochard once again looking for the flank. Trick gonna tunnel away. Sacre stepping forward, takes out the Control Ward, but look at Jantro, look at Skeens, look at Cabo. See the positioning here from Vitality. There's no vision for SK around there. Now they'll know where Skeens is. 10,000 HP on the Elder. Jantro has the flank. They need to realize CrownShark, no flash, no cleanse, perhaps no life left, but he opens up with the Infernum. Stand up. There's the bullet time. Goodbye, Aphelios. Nothing he can do about it. Go back and join your sister on the moon. Sacre there. Gonna get locked up in the pit as well, and that's the Elder for Vitality. Great play around vision, great flanking positions, and Vitality should get this, but Trick is going in. They try to... Oh, it gets away! No way should you do that, Trick. The 4-time champion of the LEC makes the play his team needs.
He does steal away the Elder, but that's not the objective you need to steal away. Baron is far more important this late into the game because while that Elder helps you with the team fights, it's not going to help you defend from a siege from this Baron up Vitality comp. Medic, you called it out. Really good setup from Vitality overall. The whole flank was coming together. Cabochard from one side, Jack Troll from the other. And once they executed, they could get onto the flashless Aphelios, who was their target. Thank you, observers. Highlight here on Jack Troll. We heard him yelling, and that was the call to go. They dive on top of CrownShark. He doesn't have the same defense. He does get good peel from Limit and Genex, but when Cabo flashes on top of you, when Comp throws out the ultimate, there's very little you can do when you have no innate escapes. That allows Vitality to get the cleanup and start their way towards the Elder, but they can't stop Trick from getting into the pit. They go for the 50-50.
Oh, he smites way too early. Smite about 1,400 HP or so. Trick unable to escape at the end, but Elder Dragon still sitting on a couple of the SK players. You get this huge buff from it, executing enemies when they hit 20% health or less. You get this immolation damage, just
More lasers in the game for you, Vedius. I know how much you love a good laser.
Yes, that is true. Now,
Thanks
Seiken
for
is-
agreeing with me.
Seiken now pushing in the bot lane. He's going to wait for the rest of his team to group up. They're looking to try and control this bot side of the map. Top lane, I don't think it's been touched in the last like 10 minutes. Doesn't matter, they don't need it. Oh, Vitality's actually going to reset here. They've only got a minute and a half left on the Baron. Remember that 30 seconds was kicked off of the Baron duration compared to last year. So you only have a smaller window to actually utilize it now. You know, Medic, did you know that this was the longest game of the decade so far in the LEC?
You got me with my own thing! That's cool, man.
Yeah, it hurts my soul, though.
You know, this was the first Mountain Soul.
Why would you have to ruin it? You had to ruin it, didn't you?
So,
where are they setting up? Wait, they've gone top lane. Wait a minute.
So this is the thing, you can't neglect a lane for that long. Eventually you have to go back to it.
But I mean, they really didn't need to play. I guess, I don't know. Anyway.
Vedi, we're 44 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
We've had 3 Barons.
I feel like we've got another 4 minutes in store.
We have an Elder Dragon that went to the team that had just lost 2 players. We have a Mountain Soul. I don't think we really know exactly how this game's gonna develop.
Ocom's got a big shield.
He has got a big shield, and their tower's gonna fall. So this is good. 3,000 gold or so from the Baron buff so far.
Wow, that was good damage from Genax.
Yeah, Genax with a Rabadon's Death Cap, a Luden's Pulse, a Banshee's Veil, and a Morello Nomicon will do quite a bit of damage. We've got basically full builds on both the AD carries as well. Who is stronger? And I don't really know either, right? If MF gets a full bullet time off, that's going to be great, but Aphelios has more innate utility in his kit, I guess. At the moment,
so
it's winning by 847 damage.
So, again, I think like both comps are kind of geared towards team fighting.
Yeah.
I felt like Vitality had the stronger early game, but to me, whenever you look at a champion like an Ornn, you should be the team that has the stronger late game because you kind of get to dictate how fights are started.
And you get like a few thousand free gold worth of items, right?
So, like, on paper, that's kind of how it looks to me, but execution is a large factor in these fights. We saw that what happens, because Crownshot is the primary damage dealer, and Genax and Crownshot don't have a lot of mobility, if Vitality can set up where the bullet time can just freely go off, and that Jack Troll is able to get a good engage, then you can dive on top of him with Cabochard. But when it comes to a straight up front-to-back team fight, I feel like SK should be stronger because their front line is just objectively stronger, and the range from their carries is longer as well. So that's what I feel, but like the way in which these fights have been playing out has gone in favor of Vitality. But I also think that's just because SK like are too afraid to pull the trigger. I feel like we've not really seen SK be the initiators of a fight yet. So.
I mean, a lot of inexperienced players on this SK team.
Well, not really,
No,
actually.
so Genax had 7 games in summer. Sakray's been around for, say, a couple of splits. Trick has a lot of experience, but then Crownshot has been around for 2 splits, and Limit has been around for no time at all.
Like, I
He's a
acknowledge
rookie,
that, but like
so-
if you assume that Trick is your shot caller, your leader, I feel like you could just say engage, and Sakurai's just got to press R, right?
Sure.
So, I don't know. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. You know, it's obviously only game 1 for both these teams, and I don't want to judge them too harshly based on it. Like, I think we can both agree that we have been seeing some... Is trepidation the right word?
Yeah, trepidation's a good word.
From both of these teams, and obviously, again, they want to start off on a win.
Yeah,
It's
of course you
important.
do.
Like, especially for a rookie roster, to go 1-0 on day 1 is definitely a good morale booster.
And in a game against people you expect to be playing basically around the bottom of playoffs, you know?
For sure. So, it's understandable why they're playing safe. We'll just have to see who is able to finally get that successful engage off. And
So,
right now, it's SK that have priority on the mid lane. They've protected those minions.
Yeah, the fact that some of these minions have survived makes this a free tower.
Oh,
pretty
okay.
much.
Vitality are actually going for a split push. Yeah, no, that's a massive mistake. You can't do that. So they just get a free inhibitor.
Great play by SK, shepherding the minions in.
Wait,
stopping
but
Vitality
now they're in a
from
position to
fighting.
collapse.
Yeah, they have a flank position, but Sakurai is here, trying to get up to Jack Troll, but he face plants straight into the wall. They're looking for Crownshot, but Crownshot didn't even need to use his stumps to get away. The Moonlight Vigil does connect, but here is Cabochard down towards the bottom side, surrounded by 4, into the GA, the kickback, once again it's Crownshot, but look at the damage from Genax, just ripping through Vitality. Cabochard running for the hills and running back to the fountain. Skeen's gonna try and get away, but once again, Vedius, the Elder Drake is alive.
And Crownshot summoner spells are all still available. It looked like Vitality had a good collapse there, but they couldn't execute upon it, and they end up getting punished. And we got to see a little bit more of the team fighting power. Like, Crown Shot was just untouched. If you don't get on top of him, he just melts through everyone that comes close to him. He had the Crescendum available to him, and so much damage. Now, the Baron is alive as well. Seiken is sitting in this bush.
This has to be the biggest play you ever done.
He's not going to make the risk. You can see the damage on his screen right now. Seiken did 0-0?
He wasn't in the fight.
Oh, of course, yeah. He went bot lane, didn't he? Yeah.
But here we go.
There we go.
Will Skeens be able to steal? Will Vitality even fight through it? You can see they get a little bit of vision with the Farsight alteration, but Seiken perhaps going to go in. Skeens has the Blast Cone. 6,000 HP left on that Baron. SK still looking for it. Skeens. Sonic Wave, 3,000, not going to be able to get in there. He knows that there's not really too much he can do. The Call of the Forge God will keep him away, and that is the Baron, 4th of the game, alongside the Elder Drake. SK now in a commanding seat in this matchup.
Yeah, it felt like Vitality had everything they needed to end the game, but then, like, a small mistake here. Like, they kept playing towards bot side of the map. This was the decision where they said, hey, no, you can push bot, go for an inhibitor trade. But of course, Crown Shot's like, hey, I have a bunch of chakrams.
So watch Crown Shot in this fight, assuming we see the rest of the replay, because Jack Troll tries to jump on him, and Crown Shot sidesteps are beautiful.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye as Jack Troll goes in. So you see the stun, all the CC comes down onto Braum. It gets wasted onto Limit, and now it's Cabochard by himself onto Crown Shot. Crown Shot does get kicked in, but the laser does a great job of zoning the rest of Vitality away. Comp, I don't think he even used his ultimate in that fight. And yeah, SK just really good execution, and honestly just mis-execution coming out from Vitality.
A bit of a mixed call from them. Remember that Seiken isn't part of their usual starting lineup. It will be Melitza replacing him as soon as Melitza gets well again. So perhaps they haven't practiced together that much. Perhaps there's a degree of just misalignment on how they wanted to play that. But now SK having opened up that mid inhib with the Elder Dragon still on them. The bullet time going to try and get rid of some of these minions, but there's double cannon still waiting. And you can see how quickly that tower does fall. That's one. Looking for the seconds. They go towards the inhibitor. SK trying to open up their Ledger with a win here in the LEC. And it will take something miraculous from Vitality and from Seiken particularly to stop it. Teleport coming in with the flank hit. Cabochard looking forward, but that Nexus tower, the first focus for SK. Lifeform disintegration rate almost takes down Comp. Just ticking away, just about survives. First Nexus tower's down. Seiken stepping on the front line. The damage already on Skeens. He's going to get locked up. Just need one more order, but can't quite get it. Comp trying to open up. Seiken forced away. Again, one more shot would be enough, but the Nexus should just be the target here for SK. Jack Troll jumps in, but the cleanse away from Crown Shot. Jack Troll almost falls. Skeens low as well. Seiken there, but the Nexus tower. The Nexus, the target, SK. 1-0 in the LEC here in Spring.
Definitely a surprising end to the game. A simple mispositioning error from Vitality in the mid lane where they made the wrong call, they made the wrong decision, and SK end up executing better. But like we said it throughout the game, I felt like that there were a lot of nerves, a lot of caution being taken for both teams.
And it's expected. It's expected in week one, day one, that perhaps you're a little bit anxious and you have that trepidation, as you said. I think the teams will be able to go home and say, well, there's some very obvious things we want to improve on. We want to have more decisive calls. We want to be a little bit more aggressive. But you take those in the end of the day. At the end of the split, it will still say 1-0 to SK.
Yeah. Like props to Seiken, he did a lot of good stuff throughout the game. Unfortunately, in those late game fights, it wasn't quite enough to be able to carry. And I think we did get to see the power of the team fighting capabilities of this SK composition. But overall, very slow game, definitely much slower than what we saw compared to game one. And yeah, pretty crazy. SK are going to walk away with the win.
We've kind of seen the and Jack Troll's chair just fell off the stage. Kind of see the two ends of the spectrum of League of Legends.
Yeah.
We had game one, which was a little bit chaotic, I think we'll all admit, and then game two, which was a lot slower and a lot more methodical.
I mean, like, we'll be honest, like, there were mistakes in the sense that, like, there
there
were
were
probably a
mistakes in
lot more
both
fights that could have been forced. Like, the Elder Dragon was stolen. Like, a lot of things happened on both sides where I think it could have been much easier for them to force.
A slow game does not make a good game.
Yeah, exactly that.
Or a high-level game.
Yeah, we've seen, like, the level at which these teams are coming in at now. It gives a good evaluation initially, and we'll have to see how they stack up when they face up against the other teams tomorrow, because we definitely need to see a little bit more pack in their punch if they want to contest against the other teams in the LEC.
We definitely do, but if you have enough of League of Legends for now, Legends of Runeterra is headed to open beta. You can choose from a familiar cast of 24 champions from League of Legends, each with a unique mechanic and game-changing level-ups. You can also bond with adorable guardians like T-Hex, Snapper, or the Gromp Jr. Challenge your friends for bragging rights or rise through the ranks to see where you stand. And remember, you have years to be the best, but only one chance to be the first. It's the perfect time to start playing. We hope to see you in-game. Now, coming up next, though... Oh, actually, I just realized we hope to see you in-game, but not if you play Mushroom decks. They're quite annoying to play against. Coming up next, we'll have a look at SK's win, and Dracos explains why you should go Rogue in 2020.
Hi, this is Hansama, and you're watching LEC.
Well, that was it.
Welcome back to the LEC, guys. SK just got the first big W of the year, and I have Genax with me to talk about the win. Thank you, congratulations on this one. You guys got to keep the same lineup as last year, at the exception of jungle and support. We know Trick, but we don't know Limit, so tell me about him.
Well, with the change from Dreams to Limit, it was especially made because Crowny feels much more comfortable playing with a Neo support. Like, we can see it in our scrims that Crowny is playing much more aggressive because the communication is better. We can discuss more after game. So it basically, yeah, that's the reason.
Okay, about communication, we know that jungle and support are the main roles involved when it comes to communication and shot calling. So how does it work, considering they're new? Is it going well?
Well, yeah, it's going quite good. Trick is kind of 1v9 in communication, not gonna lie. But from bot lane, especially when Crowny is ahead, he can also take the lead in communication.
All right, now, small teaser. What is the main strength of the SK lineup for 2020?
I think it's our passion and that we are all on the same page. Like, even though this was a long game, for example, I think if we would not all be like, if we would not stay focused the whole time, then we would not win this game. And I think the atmosphere that we have in the team with the changes that we made make us really strong. And yeah.
How about you? You made a strong statement last year, and you're coming back for the second year in the LEC. Any personal goals as a player? Things you want to improve on?
First of all, play better than this game. It wasn't my greatest game, not gonna lie. But overall, I just want to secure playoffs, and yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you can achieve that. Congrats again on the first win. Back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much. Fun interview there and a first win on the books for SK Gaming in 2020. It was very back and forth, I think that's fair to say, in their game versus Vitality. And at some points, it did look like Vitality could run away with the game, but SK closed it out. Let's take a look at the picks and bans. You had some heated discussions about it. And Yamato, you mainly wanted to start by talking about the scaling available on both sides or lack thereof.
I think the big thing here on SK's side, they have the scaling because they have the range advantage in the later parts of the game. They have the Braum, they have the Aphelios, the Ornn. Everyone loves Ornn building items. And when you have two teams that are relatively new duking it out, then it usually will be a snooze fest that goes to 50 minutes. And scaling always covers your back then.
So that's smart. A smart decision.
Yeah, and I guess that's why Trick went for the Conqueror Rek'Sai, people. Don't do Conqueror Rek'Sai, people. It's just, So I have some fun stats here. I watched the gameplay. He was full clear jungle on the Rek'Sai. He was 0-2-0 at 25 minutes, and he had done 242 total damage to enemy champions at 25 minutes. I couldn't believe it because I really liked the draft strategy that SK came into the match with, but then Trick's on an early game ganking jungler and he does nothing.
But what did we just discover in the interview? He is 1v9 in communication. He's doing a lot of the work. So, okay.
I mean, it explains why he never ganked the entire game. So he was too busy communicating to the rest of the team.
It's the scaling, bro. It's the scaling. Take no risk.
No,
but it is true that it's kind of it's a give and take of where you put your priorities. And now I'm not saying that the build is completely forgiven because of that, right? But you can understand that maybe he thought, well, let's autopilot a little bit, you know, and make sure that I shot call correctly. But of course, the other end of that is doing nothing at all and not ganking and not using your early game prowess, which is also not good. So I'm not condoning it. I'm just showing you the both.
Look, I fully believe that Trick is communicating with his team because we saw it on Schalke 2. He came in last summer split and he did great things for the squad. What I am concerned about is his impact in these games because we also saw it last split as well in a lot of matches on champions like Elise and such that he wasn't having the impact he needed.
Yeah, we're going to see it later, but he did steal the dragon.
All right, okay. Skeen smited early. Good job. You know what, Trick? You got the dragon.
Back to the picks and bans and a holistic view of how they match up versus each other. You guys pointed out that there was quite a range issue from the side of Vitality going up against this SK Gaming comp.
Yeah, and it made it really, really difficult for Vitality to ever find a fight unless SK was mispositioning pretty drastically. Because, as you mentioned, with the CC from afar with the Ornn, plus the just range advantage of Aphelios with that long-distance auto attack and the Vel'Koz ultimate, Vitality never should have been able to take a fight where they were anywhere near, or without getting anywhere near the SK side.
It's like on my end, I think if you want to execute such a team composition, you require the finesse that G2 had. Basically, they played team fights in a way, they came from different angles. In this type of composition, Cassiopeia needs to, of course, find space somehow. Very difficult to enter a Vel'Koz space. Lee Sin, Aatrox need to provide that space by coming through flank areas, use space, create space through side, and then, of course, create fights like that, but it just never happened.
I mean, it was really interesting, though, how the map evolving into the mountain map helped out Vitality a ton, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because they got all of those walls, there was these tight choke points that the Leona MF could look for picks. We saw Seiken a bunch trying to come around on these flanks, like you were mentioning. And while I never felt we got, like, a true, full, like, wipe of a team fight, it was always just one kill here or there. This was a matchup where I felt like Vitality were using the map to try and make up for their blunders in the draft.
Talking about making up for blunders in draft, if that was the case, Seiken just absolutely popped off, and this is the second time we see him step in actually and do a very, very good job. I'm starting to wonder why we don't see him every week, because he is stepping in for Milica in this team.
If you start to ask yourself if, you know, it's time to just do the G2 move and just put 2 mid laners in your team, put one in the bot lane. Saken had a great game when he subbed him back last year as well. He also had 2 phenomenal games, and I think, you know, EU mid laners.
EU mids,
What are you gonna
man.
do, man?
Yeah. Let's take a look at these comps into effect then, and the fact that it might be hard for Vitality to start a fight, or they have to go in very deep to start those fights. Namely, one of the Herald fights early on. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so basically, if we're looking at this play, the important thing to keep in mind is that I believe it is Jack Troll trying to find the initial initiation. As you see, he goes on in, but they can't finish the blow, and then he just gets sniped out from afar. Look at that. If his start to the fight doesn't result in multiple kills, Vitality just have nothing they can do, because Aphelios, Ornn, Vel'Koz, all these people can hit them from just miles off screen.
I think the issue as well is the fact that, you know, SK during all of this have the crab, and they were spotting 5 members. All of a sudden, you know, if Lee Sin or Aatrox is hidden, then they need to kind of question every move. But that was easy entry for them, and also limit, you know, in regards to, especially in this replay, in regards to kind of, you know, as a support, it's hard to kind of stand out. But honestly, his Braum shields were on point. He was always denying the MF ult, and usually it is, you know, with rookie supports, they are not that patient with the Braum shield. And that's the limit of how much he can do in a game on Braum. So I think, you know, he played quite a decent game.
Quite a decent game, and we're getting to know all these players also, right? The player we did know before was Trick, and even though we, you know, threw some flack his way, this Dragon Steel is very important for SK. I might even say they would have lost the game if he didn't do it. So in the end, can you give him bad marks on his report card, Ender?
I mean, I can give him a lot of bad marks, but he did come up when it mattered. Now here...
Look at the flank.
Yeah, this flank from Cabochard, they're trying to snipe out Crownshot, and it goes really well, right? They're able to finish off that kill, but every time, if you get one, the other carry is still alive, and that's where GenX comes in.
I think this one, you know, in regards to everything that happened, this is the classic, you know, the bronze, oh, he stole Dragon. I think that's what your biggest fear right then, though.
No, but like, watch this, like, Skeens, he has the Q, he has so much damage to combo down, he spiked at 1700 HP! What? Like, yes, Trick did his job. Trick landed the spike, like, good for him. Like, he didn't make a mistake there, but Skeens, like, come on, man.
Comes in clutch. The magic
that was
trick.
your chance.
I will say this is the first game of many of these people in the season, and then a lot of players are having their first game on the stage, so...
Nerves are real. Nerves are real.
Let's cooler jets.
You know, from a coach's perspective, a game with a lot of mistakes, and you get the W, it means you can learn a lot
can
and
learn
you can move on,
everything.
and you get the W. Maybe at the end of the season, they're gonna, you know, face off, and then all of a sudden, you know, SK, 1 extra win, and that's everything.
It's all part of the plan,
Then it
Yamato.
comes down to
I
that.
like your mindset.
It's all about that
yeah.
Elder Drake, baby.
Yeah, you can stay a late game team forever. It was great for Splice.
Oh.
Yeah, that's gone forever. Kia, player of the game, Crownshot with 47% of the votes. That's who you voted for. Good to see him put up a great performance. It was hard to tell at times, I think, because there was a lot going on in these games. But this is the remaining member on SK, and he gets that player of the game.
Yeah, it seems like right now, if you're playing some of the new champions, like the Aphelios or the Senna, you might get a little bit more love with these fans because, you know, in this game, it was really weird because, again, there was never a true team fight, but I think Crownshot did step up when it mattered.
Yes, he did. Our next game is Rogue versus Misfits, and Dracos has looked closer at 2019 Surprise Team.
Thank you so much, Shox. Now, one of my favorite parts about working in the LEC is EU's incredible history of young teams hitting the ground running. Vitality, we can all remember that lineup, dominated Spring 2018, Jizuke and Attila coming out of nowhere to just kind of wipe the floor with just about everyone. Misfits 2017 from Challenger to Worlds, another fantastic performance. G2 Esports in 2016, showing us how great new talent could be when Trix and Perkz took the league by storm. Now, all these teams, they started out dominant. But as we get ready for Rogue and Misfits, it's important to remember how Rogue started. Because Rogue started very differently. They did not start out as a great team. They did not hit the ground running. Frankly, they kind of just hit the ground. Their original roster was a mixed bag of old talent that just could not match really any team in our league. It was 2-16, their final score at the end of the spring split. That's an 11% win rate, and it was rough for the squad overall. Now, if you asked me heading into summer what we could expect from this lineup, I probably would have said nothing, and I would have stood by it. And I would have been completely wrong, because in summer, Rogue changed everything. They became a dark horse, a threat to be respected, and not through expensive imports or all-star names that you know and loved. It was raw, untested rookie talent. Rogue quickly became a force to be reckoned with, and while they did struggle, they also grew, sadly for them, falling just short to Schalke in the summer playoffs. Now, while many rookie lineups were full of mechanical gods, outclassing some of the older names in leagues past and seasons past, this Rogue lineup was different. Their mechanics were good, but what put them above the rest was fantastic fundamentals, logical, controlled League of Legends with just a hint of explosive playmaking, a style we rarely see done well by even the best team. And now it's a new year, and it's a new Rogue. And if they keep growing like they did last year, this is the year that you have to watch out for, because Finn, Inspired, Larson, if you don't know those names, if you don't know those players, you're not watching the right games, because they are the next generation of European greats, backed by a true veteran, thank you friends, of European League in Vander. And to top it all off, now they have Hans Sama. This man is a legend in his own right, a massive upgrade that could take this team to new heights. So if you're looking across the table and you're wondering who to root for, there are gonna be your G2s. There are gonna be your Fanatics. Stick to your old favorites if that's what you want, but do not take your eyes off this team, because they are going to come from nowhere, they're going to make an impact, and it might just be time to go Rogue.
Well, it might just be time to go Rogue, says Dracos. Hoods up. Are we ready for some Rogue action?
Yeah, I'm looking forward. We got excited about this team last split.
We did.
For weeks, we talked about Inspired being like a hidden, a hidden gem among the junglers. Like, oh, it's fundamental so good, and they just kind of kept like losing and winning and losing and winning. We're like, no, guys, really, they like this team has really good fundamentals. They just keep making these like late game decision errors. There are these small things that they keep mis-executing on, and it's costing them games. And I wonder if those issues will still plague them. Of course, they did 3-0 Splyce, and a lot of debate was around, was that Rogue playing well, or was that Splyce playing poorly? And then they went up against Schalke, and they struggled. Now coming into the new year with a new face in the AD carry position, a lot of people are excited. A lot of people are putting them already top 4 in Europe. So we'll have to see how they stack up against some familiar faces and new faces on the side of Misfits.
Yeah, of course, Misfits bringing in 3 new players for the split. Razork and Denik are rookies. B-Boy has played in the LPL, so he does not classify completely as a rookie. He's played 5 games for JDG. And already we have some consistent bans. The Akali, Pantheon, and Rumble all getting removed. We've seen those already. But Olaf taken away here, alongside the Lucian for Rook.
Ooh, this is a new chant. Haven't heard Go Rogue Go before, but I like it. Yeah, it's quite catchy. It's good. Yeah, no, I like it. Good job, crowd. A lot of enthusiastic fans in the crowd today. Final fans will come through. What have we still got up? We've got with the Rumble gone. Yeah, I mean, like, we haven't really seen AD carry bans though, outside of the Lucian, who's been taken off the board. Of course, we're seeing the Draven directed towards Hans Sama. This will leave the Kiana open. Triple flex. Can we play top, mid, and jungle? We saw a great Finn game on the Kiana last split.
That we definitely did. His playing to Splyce was part of the reason they won that series. Now Misfits, perhaps looking towards this support early on. I mean, Leona and Nautilus are the 2 main supports that we probably will see, alongside the Braum, of course, who works well into things like the MF, can block with the wind wall into the Ornn as well. There's the Jarvan for Razork alongside that Nautilus.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an early Leona coming out from Rogue, but I feel like there are a lot of support options right now in the current meta. But I think Leona is just so good into Nautilus. every time you try to engage, Leona just soaks up all the damage. She can re-engage very easily onto the Nautilus. He can't stop her from jumping on top as well. So I think it would just make a lot of sense. Aphelios also hasn't been prioritized, so you could look to just grab that. You could also look to pair it up with a Braum if you wanted to. We've been seeing it a fair amount today. I think every Aphelios game has been paired with a Braum today, actually. So that may be the more standard, and it looks like that's what it's going to be.
Yep, there it is, locked in straight away. Good prediction there, Bedius. Looks like Forbidden is looking towards his mid lane pool. Cassiopeia and Azir, the first two hovers. Both of them, Azir got buffed slightly on 10.1, I think it was a 9.24.
The last patch, I'm pretty sure Azir got buffed.
Yeah, 10.1.
Or recently anyway, and I'm not a fan. No. I don't think he's the strongest champion. That, however,
that's a champion
I love. That's a shame.
Senna's still very strong.
I mean, yes, of course. She's still very good, and of course, we're actually going to see a rematch of what we saw in Game 1 between G2 and Mads. The Nautilus Senna has early priority. We'll get that early push. We'll be able to trade effectively early on, but once a couple of different weapons come out for Aphelios, you can see some pretty aggressive trading. Yeah. You got to respect the ability to counter-engage with this Braum and Aphelios duo.
Of course, the first 5 weapons, the order of them for Aphelios is always going to be the same. So you can predict some of that early laning, as you said. And now we see Misfits saying, okay, we're going to get rid of the Ornn ourselves. We don't want you to have the Ornn-Braum combination. And we'll see where Rogue decide to go. Remember, of course, that Qiyana is still triple flex. Could be mid, could be top, could be jungle here for Rogue. And it makes Misfits' decision-making process actually quite difficult right now.
Yep. I thought about banning away junglers if you're Misfits, but as you rightly said, Qiyana could go into the jungle. I like the Jax ban from Rogue. For those unaware, Dan, very well-known Jax player. So they're just going to take that one away from them. They don't want to have to deal with it. And with the Vladimir being taken off the board from Misfits, again, showing a bit of respect towards Finn. I feel like he was someone that enjoyed that Vladimir. And of course, it can be flexed between the top and mid position.
So the thing about this is you're looking at the second stage of draft and you always wonder about the final counter pick, the red 5, like that final pick on the red side. With Misfits having it here, you have the 2 options. Do you go top lane or do you go mid? Or is that Jarvan also going to be flexed? We have seen Jarvan top in the past.
Nautilus could be flexed.
Nautilus could be flexed.
So you put the Nautilus mid, if you assume Qiyana's mid.
Bebby's been watching Worlds.
You put Nautilus mid lane into the Qiyana, and then you can put Senna support and Misfortune on AD carry. I wouldn't be a fan of that personally against the Braum. It would give you a lot of poke in lane, but I don't think it would be super strong. Blind Gangplank, always a bit dangerous because the risk of a dive is very real. And
we know what Finn plays a lot of.
He does play Kled, yeah. Pretty strong diving champion too. I was also thinking Renekton.
Yeah.
You could do like a Renekton Elise here now as well, which would give you that extra bit of AP damage that you're currently lacking. Which is something I think they just have to be careful of. Gragas is also a good AP damage source.
You're saying you want some AP?
This is also suggesting that the Qiyana will obviously be in a solo lane. I'm kind of expecting it to be in the mid lane right now, but they could put it into the Gangplank if they wanted to.
They definitely could. We'll see where they want to go. Let's have a little bit of time.
Okay.
Irelia is going to be the final pick.
I think that is being played into the Gangplank.
Okay.
So, I'll tell you a funny story once we get into the game about Irelia. But Irelia, I think, is quite a good matchup into the Gangplank. So, final pick for Misfits. They're just kind of... They're looking for their mid laner right now. I think Diana would be good.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
You know what Forbidden plays a lot of, though? LeBlanc. And that is what's
that is what he has locked in.
There is a slight graphical error on the screen. That one of those 2 Sennas is a LeBlanc.
Yes.
We're not playing TFT. You can't have multiple Sennas on the same team.
Yes. Febiven is playing LeBlanc. He's going to be bringing back this assassin into the mid lane. She has, according to the pros, been kind of rising in priority, kind of in there depending on the matchup.
Okay.
I think that she can do quite well into Qiyana because obviously ranged into melee matchup, you can be very aggressive. Your chain can still land even though she's invisible. Your W can still hit her even though she's invisible.
Okay.
Your mobility means that when the Qiyana jumps on top of you, you can jump away. It's like all your mobility actually does pretty well against the Qiyana.
And also, you can escape Gragas ganks relatively easily if you keep that distortion up. The other matchups, Aphelios Senna, we've talked about that a little bit already. What are your thoughts on top lane? Because you said you thought the Irelia, when it was locked in, was definitely going to go into this Gangplank.
So, I'll never forget, I was duo queuing with Yamato Cannon.
Okay.
And he locked in Gangplank, right? And then the enemy team locked in Irelia. And the first thing he says when we get into game is, I've lost, right? And I'm like, what's wrong? And he's like, this matchup is really horrible for the Gangplank. Okay. There's nothing I can do. And lo and behold, level 3, he dies, right? Now, what the Gangplank did in that game, Yamato, he just roamed around the map. He didn't even bother 1v1ing. But I don't think DanDan's going to have that same liberty. And we're going to have to see if he does run the risk of getting dived in the top lane. But I think Aurelia is considered a pretty strong pick into the Gangplank.
You can hear the crowd here. Mostly behind Rogue, but I heard some Misfits chants in there as well. Misfits after a very disappointing 2019 for their original roster. Perhaps a little bit of a rise up for their secondary roster, but missing playoffs both splits after having a history of, you know, challenging SKT at Worlds. It was a long time ago, but still the same organization.
But I mean, Misfits also had a lot of talented players on it, you know. Even it was the training grounds, I suppose is the word I want to use, for Alphari, for Hansama, for Ignar, like, I mean, even a lot of names that we don't currently see. Yeah, exactly. Power of Evil, like Selfie as well. Like, there have been a lot of good names that have traveled through in like the challenger scene from Misfits Academy all the way up to Misfits.
Dreams.
Like, yeah, they've produced a lot of talented players and they've worked with a lot of good players as well. And it was very surprising last year to see the results that they had, especially with the star-studded roster that they did put together. I think a lot of people are quite excited to see Febiven back on the roster. Yeah. With the announcement of Ronaldo, many people were like, oh, hey, I've heard good things about him. I'm excited to see him play. But also, I think many fans believe that Febiven kind of got slighted last year. You know, he didn't really get a good opportunity to prove himself. He wasn't the reason why the team was falling apart. And I think it is important for him as a player who's been around for a long time. He was on the 2015 Fnatic roster that also took SKT to 5 games at MSI. He also went 18-0 with that old Fnatic roster. Like, he is a legendary mid laner. And after coming back from North America, I think he needs to be able to prove to everyone what he is capable of. So, yeah, it's a big deal for Febiven. We'll see how he does in his first game back with the team as we see some action down the bot lane.
Not too much going to go on, just a hook traded across. Febiven was one of the reasons Misfits pushed Excel in the Neo Surf Cup. He kind of tried to put Misfits on his back a lot of the time in those games before the LEC had started this split. And of course, you have to look at the other side and say, well, who was one of the names that was synonymous with Misfits? It was Hansama. And he is now joined up with Rogue, has the experience of Vander as a support, and these 3 rookies from last year who really started to strut their stuff on the LEC stage, Larssen, Inspired, and Finn.
Now we can see that Hansama and Vander actually have push in the early 2v2 bot lane, which does surprise me a little bit, because it's very different to what we saw in game 1 when Caps and Mickey were immediately getting that push, really poking and being aggressive in that 2 versus 2. We're also seeing DanDan actually set up the wave for a potential dive onto Finn. He's taking a lot of damage. I actually think he might be out of corrupting potion stacks already as well.
Okay, so Razork should know that Inspired is here. And as soon as he's like, oh, Inspired's there, Febiven backs off as well. No dive going to be able to happen.
Yeah, and you can see the pings come down immediately from Razork saying, hey, I don't think he's done any of his bot side jungle. All of this should be up and available, so, you know, either he'll look to steal it away or it gives just information to his bot lane, but either way, it seems that Misfits have good information on what Inspired has been up to in the early.
And that top lane matchup really not going the way we expected it to. If Yamato Cannon was in the game, perhaps the Aurelia would have beaten the Gangplank, but DanDan is a very experienced Gangplank player and is able to get that early harass down. Hansama and Vander, of course, with a lot more experience on stage.
I mean, it's also one of those situations where, like, we saw Rogue pick the Aurelia into the Gangplank, so you have to assume that
it's a
Finn is,
choice.
Yeah, he's confident in this matchup, and you would assume that it is considered a counter pick.
I mean, I guess early on as well, at level 1 or so, if you get a couple of parlays to the face, you really can't do much about it.
Exactly that. And he is running Grasp, of course, which does give you that extra bit of sustain as well. And so Finn just playing it defensively in the other game. Now he's got the Doran's Blade. We'll keep an eye on that matchup and see how it transitions throughout the game. Febiven building up a bit of an advantage in the mid lane, as we very much expected in the LeBlanc versus Qiyana matchup. Larssen will be running that Ignite, so he does have damage potential later into the game. And in the bot lane, we can see that farm is still very even. Cleanse being run by Bvoy with the heal coming out from Hansama. So far in the early game, nothing too tremendous. We did see a bit of shenanigans up towards the top side of the map, but junglers now returning to their very quickly respawning jungle camps.
Both Scuttle Crabs did go across to Razork after they spotted that Inspired was topside, sort of shadowing Finn. So Razork has about a level advantage, maybe about half a level, as Inspired has just pinged over towards 4. And both of them on the top side of the map once again. Inspired running Predator, has those early boots, could look for a gank, but the wave's not in the most favorable position for him right now, although that will start pushing out towards Finn.
Inspired now moving in towards the top side. Don't think he'll be able to sneak in because of the positioning of the wave. We can actually see Razork now doing another clear from top to bot side. I wonder if he'll look for an early Infernal, but we've actually got Denik roaming up towards the mid lane. I think just helping Vervin push that wave out. As we can see, B-Boy, I think he's setting up a bit of a freeze on the bot side of the map. Actually, that wave is pushing against him.
Yeah, that's not great.
That's really bad. His support isn't there, and his wave is pushing against him, and he's already down in farm.
Yeah, Unsummer has a Corfield's Warhammer into just a pickaxe. See the trading here by Larson. That's the reason Denik is shadowing him with Razork just around the corner as well. Vander and Inspired here. It could be a 3v3 in the mid lane early on. For Vivin, that's the clone.
It is.
That was
They tricked you there, didn't they, Medic? It got you.
I mean, that's the whole point of a clone. So I got duped.
Nico's the worst one. I don't know how many times I've been tricked by a Nico.
Now Denik is on a ward. They know he's back here. Inspired down towards the bottom side. Still managing to clear all his camps, even though it looks like he's been around his laners for a long time. You can see only his Razorbeak's about to spawn. Razork did just step forward. Look at the Cussive Blows, but that's not going to do anything. And the Curse of the Black Mist, of course. So good at keeping an AD carry safe, but also allowing Misfits to engage later on in the game, because you don't know who's standing in there with Senna. It could be Razork, it could be Forbidden, it could be Dandan. It could also be Denik. Could be
No B-Boy is going to be in there somewhere.
Yeah,
that's what
you do know B-Boy is going to be there.
So if he's running at you, you're probably like, okay then, let's go.
There could be 4 other players in there, Veddies. You never know.
You never know. The mystery of the Black Mist. Man, they're now setting up.
They run away. Denik will get stunned. Here comes the cannon barrage, and Razork's on his way, but first blood actually already going down. There was a lot of burst coming out of Denik.
Oh.
Didn't hear. Razork didn't connect. And Rogue get their first kill of the spring split.
Poor Razork. I saw it too, Razork. There were a lot of low health members on the side of Rogue, and he was thinking, hey, I can get a flash EQ here. Flashes, Qs, doesn't land the E.
It's really difficult.
No, it's not, Medic. It's really not. It's actually a core mechanic of Jarvan. Again, first game on stage, these mechanical mishaps do happen, but you're in the pro leagues now, Razork. Mistakes like that are going to cost you games. He's lost his flash now. B-Boy had no mana, so he probably would have been able to follow up anyway. It means that Rogue will secure themselves first blood.
And Summer did have to burn his flash for it. We'll have another look at this, because a lot more bursts came out here than I was expecting.
So Denik just holds his flash. He thinks that he's safe, but then the root comes out from Hans Sama's Gravitum. That then sets up for Inspired to engage. And this may... Oh, here we go. Razork flashes, Qs. Oh, Hans Sama also flashed. So, all right, you won the mental game there, Razork.
Did he forget to put down his E?
Yes. I mean, he just...
He just queued without an E.
It was like watching your flash EQ. Not great.
Thanks, Billy.
In any case, Misfits will turn that into an Infernal Drake. 4% bonus AB and AD doesn't really mean a lot.
But Rift Herald can mean a lot. And
yes, it can.
Rogue have immediately swapped Hansama up towards the top. Hansama's now 6. Rift Herald should be easily secured. Razork can't safely get in the pit and try and take it away. And there we go. Inspired with his Rift Herald can now look to get some of those plates. Because taking the Rift Herald this early not only means you get an early infusion of gold onto one of your players, usually onto Hansama. You know, you want your Aphelios getting ahead. But it also means you can look for that second Rift Herald and get even more gold later on in the game.
Look at some of the goal differences. You can see small advantage in the mid lane, but top lane advantage for Finn, bot lane advantage
400
for
gold already.
Rogue.
400 gold already for Hansama ahead. That's, I mean, he's a 12 farmer.
I mean, it's one of the things when Hansama was being criticized. I believe a large part of it was because he was being put into a position that he's not used to, right? He is not a leader.
No.
He is not a communicator. He's never been the strongest at turning a team from mediocre to like the best. He's really good at pressing his buttons.
Yep.
That's what he is good at. And when we spoke to him at the end of last split and he said, I've been practicing a lot of pushing my buttons, we got to saw like quadruple Hansama, you know? And I feel like now that he's on Rogue, the expectations are that Inspired and Vander can be those leaders, those shot callers, and he can just be a button presser. And then when he's put in that position, you get to see the Hansama that many European fans saw of the past, where he is highly mechanically skilled. He does dominate in the laning phase, and he used to be known as like a bit of a two-trick where he played Lucian and he played Draven, and if he got those, great. If he didn't, ugh. But now his pool is clearly expanded. He had a great Xayah game last split. He's also now bringing out the Aphelios, and he's dominated in the 2 versus 2. And you're really getting to see some of the power that Hansama does bring.
Finna's got himself a little sword emporium here with the triple longsword Doran's Blade, jumping in onto Dandan, but he doesn't trade too effectively as Dandan already has the Sheen, has the Corrupting Potion. He's even gone towards the Cup, just to get more gold as the game goes on. Now Finn's going to come up here. Maybe doesn't know that Razork is waiting around at the bend. Starts up, he's used his Flawless Duet. Forbidden's coming as well. Flashes away from the Cataclysm. That is a summoner down on the Rogue top laner.
Yep, Finn not respecting the presence of his team on the map. Notice that the jungler is in base right now, so he couldn't really do much off the back of that. And yeah, he ends up getting punished for it. Now the Drake will spawn in at minute 40. I'm curious as to whether the bot lane will look to swap back or not, or whether they just concede the Cloud Drake. Again, I'm a big fan of Cloud Drake. Even if it's not the one on the map, it gives you 10% ultimate.
It's so good.
Yeah, it gives you 10% ultimate cooldown reduction, which is really valuable, especially on Rogue's team. Larsen's ultimate having it up more readily, Inspired's ultimate having it up more readily. Like, having your ultimate available more, good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So, are we going to see that swap back? We are not. Okay. So I wonder what direction Rogue is actually going to go for. Are they going to bother looking to contest for this Cloud Drake? Or instead, are they going to prioritize trying to get more plates up towards the top side?
I'm still wondering on this Rift Herald as well. Inspired only has a quarter of the time left. At the moment, he's around that mid lane, and I'm wondering if he's going to use it there. It looks like he is. This feels a little bit forced by Inspired.
I think it would be better to use it top.
Yeah, I think top is the best place to use it, but he's running out of time.
Well, you have Infernum on Hansama, so he's going to instantly push that wave. And there's no AD carry there right now because they just saw center mid. So I think the best thing to do is just put that in the top lane.
There we go. Got there just in time, and as this wave pushes in, pop down that Rift Herald. I hope, because otherwise this whole thing's been in vain.
Is he going to use the Rift Herald?
Use it, Inspire. There we go. Hey, we predicted something. I wonder, actually, is it better to use it after you've taken a couple of plates? Because it does a flat damage amount.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter about armor and magic resist. So you get rid of the couple, you get the bulwarks popped from just auto attacking it.
Sure.
Then use the Rift Herald, and it does a flat amount.
Yeah, that's what they did, right?
Yeah, but I was just saying, like, I hadn't thought about the reasoning behind taking the plates before you put down the Rift Herald.
I see.
And I just pontificated and worked it out.
Pontificated?
And you knew that all along. I pontificated.
Interesting.
It means thinking.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh, Glacial Fissure doesn't connect. Razork will flash away. And that means if Rogue wanted, they could just go down towards this Cloud Drake, knowing that that summoner is down from Razork. But instead, they say, okay, the Bulwark's fallen off that top lane. It's no longer as tanky as a turret as it was a couple of moments ago. We're going to go back top and make sure we secure the first tower of the match.
I mean, that's not the worst decision. Misfits could use this window to secure themselves the Cloud Drake.
That's what they're going to do.
Means it will be Ocean or it will be Mountain. Now, I want Ocean.
Yeah, so do I.
Because Ocean, that... How do I say this? How do I say this politely? Ocean is refreshing. That's what it is, Medic.
It's
I would say that if I had a choice, I would rather have a drink.
Here we go.
Than
It's
a rock.
Ocean, Betty.
Okay, nice, right. So this Ocean Soul, very important. Very, very, very important because it gives you so much regeneration. Medic, talk us through it.
So the Ocean Soul gives you a lot of regeneration, but the graphic I've actually brought up is talking about the Ocean Rift. It increases the amount of bushes on the map, which makes vision control a lot harder because you have a limited amount of wards and you've got all these extra bushes to put.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Now, Medic, let's talk about the Ocean Soul as well because that one's really important. This was probably the most important one of the game, in my opinion. But like, you make a great point there. You make a great point there. The thing about it is there's a lot more bushes on the map. There's also bits of water which is great for Qiyana too. You can see now, next to that where that little planter spawned, she also has access to another water tool, and there's water in the jungle now for her as well. Now, excellent, you brought up the graphic for the Ocean Soul. You can see that it heals you a significant amount over a period of time.
When you deal damage to enemies.
When you deal damage to enemies. So like it's really valuable. You get it while you're hitting, while you're sieging, and it's so strong later
and it works on minions and monsters as well, to a reduced amount. It's about a third of the regeneration you get if you damage minions and monsters.
But it's the point that you get regeneration in combat, and that's the crazy thing. So,
so good.
If Rogue get the next 4 Drakes, whew, you're gonna feel hydrated.
Yeah.
You're gonna feel like, you know your body, what, it's like 80% water, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna be like 90% water.
Oh.
Like all the time.
That would kill you, Vedius.
No, I think it would hydrate you.
You would die.
I think it would make you feel
You're not
really...
a slug or a cucumber.
fresh. Okay, wasn't expecting that response. All right.
Second Rift Herald of the game, though. We talked about this when Rogue secured the first one. Misfits are going to get the second one, so although with the plates down, doesn't give you as much, can still be used to break a turret pretty darn quickly.
Yes, it can, and I think that they can just go straight to top lane and use that now. I think that would make the most sense, given that Rogue are not in a position to contest, but they're not going to do that. They're actually going to hold on to it for the time being. So Rogue are going to maintain control over the map. They've secured top tower, they've secured bot tower. A lot of this has just come from lane dominance from the bot lane, and then Rogue have done a great job of moving this pressure around the map. Excellent stuff from Hansama and Vander in the 2 versus 2, and Rogue are playing patiently and well with the lead.
Yeah, 16 minutes in, they have a 2,500 gold lead. You have a 30 CS lead on Hansama over Bvoy. And we talked a little bit about Senna having this mid-game dip in terms of damage. He's got the Manamune stacking up, but you look at Hansama, he's already got that Essence Reaver, going to be building towards the Infinity Edge. You've got a Duskblade on Larson. This is a very strong point of the game for Rogue.
It certainly is. If we have a look at the minimap right now, we can see that what we're going to be expecting from Rogue over the next few minutes is this kind of map setup where they try and get this bot wave pushed in. Oh, Medic, you touched my screen.
Oh, no.
We got to fight on screen anyway.
Look at that, Forbidden caught out by Larson. Dawning Shadow will keep him shielded. I'm sorry, Vedius. It's been a while since we used the touch.
We're going to try this again,
I thought you had
and Medic is not going to touch the screen this time.
I'm miles away.
All right.
I'm standing away.
On the minimap, what you're going to see is the Aurelia push up top and then use her pressure to rotate through to then set up a flank. The same thing is going to happen in the top lane, and Rogue are going to look to set up this collapse onto the mid lane tower. You can see on your screen right now. Thank you very much, observers. What this will do is force Misfits to play more defensively. They're going to have to get further behind their tower, and this can then allow Rogue to threaten it and set up their siege. If it doesn't secure the tower, it either results in river control around for the next Drake,
in a minute's time,
or vision in the enemy jungle for you to steal camps, like the red buff, the blue buff, or anything in between.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see how they use it. Razor kill caught out by Inspired. Moonlight Victory doesn't land. There's a Cataclysm coming in. Death charge used by Denic. Teleports from both of them. It's going to be a 4v4 in the jungle for the moment until the teleport's complete. Finn there already. down as well. Forbidden off towards the top side, but Rogue already got 1 kill. Forbidden jumps back in with the distortion. Vander's down to half, but Misfits do not want to go any further.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. They could either use that pressure to set up vision, or they could use that pressure to set up the tower. They decided not to go for the siege, and instead they wanted to control the enemy topside jungle, and Razor, he walked into the trap. Rogue were able to find that successful pick, and now they lead the kills 2-0.
18 minutes in. It's once again a slower paced game. If you guys are watching us either on YouTube or on twitch.tv/Riot Games, there's a new channel in town, twitch.tv/LEC. Come join the Twitch channel.
Did he see him? He must have.
Yeah, he saw him go.
Yeah.
100%.
So I guess
here just spots him.
He must have expected that the team could punish him and go for the engage first, but Rogue were the initiators, and they were the ones that come out on top. Featherman, of course, split off from the rest of his team. Bvoy and Denic couldn't really follow up on that kind of commitment. So, yeah. Very, very surprising.
Yeah. I think, like, there's been a couple of moments where Razor feels like he's just had a little bit of stage nerves, maybe being a bit over anxious to make a play there. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, when he missed that EQ, the flash EQ combo. And he has got a sizable CS lead. He is still the same level as Inspired, which will be good for him. And if he can play around these dragons, maybe he can get Misfits up towards that Ocean Soul. But right now, he wants to use this Rift Herald. We predicted it top quite a while ago, Vedius, or you predicted it top quite a while ago. And that is where it's going to go. Larson playing safe. Riftail will charge in, and that will be the tower in exchange for the Ocean Dragon in that bottom side of the map.
Right, 1 of 4 potential for Rogue.
Yep.
Of course, cross-map play, but this does also leave the mid lane tower open. Finn, once again, going to use his priority bot to rotate round to mid. And Rogue with 4 members are going to slowly siege this one down.
Can't quite take it yet.
But a lot of damage done, and they will secure themselves a buff. So
oh, Riftail
Rogue
got 2 charges though.
Oh, he did. Interesting. She did, yes. Wait, I thought the first one was Harold, and the second one was Shelly.
Sure, but they're both women.
Oh, okay.
It's in the lore that they're women.
All right, fair enough. So I was surprised that he actually let that happen though, because Larson was in that lane. I was tracking what was happening on the bot side of the map, so I'm not sure why he left that. It could have been that Febiven followed the Riftail down on the top map, on the top lane, which meant that he couldn't approach it.
Yeah, I didn't see Febiven there. I feel it was more like Larson perhaps was going towards the mid lane in case something was going to happen, and then
either way,
Riftail just got a second charge in. But yeah, it did. It doesn't really mean too much right now because the tower hasn't been taken, but it has taken it down to about a quarter of its original HP now. Febiven knocked up with a Glacial Fissure, but Hans Sama won't follow up with that Moonlight Vigil. B-Boy gets the last embrace onto Finn, but Finn is just able to dodge away as the tower goes down. B-Boy trying to get those stacks up. The Absolution on Senna, one of the reasons she scales so well. Currently sitting at 38 stacks. We'll want 2 more to increase that range once again to 650 on the Senna.
So one of the... we didn't talk much about the stacks today with Senna.
But we can now.
But one of the problems that she has when she can't be aggressive in lane is she doesn't stack them very quickly. So when you're a support, the percentage chance of a soul dropping is something like 60, 80%, something like that, right? But when you're AD carry, when you last hit the minions, that percentage drops to 1.67%. Which means that the best way for you to generate souls is for you to harass. But normally that's quite easy for her because she has 600 range, her Q goes through minions, like, you should be able to do it, and you should have the power, but because of how hard B-Boy and Denik lost the 2 versus 2,
you just never get the harassment.
You never generated those stacks, so now his stacking is much slower, and we talked about this mid-game dip that I feel Senna has, because she's still stacking up the Manamune. And yeah, so I feel like right now, B-Boy is not going to offer a huge amount if they fought, which is why Misfits is kind of forced to play defensive. And this gives Rogue so much more control over the map. And what I love about how Rogue is playing right now and how it's so different from the previous game is you can see how much more proactive Rogue are being. Every time they push in a wave, they're moving into the enemy jungle. They're looking for picks. They recognize that they are stronger, and they're trying to force fights. And this is what you need to do. Keep fighting in the jungle, take advantage of Qiyana's ultimate that can use the walls, take advantage of the fact that you have much better control over the map, and overall, Rogue playing very... Look, this Baron setup is flawless for them right now.
Beautiful. Now, as the game is still a little bit slow and we see Rogue, you know, resetting to go and get more vision, do you want to play a quick game of Medics Minutia, Betty?
Oh, God. Okay.
How much damage do you think Razork has done in this game to enemy champions?
56.
Oh, God, you've ruined it
it's
now.
It's 56, isn't it?
You've ruined it.
Wait, was I right?
No.
Oh.
But you predicted like the lowest number ever.
Well, because if you start with 1,000.
He's actually done 12,057. No, it's 200.
He's done 200
He's done
damage.
200 damage to enemy champions at 23 minutes in the game. Betty, do you know? That's less than 10 damage a minute.
Yes, I can see that. Well, Razork definitely has not had the strongest first game of the split, but there's still an opportunity for him to redeem himself. Only a 3k gold deficit, not the end of the world. Thank you, observers, for toggling that, and you can see how much of a deficit Misfits is in when it comes to the vision control. Rogue are strangling them right now, and they're looking for a pick.
Didn't realize it was going to happen. The Supreme Despair talent locks him up, but he does manage to flash away just before Larson can get those final auto attacks in to take him down.
But that's all they need in order to clear out all this additional vision that Misfits had put down. The question is, will they start off the Baron?
Yes.
Yes, they will. But look, Dandan, Razork, they just walk through their jungle. They don't care. They're utilizing their numbers to walk into the Baron pit. This is going to force Rogue to stop, but can Rogue find a fight?
Larson still has the flank position, doesn't have the ult, but could look for it. Finn going in with the Vanguard's edge. Razork flashes away. Finn chases him down. Denik going forward. Here comes the damage. Beaver on the back line. Hans Sama doing the same. Razork is already down, but here comes Febiven, and Finn will fall as well. 1-for-1 trade in the jungle of Misfits, and both teams decide to back away.
So execution was a little bit off there for Rogue. They wanted to try and utilize the damage that they did to Featherman in order to rush down the Baron, but they left a large area of the jungle completely exposed, so Misfits, there was no fear. They could just walk straight up to the Baron and then look to walk away. Rogue tried to force a fight into that narrow choke point, but actually a very good job, and Ultimate stopped the rest of Rogue being able to find a successful follow-up, meaning it ends up only being a 1-for-1.
Rogue looking for their second Ocean Dragon. Forbidden is going to spot them out, but already the Dragon's gone. And that means Rogue are now generating 5% of their missing health every 5 seconds. Only keep stacking up from here. You no longer get mana just from an Ocean Dragon itself. You only get that from the Soul. But all that extra regen is definitely going to help out when you have these back and forth traits.
So you can see they're trying to utilize Aphelios' quick Baron taking power, but immediately they have to disengage, and the collapse comes in from Rogue. Featherman, of course, is not here yet, but then Larssen comes in, the flash ultimate from Finn, and then you hit. We'll see the... actually just see Denik act as a body block and hit. This ultimate from Razork makes it very difficult for any further follow-up to come out from the rest of Rogue, meaning that Misfits can just use this choke point to take advantage of the range of B-Boy and then Featherman to come in for that pick at the end.
Let's have a look at exactly where we are in terms of items as well, Vedis. That 3,000 gold lead has stayed there or thereabouts for the last few minutes for Rogue. You've got Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver on Hans Summer. The Mura mana fully stacked up on B-Boy now. He's got the Duskblade as well. That means he is starting to come out of that dip of damage in the mid-game. You have only got one item on Forbidden. He's finished his Luden's Echo, but look towards that top lane. Dan, Essence Reaver, and the Trinity Force complete. That Gangplank has huge zone control in fights and will be outputting a lot of damage if he can get those kegs off.
I agree with you, Medic. But again, it's Rogue who is setting up control over the map. They once again push in mids. They have pushed top as well. And it's just going to suffocate Misfits out of the jungle. They need Finn to regroup with the team. He does have his teleport up.
Here we go. Featherman dead. He's dead. There's no way you get away from that. Larssen, beautifully done.
Yeah, Larssen, very well played. We've been seeing him kind of out-trade Featherman pretty much every time they come out of the laning phase, and this time he was finally able to find a kill. Good stuff there from Larssen. And Featherman falling to the wayside, not finding much success with this LeBlanc pick as the Baron started off.
Once again, Larssen just acting as a bodyguard. The Cannon Barrage will stop Rogue in their tracks for the time being. But Larssen knows that they have a lot of vision control up here, so he can use these extra bushes to gain control. Finn in the mid lane, still just pushing in that way, but now he has the flank position. 5,000 HP left on the Baron. Dandan trying to keep Finn away from the fight as he puts the kegs down. And Misfits have done a good job of making sure that Rogue can't get that Baron for free.
The thing is for Rogue, though, is they were able to push in waves. Misfits is going to keep losing farm.
Yeah.
Misfits still have, Rogue still have good control around the Baron. And overall, this has been Rogue's game from the start.
Yeah.
They have had firm control. Once again, we have to praise Hans Summer and Vander for how they played the 2 versus 2. They just straight up beat B-Boy and Denik in a matchup that really they shouldn't have won. And like, you only compare it to the first 2v2 of the day, of course, right? Like where Mickey and Caps were just utilizing their range, really punishing, putting a lot of pressure down and making things difficult. Of course, they did die in the 2v2, but that was more of an overextension play rather than how they actually executed the early laning phase. So,
and it comes back to that point you were making about Hans Summer. He pushes his buttons really well. Like he's clocking in at 10 CS a minute in this game where no one else on his team's really giving up too much CS either. He's just farming really well. He's sitting at 3 items. Give him someone like Aphelios and he can really shine. Finn here perhaps caught out in the bottom lane. Dawning Shadow gets the shield on Forbidden and Dandan, but what will Rogue do with the fact that they know their top laner is down?
Well, I love the adaptation that we saw from Misfits because, again, if we refer back to the minimap, something that kept happening was this lane was being pushed in the bot lane, this lane was also being pushed in, and then they would collapse in order to gain pressure around the top side jungle. So instead what they did, Misfits side, they sent 2 members down to the bot side of the map, right? And then when the rotation tried to come through from the Irelia, they then punished.
Makes sense.
And so you catch enemies while they try to make that rotation, and that's how you can stymie some of the pressure that comes out from the opposition. And I do like this play, but now we're seeing Larssen being sent towards the bot side of the map, which means that they're setting up for the Ocean Drake, spawning in 40 seconds. That's going to be the 3rd of the game, and they're going to rely on the fact that Finn does have his TP, and Oh, actually, they're just going to bring him straight to the bot lane, so they don't want to waste that TP, and they want to try and keep this team grouped up for now.
So can you extrapolate for me? Like if you're Rogue in that situation, you brought Larssen down, is that the single play you have to make to stop that from happening again, or should you be looking to do other things?
I think you just have to respect it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Fight.
Vander straight on the front line, but Larssen has the flank position here. Vander's down to half HP, Razork the same. Larssen jumps in, flashes away, and Hans Summer gets himself on the board once again. Supreme display of talent on Dan. Won't lock him up for long, because of course he has those oranges. And now Rogue, this is the third Ocean, if they get it. 7.5% health regeneration every 5 seconds. You can see it's already going to start working on Vander. Misfits might just give it up. It's not a soul. It's not the end of the world if you lose this. But it does put you on a timer once again. Larssen still in that top side of the blue jungle. Misfits trying to get the push in mid, but just can't even get close to that tower. They've only taken 1 turret this entire game, Vedius. And still that gold lead sits at 3,000, but Rogue are finding these picks. They're finding these little advantages that they need.
So what was really cool about that last fight, as we see Febiven looking for a pick, but he's not going to convert it into much. What was really cool about that fight was how the flank from Larssen looked like it failed. What it did was basically act as a giant red flag. Because if you look at the backline of Misfits, they immediately go, whoa, 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 Larssen, Larssen, Larssen. And everyone ignores Razor. He just gets completely abandoned. No more follow-up, no more support, because all they have their eyes on is Larssen. Yep. And then Larssen just kind of like, he does a drive-by, right? He's like, he's there, and he's like, no, I'm out. And then he's gone immediately. So now the backline of Misfits is like, wait, now we have to turn back. Oh, wait, our front line is dead. We now can't do anything. So it's one of those situations where doing nothing and just being there contributed more than just that trying to force a play.
It's the threat of something rather than the actual execution of it. 31 minutes in the game. Rogue have been playing around this bound for quite a while. They set up good vision control. They're using that triangular vision that we always used to talk about, which still works even with the Ocean Rift. You can put a couple more wards into the jungle to make sure that you can spot out everything. But this is what worked for Misfits last time. Hey, Betty. Do you want to play a game of Medic's Minutia?
Okay, Medic, let's play.
How much damage do you think Razork has done to enemy champions this game?
I'm going to say less than 1,000.
Yep. You are correct. Febiven locked up by Larssen, but doesn't take too much. He's got the Seekers.
He's also got
and
Banshees. So the moment that the root landed, he didn't get rooted. So you need that initial damage before you can actually get a kill.
I mean, is this a worry for Rogue? We talked about how in Pick a Man they pick the Gragas to get a little bit of AP while the fight does go on here. Danik catching out Vander. Febiven jumping in. They can't quite kill Vander. The Dawning Shadow not enough, but Vander has to flash away. Razork on the front line. Still so tanky. Able to get one, and here comes the cannon barrage. Febiven jumping onto Hans Summer. Hans Summer with a long range crescendo, but he is shut down. A gun to the face from Dan will take out the former Misfits player. And now Misfits are the ones on the front foot.
Yes, Medic, I think Misfits should start to get worried. The way in which they were setting up for this Baron was a little bit greedy. They've been managing their sideways very well, but Rogue made a big mistake there. We saw panic come out from Vander in that last team fight. The flash was not good. He missed his cue, and now it is Misfits starting up the Baron.
Oh, Febby! Pops the stopwatch. Larssen has to run away now. The
big
X
crit.
will follow him. Febiven jumping forward. Larssen in the 1v1, but Inspired has been ignited. He's running away. The Baron is still aggroed here by Dan. Misfits going to turn back towards it. Inspired may still look for the steal. Has burned his flash. Been there on the front line. Has the Vanguard's edge available if he wants to go in. Here comes Larssen as well. Supreme display of talent. Lands on one, but the heal up with the piercing darkness. Finn jumping in. Oh, the Baron goes down. It's Razork who gets it. Danik and B-Boy will get out. Dan will go down, but that's 2 Barons over to Misfits.
Wow, and suddenly this game has opened up a little bit as Misfits secure themselves the first Baron of the game. Very close stuff there, but massive props to Larssen. He played that so well. He's been having a great Qiyana game so far in this game, but now Misfits can use this Baron to buy some time. Let's have a look back at this initial fight. You can see that Vander and Hans Summer, they think they're safe, but Larssen Inspired not in a good position. Finn is basing. He gets chunked out, and then look, he flashes basically on the spot. He misses his Q, which could have helped Hans Summer in this final engage, and then Hans Summer throws out his ultimate, with which Febiven uses an opportunity to flash on top of his face and chunk him out. Then, of course, Misfits, they go up towards the Baron. They look to start things off. Featherman just wants to get a bit of health back. He does not expect the Qiyana to arrive, but good response here with the Zhonyas. Larssen takes a huge amount of damage, and Featherman's like, I've got this, I've got this.
Oh, that's so well played.
He
by
dashes
Larssen.
out, he dashes back in, he gets the kill, and he walks away like a god. Beautiful stuff from Larssen. And then we get to see back here the Baron. Like, Larssen's not done yet. He still has his ultimate up. He never used it in that last fight. Just look at the damage that it does. B-Boy forced to use his cleanse. He would have died if he hadn't used it there. Great deny from Denik, keeping Inspired out of the pit. Can't get in fast enough to smite that one away, which means it does go in favor of Razork. But Misfits walk away with the Baron, as Misfits still lose a bunch of members. Ocean Dragon now spawning. Misfits have to fight for this.
They definitely do. They would be one dragon away from a soul again, but look at the flanks. These last two games have been defined by flanking plays from mid laners, from supports. And it's Rogue who have set it up once again. Larssen on the Qiyana. Denik's like, oh, I'm going to spot you out, mate. I need to find you. Larssen is spotted. Still has that Edge of Night. Has the shield. Rogue now will use this time that Larssen's drawing away Misfits to get some vision in the Riven. Larssen jumps forward once again for Viven trying to chase him down. We'll get rid of that spell shield, but here we go. Ocean Dragon, 5,000 HP on it. Misfits, you gotta fight, you gotta go for it, because otherwise you're giving up the Ocean Soul, and that healing will be instrumental in the next fight. Here comes the Death Charge. Glacier Fisher used as well. Inspired, jumping forward up towards the top side. B-Boy caught out by Larssen down towards the middle. Dan is already done, and Denik is having to run away. Razork trying to escape as well, and this will be the Ocean Soul going over to Rogue.
Regen for days for Rogue, and while the flank did not work out for Larssen this time, he still contributed to the fight. Jumping on top of B-Boy, forcing him out, separating the squad of Misfits. You can see this Baron buff is doing nothing for them, as Rogue, still with 5 members, a mid lane wave, they're looking to break into the base of Misfits.
And that regeneration on Hans Sommer, on Larssen, is going to be catastrophic for Misfits to try and fight. You can see the Baron power play, they lost 2,000 gold during that play. Now the inhibitor the target. For some reason Razork's down towards the bottom lane, but it would have been a 4v5 anyway. The inhibitor will fall. Rogue crack open the base of Misfits. And next on the menu has to be one of those outer turrets in the side lane. I was going to say Baron, but it's still 2.5 minutes away.
Yeah, but I think that will be primarily the next focus. They're going to steal away some jungle camps, but they need to reset. They've got to spend the gold. Let's have a look back at this fight. Of course, this is towards the very start of it. Denik is the primary focus. Hans Sommer backs away, and you can see immediately onto the backline. Good stopwatch there from B-Void, but Razork gets chunked out. Featherman not really doing anything in the fight. He's trying to get onto Larssen, who's just running away, utilizing the ability of the Qiyana to perfection. While Dan is left in the pit trying to just secure that Ocean Drake so that Rogue don't get the soul, but it was not enough. Misfits now 4.5k gold deficit. Yep. Rogue have the right stuff on the Baron, spawning in 2 minutes.
And we've had one sort of really chaotic game today, Vedius, and 2 games that have been much slower, much more like this. It feels like teams are less willing to take those explosive fights a lot of the time. There are still fights in this, but a lot of the time it's been, oh, you know, we'll make a pick here, we'll push you back here, and you give up the ground, rather than we get all of this action and all of the kills that we had in game 1.
I feel like it's a symptom of like having more tanks in the game. Okay. There's more frontline, which means that fighting, to me, almost becomes harder. Fewer people die.
Sure.
Whereas last year we had like very squishy comps overall. You know, you'd have squishy jungler, carry top laner, like squishy supports.
Yeah, like Rakans.
Rakans, exactly. You know, and so. As a result, I felt like that in fights, way more people would die because there was, on average, more damage and there was less frontline.
That makes sense.
But now you're seeing like Brahms and Nautilus. Like Nautilus has always been strong, right? But it feels to me that there's just more of a frontline.
I see that.
It's harder for dying. Like,
and also, like, I'm asking you to define a meta after 3 games, which I don't need to be doing. Like, I was just it interested me. So
yeah, but it's definitely slower. But I like Rogue lost the Baron, which is what delayed this game. Yeah. In a perfect world for Rogue, obviously, they would have not lost that Baron. They wouldn't have taken a bad team fight, and they would have secured it. They would have won that fight in mid lane, taken the Baron, end the game, right? But that's not how things played out. So now, this is why the game's kind of been extended.
Here goes Larssen, trying to get onto Dan. Dan knocks him back. Oh, goodbye. That wasn't fun for him at all. B-Boy's ult didn't even have time to connect. Larssen's had a stellar performance.
Qiyana batting out the KDA.
303.
Two Infinity Edges are done for Dan. But I don't think that's going to help him when you're just getting one shot by the Larson.
The Larson now.
The Larson.
If you perform this well,
after
you
his
earned the
performance,
Larson.
yeah, he is the. You know, Perks was saying at the beginning of the day he's not afraid of any mid laner. Larson's like, hey, how's it going?
The Larson and Luca the Bazooka might fight each other at some point, but this will be the Baron for Rogue. No real way of Misfits contesting it at all. No one's near it. So that will be Baron. We'll see what Rogue can do with it, because in 2 minutes there is the Elder Dragon coming up as well. And we've seen that stolen away once already today. Go Rogue, go back to the fountain, reset, and see if you can
yeah, it should just
close out.
It should just be simple case of split push now. Not quite split pushing, but you split and then you push.
Okay.
So of course, with the mid laner already exposed, with these super minions pushing down, I think they could send Qiyana top because she can 2v1 at this point. I think she's way stronger than the Aurelia, so you don't need to feel like, do you need that teleport there? And if they tried to fight if Misfits tried to fight Rogue in a 5v4 on the bot side of the map, then Qiyana's just going to melt through that tower because of how much attack damage. Like, she's full build.
Yep.
So...
Hansa was critting for 1,000 damage as well. He's full build.
Okay, this also works. So you push in mid and then you actually rotate up towards... So you play towards the Qiyana rather than away from her. Of course, like, this makes more sense in the aspect that Finn does have the teleport available.
Sure.
So he's now pushing in bot lane. The Super Minion's going to be pushing in there. Here's the rest of Rogue pushing in top. And this is kind of like cookie cutter, what you do with the Baron.
Yeah. I mean, it works, right? That's the reason that we know it's what you do with the Baron. They have an 8,000 gold lead. Going to try and open up this inhibitor tower in the top lane. Hans Sama sitting with Gravitum and Severum, so doesn't have the long range that he would like to really siege this turret, but with a cannon, Baroned up cannon minion and Larson in the mid lane, it's pretty easy to do.
Now, I'll tell you the other thing. With Baron losing 30 seconds, that's also a large part of why Game 6 had longer to end.
I see that.
Because obviously, you know, you would have 2 minutes now rather than a minute and a half, which does make a difference when it comes to sieging in this situation. So I think that's also about, we kind of need 2 Barons now unless you're really far ahead.
Ooh, Moonlight Vigil there, missed from Hans Sama. More exploratory than anything. The inhibitor has respawned in the middle lane, but top lane inhibitor tower is about to go down. In the bottom lane, the inhibitor tower has fallen as well, and the base of Misfits is well and truly cracked. Like an egg on Easter, it's open. And we'll see them losing all 3 of their inhibitors. Finn's taking bot. Here comes the engage. Razzle going in, but the environment has been put by Hans Sama, and Razzle really can't do too much about that at all. Aphelios claims 1. You see the damage coming down onto Finn as well, but Hans Sama's still opening up. Looking for B-Boy. That's a shutdown. But it goes over to Finn, and Hans Sama's splashing forward, looking for the kills. Gets Dennis, gets B-Boy, and Rogue evades them. Misfits fall apart in their base. And Rogue will open up their docket with a win here in the LEC. A dominant performance. Took a little longer than they wanted, but Rogue will go Rogue in game 1.
Yeah, I think that what we got to see was very strong 2v2 performance from Hans Sama. Rogue kind of being calm and calculated, similar to what we saw last split in their early game. Very methodical, great utilization of where their power was and how they moved it around the map. And then we got to see some pop-off plays from Larson. A couple solo kills, a couple of good flanks. Like, expectations were high for this mid laner last year, and I feel like he's starting off the split very strong already.
I really feel like it doesn't feel like Rogue have skipped a beat. They went from the end of last year, beating Splice, losing out in the end, not quite making it to Worlds, but this was a very strong performance from them. A couple of mistakes, but nothing too major that they'll be worried about.
What's important to recognize is there were still those mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
And like, you gotta remember that the reason why they were losing games last split was because of those small late game mistakes.
Yeah.
That fight against the G2, do they still lose that Baron?
Yeah.
You know, I like, oh, sorry, they secure the Baron, but do they lose as many people?
Yeah.
You know, like, and it's one of these things where, like, I don't want to start criticizing Rogue already.
Oh,
Obviously, it's day 1, but this is a team where expectations are kind of like, they're fighting for top 4.
Yeah.
So you gotta ask these questions, like, against a Fnatic, against a G2.
Against an Origin, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. Like, if you make these late game mistakes, how will it look against these better teams? Obviously, these games are to come over the next few weeks. We'll have our eyes, but in terms of an initial look at Rogue, definitely very promising, looking very strong. I think the addition of Hans Sama has definitely been a value add, and it's wonderful to see Larson having the impact that he's having.
Totally agree with you there, Vedius. If you want to vote for Kia Player of the Game, you could go on over to Twitter. It's at LEC. Larson, Hans Sama, or Vander are your options.
So when Hans Sama was on Misfits, he won all of them.
Of course he did.
But Larson, he played really well this
He did. He had a very good game. I mean, so Larson went 5-0-4, Hansama went 5-1-3, but Hansama did out-farm Larson by like 45.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Larson, I think, saved the game. So, hey, just my 2 cents. We'll have to see what the fans vote. In any case, yeah, I'm excited for this Rogue roster. I think I am as well. I think they're going to showcase a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
And I can't wait to see what they do against the likes of perhaps slightly stronger opposition. Misfits, Razork. He didn't have the best start.
But that happens.
Yeah, of course. Again, like, it's game 1. You still have plenty of time to fix issues and, like, change throughout the split. But definitely not the greatest debut that you would want on the LEC stage.
I totally agree with you there. I think Misfits will take a little bit of time to warm up. If they can get into the bottom half of playoffs, I think they should be happy with how things are going. But
That's a lot. Wow, you're already talking playoffs, mate.
I said if they can get into they should be happy with how things are going. That's it from us for here. For now, we're going to hand it over to Law, who's standing by with Rogue's bottom lane.
Thank you, guys, and congrats on first win. Vendor, it must feel good to start the year like this after what happened last year. And the way you ended the year, especially.
It was not that bad. We ended like 4th, but yeah, it's always good to start with a win. The game was a little bit slow. I think both teams were a little bit nervous. I must say, not much stuff was happening early game, and it was quite a longer game.
What do you attribute the nervousness to? Why were you guys nervous?
I'm not sure. I just think it's just the first game, so.
Okay.
Just people are not as comfortable, and it's just the stage magic.
All right, well, let's get used to it.
I wouldn't say
now.
nervous, just like not that confident, maybe.
Okay. Now, Hans, since you joined the LEC, you were the face of Misfits. Here, you were playing from the other side. How was it?
How was it? Well, I thought about this match since like the whole week. I'm excited to. Was excited to play against Misfit, and we won, and it feels nice. And it's nice to play against my former teammates, Dandan and Fibion.
Yeah, and I remember last year we had an interview where you were announcing the fact that you committed with Misfits for 3 years, and yet you changed your mind. You're wearing blue suit today, so can you explain why did you think that Rogue should be the best fit for you?
Rogue kind of the best fit for me because I think in terms of play style and culture, I think Rogue is more like that young talent and more focused on mechanics. Maybe it didn't show in this game because this game was quite weird. It was very, very slow, and yeah. So far I like it in Rogue.
Okay, well, game after game, it will take time before you guys get used to each other, but I know that you started working together a long time ago, actually, in December. So how are things right now, Vendor?
What do you mean, me and Hans, or just a team
As
overall?
a team in general, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, our scrims, I would say we win a lot of games, but we lose a lot of games as well. I still think we have a lot to work on, especially like mid-game and how to play as a team, maybe how to force better fights, stuff like this. So we have to keep improving.
All right, thank you for mentioning the synergy between you two, because when you guys were announced as a duo, I recall that many people said that Hans Vendor was the right support to make you shine. Do you agree, and why?
I agree. I think it's because Vendor talks a lot more, and since he talks a lot more, I can focus more on my individual play, which I think I couldn't really focus on it in the past years, and I think Vendor can make me shine to be the best. Yeah.
All right, well, same question,
With my
Vendor.
Braum.
Do you have what it takes to make him shine, as he said?
I mean, yeah, just try to stay in front of him and tank with Braum. That's pretty much it.
Well, thank you guys for the interview, and congrats on the first win. We're going to take a short break, and coming back, it's going to be Excels versus Schalke 04. Stay tuned.
putting a lot of faith. TP is coming in, but it might be too little too late. Candrel in the midst of everything is just going to get taken down. Abbedagge hit now, grab a kill, but 4 members of Excel are in the midst of the team. Equalizer split up to buy time. Expect now in the midst of everything. So much damage down to the upside. He's going to flash back to safety. The knock-up panics on the Bjarnan as well. They're going to go over the wall. Tomcat's just going to say no now. The counter engage comes in as Candrel throws his ult off to the side. Bjarnan remains untouched. Odoamne flashing forward, though. Good bit of damage, but it's not enough. Bjarnan just immediately is healing back up. That's the GA coming in for Expect. Bjarnan, though, can't be careful. Has to be careful. Step 2 forward immediately deleted. That's going to be the turn. The left from Glad is now alive for Schalke. They turn the Aatrox out the Vayne.
Reminder, this is where this composition thrives. When you can get to the back line.
Coming through, splitting the team off. Expected now has access to the back line, but he has to walk through the Equalizer. Bjarnan immediately deleted. Once again, this 80 carry will not get the chance to play League of Legends. No buttons pressed. Schalke absolutely wiping the floor with Excel in these fights.
I want the LEC back so I can stand in the chat. I want the LEC back in my life. Rap battles, very, very feeling alright. I want the LEC back tonight.
So tell me, who was the player of the game?
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about damn time. Forgiven is back. A character that brings a lot of polarizing opinions. Some love him, some hate him, but no one can deny his impact. He redefined the AD carry position, turning it from a snooze fest into a bloodbath, squeezing every penny in lane, harassing at every angle. His first significant team, Copenhagen Wolves, not the strongest team, but the question had to be raised by his enemies. How do we deal with Forgiven? Next in line, we have SK, 15-3, MVP of the split, but then people realized ban Forgiven, gank Forgiven. And then there was H2K, making it to the World Championship semifinals, taking down Deft and EDG along the way. Just look at this nasty Caitlyn play right here. Boom, and this ultimate right here, never replicated before. Caitlyn players better wake up. Charismatic, cocky, and sometimes just straight up offensive. He is not afraid to speak his mind. Even though his time on teams is short-lived, no one can deny his impact. Copenhagen Wolves, SK, without Forgiven, relegated. H2K, without Forgiven, lions without teeth. Drive, charisma, and confidence in mechanics. The characteristics that were so unique, so intriguing, and so explosive has now become the European standard. It's been 3 years since Forgiven's last game in the big league. How will his return play out? Well, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, 3 years is a long, long time. And I can't imagine myself seeing Forgiven playing either Cassiopeia, Syndra, whatever Perkz will invent. That's a big question mark to me, man.
I mean, absolutely, it has to be, especially because all the other AD carry talent in the league has just continued to level up. So his re-entrance into league is super, super exciting. We're waiting to see what form he can show up in because this guy is a legend, just like you said.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And just, yeah, it's easy to forget when you haven't seen the guy on the Rift for a while, what an impact he has had in the way that bottom lane is played. And that simultaneously raises the question, how will he do in the 2020 competitive LEC. There's a man on your screen, Forgiven now on Schalke 04, because Schalke 04 is up on the docket versus XL Esports, and our eyes immediately go to the bottom lane. Forgiven, as said, all questions need to be answered.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at this stat lineup answers them pretty soundly, right? This is all-time LEC bot lanes with 50 or more games. He is first all-time in CS in CSD at 15. That's the difference to your opponent in lane. And then second all-time for damage per minute. Those are very impressive numbers.
Absolutely. So in XL, now he is up versus the bottom lane of Patrick and Tora. Of course, Norskeren rebranded, renamed to Tora. They are fresh off the win in the NeoSurf Cup, which they organized, the XL. But, you know, they have to win this first game as well. And when it comes to Patrick, when you're up versus Forgiven, it immediately gives you a chance to prove something in game one.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, I feel like Patrick for so long was like the new bot lane player in the LEC, and he always had to prove himself in the past. This is the first year I feel like, oh yeah, he's been around for a while, you know? He doesn't need to prove himself. But then, as you said, against a legend in his own right, Patrick also needing to prove himself after having a really disappointing summer split. Now on that new roster, I think, has a lot of room to go.
I think the big thing that stands out for me with Norskeren and also Patrick was they just came from teams where their partner was the big legend, the big name. It is always standing in the shadow of someone might be the issue in order for them to shine. Maybe they're just the perfect match. Norskeren was with Kobe. Patrick was with Mithy. Maybe this is just the perfect match.
Yeah, maybe that is a perfect match. When we look at, you know, the respective teams last year, of course, XL kind of, I think, had a big impression on the league. Like, we were talking about them, but they never really managed to get very high in the standings. Do you think these are some changes that will help them this year?
Well, I think that XL has really doubled down. Whereas in 2019, it felt like it was all about trying to, you know, build up and invest in young talent. They sort of threw that away this year and said, we're trying to build a team that can compete and can try to make it into playoffs.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly. Bringing in some strong players to back up the younger guys like Kadel, you know, I mean, he's not young, he's been around for a long time, but as far as last year was his first breakout year, I felt like, as a jungler, and you were always trying to hype him up. And now this XL team, I think, looks much more formidable on paper.
Yeah, for sure. I get the feeling that they're kind of XL light. They're just kind of, I mean, rogue light. XL improved by the end of the split. They started to improve their early games. Kadril became a formidable jungle, but in the end, still, they couldn't rack up enough victories. Rogue, on the end, they managed, and that's the difference maker in the end, right?
And for Schalke 04 here on screen, of course, Forgiven will want to prove something in this game and in this entire season. He'll want to prove that he is still that powerhouse in the bottom lane and that he is still the best by far as he makes his return to the LEC stage.
What a callback, Shocks. By far, indeed. I'm Quickshot, joined by Fruscon for the last 2 games of the day. I know we've spoken extensively about Forgiven, but he was a huge name in League of Legends a few years ago. And we had a conversation about what it would mean because you come from the land of ADCs.
Yeah, for a very long time, I didn't get to see Forgiven in his prime. You know, when everyone was really talking about him all the way back in 2016, I was in China. I was watching all these amazing, incredible ADCs, and this was the best that Europe had to offer. And I am so ecstatic to finally get to cast a game that he is in.
So let's talk a little bit about draft, because one of the big things we have noticed all day long, mid lane bans has been the flavor of the day. We've seen a bunch of Aphelios as well as Senna, and straight out the gate, Thresh, Rumble, Aphelios for the first time in the ban pool.
Not going to give that one over to Patrick, or maybe just paying your red side bans due respect. So the LPL has been playing for a week now. They're now in Chinese New Year over at the LEC, so kind of checking in on trends. The LPL has been focused a lot more on those ADC bans, whereas the LEC, like you're talking about, has been much more focused on some of these mid lane bans. But this game, we're throwing it all out, and we're going much more focused on that bot lane. Double support ban with the Thresh and the Rakan across from Dreams.
All right, do not want to give him any comfort whatsoever. But let's talk about what is open and available. The Senna, the Misfortune, some of the champions that we've seen a fair amount. And obviously the jungle pool is still very, very open if anybody wanted to prioritize a pick. But a Braum first pick is a surprise.
Oh, it is a Torre special, however, formerly known as Norse Garen. He's going to be the big Braum player, or one of the big Braum players that we have in the LEC. And I actually really don't mind a priority pick of a Braum. My only thing is that Lucian is open. So the idea is by picking the Braum here, you can either get the MF Braum, or you can get theoretically the Lucian Braum, and then it also dissuades Forgiven from picking up the MF into the Braum because of how his Unbreakable is so devastating across from her ultimate.
Let's see whether or not that gets secured or not, because it's so far the Ornn and the Jarvan. Once again, it's going to be the Varus this time round. For Patrick himself. You can ignore the graphic on screen for now. The Kiana was banned away. It's currently the Hobra Mord.
So the fact that they had an option to go for a power pick like Lucian that has hit the bench a couple of times this time around, but reach for the Varus tells me that they want more utility. This bot lane is loaded with utility with this Varus and this Braum. And as you can see, the Mordekaiser pickup, not necessarily the most versatile champion in grabbing hold of people. Once he does, though, he's able to smash them up. So I think he works very well in tandem with Varus and Braum, but you're still giving away that firepower that you could have had to kind of shore up the rest of your team comp.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more Lucian coming into the week.
Yeah, so was I.
That's all, and now we'll see where this rest of the comp plays out. I think Schalke are building a pretty big beef wall here. This feels like a protect the ADC type of composition, and when you've got Forgiven, the father of ADCs, why not?
It also just feels like a very heavy team fight oriented composition. The first 3 picks, the Ornn, the Jarvan, the Nautilus, we have seen these picks over and over again, and it is that big meat wall in front of you. So now my question is for Excel, are you going to pivot? You see that Schalke are starting to assemble a big 5v5 composition. Do you grab something that can scale out into a side lane to try to play a 1-3-1 style? Or do you just kind of like hunker down, also grab it for your big 5v5 and say, we'll see you there?
Do the bans signal any intent to you? So far, the Olaf has been taken away, obviously with the Jarvan secured here for Gilius. Now they're going to start hitting the pool that Kadril has to offer. And we've not spoken a huge amount about XL just yet, especially ourselves personally, but Kadril was the star player, the face of the team at the end of summer. And he definitely grew as the year played out. And the man standing behind him, Youngbuck, the 6-star general, I want to see what impact he can have on this organization and this team.
So kind of focusing into the jungle bans, because it's 2 80 junglers, Olaf and Lee Sin banned away, and then the Jarvan also taken. Kind of the last big 80 jungler left is Rek'Sai in the meta that we've seen. And with so much magic damage already on the side of Excel, there's almost emphasis that while he could grab something like a Gragas or an Elise, he really does want to find that 80 jungler. So this feels right now that Schalke are almost trying to force Kadril onto something like a Rek'Sai, and I'm curious if he's just going to grab it and say, you know it's coming, I'm going to give it to you anyway, or if he's going to pivot and try to reach for something else.
Okay, let's see what this next round of draft offers us the Zoe de LeBlanc, as well as the Olaf Lee Sin with the final bans. Long hover on the center before a final swap away. And Yamato Cannon just said himself he'd be surprised to see Forgiven play Cassio. I'm expecting this in the mid lane, of course, but it is an irony that it's locked in by Forgiven.
I also really love the fact that they grabbed the Cassiopeia because she still works very well in a front-to-back team fight because she offers so much DPS to walk people down. There's a nice Yasuo, you hear the crowd cheering for it, but it also means that she can play out in that side lane as well, so it diversifies Schalke's composition, that they're not just about the 5v5, that if they want to, they have that Cassie that can be on a side lane with a jungler shadowing underneath her and go for those 1v1 duels.
Okay, and the final lock-in is now going to be the Xayah. Okay, so we got the option for those 1v1s as you talked about. There's a lot of teamfight prowess here on the side of Schalke, but let's turn our attention to the enablers to this Yasuo. Mickey grew as the year went on. He's got a couple of knockups in his kit.
And that's like the pivot that I loved. I was like, it feels like Kadril's really going to be forced on the Rek'Sai here, but having that Yasuo in there from Mickey means that it's not as feels bad a moment for Kadril to grab a good jungler like the Gragas, because you just talked about how their synergy works at the level 6. You throw the gas, you get the last breath, it feels really good, and it allows Kadril, again, to not be pigeonholed onto something.
And I'm a big fan of not being pigeonholed into eating all the damage. The Featherstorm from Xayah is going to help Forgiven out in any of these engages. If he can avoid that key knockup, prevent Mickey jumping onto him, that is going to be crucial. And the question is, how good is the old man's mechanics? It has been 3 years since he has played on this stage at this level. And there's a lot of expectation on his shoulders along with Schalke's.
We had the opportunity to talk to some of the professional players, and word on the street is that Forgiven's champion pool looking a little 2016, but he is definitely trying to update it with this Xayah heading into his first game.
Listen, when we were in 2016, people were saying Forgiven's champion pool looked a little 2014. I distinctly remember that. And we're going to find out who will come out on top as XL Esports are taking on Schalke 04. Who will be able to rise to the top? We have a pause, unfortunately. All that build-up, all that hype, all that anticipation.
But we can talk about our new sponsor.
We can indeed. It's time to have a break, Heather.
I don't know the song.
To Kit Kat, come on!
Oh,
You
okay.
just dropped the ball there.
Very sorry.
Nicely done. We're not doing this on purpose, I promise. I can actually see the players talking to the referees on stage, but it will give us just a little bit more time. Let's zoom out and talk a little bit more. I hate you guys.
It's fine, it's resumed.
Let's talk a little bit more holistically about what we want to expect coming out of the early game. We already talked a little about the Gragas implications, how we can, combine with Mickey. But what else do either XL Schalke want to do?
So, of course, as all early games do, my eyes are entirely on the junglers. The fact that we have Kadril and Gilius in this game, and also the dramatic changes to the 2020 jungle season. I'm sure you guys have heard this multiple times. Caster's talking about it. You've read the patch notes. The main point for me is that I think with the jungle changes, it is much more important to be decisive in the jungle. Because again, if you fall behind, if you lose that experience lead, you can just get bullied out. And early game is just so impactful for jungles to not fall so far behind. So I think there's going to be a big gap between who is a good jungler and who is a great jungler, and the 2020 jungle season is just going to rip that open. I think it's going to be very obvious who is able to read state of map, who is able to make decisive decisions, and who has the mechanical ceiling to execute on that decisiveness.
I'm really excited to track this throughout the split. We're 3 games in, and we've already got such high anticipation and expectation for these teams and for these players. I'm just taking a look across the map right now. No early shenanigans. A couple of wards there placed by Mickey just as he steps up in towards the chicken camp. And it is pinged out by Schalke, so they're aware of the vision.
Yeah, just trying to get information, but like you said, both teams kind of know where the scouting has gone down, so how it's going to, what's the word I want to use? Not infiltrate.
Play out.
Involve?
Inform.
Inform.
There
Thank
we
you. I
go.
knew it was a big word like that. Inform the jungle pathing here from both junglers, and then who's going to find their opening to go for ganks. Because both Gragas and Jarvan have the potential to be early game ganking junglers.
Yeah, absolutely the case. On a personal note, Noscaron, just a reminder, he has renamed for this season to Toure. We actually verified with the player how he likes to say it. Toure it is. I hate that skin. I know Medic and Veris were talking about it a little earlier today, but it just does not look like it fits on the Rift.
I have one rule. We don't talk about skins.
I accept that. We'll move on. Forgiven and Dreams pushing forward already into Patrick and Toure, and you can see Gilius starting to clear out the bottom half of the map. It's an Infernal Drake up first, and we're just seeing trading across the map, so nothing really to speak of. Where would you expect action to strike first?
It's always going to be about who has priority, who's going to get access to level 2, level 3, kind of these big ganking windows, and then what you're going to do with the priorities that your lanes create. Like, did someone overextend, expose themselves to a gank, or is this just going to be a quiet farm out, which either team would also be, you know, more than happy to do. This aren't either team compositions that are really feeling a lot of pressure to execute anything in particular in the early game. There's opportunities basically every which way you break it. So unfortunately, we're going to be pretty reactionary to what we see going on the map, which is an invade on Raptor Camp.
All right, so Mickey already showing an indication that he wants to step forward. Kadril right there with him. These two definitely developed a synergy over the course of summer and started to become heavy hitters here in the LEC. While down at the bottom lane, Toure is busy being hammered away. His HP down to about 50% as Forgiven and Dreams just continue to shove up. No noticeable CS advantage, and I think if Patrick clears up, he'll actually take a minor lead over Forgiven.
Yeah, but just trying to be as abusive as possible down there on the Xayah and the Nautilus, knowing that you had information that Gilius was on the bottom side of the map, but Kadril was not. Also now spotted across from a ward that just died on the Raptor camp as he moves up to take Gilius' Krug camp, and Gilius in return then wards the blue side Raptors.
Okay, gonna pop that Scryer's Bloom, start to back away, so a little bit of trade of control in terms of where the junglers are spending their time. And this is just such a fun start because we get to have this litmus test of how both of these respective teams are gonna perform and inform the shape that they're coming out of the off-season on. Because we've seen a wide variety of plays and games today. It just makes it more entertaining to watch.
I mean, the reality is it's just kind of like who's built up the synergy, how are scrims going, who's rusty, what did you do in the off-season? I don't take a ton of stock or merit, especially kind of in the opening games of the LEC. It's always nice to see exciting games, but like you said, litmus test or just a gut punch. Where is the LEC at right now? It's been, what, 4 months since we last saw them?
Yeah, absolutely the case. As it stands, Kadril and Gilius, they're going to be trading objectives and fighting over the chickens. Down in the bottom lane, Forgiven picked up the cull, first item back. No one will be surprised to hear that Forgiven wants to farm, likes to farm. Gilius is going to get a good chunk of damage onto Kadril before he gets caught by the body slam. Support's coming up from Toure, but Dreams is already there, forces the flash from Kadril, and that's nicely done.
I really do like that Schalke and Gilius in particular are actually just muscling Kadril out in his jungle. He made use of that ward onto the Raptor camp. He has priority in the bot lane and forces out the flash. And yeah, Kadril does have access to his Predator boots and can still try to force these ganks. But a Gragas without flash means that now all of his laners really do have to respect that and keep much more information.
Oh my word, is this a solo kill? Flash is available, flash forward. Odo needs to chase down Expect. Solo kill's available, throws out the Rupture. One more auto should do it down, bring the hammer down.
The slowest moving car chase you've ever watched, but in the end, Odo does walk it out there. Very nicely done, as Expect just miscalculated the damage.
Yep, definitely not expecting the damage for Odo to secure.
That's my second rule.
No, okay.
No puns.
I'm not going to be able to follow up with that one. You know, I do freak cosplay from time to time. You should know, you directed the last one.
Okay.
But nevertheless, look, Schalke did a good job there. I mean, correction, Odo did a good job. Securing a kill, just punishing Expect, overextending, but neither of them with flashes, so juicy targets for Gilius or Kadril.
Yeah, and then immediately Odo with his gold grabs the Negatron cloak and it's just like, okay, goodbye. There's no damage here. Like, I am perfect for weak side. I would still have kill pressure. I can now swap into the Ignite because I have the unsealed spellbook. We've seen Ornns take this time and time again. It makes that kill pressure in lane really strong, and it also means that it is still very scary to dive in Ornn. If they have access to the Ignite and they have CC and they land you on the tower, he's like the perfect weak side top laner. And if you want to throw him a bone, give him a gank, usually it pays off.
Yes, absolutely the case. And when you think about the targets he's going to be aiming for, the Varus, the Mord before the Death Realm is thrown down, fairly easy targets if they get caught by the CC. If they catch any airtime, they'll just be taken out. So Dreams has been his first little roam here. A couple of dashes come up. Very nice wind wall from Mickey, but the exhaust has come out. 1.5 million Twin Fangs thrown out. Amadage with the solo kill, despite the threat from Dreams.
Yeah, hold up. We may have a bit more of a skirmish. Here comes 3 more. The challengers approach.
And they are ineffective, it seems.
Just a walkabout.
2 kills to 0, 1,000 gold up. And when you're late to the party, you don't get to play.
Just giving them eyes, giving them a nice little wave, walking back to their lane, probably through that vision. We'll see if Braum checks it out. But Aba, he gets a lot of shit. Like last year, his isolated deaths, some of the highest that we had in the league. His arch enemy was the enemy tower usually, but it feels really nice just walking this. Yeah, he had a moral support victory there from Dreams, but that was really just Aba flexing. So good way to start off 2020.
And the thing that's quite interesting or quite fun to see is that both Odoamne and Abbedagge have just outplayed their opponents. I don't want to discount the fact that Dreams' dredge line obviously pulled out the wind wall. That meant Abbedagge could land all of those Twin Fangs. But at the end of the day, Flexing got themselves a strong CS advantage. Forgiven's already backed. He's down 11 or so CS, but he's got the Cull. He's got those Berserker's Greaves. He still just wants to keep farming himself up.
I do want to put a magnifying glass, though, on watching Dreams and where he picks his moments to roam. That time around, it was when Forgiven was walking back into his lane. But the thing is when you see a name like Forgiven on the map, you're like, he's going to demand that his support stands next to him. They're going to play hyper-aggressive in lane. You just heard Yamato Cannon talking about how they want to contest and challenge it and brute force you out. Dreams was a guy who was really well known for his roaming. It was roaming with Selfmade into Pyrion's lane and causing pressure there. So where is Dreams going to find his moment? Is he going to be on a leash to Forgiven down there, or is he going to be a heavy roam support and try to get involved with his jungler?
Well, so far the roams have been successful. We've still got this nice extended farming phase. The first dragon's going to go down. Infernal will be secured. Just small CS advantages in the top and the mid for Schalke, while Patrick on this Varus 85 to 72. Gilius will arrive just in time to watch it go down. And there's no further follow-up, despite some sniffing around here. Dreams got himself the ability to chase down. And waiting to see if they engage. That's a flash forward. The dredge line catches onto Toure. He's got exhaust and flash available. Feathers have come out. There goes the engage from Gilius. He gets the knockup. Defensive flash from Forgiven. Expector's looking for a target, but it's Dreams. That's going to go down. There will be a trade as Gilius manages to pick up Toure. So far, support for support. And the teleport was expended from Expect.
Yeah, so in the end, I'm going to give it a slight advantage to Schalke, even though they didn't get the Drake, simply because they got the TP and nothing else really happened. Kind of a one-for-one trade. If that TP had come out and they got slammed in that team fight and they lost the Drake, then it's a very feels bad, like, Schalke, what were you thinking trying to take that fight? But otherwise, I really like how patiently they played it. It felt like Schalke made the decision, you know what? First few Drakes, also in my opinion, don't really mean anything, as long as you don't lose control of that soul. And you've heard it time and time again from all of the casters, that it's really the Dragon Soul that matters. You can kind of give away those first few Drakes, because the stats don't necessarily mean anything, as long as you fight for the back three, and especially that soul.
And I feel like every single time the soul's been available, we have seen big team fights around it. And we've seen a couple of dramatic fights, in fact, over the course of today, as well as when we're watching leagues around the world.
But kind of to continue on it, I like the fact that Schalke were like, we're not going to try to force this fight, but if someone steps out of position, we're going to try to grab the pick. And I think that was their goal there. It just happened to be a one-for-one trade.
This is a really, really fun game because, Frost, I'm going to try to paraphrase something you said to me about Schalke when you're talking about them, with them being sort of like a benchmark type of team. When you look at the experience of the players, the pedigree of the players, the expectation on their abilities, this is a team that if they can brute force their way through individual matchups, they can just pull ahead and start to take control of games, and we're kind of seeing that now.
My prediction is that Schalke are effectively the benchmark. You must be this good to ride the LEC ride, and if you just get kind of bullied around by Schalke's players just because of their raw talent or individual skill, then you're not going to be a top team in the LEC. So you see that XL are keeping even with them, Expect even flashing forward.
He wants some revenge, doesn't manage to get the mace to land. Good damage back from the Bellows Breath, but Expect has got so much HP to play with. 150 to burn through, no flash to chase, and Odo's able to walk away with his life.
Yeah, saving his flash as well, but that's still XL now getting the Infernal, now into the Rift Herald. You can see that Kadril has slipped in underneath here, really wants to use this top and continue to funnel golden resources onto Patrick here.
And I'm just trying to see where the rest of the map is for now. Dreams currently not by Forgiven's side, making his way to the top lane.
Forgiven can smell it. He doesn't have flash. His ultimate is just about to come up, so very good map awareness to not step forward. Now bot.
All right, the Ornn Horn has been summoned. That's the flash. Will not find the knockup just yet. Gilius throws down the Cataclysm, and Odoamne picks up his second of the game. 2-0. Nearly a 20 CS advantage, and that extends the gold lead to 1,500 in favor of Schalke.
So where Forgiven could sniff that the gank was coming, unfortunately Expect gets the memo just a little bit too late there as the 2v1 crashes.
And all kudos here to Schalke. All eyes on Forgiven. All talk about Forgiven. Everything and stories and hype. And it's Odo and Abadage that are stepping up and being like, yo, guys, we're here, we're good.
Because that's the thing to remember about this roster with Schalke is that it actually just isn't the Forgiven show. Odo had a phenomenal end to his 2019, and he seems to have picked it up, especially on a pick like Ornn, where you're like, ah, yeah, you'll blow the horn, you'll have the ultimate, that's nice, but you're not going to find anything else, and he's found 2 kills.
Well, let's talk about XL and what they need to find to claw their way back into this game. Expect did almost win that 1v1. Kadriel and Mickey, they continue to power up nearly level 11 on Mickey, so that's going to be a big power spike for him on the Yasuo.
And I think it's really important that they're continuing, again, to funnel gold into Patrick, because Varus is that 2-item power spike champ, and by giving him access to a lot of these plates, you're trying to springboard him there, whereas Xayah is still waiting for the 3 items to really be competitive. So it feels like XL have a very clear game plan with their composition, where the windows that it's strong, and they're trying to get there as fast as possible with that Rift Herald place.
Yeah, and you have to give all kudos. They got the first Dragon, they got the first Herald. They are millimeters of HP away from getting the first tower. So that gold lead is, relatively speaking, insignificant. As long as they can keep their primary carry, who's the most farmed in Patrick's Varus, alive and well. Because there are some pretty hefty advantages from the mid and the top lane from Schalke's side.
Hold on, though. We're starting to have some of that muscle force come in. Nope, Schalke have pulled off for the blue buff. Thought for certain, or for a second there, that Gilius and Abadage were going to take a little bit of a walkabout down bot.
Not this time round. Waiting to see where the next big play is. I mean, we're 14 minutes in. Tower has not yet fallen, but very, very close to it. And if this Mountain Drake goes down not too soon from now, 50% odds on whether we're going to get ourselves a Cloud or the Ocean Drake on the Rift, rather.
This is a really nice window for Schalke to approach and to grab the mountain. I have a feeling that if XL were actually in position, that Schalke, like the Infernal, would just kind of say goodbye to that one. It's not worth fighting over. We're not necessarily in a power point to do so. But because XL didn't have the back timers, weren't on the map for the play, just good read. Schalke like, let's go.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit. We saw the animation there from the observers. Cloud Rift, what do you think about it? Do you like it? We've had a lot of discussion about the Cloud Rift in general.
I think there's a lot of champions that really benefit from Cloud. Obviously, a champion like Nautilus is going to be the first that comes to mind, not only having kind of lower CDR on things like the ultimate. I'll hold the point.
Well, we'll find out. Dreams is able to stay alive for now, but the rest of Schalke are making their way in. Odo Wamne, he finishes a teleport. There goes the Call of the Forge. Got flashes from Patrick and Toure for 1 TP, I call worth.
Yeah, there's that Braum specialist that you were hoping to see, and I just want to echo what we heard on the analyst desk, because I agree with it. I think Patrick and Toure are so hungry to prove themselves.
Now they need to prove they can defend this tower or not concede more. Look at the minimap. Expect and Mickey are pushing mid and top. Schalke, however, they want to secure tower first blood, and I think they will just about get it. The first kill of the game, first tower of the game as well.
Yeah, and it feels like a big win for XL there. Yeah, they're fine to trade that tower, but like you said, it's the fact that so much damage is going up in both top and mid lane. While you have a Gragas ultimate, XL know that Schalke wouldn't be able to force the re-engagement, but Kadriel can.
Running, running, running! That was a very good Feather Storm, Forgiven. Exactly the reason you pick the Xayah into this team comp, but it's not done yet. Dreams flashes, gets the ultimate. Chain of Corruption goes between the uprights. Schalke do not concede anything, and now XL are trying to force the play. Expect TP'd in. They should be able to get the tower.
Yeah, that's the thing. XL still have a position on the wave, however, so yeah, the ultimate from Varus splits the wickets, but kind of damage done. They trade 1 for 1. You still got so much on the mid tower, push it all the way down. In the last 2 minutes, XL still win out on that.
Absolutely the case, and the fact that top tower can go down so quickly. This is such a close game. That gold lead, irrelevant. And now the first big ticket items are pretty much completed across the board. Proto Belt, Static Shiv, Blade of the Ruined King. Looking on the side of XL, and I'm very excited to see how these team fights are going to play out, because they can be very drawn out, but they can also just insta-give people. If Abbedagge can find a Petrifying Gaze, there are plenty of squishy targets that he can melt through.
I mean, in 2019, there wasn't a lot of tanks to be seen. In 2020, the tank supports have come back. Ornn's a big pickup into that top lane, and so team fights are getting a lot slower than they used to be. We were used to seeing all these assassins immediately come in and kind of blow someone up when you're on setup. Now, your vision game has to be that much better. Your denial game on top of it to create these pockets, because team fights will be drawn out, and then you have to see patience when you're using the cooldowns at the correct time, and that's what I want to see. G2 showed it off beautifully. They were so patient in their team fights, and the rest of the LEC have to follow suit in this meta.
Excel right now, patient around the Rift Herald for us, Guren. 6,000 HP, grouping is coming at Patrick. Remember, no flash. Chain of Corruption's on cooldown, and Excel are going to decide to back away. Not going to commit to this fight. Ray will hop over the wall and land himself a Winter's Bite. Throw down the fissure. I didn't see that dredge line. I think it connected with a wall. In fact, Dreams is taking a lot of damage. He turns and burns. And Patrick is able to run for now. Forgiven is caught up. Got flash available to him. The barrel sends him forward. He's down. He could not flash. He was locked into place. Now Dreams throws out the ultimate. He gets a knockup. Odo and Abbedagge, they arrive. That's a massive knockup. And with all the Twin Fangs, it's a triple for Abbedagge.
And it looks so good for a split second for Excel, but the cavalry arrived. It was the fact that Schalke made the rotation, but Mickey and Expect were locked out of the fight into the mid lane. So now Schalke, they pick up all the kills. They have the Rift Herald, and they're going to get some nice chip damage on this structure.
4-0, and Abbedagge's Cassiopeia. Odoamne 2-0-3 on that Ornn. Expect is kind of sniffing around. If he and Mickey can find something with that Realm of Death, Last Breath maybe, but not going to be able to right now. And instead, again, Schalke, they still remain in control, despite taking a few heavy blows from Excel.
But we do need to check on these reset timers, because Abbedagge is feeling himself.
Oh, he absolutely is. The exhaust comes down from Abbedagge. Here comes Expect, the two-man Petrifying Gaze. Abbedagge, you are a monster. The shield comes up, keeps throwing out the miasma on the Twin Fangs, but in a 2-on-1, he finally goes down.
Yes, he was certainly feeling himself, and he styles, again, a very nice performance on this Cassiopeia, now 5-1. I was talking about the back timers because Cloud Dragon is up in 15 seconds, and I was curious who was going to try to get into position for it. Schalke did actually have the initial reset potential, but they actually walked Forgiven top. They are consciously saying, this Cloud is not important to us. We are willing to trade it for something else.
Oh, this is such a fun game to watch, and no pressure here from Schalke. Excel will be able to secure the second Dragon of the game, but at what cost? Top lane wave is being pushed in heavily. Schalke are trying to push their vision line deep into enemy territory. Gonna have a lot of information to work with. And you know, we talked about that top lane tower that Expect was pushing 5 or so minutes ago. Still standing, still alive. So gotta give some credit to Schalke for defending it. And now all of a sudden, Excel, they've got to look for some more opportunities.
I mean, or you could take the LS approach, and by that tower still being up there, the fact that Excel are pushing minion waves into it. I don't think it's necessarily one of those situations, though, because it's been Cassio that's been eating up. But it is something to always track when towers do sit up there, how much farm they are kind of denying as they're left to their own devices.
And it's still small differences. 10 separating the mid laners, 10 separating the top laners. It's only Patrick that's maintained that plus 20. And with the second Herald going the way of Schalke, they're going to get that charged up, boop, onto the middle tower. That will secure it. Frost, the observers really like your point. They're actually showing you the turrets killing the minions.
And I can't take credit for this. LS talks a lot about this on his stream as well as the LCK cast, so shout out up there. And it's when you have these towers up and you push these waves into them, these minions now are being picked up by Abbedagge, but whenever they hit that tower, they're actually just going nowhere. And so you just have to think up over time how much gold isn't going into your pockets, even though it feels like, okay, towers are down, that means I have more control of the map. But in situations like that, gotta do the math.
Yeah, exactly. And it's where do you prioritize your time? Where do you put your resources? And talking about resources, Patrick just picked himself up that Rage Blade. And we're getting close to the Infinity Edge for Mickey as well, so you have to feel once that's picked up, that's a big, gigantic go button to fight.
Yeah, and so now we're going to kind of talk about like pockets in which teams feel stronger because of itemization. We talk about this all the time, but it kind of funnels into the Dragon conversation as we get kind of closer and closer to that closing window of you must now fight for this Drake. And I feel like kind of an easy mode for at least the initial stages of this meta is have a late game insurance policy and know that when you have to fight for the soul, when you have to fight for that necessary Dragon, that as long as you have late game scaling champions, like a Xayah, like a Cassiopeia, it doesn't matter what happens in the early game as long as you just neutralize everything and it doesn't snowball wildly out of control. And it feels like, yeah, Abba's gotten some kills, but that was kind of like Schalke's mentality here because they have a Cassiopeia, they have a Xayah. Eventually, they are going to turn their eyes to these dragons and stop giving them away to Schalke, or excuse me, to Excel, and they're going to feel so strong when they do it.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And slightly abstract question while we were setting up for the next fight, but do you think either of these teams will benefit more from the Cloud Soul? I'll give you a moment to ponder
Nautilus.
it, because it is going
Cassiopeia
to look like an engage, and I will explain what that is in a moment. Now, let's quickly look at this. Kadril is waiting in the wings. Patrick is nearby, and Mickey can make it if a fight were to break out, as both teams are posturing. They're just setting themselves up, waiting for someone to misstep.
We're really fighting over mid lane priority, and like you're saying, everyone's just kind of playing defense and seeing what's going to happen, sniffing out if someone is going to misposition or to make a mistake, but no one is feeling confident enough to really bite down on this Baron. This is a tug of war between that mid lane and that vision line.
And the eventual prize that people are looking towards is going to be this Cloud Soul. So definitively, better on the side of Schalke, passively gaining 10% movement speed. And
I
after you
didn't
cast
say
your ultimate.
definitively better.
That's what you said. That's what I heard.
There's a lot of champions. I really like the utility of Cloud, so there's a lot of champions in this game that make use of Cloud. I think, in my personal opinion, the best one is Nautilus. Nautilus used to be once he got access.
So definitively. I'm putting words in her mouth. Of course not.
Yeah, quote me.
But now, like, in context of this game, you know, the obvious reasons here, Nautilus being able to chase and lock down with the CC. Chain of Corruption was committed there. That could prove painful if Schalke can find another
They
engage.
didn't find a kill.
Yeah, I know, but if they get
You
jumped
calm
on, they're
down.
in trouble.
We're making eyes. So the reason why I bring up Nautilus is because this time around he's got the Ninja Tabi. Oh no, I'll hold it. Okay, he's good. He's got the Ninja Tabi, but it used to be that when Nautilus had Moby Boots, he didn't actually have to do anything. He didn't have to ult you, but it was the threat of having the movement speed of running at you with the ult that created so much zone and so much pressure. And so obviously on a Cloud map with Cloud Drake, it's going to kind of be the same thing. So we'll see how Dreams is able to kind of exert that pressure, even if he doesn't pull the trigger on the ult.
Yeah, it's like those whack-a-mole games. The threat of being
Okay,
hit.
get excited, Trevor, because it's warded.
All right, look at the mini-map. Great vision here. Schalke fully aware. XL are making the way in. Teleport coming down from Expect. He's going to be lost in the fight. Abadange is not going to be able to find the stun just yet. Now Baron is hammering away Forgiven. He flashes at the wall. Kadril's gone low. The first to fall is Abadange. He's the most fed member of Schalke. It's at the cost of Kadril, though. So far, it's a 1-for-1. The feathers bring all the damage back into XL. And Forgiven buys time with a stopwatch. They continue to trade kills. 1-for-1. 3 down aside. Make that 4 for Schalke. Expect is now going to try and run down Dreams. He does not have that Cloud Soul to run away with, but he's able to escape with the dredge line. 4 for 3. No, 4 for 4 at the end of the fight.
It was so close. Only 2 survivors from this great Baron play, and there was a lot of outplay. So let's talk about first and foremost the decision for Schalke to do this. They have the Cassiopeia, they have the Xayah. They feel like if you leave it alone for a second, we can burn it. But Excel do show up just in the nick of time, and then it's outplay after outplay, especially for Forgiven on the back half of this fight, to get the flash out of Patrick into a stopwatch.
And Patrick turned away from the petrifying gaze.
Yes.
Following Cassiopeia flying at him, he turns, he avoids the stun, and just turns it around. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the first few minutes of this game, I felt like Schalke were making some great punches, but at no point has Axel been out of this game. They got the first Dragon. They got the first Herald. They're tied for towers. The gold lead is irrelevant, and you can see when the team fights happen, these are so fun to watch.
And with so many key summoners and ultimates down right now, and again, we talked about kind of those pockets, those windows of power, you can see in the itemization. Varus has 3, you've got 2.5 on Xayah. So obviously in this current pocket, Exceller, again, we're gonna come in, we're gonna take the Dragon, and that means your window is getting shorter and shorter, Schalke. I see your decisiveness to pull a trigger onto a Baron. The Dragon fight is coming. You only have so much more time to ramp gold onto Forgiven and get him into a place where he's ready to fight.
And one of the things I'm going to have a lot of fun with, once we get some time to review these games in VODs, start looking at the decision-making and the tendencies of this XL squad. We know they've got a deep 10-man roster. We know Youngbuck was brought in. The organization made changes. We know they won the Neo Surf Cup. But what I'm interested to see is, can we see the flair of Youngbuck on how teams play and how they treat different aspects of the game? I haven't had the chance to quite digest it yet, but it's something we'll have a whole split to look at and talk about.
Before we look at Young Buck, I also do want to point towards Dylan Falco, because I see Abbedagge right now on this Cassiopeia. He's a big deal. He's very powerful right now, and there's not once that Abbedagge has really looked towards that side lane. We talked about it in Champions Select that a lot of other LEC teams would use Cassiopeia in that capacity because she is such a good duelist, especially if you can have Gilius on Jarvan kind of shadow underneath her. But Schalke last year, and it seems also this year, have this tendency where they just always want to group up, which, don't get me wrong, their comp is also strong there in a straight 5v5, and maybe if you have Forgiven on Xayah, you're like, it doesn't matter, I don't need to play a side lane, I just need to stand next to this guy. But it's things to keep track of like that. The fact that Schalke still haven't really diversified their playstyle, they don't feel super comfortable playing out into those side lanes, and it continues to hold true.
It does indeed. Multi-man stack, all 10 players around the mid lane. Schalke are positioning themselves for, feels like another Baron fight. Just a quick reminder that thanks to Ornn, the Fireforge Cave, the Infernal Mask upgraded in Ornn's inventory. Zhonya's Paradox in Abbedagge's, as well as that Molten Edge sitting with Forgiven. So
he's just making it rain.
It is.
Money.
I mean, he absolutely is. Level 15 in the moment, about to hit level 16, continuing to scale up. And we're now hitting what is, modern day terms, the late game. 3 full items pretty much across the board. There's that Rapid Fire Cannon and Essence Reaver for Forgiven. So it's a lot of power in the hands. And I want to see if a team can get a conclusive, definitive team fight win, rather.
We're coming to the climax of the game. It's going to come down to probably the next 1 to 2 fights. I would say probably the next 1 fight, depending on how it goes, because that's going to transition to a massive objective, be it that Drake or be it that Baron.
So do you know what XL has nothing of, Frostgurin? Flashes, not a single one in their inventory. There is an engage already. Call of the Forge God comes up. Patrick is able to sidestep everything. He stays alive for so long. Touré's unbreakable wall blocks so much damage. There's the surprise! The re-engage. Here comes Expect. He throws down the Realm of Death. He picks up a kill onto Dreams. Petrifying Gaze doesn't really find anybody. It does, just to the back end, but not enough. Mickey manages to get knocked up in the air. He's running for his life. Manages to continue hammering away. There's 1 for 2 at the time being. It is XL in control, but that was so close.
But look at Gilius trying to get back as quickly as possible so he can try to dissuade XL from turning on the Baron. And it looks like it's worked. The fact that Schalke's jungler got out of that skirmish means the game will continue to kind of sit on the seesaw. But this was Schalke walking into the meat grinder. Patrick just tore them apart.
And Touré, that unbreakable blocks so much upfront damage. And Patrick, thanks to the Hurricane, you can see almost solo kills Dreams and Gilius.
Yeah, and so important that the Varus ultimate locked in the background Abbedagge and Forgiven from actually pushing through in that narrow corridor, delaying Xayah and Cassiopeia's damage output through the fight. Like you said, the Petrifying Gaze doesn't really find the targets that it needs, and the damage had been done. Expect got behind them, blew up the back line of Schalke, and forces them on the retreat.
And of course, thanks to Gilius recalling, he has been able to get back into the Baron Pit area. 5,000 HP, 4,000. This is going down. Gilius, can he get inside the pit? He does! He steals it! Gilius steals away the Baron! He gives up his life, but he gets what he came for. The fight isn't done yet. Glacial Prison goes down rather Fisher. Now all of a sudden, Chain of Corruption slowly starts to spread. Cadril does not have the ultimate available. Abbedagge's Petrifying Gaze is not cooled out as Expect goes golden. We turn to the Dreams. With the help of Forgiven, he gets a kill. Now they're looking for Expect. Look at the backside as Cadril's trying to re-engage. Forgiven, less than 50% HP. It's a 4v4, but that's a knock up into the air. They've caught Cadril. Bellow's breath is burning down. 300 HP as Odo is not going to pick up the kill. It's Forgiven that brings it home. Schalke with Baron and the fight.
Remember the name. This team is not just Forgiven. It is not just Odoamne. It is not just a, 5-3 Cassiopeia. Gilius comes up huge into the pit, finds the steal. They get the team fight, and it's Schalke knocking on the front door.
This is beautiful play. 15 kills.
I wouldn't go that far.
11. The fun. It is fun. It is enjoyable, and it's going to be another Cloud Drake secured by Abbedagge. We can ignore the question, what is a side lane for now, right? Because there's been a lot of mid lane for the last few minutes. But this is that Baron. But it goes back Frost.
This is like a Mr. Fantastic move. Like, look at the stretch arm on that to get in the pit.
Unbelievable. But it goes back to what you were saying. If Gilius didn't, get back and recall when he did, 1 second would have been the difference from being unable to secure the steal.
It's also both teams willing to be decisive on imperfect information. The fact that you had Schalke and then Excel kind of back-to-back saying, no, we're going to try to force and burn this Baron down.
They absolutely did. Taking a look at how the rest of this team fight plays out, K-Drill was really just looking for an opportunity to re-engage. Managed to do so, and that volcanic rupture just catching him out.
Yeah, super great heads up from Odo Omne and Dreams to, again, be that defensive lineman, the Bash Brothers, if you will, around Little Xayah there.
It's very exciting when you think about a team. If a team is able to play these like team fight comps and you've got players like Abbedagge or Forgiven who you expect to perform at a specific level, I want to see how they grow, of course. And for the time being, they now have a huge advantage. Got that Baron buff, got themselves a 4,000 gold lead. And some split chance here in Berlin, actually. I think I'm hearing both teams' names. Neither one particularly out chanting the other. Abbedagge is going to take the 5th tower of the game for Schalke in the top lane. And now they've just split their resources. They're ushering in the conga line of minions, trying to use the last 20 seconds of this Baron buff.
Schalke did a good job, though, syncing and timing both the waves. However, the fact that you have 2 crashing waves at the same time, so getting really nice chip damage, especially on that mid tower.
Okay, key flashes. Expect K-Drill and Mickey is down.
But the ultimate for Forgiven is up despite him missing his flash. So your eyes are really going to be on K-Drill. Like, can he make or break with this barrel? And can Patrick follow it up with a nice chains of corruption?
And notice who is stepping further forward. Abbedagge with a flash stayed at the tower longer than Forgiven, who was flashless. So they managed to push the waves in. They still have an inner turret in the bottom lane to secure. That's Schalke's perspective. The Baron has timed out. So 2.5 minutes till that one, 5 seconds after that. The Cloud Drake is up.
They're baiting with Abbedagge. They're like, look at this. He's so delicious.
And K-Drill just body slams away. I think he almost got caught there. I was ramping up the scream, but it didn't happen.
But yeah, like you said, the Baron has teetered out. Schalke need to take care of that bottom wave. The Cloud Drake will be spawning in about 2 minutes, but we're past that point. Everyone's got kind of their core itemization. It's going to come down to execution on these fights and these skirmishes.
And for the time being, we've seen a mixed bag. It's been a fun one. After 33
Everyone's
minutes
had
of
their
gameplay,
moment in the spotlight.
I love it. I love it. After 33 minutes of gameplay, Frost, you had a pre-split sort of power ranking, if you will. How would you rate the team's performance 30 minutes in from what we've seen versus what you were expecting, you know, of these players and of these organizations?
I think people are, underrepresenting Excel. I think it's kind of the easiest place to start there, because I feel like everyone's talking about, you know, the Origins, the Fnatics, the G2s. No one's really talking about Excel, Misfits that kind of fly underneath the radar. People saw the Neo Surf Cup, and I think they just assumed, these are 2 bottom of the table teams, and you're basically watching like low quality League of Legends. And I don't think that's true. I think it's super easy to say that Excel just kind of made upgrades across the roster. I really like the addition of Patrick and Torre. And then on the other side of Schalke, I don't need to drum up the hype for Schalke. They do it all on their own.
I want to go back to the Excel point very quickly, though, because I really like the sentiment that you said, that there's upgrades pretty much across the board, you know, in terms of players they have picked up in support staff. They've picked up. The question that I do not have an answer to yet is how much better, right? And that's what we're going to see over time. This game is by no means over. A key ultimate from Mickey, who has 3.5 items for now. Give Patrick enough time with 4 items, and he'll be able to burn through even Odo Omne's Ornn. You know, there's still possibility, but their margin for error is so much smaller.
Yeah, like, I agree with you. I think it comes down to execution. Both these team comps have still windows for victory. I'll hold it, though, as Gilius has gone very deep on Patrick.
He held the flash for so long, Frostgurn, and Gilius is now below 100 HP. The fissure goes up, that's not up! Abbedagge stays alive a few seconds longer. He uses the hourglass, managed to stay alive. Now expect he does the same. Odo Omne's on the front line, 3,500 HP. Forgiven, playing front line ADC. He side flashes, continues throwing out the feathers, throwing out the ultras. Feather Storm to dodge away from the engage from K-Drill. He stays alive long enough to keep putting the damage down. Man, the fight's not over yet, as Odo will just about get burned. Remember, the fight started with Patrick Patrick getting jumped on, and the fight ends with Patrick getting the kill.
I love tank metas because you get to see so much more. So obviously the first part of that fight, Gilius just like, nah, we're gonna fight now. Just goes to slam dunk on Patrick, immediately regrets his choice. And then the back half, Forgiven just going God-given mode as now the Baron and a TP back in.
This is fantastic.
Gilius is across map, he's not there for this.
No, he's not. Abbedagge can make it for the follow-up fight. Petrifying Gaze is available. Baron is not being burned down quickly enough. There is some support
They have to fight,
coming.
they don't have a smite.
Gilius is going to make his way in. 3,500. Kadril is going to go over. Throws the barrel, sends Forgiven away. But the Baron is enlisted to help Schalke. Abbedagge with the Petrifying Gaze. Patrick gets the double. He's not done yet. Turns his attention to Abbedagge, who's locked inside the realm of death. Piercing arrow comes out. That's a triple. Actually kills secured by Kadril. In fact, crucially, the Baron was interrupted and Gilius is alive. He's done it once!
TP coming back in from Odo.
Can he do it again? Call of the Forge Guardian is available. Blow the Ornn horn and bring the game to a close. Not yet. Look, Schalke lost the fight, but they prevented the objective going down.
That was such a smart call from Excel, though, to see that the Dragon goes down and that Gilius is across map to immediately turn on the Baron. And it almost pays out for them. Expect with the flash to grab hold of Forgiven. Okay, we gotta go all the way back. Now remember, Gilius tries to dunk on Patrick. It's Patrick that then dunks on Gilius. Gilius like, I'm out, man. I don't want anything to do with this. And check how he expects Hourglass to dodge this Cassiopeia ultimate. Oh, haha.
Hundreds of thousands of viewers making that sound effect right now. But all credit.
Wait, I think he might have ulted. I can never tell with the spectator.
He manages to also like side flash and then feather storm the follow-up engage from I think it was Kadril there. Just fantastic individual play in what was an extremely exciting fight.
I feel like I can never see the Mordekaiser green enough. Hold up.
This was the replay of the follow-up fight as Schalke were able to dissuade the Baron. The mini-map.
Oh, see, I thought I was already. I was back in. I was like, okay.
I got you, Frosco, because the teams are poising to fight.
Yeah, the flash from Expect there to grab hold of Forgiven in front of the Baron fight. If Forgiven survives there, that might be the Baron for Schalke. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Knife's edge.
There are so many plays that you can break down this game. Keep your eyes on the items. You know, Abbedagge, 5 items completed for now. A 5th secured for Patrick. 68k, 65k. 17 kills, 15. Oh, the tension is building. The engage comes out somewhat.
Watch
Kadril come down. Realm of Death throws down. Odo and Expect, they're locked inside.
But watch Kadril. What's he going to do with the ultimate, and how much damage will Mickey do on the follow-up? That's the big thing.
Okay, not going to find it just yet. I'm looking for the explosive cars. There goes out the ultimate from Dreams. The knockout Gilius manages to put down the Cataclysm. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Jungle for top, Petrifying Gaze. Locks down Torre. Unbreakable wall, still standing, still alive. It's saved Excel. Torre's unbreakable wall blocks all the damage, and Patrick puts the nails in the coffin.
And it is the bot lane from Excel that popped off. Kadril's ultimate came out, and Mickey wasn't even near it. There was no follow-up, and I thought for sure Excel were done. But Patrick and Torre plant their feet and finish off that team fight.
30-second death timers as the base is now being pushed after being down the entirety of the game. Excel stand up and say, we will not go down without a fight. The world was yelling, God-given is back, and Excel said, hello, this is Patrick. Excel take down Schalke.
That might be your best call.
Oh, man.
That was fun. We saw flashes from both teams, a lot of individual flexing across the board from both players, but huge credit to Excel. They controlled the Dragons, they controlled the Rift Heralds. It was just a very methodical game, and it was really kind of those flashes of brilliance from Schalke that they were able to kind of match 1-2 punches, but Excel just played really clean League of Legends, and I'm gonna have to make the assumption, I'm gonna say, good job, Young Buck. You have a very talented crew of players. I think Excel made upgrades kind of across the board, and you're starting to see the fruits of that labor.
It was definitely a masterclass in some individual ability. Some of the outplays and individual moments were fantastic.
It was super fun.
You can question some of the mid-game calls, of course, but very exciting, very fun, and a very, very interesting way to start off the split. Forgiven's debut back on stage after 3 years. You can see elements of former glory, but today, Patrick says hello. welcome back.
And we can kind of go back to this bigger picture that we were talking about. Again, it's week 1, it's day 1. You're basically looking at, players shaking off the rust. How have the scrims gone? Who's got the synergy? What do you need, Trevor?
I just want to quickly go Kia player of the game. Vote at LEC on Twitter. Kadriel, Patrick, or Torre.
That is a stacked list. I personally think Torre. I think his Braum was a make or break there, and then it was kind of Patrick who reaped the benefits of it, but I think you go either or.
And it was first pick. First pick, signature champion for formerly Norscared. And I really think, I want to go back and watch just how much damage those Unbreakables ended up blocking, because it felt like they were literally team fight changing so many times.
But kind of back to the bigger point, we talked about this in-game a bit, people are sleeping on Excel. They don't really know where to rank this team or how good they are. And I think Schalke is, I'm going to call them the benchmark, and that seems to have like a negative connotation, but it's supposed to be in a complimentary way of, we know how good Schalke's individual pieces are. It's now kind of a question of what does the team synergy look as kind of like the cherry on top with that. And you must be good enough to at least compete with Schalke to ride the LEC, to be in kind of the top tier. They will define top and bot.
And we'll find out if that's true. No hyperbolic statements from us today. Congratulations to Excel. We're going to head over to Torre on stage with Law.
Thank you, guys. Congrats on the win, Torre. First win of the decade, actually. How does it feel to be back in the LEC as the world's quarterfinalist?
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Playing with a new team is always exciting, and right now it's completely new, for me at least. Taking a more leader role, I guess, and working a lot with Mark to try to lead the team to new highs, because it's not been going well for the organization before, but now we're going to try our best to make it a lot better.
So you are one of the leaders of the team. Tell me, what did your experience at Worlds teach you that will help you this year in the LEC?
Well, I think for me, mostly I'm a lot about enjoying playing. I want to have fun when I'm playing, and I want my teammates to enjoy scrims. And I think it's really important to have a great environment, and it's kind of probably the thing I'm focusing the most on right now. And I just wanted the guys to have fun, but also try hard, of course. And yeah, I think that's it.
All right. Anything you can tell me about your move to go to Excel? Why this team in particular?
Well, yeah, I wanted to play with Kadriel again. I played with him probably one of my first professional teams in Schalke, and yeah, I really enjoyed playing with him, and I think he's improved a lot for the short time he's been playing jungle. And yeah, he's a great friend of mine, been over the years, and I think there was no reason for me to stay on Splyce. I think it was mutual. Yeah, I think Excel gave me a lot of good opportunities to work with new talent and work with old talents who haven't really proved themselves, but are looking to. So that's what I'm here for.
And I'm really happy to have you two back together. Now, a bit more about the game. It looked more complicated than it should have been. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think always the first games of the new season or the first day, it's going to be long games, as you've seen. Average game time has been probably 40 minutes or something. So yeah, we knew that Teamfight Champions are going to be really great. And yeah, you're not really going to perform well already the first week. There's a lot of new teams, new players. So we figured we might as well just draft late game champions, because it's going to end up being a late game. So, yeah.
And I love the last team fight from you guys. Let's take it out here. Let me know how it happened.
Oh, well, yeah. Dejan here was talking about that he was going to ulti someone to maybe start a fight, because we were looking for engage, and the game wasn't really going anywhere. But I figured we have the better late game champions or team fight, so it was good for us to look for a fight. And yeah, we got some good positioning here, and I think Nautilus made a bad engage with Jarvan here. And we had really good shield, because yeah, Braum really works against that Saya, and Cass can't really hit E. So it was really, really well played by us, I must say. So
yeah, I feel like they couldn't reach Patrick.
Huh?
I feel like they couldn't reach Patrick.
Oh yeah, I think we have so much CC with both Mordekaiser and Gragas. They had the pressure with the Cask and Yasuo ulti combo, and that I can block all the spells from Cassiopeia and Saya really makes it hard for them to fight.
And I have someone telling me in my earpiece that Patrick is the player of the game here.
Yeah, of course.
Deserved?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, nice teammate here. Thank you very much, Torre, for the interview. Congrats on the first win.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it's going to be match of the week. Origin versus Fnatic. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Hey, it's Reckless. Fnatic is back, and we're going to upset OG after this. Enjoy the show.
Fnatic and OG were the peak of what European Legends could look like. We got to see the rebirth of this rivalry. And in 2020, we get to see them clash at full strength. For Fnatic, for Reckless, this was a disappointing Worlds, and they definitely have something to prove.
It's going to be a dead Fnatic. Fun plus Phoenix have shut down Fnatic.
I truly believed SKT and RNG were the best teams at the tournament. If we could beat them, then we could win the entire thing. Yeah, 2019 made me realize that it's not so easy, and there are a lot of people that are hungry for victory, and if I don't show the same hunger, I will not reach it.
It's a massive engage! Fnatic from downtown!
I expect 2020 to be my best year so far.
Origin go in and go down in a heartbeat.
We kind of became stuck. It got into everyone's head. We had a lot of mental blocks that stopped us from not only performing on stage, but also improving in practice. What keeps me on the top of my game is that I still didn't win a split yet, and I would really like to do it.
Origin are crumbling to G2.
Now I think I got, the perfect guys to help me with it.
It's gonna be the decade after that.
Upset, just cleaning up the fight, somehow got the triple, somehow got the penta! The main man is counted!
In this new Origin team, finally everyone that was considered underrated has the chance to show how good they really are with talented teammates all around them.
A lot of expectations for this lineup in Fnatic is for sure to become the best team in Europe. I think I'm on my way to become the best jungler Europe has ever seen. It's my first match in Fnatic colors, so I will have to give my best to prove that it was worth to get me.
I honestly could not be more excited for Origin versus Fnatic, because at the end of the day, this can be such a defining game for your split.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio, where the Fnatic fans are out in full force ahead of this match of the week, Fnatic versus Origin. There we go. They're always here, and there are always plenty of them, but as are fans of Origin. And, well, they'll be very excited for this one. If you're a fan of either team or a neutral, this is just a great game to look forward to, with two teams that look different from last year, but are both looking for the top of the league.
Yeah, I mean, you have Origin, who have gone through a complete rebuild. It almost feels like only holding on to a couple members of their core roster, but upgrades across the board, we can almost say unanimously. And then Fnatic with the one big change in the jungle. I think a lot of fans are hoping that this is a new spark of life and a new style of Fnatic as well.
Let's talk about both teams, starting with Fnatic, maybe. Yamato, self-made in there. Broxah, who was with the team for so long and really was a captain and an important figure on the team, is now over in North America. And self-made,
well, he's still in EU right now.
Yeah, his visa's not. We're trying to keep him here, but it's self-made who's a...
No, of course. I think what Broxah brought to the table, if you look at Fnatic's playstyle, was that they mastered how to play around bottom. For goodness sake, they took a game of FPX when they had a better bot lane matchup just by playing through bottom. So this is the loss, right? But the gain is the potential to all of a sudden create a 2v2 mid lane, a 2v2 top. We also, in the same series against FPX, we saw Bwipo getting solo kills, but then they just didn't play through it. And I think this is the step in the right direction. If you want to beat G2 in a finals at the end of a split, you need to be versatile. You can't be just this one-trick pony that does this pony business very, very well. You need to be a multiple pony person. stables.
Yeah, you need full stables, you need all the horses in the back. No, honestly, I think that one of the things I'm hoping for most with Selfmade is that he maintains his identity. Yes, work his way into this Fnatic roster, but don't just become that player that, listens and falls to his lanes to sort of direct him through the early game. I want him to still have that flair that he sprang into the spring split last year with.
And it's so exciting to see him on Fnatic now. I think, that Polish jungler that was most of SK for last year, You have to be able to say that. Looking at how he will integrate himself in that team with Mithy at the helm, Fnatic has really made some interesting and important choices going into this year because they're done playing second fiddle. They were done last year, but unfortunately they couldn't get past G2 Esports. And it will be the question if they'll be able to do it this year. They're going to have to start by winning this one. Let's look at Origin. You guys have heralded it as the winners of the offseason for the side of Origin, with Xerxes in the jungle, of course, and that bottom lane of Upset and Destiny. How are they going to do in this game specifically, Amato?
I think the biggest question mark is how well Xerxes has integrated in terms of how well he plays together with Nuktak and Alphari. I think this was a big thing that was lacking. I think on paper, the top side looks super, super strong. I have a big question mark when it comes to Destiny. I don't know what to expect. Hylissang is just the hardest player probably to face in the first game because he can be cocktail sometimes and really, really throw you off. The man level 1 ganks his own lane. So it's very, very difficult. I hope Destiny is ready for what's to come.
Yeah, I mean, because that's sort of the biggest question mark with this Origin team, right, is a lot of LEC fans are going to be saying, who actually is this guy? If you know him, you will remember him from his time at Worlds. And, the rumors going around that he was smashing in so many scrims. So on paper, you do have those questions. But also, if you trust the process and you trust that Origin built such a stacked roster across the board, that they should have put the work in, put the research in to get a strong fifth as well.
And you can never talk about the bottom lane without talking about the supports, but I do want to talk about the marksmen specifically just because of the weight they carry. Reckless on the one side and Upset on the other side, both looking for that title and looking to prove themselves versus each other. We will cover picks and bans here on the desk, and just a reminder to subscribe to twitch.tv/LEC. That is our new home. If you're watching on YouTube, that's fine too. But here we go with the picks and bans, and immediately an AD carry banned out.
Ooh, well, Lucian is such a flex pick and all over the place. He's been perma-banned throughout the day. The biggest question mark, we just spoke about Upset and Reckless. Do they play Senna and Aphelios? Some people have skipped Senna, which is a shocker to me because I think it's really, really OP. But Aphelios has been popping off today.
Yeah, we've seen a lot coming out of that. Even though if you look at like win rates across some other regions like the LPL, he hasn't been looking too hot. I think this champion, with practice and time put into it, looks absolutely devastating. And when you see something like the Senna banned away, immediately you have to think to the Aphelios as well as the Misfortune as sort of that second fiddle to the super strong new ADC.
Two things that also stand out here is the fact that Rumble and Qiyana are out. So it's kind of a trade situation, Aphelios, Qiyana, Rumble. Will it be the rotation? I'm not sure because the flex kind of gets kind of destroyed there because Qiyana is automatically jungle unless Rumble in the jungle for Xerxes. Yay!
You really throw it back with that pick too. I mean, this is where I ask the question, does Upset actually want to go to the Misfortune? Because when I look at this player, I wouldn't necessarily associate him with that champion. He's been a big fan of the Ezreal in the past, but a lot of these, high DPS marksmen that, are a little bit more skill expressive, I don't necessarily think the MF falls into that wheelhouse.
Now this I didn't expect. Considering Qiyana and Rumble is open, you don't want to play Gragas Rumble. Maybe they lock in Gragas and Qiyana together, but that means you reveal your hand already. So I think this is a very strange first rotation from Origin.
Is this a case of Xerxes' first game with the team in the LEC? Let's give him something he's comfortable on?
Maybe. Or maybe this is them screaming against 100 Thieves and making their own meta or something.
Right now, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing super heavy dive from the side of Origin, right? And when you see that there's an Aphelios as the first pick, I think Origin are just going to try to pile up a ton of people onto the back line. But that makes it really, really fall down if Fnatic take a comp that has a good ability to kite back and get away from this.
The Diana comes out, presumably for Nemesis. Yamato, what are we thinking?
I'm loving the Diana. I've seen a lot of top lane Diana, mostly from Wunder in solo queue, so that's always, that can mean anything.
Yeah.
But I think Diana is super powerful. I saw Scout play it and he dominated. I think, honestly, Diana's hidden OP.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the big change on Diana, swapping the E and R spell. So now the E is going to give you the dash. The R is this huge team fight. It all of a sudden gives Diana the ability to impact team fights, which is very different to her throughout the entire history of League of Legends. She was a one-shot machine. Now she does have that team fight presence, and you can back it up with the massive AoEs of Aphelios, and you're looking to set up a pretty nasty wombo combo.
Yeah, she's also a champion at level 3. I think that's the biggest change.
That's pretty sweet too.
It's pretty good. Xayah Rakan, the first time we see it today, picking it into Fnatic. That's kind of ironic in a way, but I think it's super, super strong. I think it's been underrated. Always, every year as a coach, you go through this phase. Xayah Rakan is not that good. There are counters that then later in the season, people realize it's really OP.
It is very interesting, though. Also, the fact that you said it at the beginning of the day, Mithy is at the helm now, and Mithy is always the guy that has an idea of what to play and what is strong and some possible new strategies. He knows the game inside and out, and we do have a very interesting draft from Fnatic so far, and also the Lovers duo in the bot lane for Origen.
Yeah, so Fnatic banning away this Ornn, I think, is a smart choice here, even though on paper you say, wait, they already have the Braum that can block the Ornn horn coming through. But honestly, right now, there's not a lot of heavy engage like tank top laners that are super viable. Like it feels like it's pretty much just the Ornn, and then you have to look to some more like AP options like a Rumble perhaps. But on top of that, I think that Hylissang wants to be using that wall to block any sort of Gragas barrels that would be knocking his AD carry away from the fight. So that'll be sort of his mindset going into these 5v5s.
I'm gonna be honest that the Ornn ban is kind of strange. I'm not with you there. I think right now, Ornn pick, I think they have enough engage on the table, and with the Braum, whenever there's a Braum on the table, I just love if the enemy picks Ornn into you.
Yeah, I mean, it fills into a couple different options here, because when I see Xayah Rakan plus Gragas, I'm thinking this is going to be a bot side focused game from Xerxes. So we probably see the old style of Alphari, where he's more left to his own devices trying to play weak side. So that sort of removes some options, and now I don't think there's a lot of good stuff he can go on to.
I think it's also interesting here how Origen are respecting the flex of Diana. They're leaving the last pick for mid lane. Ooh,
We've got a Qiyana jungle.
Qiyana jungle, maybe.
There we go. Most likely, no, it's actually really going to be a Qiyana jungle.
I'm
just leaving the door open, you know. You never know what's going to happen. Always the hover from Draven and Orianna for Hylissang. And looking, what do you want to see here for last pick in the top lane for Fnatic?
Well, it's confusing because the question is still, where's Diana going?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I think it could do potentially fine into Gangplank because you have the all-in potential, but this is for sure Swain top.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's the Bwipo classic.
Yeah,
even when he was swapping down to the bottom lane back in 2018, he still loved that Swain right there too. So now this sort of diversifies the Fnatic damage profile because you have double AP solo laners for Fnatic.
Give me LeBlanc.
Have a lot of these AoE combos within team fights. I think that their engage is very committal, right? You have to have Diana or Qiyana throwing yourself
Give me the LeBlanc Destiny. Lock in the LeBlanc.
Why do you want to see the LeBlanc for Nukeduck?
Oh,
or they can pick nothing.
They can pick nothing. We're just.
All right, oh, it is LeBlanc. It is LeBlanc.
It is LeBlanc?
Yeah.
Okay,
There must have been a bug. There we go.
Okay, it's not Gangplank.
No, it's not.
He has a mean Gangplank, I'm
Yeah.
going to be honest. But the reason I like LeBlanc is very mobile. It can kind of move around the Braum and maybe harass their Aphelios. And also not get caught by the Qiyana, but we saw Febiven getting caught over and over. So
Yes, we did. We see
misinformation.
Sum up these drafts for me. Who gets the upper hand after draft, Yamato?
I like the Origen draft. I think there's a clear path here. Focus on bottom. LeBlanc will have not that much 2v2 pressure with Gragas, but I think that the 3v3 on bottom will be deadly and will go hard onto Aphelios and Braum.
Yeah, and once she gets a couple of items as well, Braum can't do anything to sort of peel his AD carry away from that LeBlanc. So LeBlanc should have freer reign once the game extends and we get into these later situations around objectives. I agree. I think Origen's comp is much easier to execute, and barring Fnatic really popping off with some of these solo style players like the Qiyana or the Diana, they're not going to have too much room to get back in the game.
Fantastically interesting drafts. A hug from the side of Mithy and Gyotto. They know each other very well, but they want to kill each other right now on the Rift. This is such an important first game for the side of Origen and the side of Fnatic, who have their eyes set on the top of the table. The teams are ready for our match of the week. Let's go.
Welcome back to the cast of this as Fnatic are taking on Origen in the LEC match of the week. Diana mid lane complemented with Aphelios being played by Rekkles, going up against Origen in the Xayah Rakan bottom lane. Froskurin, I think we need to put our attention when we look at these team comps, and what are you expecting?
do want to kind of go back to what the analyst desk was talking about and really agree that I think the ease of execution is on the side of Origen. And I love that word that they were talking about early on, which is dive potential. The fact that you have a LeBlanc, Yamato just talked about her maneuverability, especially around fights, to get around this Braum, that you have a Rakan, that you then have also the reach of the Gragas Cask as well as the Gangplank ultimate. It feels like this is going to be a very difficult game for Rekkles to play out on this Aphelios because there are so many tools to make his life a living hell back there as an ADC. Now that said, we've seen this combo a couple of times, and I think diving on to Braum and Aphelios is actually quite difficult to execute on. Now, Origen have so many tools to do so, so maybe you just throw everything at the kitchen sink and you just try to smash him. But when Aphelios, especially if he has Crescent, I like to play colors with the guns, the white gun and the red gun, and has his onslaught with the Braum passive. Like, you dive back to him, and his ability to get health back, to auto-attack you super fast, to proc the Braum Winter's Bite passive, and just kind of stop someone in their tracks is actually a really cool combination. So can Rekkles and Hilly defend against the dive that Origen have all of the tools to do so? We're going to have to keep our eyes on that. But that's kind of the first area that I look when I see these comps.
Okay, I'm very excited to then track how it plays out. And it's actually really easy to understand the theory. And then we need to look at the nuances of how it plays out, obviously, during the course of the game. So some early trading here in this bottom lane. Up in the top, Alphari pushing early into Bwipo. And
I'm going to steal Vedius's point here because he was the one who taught me this with kind of like the Simon Says colors with Aphelios. It's green for range, red for lifesteal, white for kind of dueling potential. You then have blue for AoE and then purple for CC. I kind of wish that it was a bit more clear, like Aphelios would kind of completely change color because I think the burden of knowledge on understanding how Aphelios works for not only who's playing him, but also the enemy team, there's almost so much like hidden damage in his kit because you can't really see what's happening until you like 2 shots and you're like, what the hell just happened? Where did this turret come from?
Especially because of the additional power, the flexibility, and having that secondary weapon sitting on his back and having the ability to tap into it. Now, we'll get back to Aphelios in a little bit. Self-made, debut game under the Fnatic banner, stepping forward to play alongside Nemesis. Remember, these two former teammates. Now, it's a flash forward. Nukeduck has got the flash available. We'll get his passive proc, but Selfmade trading his flash for Nukeduck's flash is absolutely worth.
I don't know if I fully agree with it. I understand what you're saying because you're like, Diana could have kill pressure in this lane right now, but because it is a LeBlanc and she has access to kind of bouncing back and forth, she has decent wave play, like it's still a relatively safe lane for her to be, even though she doesn't have flash. Now, they could make me eat my words, and Nemesis could now try to go for the 1v1 kill on the flashless LeBlanc, but we'll see if that pays off.
Not going to pay off just yet. Bwipo throws out that Sith Lightning, tagging up Alphari in the top lane, and Selfmade still roaming around. The one thing I did like, very early on, 3 minutes, gank in the mid lane, Selfmade was the man, the face of SK, and he's already showing a little bit of synergy here with Nemesis, and that's very exciting if you're a Fnatic fan.
Yeah, and reminder, your Spark notes for what happened to the ERLs, or like the history of Selfmade Nemesis, is that they used to play together. So this makes a lot of sense if you're a Fnatic fan, why he would be picked up when you're trying to fill the shoes of Broxah. Now, what's cool and kind of the next page of this is, can Fnatic actually become a mid-jungle team? Because they really have never been so. It was about Hilly and Broxah kind of unlocking Nemesis, and then Nemesis going to a side lane. That was kind of like Fnatic's system or formula. Whereas they could just become a strong duo 2v2 mid-jungle.
Oh, Alphari, his flash is forced away. Bwipo will not be able to pull Alphari back. But look at the gigantic minion wave that Alphari is currently being denied. The experience and the gold. Nemesis has also left that mid lane, and he was even threatening additional pressure. So Alphari with a TP should be able to pick up a few of these when he returns, but this is a great start for Selfmade.
But he has to be careful. So he is making the call that I've seen them walk away. I've got enough vision underneath me that I don't think I'm going to get dove again. But Alphari had to very quickly make the call. If I TP back to this, am I actually just going to get dove again? But realizes that there's not a big enough wave, that he is able to get back there safely. Like you're saying, does get a TP discrepancy as we now see Bwipo walking back to the lane, which can be a big deal, especially as these champions tick over to level 6, and maybe Bwipo can follow up on the GP ultimate. That's surely going to go down bottom if he has his TP, but that was really the outcome there.
Yeah, really nicely done here. Some heavy pressure being applied by Selfmade. In the previous game, Froskur, and you talked a little bit about the 2020 season and the changes to the jungle. and how you were anticipating the difference between good and great junglers. It's come from some decisive plays, from understanding how and where to go places. What do you make so far of, Selfmade's debut under the Fnatic jersey? He's cleared out that control ward and the ganks he's already applied.
So I actually want to talk specifically about that control ward. The shortcut to how teams figured out to slow down Selfmade, because he was so explosive when he came into 2019, and then he kind of teetered out, and part of that was to SK, is that people just started hard warding his Krug camp, because he was really good at recognizing certain pathways through the jungle and how important Krug camp was. And it was kind of Xerxes who first started doing this. Hilariously, he's now against Xerxes. Spice used to do this every time. Get a deep ward into Selfmade's jungle, because he's fairly formulated in his pathing, and you can very quickly read what he's going to do.
Keep our eyes on that one, Frosco. Just found out Nemesis on this Diana. It's the first one that we've seen since 2015. And let's talk about that in a moment. Is now Xerxes with body slam over the wall, spots out Selfmade, and then use the blast cone to safety. Bwipo does manage to get some damage down onto Alphari, but he's the one losing out. Pale Cascade will block some damage, but not more from that Mimic Burst from Nutak.
And so far in kind of the first 6 to 7 minutes of this game, a lot of what Origen have been doing is neutralizing. I'll hold it though, Destiny.
Oh,
I think he's just playing.
Very nicely done. Doesn't get a lot of damage, but it looked good.
Yeah, that's what it's about. It's about looking good. Origen have really just kind of neutralized. Yeah, Selfmade got off a successful gank in both lanes, forcing out early flashes, but it hasn't translated to a kill. Oh no.
Not just yet. There goes the powder keg. Bwipo has thrown down the ultimate, continues to chase, getting a lot of healing back. Selfmade is waiting in the wings. He's done a little bit of CS, level 5, matching that of Xerxes, and nothing further comes of it.
Now, you can't make like a really definitive statement and be like, X team needs to, I'm done.
Yeah, not going to get the chance to talk just yet, Frosco. Destiny is really fishing for pressure. Flash and heal available for Rekkles. It's Flash and Cleanse on the side of Upset.
He's just a spell flinger right now, just pressing all his buttons anytime. There's no definitive statement that like Fnatic must get ahead, otherwise they will not be able to do anything with this composition, because they have tools, they can split up the map, they've got great assassination potential, like they don't have to pop off in this early game, but obviously it's very clear windows to victory for Origen. If everything just kind of stays neutral for 20 minutes, you're like, the team with Xayah gangplank probably going to be really strong at around 35-40 minutes if this is just a quiet no-kill game.
Well, I don't think it will be, at least based on Destiny's willingness to engage.
My eyes are touching the scoreboard, Trevor. I don't see any kills.
I'm looking at the decision-making, Frosco. And as it stands, that flash from Nutak, you were 100% correct. It did not manage to, punish him at all. There was no further follow-up. Despite the pressure on Alphari top lane and him being zoned away, he's not behind anything at all. Now take a look at this bottom lane. Selfmade at level 6. He's made his way up. Supreme display of talent is available. Destiny gets chunked out, and Rekkles and Hilly back away.
Yeah, big difference there, of course, is the fact that Hilly has access to level 6, whereas Destiny's still at level 5, need this wave to come back in. So we'll see what Fnatic are able to get done with this this priority. Selfmade just Splinter Cell in the back here. Checking if this spell flinger of Destiny will go in. I think they spotted it.
I think so too. I believe we were on OG's vision, but it does not matter. Destiny gets tagged out. Rekkles throws down the Vigil. Not going to be enough damage just yet, but this will get a lot of damage and maybe a place.
Yeah, but the damage has been done, not necessarily in the gold, but in the control over the Ocean Drake. We talked last game how I'm not a super big fan of the early Drakes. I think you can kind of give those ones away for free, but obviously if you get a free objective, it's always nice to take it, and that's exactly what Fnatic got there with very patient pressure game through their priority over bot lane.
And it is speeding us up to that Elemental Rift change. The fact that there's the Ocean on the board and now Cloud, we're going to either fire a Mountain next. And that will obviously modify the state of Summoner's Rift. And do you think there's a preferential Drake for either of these comps? Probably Cloud mobility will be very useful actually on both sides with all of them. The ability to dodge the engages is going to be so important.
Anything that keeps Qiyana, I think for Fnatic fans, like relevant in the game. Like all of the dragons could theoretically do that, but obviously if you're on Infernal, you lose so much access to brush and some of the walls. So I think it makes it a little bit more difficult to play Qiyana exactly where you want to. Whereas obviously on Ocean, he got bushes everywhere, bushes for days. Qiyana could just start grabbing all the elements that she wants. She's got good walls. So yeah, I think Ocean probably not gonna get that one because it's the first Drake, but like Cloud Mountain, pretty good for Qiyana on a map.
Yeah, definitely the case. The first 10 minutes of the game, we've seen a number of engages from Selfmade, not necessarily paying off in kills just yet. Those Ethereal Chains, followed up by Mimicked Ethereal Chains and good damage onto Nemesis. But I want to just quickly talk a little bit about maybe one of the lesser-known players on the Origin squad, Destiny, who's been, you know, flinging them spells, I think is what you were saying, Frost. Oceanic player, played for Mammoth. As,
I don't know if you know this about me, Trevor, but I used to cast the OPS.
No ways! So Frost, seeing as though, you know, you have some knowledge there, what do you make of Destiny? What do you make of an Oceanic import here to the LEC?
I'll hold it though, because Nemi.
It's Moonfall comes out.
Yeah, that's big damage.
Yeah, it's about sending a message. TP back to lane.
Welcome to Diana, folks. Grab this in solo queue. It's real fun.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, let's go back to Destiny for a little bit, because when you look at the OG roster, he's the name that you kind of go, oh, wait, okay, this is a little bit surprising.
So I'm going to give you some real talk. I'm not convinced with an Oceanic import. I think that this was, usually when I see this, I'm like, but it was probably like a budget thing. You know, can you get the best player for the best price? And I think Destiny falls into that. Now that said, I want Destiny to succeed. I want the Oceanic players to make their fellow countrymen proud, Ryoma to pop off, Destiny to pop off. But there is a very stacked support class coming into the LEC, and now Destiny needs to prove his worth. You could have had a European support. You now need to say, no, I'm worth this. I don't have a language barrier. I don't have a cultural barrier. I'm probably kind of like the best bang for your buck, and I can hang with these guys. He's been on an international stage.
Yeah, he absolutely has. Look at that. The moment Nukeduck throws out the distortion, gets engaged upon, but not exactly the biggest supreme display of talent. And Frost, I'm going to challenge you on one of those analytical points. I've heard Australians speak. I think there might be a language barrier. We'll find out if he can communicate with the rest of this squad. We're 12 minutes in. First big item slowly making their way onto the Rift as Nemesis is going to use that Lunar Rush to dash forward. Moonfall will be available to him in just a moment if I'm looking at that correctly, and not going to pull the trigger just yet. And as it stands, even as far as you can go in CS, about a 10 difference in the bottom lane. That's the only thing separating Reckless and Upset. And despite looking at that Aphelios early on, he hasn't been the name of the game right now. But we know he will become crucially important once he picks up his first and second item.
And again, it's always the combos of what Aphelios does with those items that we'll try really hard to keep track of in team fights. And to be very honest again, Aphelios is hard for me to see, but there's Destiny.
Wow, there we go. We engage once again. Despite the fact that Destiny is finding those knockups, Hilly and Reckless are on the same page. The Unbreakable Wall has gone up multiple times. The damage has been blocked. No first blood, no first tower. Only a single plate in the bottom lane has fallen for Fnatic and 2 plates in the middle lane for Origin. I didn't actually look at the timing, and it turns out those plates will fall very soon. Thank you, announcer.
It's been a very quiet early game, Trevor. I mean, not for lack of trying. You were correct that Selfmade has been throwing himself at this mid lane for Nemesis, but it's not paid off with a kill. And again, we talked about this earlier. I don't think either comp is super reliant on having like a super explosive early game, but this is kind of a handshake that I am going to lean towards Origin until Fnatic can prove me otherwise with some of the champions that they put together.
Okay, 30 seconds until this Cloud Drake will spawn. At the moment, I'm looking at Vision and Wave. Let's see if Fnatic decide to start it. Do you think Origin want to contest?
Well, I'm going to say is that means that our third dragon that's going to change the Rift is either going to be the Mountain or the Infernal. We already talked about how Infernal makes it a little bit harder to play Qiyana where you want to play Qiyana.
Now we're going to find out. So, do Origin pick this fight? Let's look at the state. Teleport's available for Alphari. He's nearly level 11. And he's got the Cannon Barrage. Bwipo is also up in that top lane. And OG do have a numbers advantage inside the river for now.
Either team can feel comfortable doing this. It's kind of about the setup and the patience, and there we go.
All right, no patience just yet. That's the engage. Moonfall will catch onto Upset. He manages to flash away. The barrel is eaten up by the wall. First blood goes to Upset. Origin are on the board. The Cannon Barrage was thrown down as well. Now Bwipo, he decides to engage, chasing down in the top lane, waiting for cooldowns. The Never Move land. Nukeduck is now coming in from behind. Now there's some trouble for Bwipo. Gets caught by the powder keg and slowed. Will flash away. The ethereal chains won't find a target. This is an easy kill and the second of the game for Origen.
Okay, so Bwipo sees that Alphari uses his ultimate bottom. He's like, this is an unfair fight. You don't have an ultimate, I can just walk at you. But this is like classic Bwipo fashion, where you see these sparks of brilliance, and then he completely loses control about what's happening on the map. And Nukeduck's like running a marathon to get up there. It took him like 30 minutes, and he's able to still make the game work. Looking back at this one, I do love the very deep reach around from Destiny to be like, participation ward, I gotcha. He manages to follow up the snare that Xayah set up, but that was a very, very deep flank that Rakan was looking for.
It absolutely was. Origen come away with the kills and the 2,000 gold lead. The fact that Infernal has now spawned will change our rift to the Infernal Blazes. So there we go. Walls have been changed, and this will make it a little bit more fun when people are caught out. Because, as you mentioned earlier, with less brush to play with,
less walls as well.
No flash available, no demonic ascension. Alphari and Xerxes are just going to run him down. Bwipo concedes his second death.
Yeah, Bwipo didn't have flash. He decided to reach for the minions. He really wanted it, and Xerxes just rocks up. It's like, yo, remember me? There's no reason to play bottom, dragons down. See you next time, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. Kill secures now. One for Alphari, one for Nukeduck, one for Upset, and they've got themselves a very healthy advantage. About 15 minutes ago, Frost, you said that Origen have got so many tools to dive and so many tools to chase, and some of the most important ones that need to have gold and money in their pockets has got it. So Reckless, Essence Reaver completed. It's going to be a very difficult few minutes if Origen have got vision to make that engage.
But it's also been a very quiet game for Reckless so far. Both these 80 carries outside of the single pick that Xayah's gotten haven't been able to really showcase their stuff. So I'm still waiting to see how Reckless is going to flex on this Aphelios, because frankly, in the LPL and in the LEC, I haven't quite seen what I think Aphelios could be fully capable of, that there's still like a learning curve before we see someone really pop off with this champion. I think Carzzy probably had the best performance today, or at least the most standout one for me right now.
I mean, I think there's an argument to be made that he's the most complex champion that's been released in, recent memory, and definitely got a high skill ceiling to maximize his weapon usage and ability usage. Selfmade throws out the supreme display of talent, fearing for his life, maybe anticipating an engage that did not come. Origen just threatening was enough to get that spell.
Yeah, and speaking of fishing, Origen are looking for some of these picks. It's the fact that whenever Xerxes and Destiny out there, we already called Destiny the spell flinger, that he's just constantly fishing for those Ws. Xerxes is going to be in the same point, so at this point in the game, as the map starts to open up, Fnatic do need to be very careful until they get a couple more items in their back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely the case. In case you're not watching on twitch.tv/LEC, if you are watching on Twitch, head over to that channel and make sure you like it and follow. We are obviously hosting on Riot Games, but this will be the home on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, no worries, enjoy the stream. No changes there, bruv. First tower is at risk of falling here. We've got to do it, Frost. Don't laugh at me
for
my
flank.
delivery. It's going to get some damage down here onto Xerxes. No further follow-up. First tower falls in the bottom lane. Origen have had a very, very good passage of play for the last 8 minutes. They're up 4K.
Origen are a team that are really good at playing on waves. And kind of when things break down, like there's certain teams that like play team fight. Like that kind of feels like Schalke. But Origen will always go back to what are the waves doing? Where do we have priority? Where can we move away from it? And that's exactly what just happened there. The wave was crashing in bottom, so Gangplank could sit there with his ultimate. They managed to push the wave up top, got a team to respond, and then cut back down into mid lane. And they knew that they had time to do that because they prepped the mid wave ahead of time. This is something to always watch with Origen, which is why, yeah, they feel kind of boring because things aren't on fire and like exploding. You don't really get the fiesta, but it's just very fundamental league that makes them a top team in the LEC.
And of course, the other top team in the LEC in G2, they were in a similar position earlier today. They're down a couple thousand gold against the Mad Lions. G2 Esports were able to dig deep, bounce back and win the game. Now we turn all eyes to Fnatic. Can they find a way? BF Sword is picked up there by Reckless as he and the rest of Fnatic are sieging this mid lane. They will secure the first tower. Cannon Barrage has gone down. Origen looking for an engage, but Nukeduck was pushing the top lane, and he secured that tower. 1-for-1, still an advantage to OG.
Yeah, Fnatic were done with those like 5-man mid, force this down. I'm done playing out into these side lanes, and they do manage to get it for themselves. But now the question is, what can they do with it? Again, an open map, I think, works for both these teams. Just kind of who strikes first, the Rakan and the Gragas, or the Diana and the Kiana.
And of course, who's got better vision? I mean, if you look at the minimap, there's not much to play with here, team. Fnatic have got a couple of wards in and around the north quadrant near the Rift Herald. Thank you, observers. But as far as it goes, 30 seconds to the Infernal, a couple of deep wards just placed by Origen, so they're setting themselves up to challenge it.
An issue for Origen, however, is that they're actually waiting on Alphari's ultimate. It's not super necessary if they can get the Gangplank, again, forcing a wave and then walking down. But in a perfect world, Origen actually really want to stall this out until they have those key ultimates. Whereas Fnatic are going to be fighting for, again, wave priority and vision priority. Clear out their jungle, make sure that they get mid priority and push it out, and then slowly start inching their toe into this river because they are between items.
Okay, take a look at the timing really quick. 45 seconds.
Here comes Alphari.
Before Alphari's ultimate will become available again. Destiny continues to threaten Reckless. He's got his flash available. Now the engage. That's a stun. That's Xerxes locked down. He manages to use his stopwatch to stay alive for a few seconds. The engage from Destiny manages to get a knock up on a self-made. Somehow Xerxes escapes with his life. The barrel comes out and does disengage the fight for now. Infernal is alive, and Alphari's Cannon Barrage will be available, but at what cost? Mimic is gone. The quickness is gone, and so is that explosive cast. They are still poising for another engage.
Yeah, but that ultimate from Alphari is just about to come back up. You can see the patience from Origen. They pull off it, and they're like, come on, let's take the dragon. Let's go right now, because they know that they have those key ultimates.
All right, Nukeduck's going to go fishing, gets the distortion, and gets out. Good damage there. And now Selfmade is forced away. The Infernal Drake has reset a second time.
Fnatic have overstayed.
Backwards. Now, is this going to be another fight? Fnatic, they're toying with the idea. Cannon Barrage still available. 2,000 HP. Selfmade just behind the pit is not going to pick it up. Goes to OG. They get the Infernal. The Moonfall comes down. There's so much damage from Nemesis. Pale Cascade keeps him alive a few seconds longer before Upset takes him out. Now Alphari is taken down. Whippo will get taken out in reply. It's a double for Upset and the Drake for OG.
And Fnatic overstayed. They were too greedy. They didn't want to give up the Infernal, and they fall into the patient trap of Origen. It's now, what else do they lose in exchange here? And fortunately for Fnatic, it feels like just a couple of kills and the Infernal Drake, as no other tower will be followed up. But taking another look at this, I know I just talked about this, but check out the mini-map. It's the setup of the waves. Origen will feel confident to be patient in these types of scenarios and just take a step back and then watch what you're doing and try to punish the mistakes, because the waves are crashing in the side and you're still slowly kind of starving out Fnatic of this very crucial gold that they're not farming up. They're not preparing the map before stepping to those objectives.
Very, very impressed by the sort of level of preparation, preparedness. I'm not quite sure what the better word would be, but that Origen is like, they've got control of their fundamentals. There we go. That's a better way of saying it. They've just felt in control. 3-0 on Upset, down 6 CS, does not matter. Got himself the Essence Reaver and the Phantom Dancer completed already. But after that last fight, Reckless now sitting on that Infinity Edge. And he's going to be looking to impact these fights a little more because it hasn't been about him yet.
And it's also really important to remember again that Fnatic aren't shut out of this. This is a single team fight swing away, and they have all of the tools to do that with the massive damage from Aphelios and Diana, and then a well-placed Kiana ult. It just takes one Kiana ultimate to ruin a team's day. So that's what we're looking at.
And of course, Kiana has just returned to the Rift, upgraded to the Umbral Glaive. Got himself new items here in the 2020 season.
I actually think probably one of my favorite items in the 2020 season, especially because we talked about this a little bit last time. When you have so many tanks and team fights are more drawn out, oh, hold it.
All
there's
that
a TP.
thought, Upset's
Two
been able to
TPs.
escape, manages to use the ultimate. Nukeduck is locked down by the tower, but here comes Nemesis. Crescent Strike and Luna rushes forward, continuing to chase. Nukeduck and the rest of Origen are retreating. While that's going on, Origen are playing the map game. They're putting pressure in the bottom lane, and they may be able to secure this tower. Looks like nothing more is happening. Advantages to OG over and over and over.
Ah, it's huge. That's double teleport. And the thing is that they just don't have the engage, but they got Destiny.
Oh no, they've got themselves, but he manages to escape for now. The Spellflinger going to stay alive. And the Oceanic import 003 remains unkilled.
So I'm going to go back to what the analyst us was talking about, because Yamato said that when you have something like a Braum that basically gives low CC or low engage compositions the ability to have that hard engage because of how his passive is going to work and who can proc it, I totally understand, but it is still so much harder to execute on. You see that Fnatic are double teleporting in. They're trying to force fights while Origin are not splitting the map, but playing out to a side lane with the reach of their Gangplank ultimate. But they just can't find the engagement. It's too slippery, especially when you're against a slippery champion like Rakan. And they also have the Gragas. Think of just how easy it is for Origin to constantly play that cat and mouse game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keep like, swatting Fnatic away over and over. And that's where this lead has come from. It feels like every play that Origin has done has been like calculated. It's been controlled and it's been calm. All credit to the OG staff, to Gihoto who's on stage giving Mithy a hug. Of course, Mithy, support player from his 2019 season, now coaching Fnatic. And as it stands, Fnatic, they're in trouble. It's starting to feel like this game is running a little bit away from them.
If Fnatic get a hold of Origin, they'll still pop them like a balloon.
But they haven't been able to yet.
It's right. Whack-a-mole. Can you actually grab them?
Well, look, 1 minute until the next round of Whack-a-Mole. And as it stands, Fnatic are the mole and Origin are doing the whacking. So I want to see how that sets up. And look, again, it just feels like as we get closer to these neutral objectives, OG are starting to invade. They're challenging on vision, starting to push the wards in. Remember, Alphari already got that inner turret in the bottom lane. It's just been all OG.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, the vision really tells the story of that as the Infernal is about to spawn. Double crit cloak.
Double crit cloak after the Infinity Edge when you just absolutely need that luck. Selfmade will throw down the ultimate, stuns up Alphari, and manages to escape with his life. But remember what we said. It was 1 minute to Dragon. OG were pushing the waves, trying to challenge Vision inside Fnatic's red buff jungle. And now it's 10 seconds, and OG, they got the mid tower. That's 4-1. And now they start falling back towards the pit. I take it back. They're actually stepping forward, stepping into Fnatic and challenging them, saying, come at me, I dare you.
I was just checking what weapons Rekkles was holding on to. He's got a perfect combination for pretty high DPS output right now, so...
Hit me with the colors.
I think it's red and white.
All right, well, let's take a look. Red is currently prime. Baron is going to be the focus. OG are inside the Infernal. Alphari has got himself the Cannon Barrage, and this is a fantastic split screen. Red buff is picked up. Correction, Red Dragon. Now the rest of Fnatic, they're inside the pit. Fnatic sneak Baron. They absolutely sneak it from underneath the noses of Origin. Sneak's the wrong word. They secure it. They secure it.
They ripped it from Origin. Origin were playing the map. They're like, we've got complete control here. Now, Fnatic just ripped this game back open.
And ladies and gentlemen, the library here in Berlin has awoken as the Fnatic fans finally giving a cheer of hope. It's still a 4,000 gold deficit. It's still a 3-tower deficit, but this Baron buff can absolutely help neutralize that difference.
And this was honestly just a great read from Fnatic on Origin. Origin are playing this by the book. Fnatic, like, they probably set up all their vision around this Infernal. We've got red-white on Aphelios. We can rock up to this Baron and just melt through it. And that's exactly what they did.
Did indeed. So this now completely changes the landscape of this game. 2.5 items starting to be completed. We're hitting 30 minutes on the clock, and take a look at that. Flamethrower, just one little tag onto Upset, and he hits real hard. If Nemesis or Selfmade can hold Upset in place, or even Nuke Duck just for a moment, that Rekkles ultimate can just finish the deal. Tower number 2 will now be secured. And I was just about on the verge of believing OG were going to finish this without huge contest. And Fnatic have just told me to sit down and shut up because they're right back in this, boss.
And again, both these squads have so much experience on them, and this is just the tell sign of that experience. It's that against these top teams, against these players that have this knowledge, you can't slip up for a second.
No, you absolutely can't. 30 minutes is fast approaching. Right, match of the week is already starting to deliver. 3-0 on Upset. He's farmed himself up a 700 gold bounty. Still even on gold with Rekkles, who just completed his Hurricane. So he continues to scale up on the Aphelios as well.
And Fnatic are basically hoovering up a lot of this freestanding gold that is sitting in the structures right now with this Baron and closing that gold gap even further on very key itemization. So Origen are either going to try to just survive the Baron. If they see a pick, go for it. But Fnatic are feeling very confident to start forcing fights and forcing objectives down. They say, we're powerful now. We're going to start taking up space on this map.
Oh, never move. Tagged onto Alfari. Kirsten Strike manages to hit Xerxes. It must be real interesting for Xerxes to be playing against the Diana. His like signature pick for such a long time, or at least favorite champion. Offers it all the time, and now all of a sudden is being threatened by it. Selfmade waiting just over the wall. Fnatic are going to peel away. It looked like they were trying to go for a dive, but they haven't just yet. Numbers advantage to OG.
Perfect corridor for Qiyana to want to fight in. They really want to pull Origen kind of down into these heavy walls.
And now the tables have turned, Frost. The tables have turned. Fnatic have just lost the Baron buff, but while they were applying pressure top, Nemesis peeled away, shoved in the mid lane, and exactly what Origen did to Fnatic has now been reversed upon them. The tower hasn't fallen yet, but it's good to see Fnatic not giving up the go and making sure that they continue to apply pressure when they can.
And that was the big advantage that the Baron bought Fnatic. It was the ability to say that Origen can't split up the map now, that you're playing to Fnatic's win, because their pushing is just that much faster. So kind of stealing the bread and butter of how Origen like to split up the map. And now, yes, there's still a gold discrepancy, but everyone's got core itemization. Again, it's going to come down to execution, who finds who first, who's playing this vision denial game, and hopefully some team fights, because I'd like to see some blood.
Yes, I agree entirely, and Selfmade would have liked to have seen some bushes to play around. The fact that we've got ourselves the Infernal Rift, I mean, Selfmade was like trying to find places to assassinate or at least jump on someone. Nemesis and Selfmade were nearby.
Itty bitty little bush right there.
There's just not enough, and maybe this plays a little bit into OG's favor. So Fnatic now feeling emblazon a boulder, stepping forward, 50 seconds till the next Infernal. And just like clockwork, just like the textbook says, Frostgurren set up vision, set up the Drake, and then play around it. That's what Origen are doing again.
Yeah, trying to hide in some of these pockets of vision that they've created. They came in through here, swept all of it out, placed an abundance of wards. But if it doesn't pay off, which Fnatic very clearly can smell this from a mile away, they know that they want this pick. They just have to absorb that pressure, and now it's all that time and gold wasted from Origen getting control of that jungle that hasn't led to anything. Fnatic smelt it, walked away from it.
Yeah, they managed to force Origen's hand to a degree. This game was our match. There was such high expectations on both teams, and now it feels like it's balancing on a knife's edge. The 5v5 ARAM in the middle. Body slam from Xerxes. Nemesis goes in. Moonfall comes down. Xerxes throws out the gold in the stopwatch. He's now running for his life. Nemesis is in so much trouble. He's taken out. He's blown up. It's Origen get the first kill of the fight. Hylissangers running away with his life as Bwipo's Demonic Ascension is still running. Never move tag. That's a flash forward. Good burst damage, but simply not enough. Simply not enough follow-up. Reckless as Moonlight Vigil did not do enough damage early, and Origen win another fight.
And you're starting to see some of these growing pains in the new Fnatic roster. Some of these kinks that they haven't worked out. Selfmade was so cut off from that fight. He was unclear if the call was, are we letting Origen move in and am I looking for a flank around this corner? Because Qiyana just kind of sits on the top of this team fight for so long, holding on to the ultimate. So we'll go back here. Nemesis feels like I'm either going to get caught out, I can try to burst Xerxes. Xerxes absorbs times with the stopwatch and then flashes out. And then Alfari does a wonderful job with this ultimate, separating the fight. And this is basically where Selfmade stays. He still has his ultimate. He walks back around the wall because he's thinking, are we letting them push in or are we going forward? And Bwipo says, I am going forward, and his team is not in position to follow him up with one of the most key and important ultimates on Qiyana.
How much damage did Selfmade deal in that fight? 0 damage. He was zoned away. You pointed out every move. He never got a chance.
And again, I don't want to sit here and flame Selfmade because I think it's very obvious what he was thinking. I'm going to come around this wall and then I'm going to find my moment. It's again, they're just desynced. One is going forward and one is coming back, but Origen now in control.
It absolutely is the case. Now, Xerxes has actually thrown out the explosive cast. Origen did not get anything for that ultimate. Destiny managed to find himself a random Nemesis who he jumped onto, but wasn't able to secure anything more. And now Origen, they've switched their focus. They've got 3 Infernals to play with. They're setting themselves up for the Infernal Soul. And when you consider they've got all the dive power, when you consider with 3 Infernals already, you add the Soul and the additional burst damage that can come, it's going to get even more difficult for Selfmade and Nemesis if Origin are able to pick that one up.
I got layman's term for you. Make shit blow up, and that's what Origin want to get to.
Well, let's see if Origin can secure it. They started the Baron, they forced Fnatic towards it, but they are not committing to it. Origin are playing this one safe. They are playing it controlled. They are definitely waiting in the wings. Nukeduck is just waiting for someone to pop.
I do want to point out what Alphari and Nukeduck are doing, and it's so much zone control right now. Alphari has so much denial of vision around him. He was just standing on 2 control wards, and he's just fishing for barrels like that on self-made.
But look at this. Origin, they're not committing to the fight. They're not committing to the Baron.
Gotta go mid.
Fnatic are just walking up and pushing them away. Will this cost Origin? That is the question. That's 2 minutes, 3 minutes of threats that hasn't paid dividends.
It will cost them something, but it's what price are they going to pay? And it looks like it's going to be the mid tower. It was either going to be the mid tower or it's going to be their Baron vision. And Fnatic decide the mid tower is more important to us. We can shove this forward and then on our retreat, try to clear the vision.
Alphari's barrels obliterate Selfmade. He's forced to flash away. Now Alphari's trying to set up another. Powder kick into powder kick. Can he find the combo? Not just yet. Selfmade escapes.
Observers, that's on top.
Mid is going to go down. Inhibitor top is going to go down. There's an engage and a jump onto Alphari. He flashes over the wall. Origin, are they going for the win? Can Xerxes and Alphari interrupt the backs? Teleport is now coming down. Whippo is in trouble. 3 members of OG are backing away and Xerxes throws out the explosive cast. We have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen, but crucially, Origin defender in him.
They're still in trouble.
One. What's happening now?
Well, there could be sniped down by Nukeduck. He is chasing Reckless. Can they get Whippo and saving Private Ryan out?
All right, Flash available, Ignite available, and Nukeduck is looking for a target. Reckless gets a lot of damage down with that sniper rifle, and Nukeduck's his passive is going to get spotted out there. Nukeduck escapes with his life. The hunter became the hunted. And as it stands, at the end of it all, it's Origin again with the outplay.
And I think it was a really good calling of the bluff. Like, Fnatic had to make that call. What were they going to choose? They decided to try their luck. They were going to storm down mid lane, and Origin, without a split-second hesitation, ran it up into that top side. And again, it's the wave preparation that kind of paid off to give Origin that slight edge of taking the inhibitor. So still, Origin's map play has been so much cleaner than Fnatic's across the board, and that's why they're still sitting in this position of power. But you can see how close it is in terms of when Fnatic do hit Origin, they hit them very hard.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And all credit to OG. I thought they dilly-dallied around the Baron a while, but once they, got pushed by Fnatic, as you rightly pointed out for us, the response was great. Keep your eye on the minimap.
Okay, Destiny, here's your moment.
Origin has done very well, has used those side lanes. That's an engage under Nukeduck. He's already flashed to safety. Destiny's got the flash and the quickness. 30 seconds. The next Infernal Supers are just about to make their way to the inner turret, but it's Nemesis that goes in, puts the ultimate down. The barrel from Xerxes comes out. That's a great interrupt. Nicely done by Selfmade, preventing the engage from Destiny, but it's upset on a Rampage with the double. Turns to Whippo, who goes golden and stays alive just a few seconds longer. Now Reckless with the Buffson stepping forward, trying to see what he can do. Nukeduck's in trouble. Good damage coming out, but he doesn't secure a kill. Reckless stays alive, but it's still not over. 5-on-3 in favor of OG.
The Infernal is also up, so Fnatic, between a rock and a hard place, they've got the Supers crashing up, the Infernal is up, the Baron is up, and they need to think about how they are going to minimize this damage.
Alphari's going to be teleporting into the Super Mini and starts autoing away. Nexus turret number 1's going to go down. That's the engage. Nukeduck can give away his life because the game is on the line. Reckless is running for his. Nexus turret number 2 is now under siege. 2 super minions working alongside Alphari. Reckless is now running for his life. The Nexus is exposed, available, and for the taking. Origin on the verge of picking up their first win of 2020 and taking out Fnatic in the match of the week.
And this is going to feel like a bit of a reminder, but I do have to go back and just really compliment the team fight zone control from Origin is so impressive right now. How they are playing with zones of threat to kind of force Fnatic off, how patient they are throughout fights. This is really crisp team fighting, even though it looks like nothing's really happening on the screen.
007 for Xerxes, 6-0-2 for Upset, 1-0-4 for Nukeduck. Destiny, man, we talked about a little bit ago, 0-1-8. It's such clean play from these players and the teamwork.
Yeah, but look at how they're separating fights when they're using things like the Cask, like the Gangplank Ultimate, and even the threat of the Feathers. Yes, their champions have so many tools to do that, whereas Fnatic champion really don't. You know, maybe if you give this composition to Fnatic, I'd be praising them in the same way, but Origin right now, playing this comp, really pretty to watch. Big fan of team fights, big fan of the LPL. They look like an LPL team right now.
Yeah, really nicely done here. 40 minutes on the clock. Elder's going to be up in 5 minutes. I don't even know if the game's going to go that long with the way OG are playing. The 9th tower secured. And remember, Supers, look at the minimap. Supers are moving into the base at the same time OG are.
It's so hard. Fnatic have to get a flank here. You have so many melee champions, and then you have Reckless who's like, I'm an ADC, and they have so much dive potential. How am I ever supposed to walk up to them? With all these melee champs, Alphari puts out a barrel. You have to walk across it, you get blown up. You get even close, Kadril, or not Kadril, Xerxes resets a fight with a cast. It's so hard to maneuver around.
Okay, Nemesis is waiting behind the Baron pit. He's been trying to recall for several moments. This is now going to be the second time he'll interrupt this. Will he get spotted? He gets out. He escapes. The spooky ghosts were tracking him down. Knowing that Nemesis is not there and most likely doesn't have TP, he doesn't on cooldown. Fnatic, Origin rather surely aware of it. They just steal, they secure. Man, my word just stopped. They secure Baron uncontested. And it's an impressive game, and it is a statement game to start the spring splits.
I know that we're all very excited. It's match of the week, and I don't want to take away any hype from the game because I think we've seen some really clean League of Legends in moments. I do just want to kind of pump the brakes a little bit. Again, week 1, day 1. The cool thing about this matchup is that the expectation is that you're seeing 2 top teams.
Yeah.
You're seeing the new Fnatic, and you're seeing an Origin where every analyst is saying these guys are doing great in scrims. We expect them to be a top team. So it's really just kind of getting a peek at what does top League of Legends look like in the LEC right now. And from what I've seen, I'm really liking it. It feels good on my eyes. I really like what Origin are doing, and I think that Fnatic, if this was a best of 3, probably wouldn't draft this way and would probably make some adjustments to get their footing back in here. But right now, they're on a prayer. They need to create pockets of vision with these control wards and then find picks and find flanks. Otherwise, I think this should be a pretty clean choke out for Origin.
It feels the case, and you go back to a couple of decisions, a couple of moments. If Selfmade had been able to be successful with some of those ganks, he got the flashes, but no kills.
So hard. Look at that vision control. I bet Origin's vision stats are insane this game, which, yeah, they have the gold lead, so they got more money to spend on it, but every single setup in time, they have just completely smoked out Fnatic's jungle. Like, you have to wander all the way back around the rift to get a TP to find anything.
All right, Alphari flashed away from the supreme display of talent, but still got damage done. Nemesis is being eaten away by the cannon barrage. He stays alive long enough. Alphari in the 1v2 gets the kill, gets the double with the help of Destiny and Upset. And the Welshman is here to play. Fnatic are down 2, and they somehow have to defend a Nexus with no turret.
Yeah, it's no longer just a chokehold from Origin. He just dropped the elbow on Fnatic right now. They are gasping for breath, and that is it.
There is no breath to be had. Fnatic have been choked out. Origin obliterate Fnatic in our match of the week. The way in which Origin played and won that game is the way in which you expect that organization to play. Even though the players that defined it for the organization are no longer there.
But the coaching staff is, so I'm going to give credit to Andre on your screen right now. Beautiful game from Origin. Outside of that slip up around the Baron, it was pretty cut and dry from beginning to end. You can see some of the growing pains again for Fnatic, trying to integrate Selfmade into the roster. Origin just looked like a machine right now, well oiled.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wondered to myself again, I was saying it just before the final push, you know, Selfmade's early ganks, they had impact, not enough. Infernal Rift instead of the Cloud Rift. How different could it have been? Now, I'm talking minor details, right? Minor, of course. But it is the first day of the LEC with the Rift changes, and I'm excited to see the differences. Mr. Giotto is very happy, as I can see him on stage, celebrating the OG victory.
I'm going to say it had nothing to do with the Dragons, and I'm going to say that the big cherry on top was Alphari, especially with that end. I talked about it during the cast, the wave play from Origin. The fact that Gangplank as a champion really excels at also helping them do that. His ability to clear waves across map with his ultimate, and then to absorb all of those waves and then just start blowing people up with barrels. You saw how disgusting it was at the end in that 2v1 scenario.
Upset goes 7-0-5 in his debut on the Origin roster, and Destiny, the Oceanic import, 0-1. 1 and 12. I liked what I saw from the duo. I liked the spell flinger of Destiny. He made a statement of what he wanted to do. Not many of the punches hit, but it doesn't matter to me because it's a statement of what to expect from him.
And it seems weird because we didn't really have Upset on our lips over the course of the game, even though his score basically tells a different story. But I feel like he was, you know, you set up the dominoes and he did his job. He knocked him over.
The janitor, if you will.
Exactly. And when you had such great zone control from Origin's comp and their ability to execute on it, of course, when you have a guy as talented as Upset on a champion like Xayah, he's able to just maximize and abuse the most out of it.
And of course, I am particularly famous for hyperbolic statements, so I'm gonna do my best not to have them today. But one of the lines that
the
we said
greatest
that
team in the world.
I can't get away from, Frosk, is that this was a taste test of two teams that are expected to be at the top of the table. And from game one, day one, Origin looked to be very prepared, very practiced, very aware of the decisions in game. And I'm excited to see who's going to contest this level of play, because I don't think anybody else was as definitive as their play was for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, in my personal opinion, what I saw from Origin was the cleanest play that we'd seen on the day. That said, kind of looking across the board, I did like to see the element of Fnatic pulling in Selfmade and Selfmade just throwing himself at Nemesis, because I would love to see a Fnatic with a very strong mid-jungle synergy, and not just like a strong jungler who is, you know, ganking top or ganking bottom.
I get what you mean. We'll have to see. Time will tell. I do need to get to key up player of the game. Vote at LEC on Twitter. And make sure you're streaming twitch.tv/LEC as well. Your candidates are Alphari, Nukeduck, and Upset. The only correct answer is Alphari. I will not accept anything else. And if you do not vote for Alphari, you've let me down. That's how it goes. The interview is ready. We're going to talk to Zese.
Thank you, guys, and thank you for joining me, Xerxes. Actually, who do you think should get player of the game here? Casters were talking about Alphari. Do you agree?
Wait, so who are the options? Alphari?
Upset and Nukeduck.
It's a tough one. I don't know. Like, everyone plays so well, but I think I'll give it to Alphari.
All right, well, you guys can vote on Twitter now. I want to ask you, was it a clean game for you guys?
I mean, it was definitely a slow game and somewhat clean, but at the same time, not really. But I think it's also because it's the first day of LEC, so everyone is playing really slow and the games are kind of boring. But I'm sure that's going to change by next week for sure.
Yeah, trying things out, it's normal. I was wondering, at some point you decided to trade Dragon for Baron. Can you explain this? Because it wasn't even Dragon Soul, it was the second Dragon.
Well, that wasn't a trade that we wanted to take. So we said in game that they might do Baron. But we had vision on their top and mid, so we were like, oh, maybe we're safe. And then at some point we were like, oh, we haven't seen their bot lane for a while. And then they got Baron, so we didn't want to take the trade, but it kind of happened.
Mistakes were made, but you turned things around, which is fine in the end. How about you? How is this new adventure with Origin?
Honestly, I'm just really excited, and obviously we are already to a great start, and I'm sure that people should have high standards of this new Origin. Because we were going to do great things in 2020.
You were one of the best junglers in the LEC last year. What can we expect from you this year? Anything new?
Well...
New resolutions, maybe?
I mean, definitely I will bring new crazy picks, as per usual. Good patting, and yeah, that's all.
Nice. I want to talk a bit more about the game now, because a lot of things have changed since the new season. When it comes to Dragon, the map itself, what do you think about it?
I mean, when you look at it, it does look like the changes are pretty big, but in reality, it's actually not that big. Maybe the alcove in top and bot lane, it's kind of,
People say that it's the most useless change in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like everything is like kind of useless.
Okay.
So yeah, it just looks nice though.
So nothing changing regarding the pathing, the way you split the map, nothing?
I mean, the jungle has changed in a way that the jungler is only relevant for like 10, 15 minutes. And after all, you're just a dog to your teammates. You're like the second support. You basically have experience, gold. You're just there to play the first 10 minutes, and yeah, that's it.
It's one thing I hear a lot lately, the fact that the jungler role is not the best right now. Do you expect it to change? Or maybe it's because it's the new meta and people are trying things out?
I mean, I sure hope that the meta or like the jungle is going to change, because it's not the most enjoyable meta for me.
Right. Well, a lot of people were saying that when the map is changed by the Dragon, it can affect the way you draft. obviously it's not something you can plan beforehand. So is it something you consider while drafting, and how can you do it?
Not really. Like we never go into a draft prep where we are like, oh guys, we cannot draft this champion because maybe the third dragon is going to be a mountain and then the new rock. Like, no one cares about that stuff.
Okay, well, nothing big, as I can understand now. Thank you, Xasi, for the interview. Good luck on the rest
Thank
of
you
the
for having
season.
me.
And to wrap up this day, we're going to send it out to PGL. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Laura, and welcome to the LEC post-game lobby after our first day of 2020. I'm Shox, joined by Yamato Cannon, and in just a few minutes, also the victorious Upset. I love how candid Xerxes was in the interview. I love the questions from Laura because she wanted to know, and on the other hand, he just said, it doesn't really matter. Like, the changes, old but the same for me.
I guess there's some changes that are kind of strange, like the alcoves. But maybe there's like maybe in the future, maybe we haven't figured it out yet. You know, it's like maybe there's some mysteries hidden in the map. Maybe there's a specific pathing that makes junglers useful again.
Exactly.
I don't think there is, but let's just say that.
Yeah, do you agree with Xerxes on the whole, I feel useless only in the first 15 minutes and for the rest I'm a support?
Honestly, I feel like jungle is just for AD carries to take. How you doing? Good to see you.
Hi,
It's for AD
congratulations.
carries to take. It's for mid laners to take. Do you agree?
Jungle camps?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was more fun before because the jungle would only be like 1 level behind or 2.
Okay.
But now if I like take all his camps, he will be like 5 levels behind. So.
But you'll be ahead.
Yeah, I mean, of course I know that. But yeah, it feels a little bit worse, but I still like to take camps, definitely.
Yeah, of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? We're going to talk a little bit about your role also in just a bit. I would like to talk about this game too. First game with the new roster. Some hiccups, I would say, but it looked pretty convincing overall. What kind of personal objectives did you set yourselves as a team for this game, and how happy are you with your performance?
I mean, we didn't really approach this game in a special way, like it was super important to us. It was just the first game of the split.
But it's the match of the week.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it was just like the first time playing together on stage, so it was just feeling out each other. I would say I'm pretty happy with how we played. We gave them 1 Baron, I think, so it made it a bit more close, but in the end, we played pretty good, I think, for our first game. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it.
I was honestly very impressed. I had a lot of question marks with Destiny because that's the guy like that I know so little about. And we're talking on the stage. We know 4 players. We know they're super good. This talent, this roster is stacked. But Destiny, what's your experience so far playing with him?
Yeah, it has been pretty good. Like I was also surprised when Deficio brought up Destiny to me because I never watched any games in Oceania or anything like this, so I wasn't sure what to expect. But I played some duos with him. We got to know each other a bit, and yeah, I've been pretty happy so far with him. I think not just that he's good in the game, he has also a really great attitude, and he's really looking to learn from everyone in the team because obviously he comes from a weaker region. So I see weekly improvement, and yeah, I was super happy with the way he played today. I think Hylissang did definitely not play better than him, I think. And Hylissang is considered one of the best supports, so yeah.
Absolutely so.
Pretty happy.
I hear you citing attitude. You now have a lot of experience under your belt already. You've been in different configurations of teams. How important is that attitude and that willingness to grow within a team?
Well, if you're already a very good player, you can have some attitude problems more so because you're already at a good point. But if you really need to improve, but you also can't take in new stuff, then it just makes it way worse, and you will probably play a bad player. And most good players have a good attitude, and that's how they became good, because they can learn from mistakes and take feedback and criticism. So yeah, it's super important.
Yeah, absolutely so. We'll see how everything evolves within the team. First game was fantastic, and the Kia player of the game was Alphari. You were in the vote, and then usually you snag it away, but people at home think Alphari deserves it with 74% of the votes. Yamato, and well, I think you agree. You were praising him throughout the game.
He was smurfing, especially on the base race kind of thing that was happening. The barrels looked very clean. The lane phase was really good. Honestly, he made, the Swain was non-existent. With the Conqueror, he was trying to run at you and you were just kiting him, so that was kind of strange, but I felt like it was a really solid game. If I review that, it's hard to point to any mistakes, so super impressive.
Final thing about the game, Xerxes is of course also the new factor in the Origin lineup.
Yeah, to be honest, I have no complaints about this game. I thought everyone was had a really good sense of what was happening in the game. even when we lost the Baron, we still knew we had it in the bag if we just like don't int it really hard. I think anyone could have gotten play of the game, to be honest, this game. Like, we all played really well, and I think Alfaro deserves it, definitely. I checked the damage numbers, and he had really high DPM, higher than me, so I've never had this before where my top had higher DPM than me. So yeah, I'm quite happy.
Yeah, making the mental thing, like, who did he play with as top laners, and like, how bad were they, or like, no.
Oh, they're good. I just usually do a lot of damage, but this game it was like a bit more difficult.
Just kidding. Well, fantastic first game. Let's take a look at the standings. I have to say, I'm pretty hyped about this OG roster. I mean, before we already knew it was a very well put together roster from the get-go, but the first game was very convincing. There we go. The 1-0 teams, G2 Esports, SK Gaming, Rogue, XL, and OG, and 0-1 for the rest. Yamato, any big takeaways after day one?
Well, I think, the biggest question mark, I thought Schalke would come out swinging, and the question was always, like, what's going to happen with this roster if things go wrong? You guys face them tomorrow, so it's, after what you saw today, what do you think about the Schalke roster?
I didn't see too much, but most games today just looked like first games of the year. It's always like a lot of feeling out each other, seeing like how the stage games are actually compared to scrims, because I can tell you in scrims, like there's 1 kill per minute in most of the scrims, and it's like super much fighting and so much early game drafts, and then on stage people are like 50-minute games, 3 Nashers, 2 Elder Drakes. It's just people getting adjusted again to the stage, I think. Same goes for Schalke. I think they could have easily won the game. I think both solo lanes solo killed. Just the bot lane was like behind in CS, but they definitely could have won, but it's just like getting used to playing on stage again, I think, for these people.
Yeah, we're figuring out what the meta is going to look like. We saw LPL has really slow games, which is so against their own nature. You could make the same argument, but usually LPL like doesn't care if it's the beginning of the season or the middle of the season. They just go in all the time, and people were thinking, is this going to be how the meta evolves? If we compare it to how we saw play most throughout 2019, which was very aggressive for the most part, where do you think we're going to land this year, Yamato? Oh, not this year, of course. The first couple of weeks of LEC?
I feel like it's so dependent on the jungle. I think considering the state of jungle and how much time you have to put into farming it, I think that's why you see like a couple of ganks and then like jungle's like, I'm falling behind, pressing tab, like, for example, Selfmade, Gragas was taking his rates, and then it's like, okay, I need to catch up a bit. And I think this is what is toning everything down a bit. And at the same time, I feel like a lot of the drafts that are happening is revolving around these big mid-game team fights. And like around the Drake, around the Rift Herald, and I think everyone's kind of lining themselves up towards those moments.
We heard from Xerxes that he's not happy with the jungle role. It just feels like second support. Can I gauge your feelings on the marksman so far, or the marksman this season?
I think they're like AD Carry always has like 3 or 4 champs that are really strong, and the rest seems to be like just way worse. So AD Carry is often very like singular, I guess. You only play a few champs, and it's the same right now. It's like Aphelios, Senna, I guess, and Zyra Khan seem to be the best again, and there's not too much variance. I don't enjoy this meta too much myself. I feel like these champs, you can't show like how good you are on them compared to like a Lucian or a Kai'Sa or Ezreal. So I preferred like a different meta, but the AD carry is in a pretty good spot, I think, right now.
Could you explain a bit how you can show more? Of course, with Lucian, you have a lot of movement which you can show off as well, and mechanics in that regard. But then people would say, well, Aphelios is so complicated. Like, can't you show off more of that? Can you contrast? What is showing off on the marksman?
Well, when you play like Aphelios or Senna, it's way more about your positioning, I think. And when you play like Kai'Sa, Lucian or Ezreal, it's way more about like playmaking and being able to play on the limit, because you have to think like twice if you want to walk up, if you don't have a jump or a dash or anything. And also these champs are like super high ranged. You can play from a really far range. With Aphelios, like his ulti, he has some sniper weapon, his towers. And Senna also has like 9 million range, so it's like just a different thing,
Yeah.
That's I like the Zyra Khan. I don't need you to reveal too much. You have a match tomorrow. I like the Zyra Khan because
I liked it too today.
It's very, very strong. I feel like you guys predicted the Braum coming in. I liked it into the Aphelios that is very immobile. I think always in every season, all teams realize at some point in the season that Zyra Khan is really, really
Yes.
OP.
It's always
the
a
same
circle,
cycle.
yeah,
It's always
exactly.
the same cycle.
Like one of the champs gets like a bit nerfed and like, oh, maybe it's not good anymore. And then
Yeah.
like one team starts picking it, oh, it's still so broken, and then everyone just plays it. Yeah.
I think you guys are the first ones that figured it out before Fnatic.
Yeah,
so
we
that's a
broke
big
the
plus.
cycle. Yeah.
It took one game and they're like, no, we're going to pick Zion or Khan again. When it comes to scores, Senna today was 1-1. Aphelios 2-2. So there we go. What are you laughing at?
No, it's just like meaningful stats.
I know. It's day one upset bear with
I'm
us.
getting a lot of info.
Tell
out
me,
of this.
explain it to me. Like, why is it? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
But you already just explained and kind of the style it brings to different teams. We're going to see how it evolves. We are surprised when it doesn't get picked because, like, Phillies can be so strong. The same for Senna, especially we saw that in the first game. But we'll see how it figures out. You don't need to.
Yeah, I
spoil
can't
any
say too much
strats, of
about
course.
it, obviously.
Senna OP. Senna
Yeah,
number one, I say.
yeah.
But I feel it looks like a bit more broken than it is because like I feel only AD carry mains understand it right now. I saw, for example, the G2 game. What was happening was absolutely crazy. They were like hooking into him when he had like 5 shurikens and he was just 2v3ing them. It was like, I don't know. I think it's really strong, but it looks more broken if people don't know how to play against it.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about kind of the field of AD carries in the league. Yamato was pretty excited about rookies coming in as well as players now being put on other teams, like you are now in Origin, and how that's going to evolve. What do you think of the strength overall of the AD carries in the LEC in spring?
Yeah, I think the skill level is pretty similar right now. I mean,
Does Caps bring everything down, or?
no, I mean Caps is like good. I think on the new champs already. I don't know how he will be on like if it was a different meta because right now Caps there were like 2 new AD carry champs coming out, so he has the same learning experience as everyone else on these 2 champs, and they're like mainly the meta right now. Yeah, I think the level is quite high. It's just about like how you fit with your team and how you can do it. Obviously, there's some skill differences between ADs, but the level is pretty high, I think, looking back at other splits.
Let's talk about some particularly that we're interested in. I want to start by Forgiven because it's a huge story, and I think it's very newsworthy for us to talk about his comeback. But you know, it might not be as easy, and we don't know how it's going to be for him. Judging off the first game, as you said, falling behind in CS in that lane, but how much does that really mean? Would previous Forgiven have carried that game? We don't know, Yamato, but we are going to ask you anyway. What do you think?
Honestly, I think it's tough to say because I think all of the things that were considered unique about Forgiven is no longer unique, you know, and I think this is the difficulty. I asked him personally, like, what do you think about the game state? And he told me ever since season 5, I don't like the game anymore because everything can one-shot me.
Yeah.
That's what he said. And that kind of happens
That's kind of
sometimes.
cringe to say, but I guess.
Why is that cringe to say?
I mean, because it doesn't really one-shot you. I mean, AD carry is in a good spot, I think. So
Yeah.
it sounds a bit whiny, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, also,
Maybe it can.
I mean, also, if you're an AD carry, you're kind of used to that, right? Like, people single you out
Yeah, of
regardless.
course. I mean, your role has like so much impact once you get like some items, and if you play well with your support, you can also impact in early game a lot. I personally don't feel like, except maybe Akali or Syndra can like one-shot me, but the other champs, it's like, I don't know, I was playing Zyra Khan, I felt really OP. I don't know.
It looks really OP.
It's not my experience at least, but
Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
It looks really OP as well. There's some hype names coming in. Karzi is one that gets dropped a lot. We've heard that even a lot of pro players have a lot of praise for his skill. What do you think of him? Or you don't know him that well?
Not impressed so far. I mean, I played versus him. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, I don't want to like put the rookies down or anything,
No.
but it's kind of like every new player that comes into the league has a lot of hype nowadays. I think in previous season it was like way less rookies and they were selected like more carefully, I feel like. Right now, especially in this season, everyone just wanted to get a lot of rookies because it worked with Rogue kind of well, I guess. So I don't know, to be honest. I played versus him. I haven't seen like too much yet. I'm sure he can become a good player one day, but I haven't seen it myself so far yet.
No, that's fine. And we're also just looking how all these players are going to evolve. I think it's quite interesting that you say there's so many rookies now, because in Europe we also deal with this kind of like a meme, but it is true that the rookies, there's a lot of good players. There's a big
yeah.
talent pool, and there's a lot to take from. And I think a couple of years ago, there was a really strong movement that was against this keep recycling players and picking up older players that, you know, maybe were over their peak or whatever. But maybe we need to correct back a little bit, because just picking up rookies for the sake of rookies is also not smart.
I think what we really need to remember is picking up any rookies is always going to be a risk. I think we saw a lot of success, as you mentioned, like when people and like players were hand selected. But I think, you know, the bottom part of a league always have this responsibility to try to figure out ways to challenge the top of the table. And I think recycling the players that have gotten beaten over and over, slammed over and over is not the way. You have to take some risk. But that means that some of these rookies are just not going to look that good. Maybe they're not a part of the league maybe next year. And that's the harsh reality of it. And maybe some will step up and become better. And that's the process, right? And even today, we saw some rookies not do so well. I don't need to mention names, but it is what it is after day one.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're bad or like they're worse than like washed up veterans or anything. I'm just saying like it takes time. I don't see the hype. Like people do well in regional league and they're like all considered the next Caps or something. I just don't see it myself.
Who was the last breakout rookie that really impressed everyone?
I guess Humanoid last year was really good, and before that year it was like there was like 1 year Caps, Hans Zerse, me all came into the league, I think, and Shizuka afterwards too as well.
It was a good year.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of talent in Europe. I don't say this to put on the rookies. I just think it also hurts them kind of if they get so much hype and pressure for like winning EU Masters or something, and then they have to play in the LEC and they don't know what's happening and they lose games with like 5K gold leads at 15. I don't know if it helps them necessarily.
No, I think it's a great point, and I think just in general the fact that you can't just plug and play players the same well if it's imports from Korea or from China. You can't just plug and play. You have to cultivate them. You have to make them work with the team and put a lot of attention on them.
I mean, that's usually the way, right? You get like veterans and then you slot in 1 or 2 rookies and you try to teach them so they become like really good in their position. But right now, I think multiple teams have like 3 or 4 rookies in their team. So
it's a lot to learn.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the coaching staff's really good and they will develop them fast, but we'll see how it works for them. Who knows?
We'll see, but I do think that when you look at those teams and you kind of look at the standings and what you can expect of the season, you immediately think, or you have like a breakout roster with a lot of rookies that just smashes everyone and does great and gets to playoffs. But the expectation is that they'll need a lot of time to ramp up. So with that in mind, talk to me about top 3, top 4, because you have the G2 up there, you know, OG should vie for that and also did last year. You have Fnatic there. And then, what are we thinking?
Rogue. Yeah, Rogue, definitely. I think it's G2, Fnatic, us, and Rogue should be the top 4. That's how I see it right now, yeah.
I think the rest just needs time. I think it's a fair point. Time, I think maybe Splice, Mad Lions.
You got like 2 over the weekend and then you can never see it again.
Because I can recollect from my career when I worked with, for example, the Vitality roster, 4 rookies, or even the Splice, that's the correct name this time, 2016, also 5 rookies. It took a lot of time. We were in relegation. Next split, we got 2nd place. And it's all about making sure you're moving towards the right direction and don't make the losses kind of bring you down.
Yeah. Upset, as we continue on and almost close off, PGL, talk to me about your goals this year. We want to see you in a final, of course, again. And I can only assume that is the goal, but are you looking at spring? Are you looking at summer? Origin has usually put on this like long-term plans. How is it in the spring?
I mean, yeah, I definitely joined this team to win a championship. I don't know when it will happen. I just know eventually it will happen if we all keep putting in the work, I think. I mean, Worlds, I missed the 2 years in a row. Obviously, I feel like I deserve to be at Worlds. I will keep working hard to get there. So, yeah, I have high ambitions for this team. But it's not like if we lose 2 games now or something that I feel down about it. I think we have something special with the players we have. So yeah, I just want to keep working hard and win a final and go to Worlds.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That was only day 1, as you see. We're already talking about Worlds. You know, we're just really fast
it's a long way, right? It's a long way away.
Tomorrow, though, another 5 games. Upset and Origin looking to start the week 2-0 as they go up versus Schalke 04 and Forgiven. Come on, hype it up a little bit.
Hype it up. No, I mean, it's kind of hype because it's like my old team and yeah, it's just it's the first team I joined, I guess, and it's also the team I played in for 3 years, and all my experience in esports is kind of made with them, and I grew up, I think, in this team, so it's just fun to play against them. I know all the people in the org, obviously, so yeah, it will
So
be...
it'll feel great to smash him.
Yeah, and before Forgiven like came back out of retirement, we always had like a good relationship, I think. So I hope it doesn't get shattered tomorrow if somebody like starts all chatting or something.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to check. Yamato, call an upset for tomorrow.
Sorry?
Can you call an upset for tomorrow? Oh, wait, anyways, next year.
I
That was very confusing.
Call an upset?
Yeah.
Honestly,
If there is one.
Honestly, it's pretty one-sided, all the matches, I feel. I think Vitality with their sub, with the visa issues. I think Rogue against Excel is probably like
Their
the
sub played
tightest
amazing,
match.
though.
Huh?
Their sub played amazing.
Honestly, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Let's pretend Milica is a shot caller or something.
Yeah.
That was a 50-minute painful game. I think Rogue Excel maybe is the toughest one, but I think Rogue is going to take it anyway. So upset, no, this is the only upset that we need today.
Okay.
That's right.
We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. That was all from us here on the first day. And up next will be LCS Academy. And right after that, you can watch our rebroadcast of the LEC. Be sure to join us tomorrow as we close out the opening week. Until then, have a great night. Thank you, Yamato. Thank you, Upset. And see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, yeah. Whole team win it, whole team win it.
Wonder going forward, G2 have felt the pain of an Aatrox in this river before, and they're trying to put it down on Mad Lions. Perkz jumping up to the back line. Carsey's still alive, but now he's shut down. It's Caps to take it. He gets one, he gets two, and he's looking for more. Romy looking for the corner of the Forge Guard. Doesn't land on anyone. Oh, Shadow! Wonder's on a rampage. Carsey trying to do what he can with the Moonlight Vigil. He shut down Wonder, but that's the stun from the side. And Vitality should get this, but Trick is going in. They try to... Oh, it gets in the way! No way should you do that, Trick, the four-time champion of the LEC. Larssen has to run away now. The big crit. Following Forbidden jumping forward. Larssen, in the 1v1. You see the damage coming down on Spin as well, but Huntsummer's still opening up. Looking for B-Boy, that's a shutdown. But it goes over to Finn, and Huntsummer's flashing forward. Looking for the kills, gets Dennis, gets B-Boy, and Rogue evades.
This is going down. Gilius getting inside the pit. He steals it! Gilius steals away the Baron! It's a trade, 1-for-1 jungle for top pitch, flying gaze. Lost out Torre, unbreakable wall, still standing, still alive. It's saved Excel! Torre's unbreakable wall blocks all the damage. The barrel from Xerxes comes out. That's a great interrupt. Nicely done by Selfmade, preventing the engage from Destiny. But it's Upset on a rampage.
You have to wander all the way back around the Rift unit TP to find anything.
All right, Alfari flashed away from the supreme display of talent, but still got damage done. Nemesis is being eaten away by the cannon barrage. He stays alive long enough. Alfari in the 1v2 gets the kill, gets the double with the help of Destiny and Upset.
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know, yeah. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know. If you ever go, that's your friend. If you ever go, that's your for you.